At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain lies the small town of Qingshi. In an old house built of bluestone, wisps of cooking smoke curl upward. Chen Qingyuan gazes at his mother busying herself by the stove, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. After this final lunch, he would leave this place. Having spent 10 years in this world after his transmigration, Chen Qingyuan had developed considerable affection for his family here. At first, Chen Qingyuan thought this was a normal ancient world until he heard about the immortal masters of Qingyuan Mountain. And he himself was one of the 50,000 mortal descendants of the Qingyuan Qin clan. To become an immortal master, a cultivator, one needed spiritual roots. But even the lowest grade 5-element spiritual root was 1 in 10,000. Otherwise, the entire Qingyuan Qin clan would have barely 100 cultivators. Chen Qingyuan considered himself fortunate. At the age of 6, he had discovered a blue round orb within his body, the Qingyuan Mystic Pearl. The function of the Qingyuan Mystic Pearl was to help cultivators increase their breakthrough probability by 10% and accelerate their cultivation speed by 10%. Do not underestimate a mere 10%. For cultivators stuck at a bottleneck for years or decades, that 10% probability was enough to bet their lives. Some wounded or lacking talent had zero chance of breaking through. A 10% speed boost was even more incredible, especially at higher cultivation levels. The only problem was that Chen Qingyuan did not yet know if he had spiritual roots. If not, then the pearl inside him would be wasted. Fortunately, after the spiritual root test at age 10, Chen Qingyuan was found to possess spiritual roots. Moreover, he had water, wood, and earth 3-element roots, a rarity in the Qin clan for many years. Generally speaking, fewer spiritual roots meant higher talent. It meant one could absorb more spiritual energy simultaneously. Compared to the impure 5-element root and the pseudo 4-element root, the 3-element root was already considered a true spiritual root. Chen Qingyuan learned from his second uncle Chen Qingxiu, who tested his roots, that the family's only foundation establishment ancestor and clan leader Chen Daoshuan also had 3-element roots. However, that was all his second uncle said about the clan leader. For more, he would have to wait until he reached Qingyuan Mountain. The sounds of cooking in the kitchen gradually faded. Mother Lu emerged with a large pot of braised pork. Looking at her obedient son sitting nearby, her heart ached. Becoming an immortal seed was a good thing, but they said that once immortal, one could not come down the mountain casually. Even if one did without prior application, one could not visit mortal relatives. This was one of the iron laws of the Qingyuan Qin clan, which no one could violate. It made sense. Cultivators cultivated their bodies and their hearts. If one was constantly tied down by mortal relatives, how could the mind attain perfection? Men rarely lived past 70. In ancient times, commoners without spiritual roots suffered from illnesses and hardships. Reaching 70 was already a high age. But even a qi-refining early-stage cultivator could easily live to 90 or 100. A later-stage qi-refining cultivator had a lifespan of 120 years. If one broke through to foundation establishment by chance, the gap with mortals would widen completely, reaching 250 years. Just then there was movement at the door. Chen Qingyuan's father entered with Chen Qingxiu. In his hand was a roast chicken. His awkward demeanor made him seem like the guest. "Little Qingyuan, have you packed your things?" Looking at Chen Qingyuan, Chen Qingxiu could not hide the smile in his voice. Heaven has eyes. Might the Qingyuan Chen clan finally produce another foundation establishment seed? Chen Qingxiu was of the Qing generation, currently the clan's 7th elder with the strength of qi refining 9th layer. Although he only had 4-element root talent, he cultivated diligently, without slack. He was just over 50 now. Before 60, he should still have time to reach the 9th layer and have one chance at foundation establishment. However, the probability of successful foundation establishment was nearly zero. After a cultivator turned 60, bodily functions declined and the chance of foundation establishment dropped to virtually nil. Thus, cultivation must start early, and better spiritual roots meant faster progress. That's why Chen Qingxiu valued Chen Qingyuan with 3-element roots so much, even allowing him the privilege of spending an extra morning with his family. Father, second uncle. After greeting, the family of 3 sat down to eat. Chen Qingxiu did not join them. Having reached qi refining 9th layer, he had long since stopped eating. A single fasting pill could keep one from hunger for 10 days and also avoid mortal dust. What a wonderful thing. The dinner table was unexpectedly silent. The parents seemed to have little appetite. Only Mother Lu kept urging, "Yuan, cultivate well on the mountain. Don't worry about home. The immortal masters gave us 1,000 taels of silver. And don't ever sneak down the mountain. Learn your skills well. Immortality is most important." Her voice trailed off, turning intermittent with a hint of sobbing. She didn't actually know how long the so-called immortal masters could live. She simply hoped in her simple heart that if her son cultivated immortality, he would live as long as heaven and never grow old. Chen Qingyuan also felt a tightness in his chest. He put down his chopsticks and comforted them. Father, mother, don't worry. After I cultivate for a while, I will ask the elders for permission to come down the mountain and visit you. It wasn't that one had to completely sever ties with mortal relatives, as long as cultivation progress was good one could return. Generally, after reaching mid-stage qi refining, one could return to town to visit parents and relatives. However, upon hearing his son's words, Chen Qingyuan's father's face flushed with anger. He deliberately slammed his bowl onto the table and yelled at his son, "You unfilial wretch. Once you go to the Immortal Mountain, stay there and be an immortal. Why come back? From now on we consider you no son of ours." Still not satisfied, he pointed outside, "Go. Leave now." The husband's outburst caught his wife Lu off guard, but seeing his reddened eyes, she seemed to understand something. Glancing at Chen Qingyuan meditating behind closed eyes, Lu forced a smile. "Yuan, the Immortal Master has given us a whole morning. Don't keep him waiting any longer. You should head up the mountain now." In truth, Chen Qingyuan understood his parents' intentions. His father's rage was merely meant to help him sever all mortal ties so he could cultivate with peace of mind. Slowly rising, Chen Qingyuan kneeled with a thud. "Father, mother, forgive your unfilial son." The word immortal was too enchanting. It made one yearn and aspire with no regrets, even in death. The greatest desire in the world was longevity. If he had no spiritual roots, that would be one thing. But now that he had them and three-element roots at that, Chen Qingyuan was determined never to give up this immortal fate. How many people in the world sought immortal fate, but found no door? To be reborn into the foundation establishment family of Qingyuan Chen was already an immense fortune. Family cultivators, unlike sect cultivators, did not need to scheme and fight all day. Even less like rogue cultivators who could hardly secure a meal fighting over a single spirit stone. Support from elders and assistance from kinsmen freed family cultivators from many worries. After walking out of the home he had lived in for 10 years, Chen Qingyuan did not look back. Chen Qingyuan led Chen Qingyuan to an open space and tossed something into the air. A huge green bamboo leaf materialized. The green leaf shuttle, a first-rank flying tool unique to the Qingyuan Chen clan. Gently pulling Chen Qingyuan, they both stepped onto the leaf. Chen Qingyuan patiently explained, "Don't be afraid, uncle has been refining this shuttle for 4 or 5 years. It's very stable." Then he looked at Chen Qingyuan's parents. "Take care." This was the first time in decades that Chen Qingyuan had thanked Immortal. All because they had given birth to Chen Qingyuan with his three-element roots. As the green leaf shuttle ascended continuously toward Qingyuan Mountain, the surrounding mists grew denser. By the time the white fog completely obscured the land below, Chen Qingyuan found his vision transformed into a brand new vista. On the mountainside, countless towering bamboos soared into the clouds. At the summit, 3 colossal sky-piercing bamboo stalks stood even taller. Seeing the awe in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan explained with considerable pride, "These are the very foundation of our Qingyuan Chen clan, the Qingyuan bamboo." Pointing at the bamboo clusters on the mountainside, he continued, "These are all first-rank Qingyuan bamboos. The uses of Qingyuan bamboo are indeed vast. The stalks can be handed to weapon refiners to forge magical instruments. The leaves can be given to talisman masters to create various immortal talismans." Moreover, Chen Qingyuan pointed at the green leaf shuttle beneath them. "This first-rank flying tool I own, the green leaf shuttle, was made from the leaves of a second-rank Qingyuan bamboo. However, our clan possesses only 3 second-rank Qingyuan bamboos in total. Therefore, the green leaf shuttle is reserved exclusively for qi refining 9th-layer elders like ourselves. Unfortunately, the leaves of second-rank Qingyuan bamboo could be used to forge second-rank spirit tools. Yet the entire Qingyuan Chen clan lacked a single second-rank weapon refiner, utterly incapable of such crafting. Meanwhile, the second-rank Qingyuan shuttle flew far faster, but its spiritual energy consumption was not something a qi refining cultivator could sustain for long. Thus, within the entire Qingyuan Chen clan, only the old patriarch Chen Daoxian possessed a second-rank Qingyuan shuttle. As they spoke, the two traversed the sea of green bamboo and arrived at the summit. The Chen clan ancestral hall. Here were placed the spirit tablets of all the departed ancestors of the Qingyuan Chen clan. It also served as the elder hall. Whenever the clan convened a meeting, the patriarch would summon the elders here. The Qingyuan Chen clan had 9 elders in total, each of the qi refining 9th layer strength. This was because whenever someone broke through to the 9th layer, they automatically became a clan elder, and their annual stipend increased considerably. Today, the ancestral hall was not as quiet as usual. Amidst laughter and cheerful talk, there was an extra bustle. Chen Qingyuan held Chen Qingyuan's hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Speaking of which, everyone inside is your elder. All belong to the same Chen lineage, so Chen Qingyuan's words were true. After all traced back to a common ancestor. His attentiveness toward Chen Qingyuan stemmed not only from the boy's triple spiritual root, but also from blood ties. Several centuries had passed, and even within the same clan many branches had diverged. According to the genealogy, Chen Qingyuan belonged to the same branch as Chen Qingxiu. Stepping into the ancestral hall, Chen Qingxiu found the seventh seat and sat down, pulling Chen Qingyuan to his side. Everyone, what joyous occasion brings us together today? In truth, everyone knew what day it was. What other good news could there be? Naturally, the discovery of promising cultivation seedlings among the clan's mortal towns. Old Seventh, it seems you've reaped quite a harvest today. An elder beside Chen Qingxiu stroked his beard with a smile, turning his gaze to the standing Chen Qingyuan. Little Qingyuan, this is the sixth elder. You may call him Elderin. As Chen Qingxiu said this, Chen Qingyuan, whose beard had already turned white, quickly waved his hand. Calling me elder makes me seem so distant. Just call me Grandpa. Brother, and you can't take advantage of me like that. Chen Qingxiu protested with feigned displeasure. All right, we're all old now, still so fond of frolicking. At this, the old man seated at the head spoke. This must be the old patriarch. Chen Qingyuan guessed silently. Yes, patriarch. Hearing Patriarch Chen Daoxuan's words, everyone fell silent. Indeed. First smiling at Chen Qingyuan, Chen Daoxian, then continued, Old Seventh has returned too, so this year's immortal seedlings are complete. What is particularly noteworthy is that this year our Qingyuan Chen clan has added 4 young juniors. Among them 2 possess triple spiritual roots, something we haven't seen in nearly 30 years. As Patriarch Chen Daoxuan's words faded, the elders in the ancestral hall cheered once more. Many of those who laughed also found tears streaming down their faces. In recent decades, the Chen clan had barely survived the tribulations of a beast tide and a demonic cultivator assault. Of the clan's 3 foundation establishment, cultivators 2 had perished in battle, leaving only the old patriarch who had always guarded the clan. However, Chen Daoxian was now 200 years old. In his youth, he had fought hard for the clan and sustained many hidden injuries. His lifespan of 250 years likely had no more than 30 years remaining. Once Chen Daoxian passed, if no one in the clan could advance to foundation establishment, the consequences would be disastrous. At that point, deprived of the protection of a foundation establishment ancestor, the Qingyuan Chen clan would lose its foundation establishment family status outright. The second-rank spirit vein, the second-rank Qingyuan bamboos, and the clan-managed market. These precious assets would instantly become the seeds of the Chen clan's destruction. Fortunately, this year's spirit root testing had not only unearthed 4 descendants with spiritual roots, but 2 of them were even triple spiritual roots. Thus, by mobilizing the entire clan's resources, there might be a chance to nurture a new foundation establishment cultivator before old patriarch Chen Daoxuan's passing. As for these elders, although each was a chi refining 9th layer, seemingly only 1 step away from foundation establishment, that very step had become an insurmountable chasm for them. Even the youngest, the 7th elder Chen Qingxiu, was already over 50 years old. Hampered by a 4th-rank spiritual root, his chance of breaking through to foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill would likely be less than 1%. As for the foundation establishment pill, not only did the clan not have one now, but even if it did, for the sake of the entire Qingyuan Chen clan, it could never be wasted on Chen Qingxiu, who had lost his potential. A foundation establishment pill cost at least 20,000 spirit stones, and that was an ideal scenario. In lean years, when fewer pills circulated on the market, the price could be driven to 25,000 or even 30,000. Yet the Qingyuan Chen clan's entire annual surplus was barely around 800 spirit stones. It could be said that the 2 calamities had completely drained the clan's reserves. If not for Chen Daoxuan, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, holding on with all his might, the clan would have long been devoured by other families. When the hall quieted down, Chen Daoxian looked approvingly at Chen Qingyuan and another child. Qingyuan Qinghao, come here to Grandpa. Chen Qinghao, huh? Chen Qingyuan looked at the other child who had been called. He appeared even younger than himself, still with a runny nose. The clan tested spiritual roots every 3 years. Chen Qinghao was probably 9 years old. In fact, unlike Chen Qingyuan, Chen Qinghao was the direct blood grandson of the 9th elder. Of course, both belonged to the Qing generation. Their statuses were now completely equal. Behind him, Chen Qingxiu patted Chen Qingyuan's shoulder. Go, don't be afraid. The 2 walked to the old patriarch's side. Good children. Chen Daoxuan's aged face was full of wrinkles, yet he appeared quite kind. Here, these are gifts for you. So saying, Chen Daoxian pointed with a finger from a pouch. Immediately 2 green longswords flew out with a whoosh. Upon seeing the clan leader's gifts of introduction to the 2 juniors, someone exclaimed, a first-grade superior green origin sword. It was not that they were inexperienced, but for two youngsters who had yet to begin cultivation, this gift was indeed precious. The Green Origin sword was the exclusive magical artifact of the Green Origin Chen clan. Typically, a first-grade superior artifact could only be exchanged by clan members at the mid-stage Qi refining level using contribution points. Yet now the clan leader Chen Daoxian had presented it as a gift of introduction. Thank you, clan leader. Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qinghao quickly expressed their gratitude. Chen Daoxian chuckled amiably. Qingyuan, Qinghao, the clan's future burdens may well fall upon your shoulders. In cultivation, the concept of fate was paramount. It had been many years since the clan had produced a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, and now 2 had emerged in succession. In Chen Daoxian's view, this was likely an omen of the clan's imminent revival. Therefore, it was essential to cultivate the junior's sense of identification with the clan. Chen Daoxian looked at those present, then turned a complex gaze upon Chen Qingyuan and the other, speaking slowly. The principle of the clan is like firewood gathered for warmth, burning everything for but a single thread of flame. The first half of this statement was easy to understand. In this realm of immortal cultivation, many things were beyond one's control. Evil cultivators, rogue cultivators, and demonic beasts were relatively minor. The deceit and treachery of the human heart were far more rampant here. Though the clan stuck together, it was uncertain when they might be reduced to ashes in a single day. But what did a single thread of flame refer to? Before the wait grew long, Chen Daoxian provided the answer. The Purple Cloud sect has begun recruiting new disciples this year, and the younger generation of our 3 families can have priority. Green Origin Mountain was situated south of the Eclipse Sun Mountain range, where it, along with 2 other families, the Su clan and the Lu clan, 3 foundation establishment clans, in total jointly governed the area south of the range. The paramount power of the entire Eclipse Sun Mountain range was the Purple Cloud sect, which was overseen by a golden core true person. Every 3 years, the Purple Cloud sect would collect a certain number of spirit stones from all foundation establishment and Qi refining clans in the Eclipse Sun Mountain range as payment for their protection. After all, without the golden core true person of the Purple Cloud sect to hold the fort, the various foundation establishment clans and countless smaller families would be utterly unable to establish a foothold in the Eclipse Sun Mountain range, which was rampant with demonic beasts. Furthermore, every 12 years, the Purple Cloud sect would throw open its mountain gates, opening disciple slots to rogue cultivators and family science. And this was precisely the purpose behind Chen Daoxian's earlier words. This year was the year the Purple Cloud sect opened its gates. He intended to send either Chen Qingyuan or Chen Qinghao into the sect. Sighed. Our Green Origin Chen clan has suffered too many hardships over these years. Once the Green Origin Chen clan had been a major power in the Eclipse Sun Mountain range. 3 foundation establishment cultivators in 1 clan, a mid-stage foundation establishment clan leader, and 2 early-stage foundation establishment elders. Yet during the Beast Tide calamity, the second elder of the Dao generation, Chen Dayu, who was only 90 years old, died in battle, leaving no remains. In this Beast Tide, countless Qi refining clan members also perished. Although the Purple Cloud sect later compensated with a foundation establishment pill, it proved ineffective. The Qing generation clansmen who consumed the pill went into secluded meditation for 3 full months. When the other clansmen opened his cultivation chamber, they found he had failed to establish his foundation and had passed away on the spot. This was only the first calamity. To swiftly replenish the clan's foundation establishment strength, the 210-year-old Grand Elder Chen Dao personally took action secretly, leaving the clan. Carrying 35,000 spirit stones, he journeyed for half a year to a neighboring Immortal city to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, on his return, he encountered the disaster of evil cultivators. By the time Chen Daoxian arrived, he could only manage to retrieve Chen Dao's corpse from the evil cultivators. The foundation establishment pill and everything else had vanished completely. Furthermore, Chen Daoxian himself sustained severe injuries during his confrontation with the evil cultivators. From then on, the Green Origin Chen clan fell into decline, never recovering. With only Chen Daoxian remaining as a foundation establishment cultivator, they were forced to painfully sell off at a low price one of their 2 second-grade inferior spirit veins to the Lu clan. Call it a sale, but it was outright robbery. A second-grade spirit vein was sold for a mere 2,000 spirit stones. But there was no choice. The world of immortal cultivation was always this cruel. Those spirit stones did not last either. To treat the severely wounded Chen Daoxian, the clan was even forced to sell off considerable assets and purchase a second-grade healing sacred pill, the settling truth pill, from the Purple Cloud sect. This was necessary. Chen Daoxian was the Chen clan's only remaining foundation establishment ancestor. Even if they had to sell everything, even if it meant selling Green Origin Mountain, they had to restore Chen Daoxian to health. Otherwise, without a foundation establishment ancestor, the day of the clan's annihilation would be imminent. After this, the clan entered an accelerated period of decline. The withering of the clan's elders was one thing, but the unremarkable spiritual roots of the younger generation were an even greater blow. In recent years, the Qing generation had not produced even a single latest-stage qi refining cultivator. This was precisely why the old clan leader Chen Daoxian was so overjoyed upon seeing the clan produce 2 cultivators with 3 spiritual roots in succession. For the Green Origin Chen clan, Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qinghao were not merely juniors of the clan, they represented a beacon of hope for the clan's future. Having heard the clan's history of the past few decades, Chen Qingyuan truly understood how difficult it was to stand firm in the world of immortal cultivation. Even an established foundation establishment clan, like the Green Origin Chen clan with centuries of history, could decline to this state in just a few decades. At the head seat, Chen Daoxian cleared his throat, softly breaking the heavy atmosphere in the ancestral hall. Now let us discuss together which child should we send into the Purple Cloud sect. The crisis for the Chen clan was now imminent. It was unlikely they could rely on the Qing generation to break through to foundation establishment. Their only hope was the Qing generation. Send one person to the sect, and then all of us will support his cultivation, helping him rapidly break through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Then even if it means exhausting everything to help him break through to foundation establishment, we will spare no expense. The foundation establishment pill was far too precious, so precious that even powerful cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage would covet it. After all, who doesn't have descendants or disciples to think of? The Chen clan might still have the means to sell off assets to purchase a foundation establishment pill, but they absolutely lack the ability to safeguard it. The foundation establishment pill had limited efficacy and could not be stored for more than 3 years. Once exceeded, its potency would begin to wane. By the time the Qing generation cultivated to the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining, Chen Daoxian's lifespan would likely be at its end. How would he have the ability to purchase a foundation establishment pill then? The only option was to send one person to the Purple Cloud sect. Although this would cost more spirit stones, and the disciple sent would ultimately become a member of the sect, this was the only viable path for now. Having said this, Chen Daoxian voluntarily proposed, from today onward, I will no longer collect my annual stipend from the clan. Furthermore, after this matter is settled, I will enter a death seclusion to prolong the arrival of my final days. All clan affairs will be managed by Daoxian. Chen Daoxian understood that he could not die, at least not until the next foundation establishment cultivator was trained. Even if he could only draw another breath, the Green Origin Chen clan would still count as a foundation establishment clan. By doing this, Chen Daoxian was essentially resigning the last few decades of his life to being wasted in seclusion. Daoxianji. Chen Daoxian, now the 9th layer qi refining Grand Elder, had tears streaming down his face. Do not grieve for me. Chen Daoxian's gaze, however, was resolute. Dao Yu, a mere woman, died in the beast tide. Dao Hu also perished for the clan. As the clan leader, it is only right that I dedicate my remaining strength to the clan. Chen Daoxian understood that dedicating the entire clan's resources to a single individual would inevitably harm the clan's interests. Yet if they failed to do so, the Qingyuan Chen clan might face extinction. How could they afford to care about anything else? Thus, everything Chen Daoxian said was merely to prevent discontent among the clan members and to set an example by his own conduct. Of course, after enduring so many hardships together over the years, the cohesion of the Qingyuan Chen clan was beyond question. In that case, second uncle Chen Qingshu spoke up. I recommend Chen Qingji for the sect. As for the reason, everyone knows it well. Unexpectedly, he did not recommend Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingji was also a junior with spiritual roots discovered this year. Though he possessed only a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 elements, he held a rather remarkable identity. The direct second-generation grandson of the late second elder Chen Dayu. Chen Qingshu glanced at Chen Qingyuan, his eyes filled with apology. Logically, Chen Qingyuan was closer to him by blood and had better spiritual roots, so he should have stood behind him. Yet for the sake of the clan's rules, he had to recommend Chen Qingji. Then Chen Qingshu continued firmly, Qingji is Aunt Day's direct second-generation grandson. During his lifetime, his father was Aunt Day's most beloved mortal descendant. Aunt Dayu died fighting for the clan, and now only Qingji remains as her direct descendant with spiritual roots. The implication was clear: the merits of Chen Day's sacrifice for the clan should now be bestowed upon her second-generation grandson Chen Qingji. Rewards and punishments being clear and fair. This was the most crucial quality for a prosperous clan. After hearing Chen Qings's words, everyone nodded in agreement. This was only right. What made clan members willing to risk their lives for the clan? Besides blood ties, it was the clan's clear system of rewards and punishments. Chen Qingyuan had no objection to this. Although the sect offered more resources, the competition there was fierce. He possessed the Qingyuan Pearl, which granted an extra 10% success rate in breaking through bottlenecks and accelerated his cultivation speed by 10%. A stable cultivation environment was what mattered most. At the head seat, Chen Daoxian surveyed the elders present. Apart from the Great Elder and the Second Elder, who were of the Dao generation, the rest were his juniors of the Qing generation. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, Dao's contributions must be compensated in other ways for Qingji. But the child sent to the sect must be chosen from Qingyuan and Qinghao. Sacrificing personal interests for the sake of the entire clan was an unavoidable necessity. Chen Daoxian spoke these words with great pain and inner conflict. The younger generation present did not know that although Chen Daoyu and Chen Daoxian were of the same Dao generation, Chen Daoxian had already become the clan's foundation establishment patriarch when Chen Daoyu was born. He had taken great care of Chen Daoyu, who possessed 3 spiritual roots, even allocating a portion of his own clan stipend to her when she lacked spirit stones. It could be said that Chen Dao's rapid advancement to foundation establishment was entirely due to the support of Chen Daoxuan, who was like a father to her. Now facing the clan's crisis, he set aside his personal feelings and made the choice most beneficial to the clan. A 4-element spiritual root was after all a pseudo-spiritual root and could not compare to a 3-element one. Thus today he only allowed the 2 juniors with 3-element spiritual roots to enter the ancestral hall, fearing that the other 2 children might overthink. Seeing the patriarch's resolute stance, everyone understood. In that case, I certainly recommend my nephew Chen Qingyuan. With that, he quickly winked at Chen Qingyuan. His earlier recommendation of Chen Qingji was for the clan, now it was for personal sentiment. Within the clan there was no need to hide such matters. The reason was simply that Qingyuan was his nephew, and there was no need to conceal it. I also recommend my direct grandson Chen Qinghao. In truth, Chen Qinghao's generation should have been 1 level lower, but since his father was immortal and his grandfather Chen Qingzhou had not broken through to foundation establishment, he followed Chen Qingzhi's generation directly into the Qing generation. 7th brother, it'll be straightforward. Nodding to Chen Qingshu, Chen Qingzhou continued. Although Qinghao and Qingyuan both have 3-element spiritual roots, there are still differences. Qinghao has metal, fire, and earth spiritual roots, naturally suited for combat arts, making him more fit for the sect. Qingyuan, from what 7th brother's transmission talisman says, has water, wood, and earth spiritual roots better suited for stable cultivation within the clan. Hearing Chen Qingzhi's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. He was correct. The spiritual roots of the 2 juniors were clear, and Chen Qinghao was indeed more suitable for the fiercely competitive sect. Chen Daoxian stroked his beard. It seems this is also the will of heaven. A pair of spiritual roots suited for offense and defense. Wasn't this divine providence? So let it be decided. Tomorrow we will send Qinghao to the sect. Qingzhou, take Qinghao back to prepare. Hearing the patriarch's final decision, Chen Qingzhi's face lit up with joy as he quickly nodded in agreement. Although his analysis was sound, Qinghao being his direct grandson and going to the more promising Ziyun sect naturally pleased him. Chen Qingshu opened his mouth, but said nothing more. He understood that this allocation was correct, so he could only look at Chen Qingyuan with another apologetic gaze. I'm sorry, little Qingyuan. Second uncle, don't blame yourself. Since Qinghao is more suitable for the sect, this spot should rightfully go to him. Chen Qingyuan quickly comforted Chen Qingshu. Though he felt a pang of disappointment at not going to the sect, it wasn't an absolute necessity. A single foundation establishment pill had caused the clan's foundation establishment patriarch to fall. The competition within the sect was likely no better. In contrast, the clan, though perhaps lacking the upper limit of resources of the Ziyun sect, offered stability. Having settled on the candidate to be sent to the sect, Chen Daoxian spoke again. The sect is different from the clan. From now on, allocate 400 spirit stones annually for Qinghao to build connections. Currently, the clan could only save about 800 spirit stones each year, and now they had to give away 400 at once. This would drastically reduce everyone's stipends. Even those at the 9th level of Qi refining might only receive 20 spirit stones per person per year. Surprisingly, no one objected to the old patriarch Chen Daoxuan's allocation. Indeed, most of the Dao generation had died fighting for the clan. For them, the Qing generation, merely receiving fewer spirit stones, was nothing compared to that. Thus, the ancestral hall meeting concluded. Little Qingyuan, stay behind. As everyone was about to leave, Chen Daoxian called Chen Qingyuan back. Seeing only himself and the old patriarch left in the hall, Chen Qingyuan stepped forward and asked with confusion, Ancestor, did you call for me? What Chen Daoxian did next completely surprised Chen Qingyuan. He rose from his seat, lowered his head, and spoke in a voice full of apology. I am truly sorry, little Qingyuan, to have you experience such things so soon after coming up the mountain. Chen Daoxian had always maintained a warm and protective attitude toward the younger members of the clan. After all, for a cultivation family, the young generation represented the hope for the clan's rise and continuity. Yet now, for the sake of the clan, Chen Daoxian had no choice but to sacrifice everyone's interests and gamble everything to ensure the continuation of the foundation establishment title. Thus, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness toward Chen Qingyuan, a rather talented junior. But little Qingyuan. Chen Daoxian's expression suddenly turned stern, causing Chen Qingyuan to involuntarily straighten his posture. After all, he was the clan's foundation establishment patriarch, and the accumulated authority was impossible to conceal. Little Qingyuan, I, as the current patriarch of the Qingyuan Chen clan, promise you this. If you can reach the 9th layer of qi refining before the age of 50, you will be the next patriarch of the Qingyuan Chen clan. 2 juniors with triple spiritual roots, one would be sent to a sect to fight for the clan's slim chance of survival, while the other would remain in the clan to cultivate diligently as the future patriarch candidate. This was the future Chen Daoxian had mapped out for the Qingyuan Chen clan. Although he held great hopes for Chen Qingyuan's foundation establishment in the Xian sect, he could not neglect the contingency plan. And Chen Qingyuan was the final move Chen Daoxian left for the clan. If Chen Qingyuan failed to achieve foundation establishment, the Chen clan, having consumed vast resources and lost its foundation establishment patriarch, would rapidly decline. At that time, Chen Qingyuan would need to lead a portion of the clan members away as patriarch, taking the ancestral root of the Qingyuan bamboo with them to a distant land and establish a new Qingyuan Chen clan. Additionally, Chen Daoxian continued before Chen Qingyuan could speak. Originally as a triple spiritual root cultivator at the early stage of qi refining, you could receive 3 spirit stones from the clan each month. But due to the clan's current difficulties, it needs to be reduced to 2 spirit stones per month. As he spoke, Chen Daoxian reached out with a gesture, and a small pouch appeared in his hand. The pouch was inscribed with profound runes suggesting considerable value. Little Qingyuan, take this storage pouch. There are 300 spirit stones inside, as my personal compensation to you. Wealth companions, techniques, and lands were of utmost importance to every cultivator, especially wealth. Spirit stones could not only purchase many cultivation items, but also accelerate cultivation speed. The spiritual energy within spirit stones was pure and could be absorbed directly. If he followed the clan's original rules, 2 spirit stones a month would be far from sufficient for cultivation. Now the old patriarch had given him 300 spirit stones at once. Chen Qingyuan was not naive. He understood that the old patriarch was trying to win him over, and the patriarch had said as much directly. Nevertheless, as he took the storage pouch from the old patriarch, Chen Qingyuan still felt a surge of excitement. In cultivation, 1 step ahead meant every step ahead. These 300 spirit stones would be enough to ensure he had no shortage of spirit stones in the early stages. Qingyuan thanks the patriarch. As for the patriarch's promise of becoming future patriarch, Chen Qingyuan did not take it too seriously at the moment. After all, he was still immortal, without any cultivation realm, and matters 40 years hence seemed far too distant. Little Qingyuan, no need to be so formal, Chen Daoxian said with a hearty laugh. From now on, just call me grandfather. Chen Qingyuan naturally did not refuse, and quickly replied, yes, patriarch grandfather. Thus Chen Daoxian became even more delighted. His greatest fear was that the younger clan members would grow estranged from the clan due to conflicts of interest. He looked out of the ancestral hall. All right, little Qingyuan, go find your second uncle. The elders all have their duties and will leave Qingyuan Mountain later. Generally, clan members above the middle stage of qi refining were assigned various tasks, such as guarding mortal towns or managing shops in the marketplace. After all, the clan's spirit stones did not appear out of thin air. Chen Daoxian continued. First, go to your second uncle to receive your initial qi refining technique. Do not waste time. Though it was his first day at Qingyuan Mountain, cultivation waited for no one. Yes, Chen Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then I'll take my leave, patriarch grandfather. Good. Chen Daoxian waved his hand with a smile. Outside the ancestral hall, Chen Qingshu was still waiting. Seeing Chen Qingyuan emerge, he first waved. Then he noticed the storage pouch in Chen Qingyuan's hand. This? The patriarch actually gave this to you. Chen Qingshu was somewhat astonished. In fact, compared to the 300 spirit stones inside the storage pouch itself was more valuable, typically worth between 400 and 500 spirit stones. That meant Chen Qingyuan's total assets had instantly reached 700 to 800 spirit stones. This did not even include the top-grade first-rank Qingyuan sword the patriarch had bestowed upon him earlier. From this one could see that even if a foundation establishment clan was on the decline, its accumulated resources were still not to be underestimated. Gifts to juniors alone were already worth several hundred spirit stones. Even a relatively poor mid-stage Qi refining rogue cultivator might not possess such wealth. Chen Qingyuan led Chen Qingyuan toward the clan's treasure pavilion. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan casually produced 3 green talismans and a small bottle. He looked at Chen Qingyuan and said with a smile, "Little Qingyuan, your second uncle doesn't have much to offer. Here are 3 mid-grade first-rank talismans, the green barrier talisman, and a bottle of mid-grade first-rank pills, the foundation nourishing pill. Consider these as your second uncle's gift. Don't think they're too little." The mid-grade first-rank green barrier talisman was made from the leaves of the Qingyuan bamboo, cultivated by the clan. Once activated, it could generate a protective barrier lasting 10 breaths. Its protective capability was decent, able to continuously fend off attacks at the mid-stage of Qi refining. More importantly, the talisman only required activation and did not need continuous mana input. Such a talisman could sell for 5 spirit stones on the market. Thus, 3 green barrier talismans were worth 15 spirit stones, already more than half a year's spirit stone income for Chen Qingyuan. Not to mention the foundation nourishing pill, which could moderately accelerate cultivation speed in the early stage of Qi refining and slightly accelerate it in the middle stage. In the early and middle stages of Qi refining, it was quite precious. Such a bottle was worth at least 20 spirit stones. An expenditure of 35 spirit stones was no small matter for Chen Qingyuan either. Moreover, it wasn't that Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to give top-grade first-rank talismans and pills, it was simply that Chen Qingyuan had no use for them at present. "Thank you, second uncle." Chen Qingyuan took the items from Chen Qing's hands. He was not indifferent to the kindness of his elders. Perhaps when he achieved some accomplishments in cultivation, he could repay the clan. Such was the tradition of cultivation families. Elders supported the young, and when the young grew strong, they continued to support the next generation. Thus, the cycle repeated, endless and unbroken. Soon Chen Qingyuan brought out 3 copies of cultivation techniques from the treasure pavilion for Chen Qingyuan. "Little Qingyuan, here are 3 techniques suited for you. Pick one." Unlike in the sect, one didn't need to constantly earn contributions to exchange for better techniques. Within the family, aside from some special arts, the vast majority of techniques were available for free to those stepping into the world of cultivation for the first time. However, subsequent techniques still required a certain amount of family contributions to obtain. The 3 techniques Chen Qingyuan brought were naturally the most exceptional ones of the Chen clan. First, the first technique. Azure Mystery Rain Transformation Art, a wood and water dual-element technique. Chen Qing's voice brimmed with pride. This is also the foundational technique of our Qingyuan Chen clan, capable of cultivation all the way to the late golden core stage. The technique comes with 1 spell, 1 mystical art, 1 treasure art, and a corresponding magic treasure. The spell is the Qi refining stage Azure Wood Escape Spirit Art, and the mystical art is the foundation establishment stage Azure Mystery Firmament. And the treasure art for the golden core stage, the Azure Mystery Evil Repelling Sword Array. The matching treasure is called the Azure Mystery Evil Repelling Sword. Then Chen Qingyuan presented the second technique. Withered Wood Spring Revival Art, a wood element technique. This art can be cultivated up to the late foundation establishment stage. It comes with 1 spell, 1 mystical art, and a matching spiritual tool. The spell is the Qi refining stage Withered Wood life-infusing art, and the mystical art is the foundation establishment stage second Wood primordial armor art. The matching spiritual tool is the foundation establishment stage second Wood tough armor. The last one, Flying Rain Phantom Sutra, a water element technique. It's similar to Withered Wood Spring Revival art. Both can be cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage and also come with 2 arts and a matching spiritual tool. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan pointed at himself. "Your second uncle here cultivates this Flying Rain Phantom Sutra." Chen Qingyuan pondered and asked, "Then second uncle, which technique do you think your nephew should choose?" Chen Qingyuan laughed heartily. "This is exactly what I was about to tell you. Each of the 3 techniques has its strengths and weaknesses. Which one to choose ultimately depends on you. After all, once you make a choice, changing it later will be extremely difficult. At least before you reach foundation establishment, don't even think about cultivating a second technique unless you don't want to establish your foundation. After all, after foundation establishment, one could rely on converting spiritual power to cultivate another technique. During the Qi refining period, one would have to abandon all previous spiritual power and start over. Moreover, no matter what, switching techniques would always leave hidden ailments. Chen Qingyuan explained solemnly. Among these 3 techniques, the strongest is undoubtedly Azure Mystery Rain Transformation Art. After all, it's a technique that leads directly to the golden core. To be honest, your second uncle also wanted to cultivate it when he was young, but later gave up. So it seemed this Azure Mystery Rain transformation art must have some major flaw. Chen Qingyuan mused. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone with wood and water spiritual roots cultivate this foundational clan technique? Sure enough, Chen Qingyuan continued. Though Azure Mystery Rain transformation art is powerful, its so-called treasure art and matching lifebound treasure can only be cultivated and refined at the golden core stage. Beyond that, although its spells are strong, they can't hide its flaw. Azure Mystery Rain transformation art is the hardest of the three techniques to cultivate. When cultivating, it's at least 20% slower than Withered Wood Spring Revival art and 10% slower than Flying Rain Phantom Sutra. One must understand, for cultivators, the essence of cultivation is longevity. The speed at which a technique is cultivated greatly influences the pace at which one breaks through realms. No matter how invincible you are within the same realm, if you can't break through to the next major realm, you'll ultimately be nothing but bones. Even the weakest foundation establishment cultivator could easily slay several Qi refining 9th layer grandmasters. Actually, I suggest you choose Withered Wood Spring Revival art because it's the easiest to practice. Its downside is that the matching arts lean towards defense and are somewhat weaker. If you think it's too weak for combat, then Flying Rain Phantom Sutra is also a good choice, balancing cultivation speed and compatibility. However, after hearing Chen Qingyuan's explanation, Chen Qingyuan made his decision directly. Second uncle will choose this Azure Mystery Rain transformation art. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was left speechless. After a moment of silence, he advised, "Little Qingyuan, in principle, I shouldn't obstruct your immortal destiny. But did you not hear the flaw I just mentioned?" As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan gave an example. Take the old clan chief, for instance. He cultivated this technique back then, and now with his lifespan nearly exhausted, he still hasn't broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. If he had chosen Withered Wood Spring Revival art, he might have had a chance to attempt the golden core. One must understand, in cultivation, a step ahead means every step ahead. A 20% faster cultivation speed is no trivial matter. A triple spiritual root is only about 20% faster in overall cultivation than a quadruple spiritual root. In other words, in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, once Chen Qingyuan chose this Azure Mystery Rain transformation art, the advantage of his triple spiritual root would vanish instantly. Regardless, Chen Qingyuan still harbored a hope that Chen Qingyuan could achieve foundation establishment. If Chen Qingyuan persisted in his choice, the possibility of foundation establishment would be greatly diminished. Of course, Chen Qingyuan knew himself well. With the Azure Origin Pearl, his natural cultivation speed was already 10% faster. Coupled with a 10% increase in breakthrough probability, even cultivating Azure Mystery Rain transformation art, his overall cultivation speed would still be somewhat faster than a normal triple spiritual root cultivator. Moreover, Azure Mystery Rain transformation art had a reason Chen Qingyuan simply couldn't refuse. That was its path led straight to the late golden core stage. The difficulty of obtaining cultivation techniques went without saying. All of Chen Qingyuan's reasoning was based on the assumption that Chen Qingyuan couldn't break through to the golden core. As for Chen Qingyuan himself, since he had come to this world of cultivation, he naturally couldn't see foundation establishment as his final goal. Thus, cultivating Azure Mystery Rain transformation art became the only choice. Therefore, Chen Qingyuan found a reason. Second uncle, I understand you mean well for me. But I have a premonition that if I don't choose Azure Mystery Rain transformation art, I will regret it in the future. With words like these, what more could Chen Qingyuan say? A cultivator's premonition could sometimes be of utmost importance. To speak further would equate to the enmity of obstructing one's path. In the cultivation world, the enmity of obstructing one's path was a hatred deeper than patricide or matricide. After all, legends spoke of high-level cultivators who could trace karma and even resurrect the dead. In response, Chen Qingyuan could only force a bitter smile, then said solemnly, "Little Qingyuan, since this is your decision, I cannot stop you. But remember, this immortal path is one you chose yourself. Others may advise you to give up, but you must not. No matter how difficult the future, you must walk this path to the end. Even if behind you lies nothing but bones." In the end, Chen Qingyuan chose the golden core technique, the Azure Profound Rain transformation art. Subsequently, he followed his second uncle Chen Qingyuan to his new dwelling at the foot of the rear mountain. "Little Qingyuan, this will be your home from now on." Chen Qingyuan pointed at a cave dwelling adorned with 12 formation flags. He understood why his nephew had chosen the Azure Profound Rain transformation art. A golden core cultivator. If there was even a sliver of a chance, who wouldn't desire to form a golden core? But this path was far too arduous. Uncle Daoxian had walked this path for 200 years and had reached its end. Could his nephew with his triple spiritual root manage to cross to the other side in the clan's hour of crisis? Chen Qingyuan shook his head, reining in his thoughts, and continued his introduction of the cave dwelling. The exterior is guarded by 12 low-grade first-rank formation flags which combine to form a mid-grade first-rank maze, the floating cloud obscuring shadow formation. Once you enter the cave and activate all the flags, the grand formation will be set. Though the floating cloud obscuring shadow formation barely reaches the first-rank mid-grade level. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain there are no great perils, so it should suffice. He then instructed, little Qingyuan in our Qingyuan Chen clan, all disciples before reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement are exempt from clan missions. Therefore focus on cultivating in this cave for the next few years. Every half year you may collect a sufficient supply of fasting pills from the clan's storehouse. As for spirit stones, you can collect them monthly or every half year. Chen Qingyuan did not mention whom to consult for cultivation difficulties. In truth, within the clan, any junior facing a problem could seek guidance from any elder. Moreover, clan techniques were typically annotated with meticulous detail regarding various cultivation points. Upon entering the cave, he found all daily necessities already prepared. Chen Qingyuan knew this must have been arranged by his second uncle. But before he could express his gratitude, Chen Qingyuan raised a hand and said, "We are family. There's no need for pleasantries. Little Qingyuan, the greatest repayment you can give me is to break through your limits soon and provide a pillar of strength for our clan." Chen Qingyuan was a man who had truly lived through the clan's darkest era. Having journeyed from those times to the present, his devotion to the clan surpassed even that of ordinary members. Soon after finishing all his instructions, Chen Qingyuan left behind some basic supplies and departed. He was the clan elder stationed at the market town for this 5-year term and needed to return immediately. After he left, Chen Qingyuan stared blankly at the token in his hand, the controller for the formation. With a press, thick mist soon rose outside the cave, concealing the entrance. Letting out a long breath, he took out the azure profound rain transformation art. So formal cultivation is finally about to begin. This time, an undisguised joy spread across Chen Qingyuan's face. Soaring through the skies, moving mountains, and draining seas, attaining longevity, it all starts now. Assuming the meditation posture, he began to guide and sense the surrounding spiritual energy, following the technique's instructions. Within his body, the azure Yuan pearl, sensing the ripples of spirit stones, began to emit a faint glow. Half a month later. Success! Chen Qingyuan's excited voice echoed from the cave. For an entire fortnight after consuming a single fasting pill, he had eaten nothing else. Now the fruits of this bitter half-month of cultivation were finally reaped. Chen Qingyuan sensed a mist of spiritual power coalescing near his dantian. According to the technique's transcription, an ordinary triple spiritual root cultivator typically needs about a month to break through to the first layer of Qi refinement. This meant he had advanced a full half-month ahead of schedule. Chen Qingyuan understood that the azure Yuan pearl's 10% boost to cultivation speed and 10% increase in breakthrough probability had played a significant role. Probability was truly the most alluring and yet the most treacherous element on the path of immortality. A 10% chance could lead to a successful breakthrough. A 90% chance could still result in failure. And what success or failure represented was the future path of a cultivator. Now that I've broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement, I can open the storage pouch. Staring at a spirit stone on the stone table beside him, Chen Qingyuan felt his heart race uncontrollably. This softly glowing stone was one of the 2 spirit stones he had collected for the month. Only one remained because he had used the other to aid his breakthrough to the first layer of Qi refinement. The bottleneck of the first layer of Qi refinement was negligible. Even a 5 spiritual root cultivator could overcome it with time. But without that spirit stone, Chen Qingyuan estimated it would have taken him at least 4 more days to break through. And now the storage pouch contained a full 300 spirit stones gifted by the former clan leader. But seeing the spirit stones really don't last long. If he relied solely on the 2 monthly spirit stones, they would be depleted with little effort. This shows how difficult cultivation is for a rogue cultivator. After all, he was cultivating on a first-rank, high-grade spirit vein. An ordinary rogue cultivator would have to pay extra spirit stones just to rent a cave on a spirit vein. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan had a triple spiritual root. Clan rules decreed that only disciples with a triple spiritual root or higher, or those who had reached the late stage of Qi refinement, could have a cave on a first-rank, high-grade spirit vein. The privilege for triple spiritual roots was to nurture outstanding juniors. As for latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, they required a greater influx of spiritual energy for their cultivation, making a first-rank, high-grade vein a necessity. As he mused, Chen Qingyuan opened the storage pouch, and the 300 spirit stones lay fully revealed before him. For an instant, it seemed as though the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave had increased. Then with a touch of anxiety, he sighed, "Alas. If I use them as before, even 300 spirit stones won't last long." In truth, Chen Qingyuan was being a bit greedy. No ordinary cultivator, not even a disciple from a powerful foundation establishment clan, could afford to cultivate solely with spirit stones. That would be far too extravagant. The greater value of spirit stones lay in their purchasing power. Shaking his head, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged this fact and glanced at the small bottle of fasting pills beside him. Gritting his teeth, he sat down again in the cultivation posture. The fasting pills his second uncle had prepared were enough for a full year, meaning he had no need to go out at all. Why not just push through to the second layer of chi refinement in one go? He picked up another small bottle and poured out an emerald green pill, the foundation nourishing pill. This was a true first-rank, mid-grade elixir capable of increasing a first-layer chi refinement cultivator's cultivation speed by a full 40%, and its effects lasted for 7 days. However, due to the tolerance of a first-layer cultivator's body, only one pill could be taken per month. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyuan swallowed a foundation nourishing pill. Any resource should be used. Converting it into immediate combat power is the most fundamental principle. The cave fell silent, broken only by the occasional sound of Chen Qingyuan's breathing. Time in cultivation passed without notice, and soon a year had gone by. Within the cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan sat with his eyes tightly shut, the spiritual energy fluctuations around him in great turmoil. Clearly, he had reached the final critical juncture of breaking through to the second layer of chi refinement. No, this breakthrough is too hasty and impatient. I have absorbed a vast amount of surrounding spiritual energy in a short time. The chi within the cave dwelling is likely unable to replenish in time. With this thought, Chen Qingyuan hesitated only briefly before reaching out with a gesture. 5 spirit stones instantly flew into his hand. These 5 spirit stones, combined with the spiritual energy emitted from the top-grade first-order spirit vein, instantly filled the cave dwelling with abundant chi, finally resolving the issue of insufficient spiritual energy. Tiny whirlwinds of spiritual energy arose within the cave dwelling, quickly drawn into Chen Qingyuan's body and transformed into magical power. The magical power coursed through his limbs and bones, eventually converging into his dantian, thickening the thin mist of mana. In an instant, the azure Yuan pearl suddenly radiated a brilliant green light, and with it the shackles shattered with a resounding boom. As the commotion within the cave dwelling subsided, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes. I succeeded. Now he had successfully advanced to the second layer of chi refinement. And this had taken merely 1 year. That was a stroke of luck. He had almost been halted by the mere second layer of chi refinement. If he had failed to break through the second layer of chi refinement in one go this time, his next attempt would have to wait over a month. Chen Qingyuan glanced at the empty small bottle beside him and let out a helpless, bitter smile. Although this cultivation speed was rapid, the cost was not insignificant. An entire bottle of foundation nurturing pills had now been completely refined by Chen Qingyuan, but at least everything was worth it. His second uncle had said that for cultivators, the sooner one reached the 9th layer of chi refinement, the greater the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in the future. Moreover, with the aid of foundation establishment pills, even if foundation establishment failed, the pill would protect the meridians throughout the body, preventing severe backlash injuries. Thus, as long as one had sufficient lifespan, there would be a chance for a second or even a third attempt at foundation establishment. Of course, the Chen clan could no longer afford to purchase foundation establishment pills, not even a single one. Therefore, Chen Qingyuan had to find a way on his own. However, it was still too early to discuss such matters. Chen Qingyuan looked around and felt a surge of loneliness. After all, he had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation and was not yet accustomed to seclusions that spanned years. Opening the cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan gazed at the lush green surroundings and prepared to collect the resources allocated to him by the clan for this past year. He chanted a mouth formula, activating the only first-order low-grade basic spell he had mastered during his seclusion, Light Body Art. His target was the clan's storehouse, also known as the Affairs Hall. An hour later, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of the Affairs Hall. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in red robes was about to enter as well. Little Qingyuan. The woman in red was the Chen clan's 5th elder, Chen Qingyuan, now over 50 years old. She was also the clan's only pseudo-second-order low-grade talisman maker. The term pseudo was used because although Chen Qingyuan could successfully craft second-order low-grade talismans, due to her limitation at the 9th layer of chi refinement, her success rate was merely 20%. Moreover, each attempt to craft a second-order talisman nearly drained all her magical power, making it an enormous expenditure. Qingyuan pays respects to Aunt Qingqian. Chen Qingyuan performed a bow. Within the clan, members typically addressed each other by generational rank rather than official titles to show closeness. Chen Qinqian smiled warmly. Although she was nearing 60, time had left few traces on her face. When I was coming here, I heard the Grand Elder mention you. Due to her status as a pseudo-second-order low-grade talisman maker, Chen Qingyuan was one of the only 2 elders not dispatched from the clan. The Grand Elder mentioned me. Chen Qingyuan scratched his head. Hadn't he been in seclusion all this time? Yes, Chen Qingyuan cleared her throat. The Grand Elder said our clan has produced an extraordinary junior. In all these years, you are the first young one to enter seclusion for an entire year right after stepping onto the path of cultivation. In fact, news of Chen Qingyuan's year-long seclusion had spread throughout the entire clan. Normally, young ones of this age, due to their playful nature, needed constant urging from elders to settle down and cultivate. It usually took a year or 2 before they truly recognized the importance of cultivation. Yet Chen Qingyuan had immediately suppressed his loneliness and entered a year-long seclusion without any elder's request, greatly astonishing the clan members. By the way, Chen Qingyuan looked at Chen Qingyuan's matter-of-fact expression, squinting her eyes teasingly. A year in seclusion. That couldn't have been easy, could it? Now have you finally grown tired of the solitude and come out for some fresh air? She then sighed with emotion. I remember back in my day, I was the same. At that time, the clan had just begun to face turmoil. Though I was determined to cultivate diligently, I was still young and naive, often sneaking out to play halfway through. Back then, it was Aunt Daoyu who kept urging me, telling me to. Her voice suddenly choked and her eyes reddened. Chen Qingyuan was also affected by her sorrow, a wave of grief rising in his heart. Aunt Qingqian. Before Chen Qingyuan could offer comfort, Chen Qingqian had already composed herself. Ah, the past is in the past. Why dwell on it? With that, a smile returned to her face. So how close are you to the second layer of qi refinement? Do you have enough foundation nurturing pills? She reached out and flipped her hand, producing a small jade bottle. This bottle of foundation nurturing pills is a belated welcome gift from your aunt. Last year I was busy crafting talismans and didn't have a proper chat with you. Fearing that Chen Qingyuan might refuse, Chen Qingqian quickly spoke in an unyielding tone. Among all my siblings, I have the best relationship with your second uncle Qingxiu. A mere bottle of foundation nurturing pills. Little Qingyuan, you must not refuse. In truth, Chen Qingqian's relationship with Chen Qingxiu was even closer than she let on. However, for various reasons, neither had spoken openly about it. Chen Qingyuan was naturally unaware of this at the time, but since Aunt Qingqian had put it so plainly, he could no longer refuse. Thank you, Aunt Qingqian, for your generous gift. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude in a deliberately light-hearted tone. Seeing her nephew's playful expression, Chen Qingqian indeed broke into laughter. I really wonder how that rigid man Qingxiu ended up with such a lively nephew. Oh yes, she seemed to recall something. You haven't answered my earlier question yet. With this year of seclusion, have you reached the mid-stage of the first layer of qi refinement? How far are you from the second layer? How far? Chen Qingyuan gave a soft cough and slowly released the aura of his second layer of qi refinement. As the aura of Chen Qingyuan's qi refinement layer 2 spread, Chen Qingqian's expression grew vivid. You've broken through to qi refinement layer 2. Her voice suddenly rose, then lowered. Chen Qingqian circled around her junior. Qingxiu truly stumbled upon a fine seedling. Her words seemed tinged with envy, yet her face was brimming with joy. Chen Qingqian never imagined that Chen Qingyuan not only possessed the perseverance to seclude himself for an entire year. More importantly, he had actually succeeded. Let me think, how long did it take me to break through qi refinement layer 2 back then? 3 years. The astonishment in her eyes remained as she continued. I recall that even Aunt Daoyu, who also had 3 spiritual roots, took a full year and a half to break through qi refinement layer 2. Chen Qingqian looked at Chen Qingyuan with a strange expression. No matter how she considered it, it was improbable for someone with 3 spiritual roots to reach qi refinement layer 2 in just a year. Faced with Aunt Qingqian's doubt, Chen Qingyuan naturally wouldn't reveal that the azure Yuan pearl within him had played a significant role in his breakthrough. Thus he could only laugh it off. Or perhaps it was sheer luck, aided by a full bottle of foundation pills. Is that so? Chen Qingqian was utterly unconvinced. When had she ever known foundation pills to possess such potent effects? Yet ultimately a junior in the family displaying such talent was an immense blessing. If Chen Qingyuan could seize that sliver of opportunity in the future and break through to foundation establishment, wouldn't the family recover? So Chen Qingqian ceased her probing and spoke with genuine delight. Perhaps it is, as you say, the effects of the foundation pills combined with luck. Then one after another the two entered the affairs hall. The family member on duty that day was an elder with white hair. Seeing them arrive, he smiled and asked, "Oh, isn't this our sister Qingqian? What brings you to my affairs hall today?" As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Qingyuan with a grin. "Are you the little Qingyuan everyone's been talking about, the one who secluded himself for a year?" "This is Chen Qingling, you may call him Uncle Qingling." Chen Qingqian introduced him to Chen Qingyuan. However, judging by appearance alone, Chen Qingling seemed at least 80 or 90 years old. This signified that Chen Qingling's lifespan was nearly at its end, otherwise he wouldn't have been unable to maintain his youthful appearance. It was well known that a cultivator's appearance hardly aged after reaching their prime. Indeed, many Golden Core true persons with high talent and rapid breakthroughs appeared to be young men in their 20s, even at 200 or 300 years old. Only when a cultivator's lifespan was truly dwindling and their spiritual power began to ebb away in great quantities would their appearance age rapidly. Facing this elder who was more than 60 years his senior, Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "Qingyuan greets Uncle Qingling." "He good child." Chen Qingling laughed heartily. Then with a hint of curiosity, he looked at Chen Qingqian and asked, "By the way, Qingqian, what brings you here today?" As a pseudo-tier 2 low-grade talisman artist, Chen Qingqian had long stopped collecting her family stipend. For one, she had known of the family's difficulties early on and wished to lighten their burden. Secondly, as a pseudo-tier 2 low-grade talisman artist, the spirit stones she earned annually were substantial. To her, the family's paltry yearly stipend of a few dozen spirit stones mattered little. Addressing Chen Qingling's confusion, Chen Qingqian stated directly, "This year marks King Ha's second year at the Violet Cloud sect. The resources for his cultivation and the materials to smooth things over within the sect need to be delivered to him." Entering the Violet Cloud sect was only the first step. The family had to provide continuous support for him to surpass his peers. Only by becoming a disciple of the sect's foundation establishment elder could Chen Qinghao secure his foothold. Today's shipment was partly to aid Chen Qinghao's breakthrough to Qi Refinement Layer 2, but the bulk of it was meant as gifts for a young foundation establishment elder of the Violet Cloud sect. Thus, when Chen Qinghao was the first among many disciples to advance to Qi Refinement Layer 2, he could propose becoming that elder's apprentice. This perhaps was why the Violet Cloud sect favored recruiting disciples from established families. Joining the sect with the backing of family resources meant that once accomplished in cultivation, the benefits would all go to the sect, with only a measure of care for one's family. What sect wouldn't cherish such excellent disciples? Listening to their conversation, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It felt like only yesterday he had first entered the Chen Ancestral Hall, yet a year had already passed. In that case, Chen Qingling pondered for a moment, then looked at Chen Qingyuan. "He'll give little Qingyuan his annual stipend first. Show me the clan leader's token, then head to the storehouse to collect it." The requirement to see the clan leader's token was a family rule. But trusting Chen Qingqian, he allowed her to prepare the items herself based on the list. "All right." Chen Qingqian nodded and produced the clan leader's token entrusted to her by the Grand Elder. Chen Qingling then stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. Having settled that, he turned his attention back to Chen Qingyuan and reached into the 3 storage pouches before him. "Your accumulated stipend for the entire year of seclusion is as follows: 24 spirit stones, 1 bottle of fasting pills, and 6 caddies of spirit rice." Spirit rice. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. "Uncle Qingling, can we receive spirit rice every year?" "You didn't know?" In truth, spirit rice wasn't of great importance to Chen Qingyuan, so Chen Qingshu had forgotten to mention it. But he never would have guessed that his nephew would immediately seclude himself for an entire year, subsisting solely on fasting pills. Chen Qingling stroked his head of white hair and explained, "For those of you in the early Qi refinement stage, you can receive half a caddy of first-grade spirit rice from the family each month. As for its effects, it can slightly enhance your spiritual power cultivation. If you think half a caddy a month isn't enough, you can buy more with spirit stones. 1 spirit stone per caddy. But I wouldn't advise it, as its benefits aren't great. Overall, it's less cost-effective than purchasing pills." However, such advice only applied to family cultivators. For ordinary rogue cultivators and sect disciples with limited funds, expensive pills were often unaffordable. Thus, the abundant and relatively cheap spirit rice was a preferable option. Chen Qingyuan nodded and clasped his hand slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Qingling, for the clarification." Chen Qingling shook his head with a smile, his white hair billowing in the breeze. "You little one, so solemn and formal. Why must you always be so polite?" After receiving his stipend, Chen Qingyuan spent another full 100 spirit stones to purchase 5 bottles of body-tempering pills. At this rate, the spirit stones simply aren't enough. Chen Qingyuan sighed helplessly. Even with the 300 spirit stones the clan elder had provided him, they would likely be completely exhausted before long. "It seems I still need to find a way to earn some spirit stones." "You're right to think that way." Hearing Chen Qingyuan's lament, Chen Qingling remarked from the side, "What the clan provides is only the most basic cultivation resources. If you truly want to get ahead, using pills, talismans, and quality artifacts depends on yourself." Little Qingyuan, now that you're at the second layer of qi refining, have you considered learning one of the 100 arts of cultivation? The 100 arts of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan nodded. He couldn't just keep secluded in cultivation forever. Not only would he struggle to endure it, but the results wouldn't be optimal either. Balance between tension and relaxation was the true path of cultivation. Perhaps it was time to learn a craft. Uncle Qingling, which art would you recommend I study? Following the principle of asking when in doubt, and since Uncle Qingling was an elder of the clan, he would surely offer sound advice. Chen Qingling stroked his beard. Most descendants of our Qingyuan Chen clan choose major arts like alchemy, talismans, artifact forging, formations, or spirit planting. Among them, the easiest way to earn spirit stones and gain the highest status is undoubtedly alchemy. You saw it yourself when you bought those body tempering pills. They're just mid-grade first-tier pills. Once alchemy was mastered, it would likely be hard to lack spirit stones in the future. However, alchemy has its problems. Chen Qingling shifted his tone. Generally, cultivators with a fire spiritual root find alchemy much easier than those without. It's simple to explain. Those with a fire spiritual root have a natural affinity for controlling the furnace flame. Without a fire spiritual root, not only is control over the furnace temperature weaker, but each alchemy session consumes more spiritual power to sustain the flame. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan understood that he might be far from becoming an alchemist for now. Aside from alchemy, talisman crafting is also excellent. Every spiritual root can produce talismans of its corresponding attribute. If you excel at it, the spirit stones earned are considerable. Moreover, most talisman masters are adept at combat, something alchemists can't match. Chen Qingyuan pondered briefly and grasped the reasoning. How could they not be skilled in combat? Stockpiling talismans and hurling them at opponents in battle was both effortless and safe. Whether fighting or fleeing, it gave a natural advantage. The only drawback was likely the cost in spirit stones. But both talisman crafting and alchemy rely heavily on talent and are difficult to master without a good teacher to guide you. Regarding the difficulty of learning, Chen Qingyuan had his own thoughts. With the Qingyuan pearl, he inherently had a 10% chance of breaking through bottlenecks. Perhaps even becoming a first-tier low-grade talisman master counted as a bottleneck. Next, Chen Qingling explained artifact forging, formations, and other arts. However, they required talent, as well, with longer learning cycles and far slower spirit stone earnings compared to alchemy and talisman crafting. Thus, Chen Qingyuan directly ruled them out. Finally, Chen Qingling spoke of the spirit planter profession. The last one is spirit planter. I won't go into the others. Spirit planters hold a unique place in the cultivation world. Early on, it requires almost no learning cost, so even those with low talent can manage. In the wider cultivation world, many impoverished cultivators willingly become spirit planters for factions to grow spiritual herbs in exchange for basic spirit stones. Any cultivator can handle it by practicing a low-tier spell like rain summoning. But its drawback is clear. The return cycle is very long. Even planting spiritual rice takes at least half a year to harvest, let alone those herbs that require decades or centuries. Chen Qingyuan now understood. The pros and cons of being a spirit planter were obvious. For spiritual rice, one only needed to cast rain summoning on time and ward off pests. The returns wouldn't be high, but it provided a stable income. After careful consideration, he said, Uncle Qingling, ill choose talisman crafting. Clan members who learned any of the 100 arts could report to Chen Qingling. As the head of the affairs hall, Chen Qingling could assign tasks based on each member's skills. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's choice, he showed an unsurprised expression. He knew Chen Qingyuan lacked a fire spiritual root, so alchemy was unlikely. For a triple spiritual root talisman, crafting was a good alternative. Chen Qingling nodded in approval. That's fine. Talismans are always a hard currency wherever you go. With that, he smiled and pointed toward the storehouse. Your Aunt Qingchan is the highest-ranked talisman master in the clan. Go speak with her. Given that your Chen Qing's nephew shall surely teach you everything. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan grew more certain that his second uncle and Aunt Qingchan shared a close bond. Seeing Chen Qingyuan take his advice, Chen Qingling seemed to recall something. Since you're learning talisman crafting, why not also take on the role of a spirit planter? Afraid of being misunderstood, he quickly explained, don't take it as pressure. It's just that almost all talisman masters in the clan, including your Aunt Qingchan, also work as spirit planters. Becoming a spirit planter to manage a plot of Qingyuan bamboo can save you a fortune on material costs. It turned out that in the Qingyuan Chen clan, the leaves of Qingyuan bamboo were excellent talisman materials. Plus low-grade Qingyuan bamboo was easy to cultivate and yielded abundant leaves. As Chen Qingyuan said, it was a perfect complement to talisman crafting. So Chen Qingyuan quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Qingling. I'm deeply grateful. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, a smile on his face. I've told you many times, little one, don't be so formal. Besides, before your second Uncle Qingshu left, he specifically asked us to take good care of you, since he's often busy. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan realized that although his second uncle had left in haste, he had already arranged everything for him behind the scenes. After receiving the suggestion from Uncle Qingling, Chen Qingyuan decided to take on the family task in advance. He became a spirit planter responsible for caring for the Qingyuan bamboo. Chen Qingling was flipping through the family task manual, checking for any available positions. Soon he found a suitable place. Found it, it's right here. This patch of low-grade first-tier Qingyuan bamboo has been planted for over 10 years and was originally managed by Chen Qingyu. However, due to Qingyu's old age in recent years, he is returning to the mortal town to recuperate, so it has become available. Take a look and see if it suits you, Fifth, so I will give you the task token. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward and measured the distance to his cave dwelling based on the location of the bamboo grove. It's just 100 miles away, that's manageable. Chen Qingyuan was quite satisfied with this patch of bamboo. After writing down his name and receiving the task token, he officially became a preparatory spirit planter in the family. The reason it is called preparatory is that he has not actually begun working yet. Xiao Qingyuan, before Qingyu leaves, he will have 7 days to hand over the duties to you. During these 7 days, you need to learn the rain technique and other matters related to caring for the Qingyuan bamboo. This was not difficult at all. Chen Qingling was not worried that this would stump Chen Qingyuan. Uncle Qingling, don't worry, I will ask Uncle Qingyu for guidance. Chen Qingling nodded in satisfaction at Chen Qingyuan's humble demeanor. At this moment, Chen Qingchan was also ready with the supplies to head to the Ziyun sect, walking out of the storeroom. Sister Qingchan, you came out just in time. Oh, I was just talking about you with Xiao Qingyuan. Chen Qingling said with a smile. Oh, are you telling Xiao Qingyuan embarrassing stories from my childhood again? Chen Qingchan pretended to be angry. Haha. At this, Chen Qingling burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to remember those things, but today I want to discuss something serious. Chen Qingling looked at Chen Qingyuan, fearing he might be too embarrassed to speak, so he took the initiative to say, I just asked Xiao Qingyuan, and he said he wants to become a talisman master. I was thinking our Chen family's most powerful talisman master is Yu Qingchan, so. Chen Qingyuan understood that Uncle Qingling was speaking up for him and quickly stepped forward and bowed. In fact, Chen Qingyuan was still not quite clear on what it meant to be a second-tier talisman master, even if it was a low-grade pseudo-second-tier. For talisman masters, the skill of crafting talismans is their capital and cannot be easily passed on. Even within the same family, if the person does not agree, even the family head cannot force it. However, upon hearing this, Chen Qingchan seemed genuinely angry. For a moment, her expression stern as she said to Chen Qingyuan, Xiao Qingyuan, if you want to learn talisman crafting, just say it directly. Why let Qingling come to speak on your behalf? As soon as these words were spoken, both Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingling awkwardly scratched their heads. Seeing that the two were startled by her, Chen Qingchan quickly smiled again and said, Actually, if you want to learn talisman crafting, I will definitely teach you without reservation. Even if it's for Qingshu. This last sentence Chen Qingchan did not say aloud. She knew that Chen Qingshu had devoted half his life to the family, while also harboring some ambitions of foundation establishment. For cultivators, maintaining the yang and yin body can increase the probability of breaking through foundation establishment. In other words, if either the yang or yin is broken, the probability of breaking through foundation establishment decreases by 10%. Originally, Chen Qingshu had 4 spirit roots, and without a foundation establishment, the chances of breaking through were slim. If his yang was broken again, it would truly be impossible. On Chen Qingyuan's side, upon hearing that Chen Qingchan agreed to take him as a disciple, he hurriedly prepared to pay his respects. Chen Qingchan was quick and caught him smiling as she said, Just having this intention is enough. There's no need for such formalities among our kin. Saying this, she glanced at the task token in Chen Qingyuan's hand. I just happen to need to deliver supplies to Qinghao. You first learn the basics and spells of spirit planting, and when I return we will officially start your talisman crafting lessons. I understand, Master. Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement. With that matter settled, Chen Qingyuan performed the light body technique and began heading towards the bamboo grove he was in charge of. This task is simple, so it lasts a long time. Once taken, it continues for a full 5 years. During these 5 years, Chen Qingyuan estimated he would have enough time to cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refinement. However, he was unsure if he could break through to the 4th level, as this is a critical juncture from the early to mid qi refinement stage, and many in the clan have been stuck at this stage for years without a breakthrough. With the supplies, Chen Qingyuan spent half a month finally crossing the southern part of the Shiri mountain range, arriving at the Ziyun sect located in the central region. Passing through large areas of mist, the towering mountain gate of the Ziyun sect appeared before her. "Friend, please wait." Outside the mountain gate, two guarding disciples reached out to stop Chen Qingyuan, asking, "This is the Ziyun sect. May I ask what brings you here, friend?" The two disciples were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. At this level, a cultivator in the Chen family would already be one of the 9 elders. Yet at the Ziyun sect, they are merely tasked with guarding the gate, showcasing the strength and profound heritage of the Ziyun sect. Chen Qingyuan did not dare to be arrogant. These two disciples represented the face of the Ziyun sect. Not only she, but even a foundation establishment ancestor would need to greet them with a smile. It is said that many years ago, a wandering cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment was refused entry by the Ziyun sect. When he was young, and later, after establishing foundation, he wanted to show off. As a result, after humiliating the guarding disciples at the Qi refinement stage, a later-stage foundation establishment elder came out and beat him until he vomited blood and begged for mercy. Thus, Chen Qingyuan quickly reached into her storage bag, retrieving 20 spirit stones. She quietly placed the 20 spirit stones in the hands of the guarding disciples, and then said, "I am an elder of the Qingyuan Chen family from the south, which junior of our clan is cultivating in your sect. Please help convey the message." One of the guarding disciples silently accepted the spirit stones, and then a smile appeared on his face as he nodded. "Certainly, please wait a moment, friend." He knew of the Qingyuan Chen family. Originally, they were a major foundation establishment family in the southern part of the Shiri mountain range, but now they seemed to be dwindling in talent, and their only foundation establishment member appeared to be nearing the end of their lifespan. It could be said that in a few years the name Qingyuan Chen family might be removed from the Shiri mountain range. Of course, the current foundation establishment ancestor of the Chen family was still alive, so the two guarding disciples still held a modicum of respect for Chen Qingyuan. Otherwise, if it were any wandering cultivator, they would take the spirit stones, and whether the matter was handled or when it was handled would depend on their mood. Chen Qingyuan understood the intricacies involved, so after receiving a positive response, she quickly said, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow friends." Purple Cloud Sect. As the sole Golden Core sect within the 10,000 Li eclipsing Sun mountain range, the Purple Cloud sect possessed an exceedingly long-standing heritage. At present, the entire sect was divided into the miscellaneous servants, the outer sect, and the inner sect. Typically rogue cultivators with less than 3 spiritual roots who sought entry into the Purple Cloud sect were assigned as miscellaneous servant disciples. Only those among them who first cultivated to the mid-stage of Qi refining or accumulated sufficient sect contributions would have the opportunity to be promoted to the outer sect. Those with 3 spiritual roots or more, regardless of whether they came from a family or were rogue cultivators, were directly accepted into the outer sect. Only outer sect disciples could truly be considered disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. However, correspondingly, the competition among outer sect disciples to ascend to the inner sect was unimaginably fierce. To enter the inner sect, one had to be favored by any one of the sect's 19 foundation establishment elders and be accepted as their disciple. The entire Purple Cloud sect had nearly 300 outer sect disciples, yet within each 10-year cycle, every foundation establishment elder accepted only one inner sect disciple. Furthermore, most of the outer sect disciples were the cream of the crop, who had fought their way out from among over 1,000 miscellaneous servant disciples. To screen for talented disciples, the Purple Cloud sect had established the Life and Death platform. All disciples with grievances could ascend the Life and Death platform to settle their scores, the price being that the loser lost everything, including their life. The victor could climb higher by stepping on the bones of the vanquished. Perhaps this was also the reason why for over 1,000 years the Purple Cloud sect had always seen new Golden Core true persons emerge and had never lacked for foundation establishment elders. At that moment, within a spiritual field located in the inner mountains of the Purple Cloud sect, a young man was casting the rain summoning art. Chen Qingyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, gazed at the boundless spiritual field before him, and silently circulated his magic power to drive the rain summoning art once more. Ever since his clan had used their connections to get him this position as a spiritual farmer, tending these several li of spiritual fields. Every day, he spent nearly 6 hours just casting the rain summoning art and meditating to recover, leaving only the remaining 6 hours for cultivation. In other words, for over a year, he had hardly slept, substituting sleep with cultivation. However, despite the arduousness of this task, it was a coveted position that many outer sect disciples could only dream of. Chen Qingyuan knew that his clan had expended a total of 5 second-grade low-grade spirit talismans, 1,000 spirit stones, and countless spirit tea and spiritual material seeds, all at once for this position. All for the sake of the master of this spiritual field, the mid-foundation establishment medicine elder. As the saying goes, a waterfront is the first to get the moonlight. By serving the medicine elder first, Chen Qingyuan's chances of being accepted as a disciple by him in the future were significantly greater. Apart from this benefit, this spiritual field had its own name, the blood flame field. This was because the blood flame flowers planted in it were a supplementary ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill. Beneath the location of the spiritual field lay a second-grade, low-grade spirit vein. This was another advantage of working for the medicine elder, enjoying the spiritual energy concentration of a second-grade spirit vein, making cultivation naturally twice as effective with half the effort. As the sun slanted westward, Chen Qingyuan reached the end of the spiritual field and looked back, his day's tasks completed. Junior brother Qingyuan. A deep male voice sounded behind Chen Qingyuan. The duty disciple sent word that your family has arrived and is waiting at the sect gate. You should go quickly. The newcomer was the medicine elder's youngest disciple named Hanyu. Hanyu was of average build and plain appearance with mediocre talent and aptitude, merely a fourth spiritual root. Yet he was fortunate. At the 7th layer of Qi refining, he rendered great service in a sect operation and ultimately used his substantial contributions to become a disciple of the medicine elder. Ordinarily, among the medicine elder's 6 disciples, only Hanyu would address Chen Qingyuan as junior brother. Chen Qingyuan patted his slightly sore waist and gave a slight bow to Hanyu. Thank you, senior brother, for the message. Hanyu simply waved his hand. Go on, don't keep your family waiting. Thus Chen Qingyuan lingered no longer and recited the incantation to depart. Fortunately, the blood flame field was not far from the mountain gate. He could still make it before dark. Watching Chen Qingyuan's retreating figure, Hanyu's eyes flickered with what seemed to be a hint of envy. The senior brothers and sisters are too proud. This junior brother Qingyuan has a foundation establishment family backing him. Even if it's in decline, his chances of entering master's tutelage are not small. In truth, Hanyu had already foreseen that Chen Qingyuan would use his family connections to enter the medicine elder's tutelage, which was why he had established a good relationship with him early on. After all, his life motto was avoid trouble whenever possible. More friends mean more paths. Outside the purple cloud sect's mountain gate, Chen Qingyuan had waited from the sun's zenith until the sunset, yet showed no sign of impatience. She knew that Chen Qingyuan, as a disciple of the medicine elder, had heavy tasks to complete. Meeting her was a minor matter. If he delayed the medicine elder's work, everything would be ruined. On his side, Chen Qingyuan did not leave directly, but first went to the medicine elder's cave dwelling in the blood flame field. At that moment, the medicine elder was tending to a blood flame flower. Chen Qingyuan quickly stepped forward. Reporting to the elder, this disciple has completed today's rain summoning tasks. This was what he had to do every day. Report to the medicine elder unless the elder was absent. The medicine elder did not raise his head and replied flatly acknowledged. Chen Qingyuan was not discouraged. Additionally, an elder of this disciple's clan is waiting outside the mountain gate, so I have come to request the elder's permission. Hearing this, the medicine elder finally looked up, his tone lifting slightly. Then go quickly, don't keep your family waiting. This time the medicine elder's words carried much more warmth. After all, he knew that although the Qingyuan Chen clan had declined, they still had a foundation establishment ancestor clinging to life, and the clan was certainly not lacking in treasures. Thank you, elder. Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully, and only after walking some distance did he recite the incantation and head straight for the mountain gate. By the time the sky had begun to darken, Chen Qingyuan finally saw the figure of Aunt Qingshan outside the mountain gate. And I have kept you waiting. The first thing Chen Qingyuan did upon seeing Chen Qingshan was to clasp his hands in apology. What are you saying, Qingyuan? Why be so formal among clan members? Chen Qingshan deliberately looked at him with a reproachful gaze. Yes, it was my oversight, nephew. I am guilty. I am guilty. Despite these words, they both laughed at the same time. Chen Qingshan said with a hint of emotion, I never thought that in just 1 year you Qingyuan would have grown so much. She had not forgotten that Chen Qingyuan was only 10 years old now. Chen Qingyuan smiled, but did not reply. Knowing that he could not stay outside the sect for long, Chen Qingyuan quickly placed a storage pouch into his hands. Inside are your cultivation supplies for this year and the gifts for the medicine elder. I've already sorted them for you. Go back and deliver them to the elder immediately, and don't keep them on you and attract prying eyes. Although the sect forbade disciples from harming each other in private, the territory was vast and dark deeds always occurred. Chen Qingyuan could only do her best to remind Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan accepted the storage pouch handed over by Chen Qingyuan, then returned an empty one to her. He understood that his clan had made too many sacrifices for him, so he could only secretly vow to one day successfully establish his foundation and repay his clan. Aunt Qingchan, please convey my regards to the elders of the clan. At Qingyuan Mountain, Chen Qingyuan stood by the edge of the green bamboo grove reciting an incantation and forming hand seals. As his internal spiritual energy surged, the qi and moisture in the air gathered, causing rain to fall over the bamboo grove. Beside him, a withered old man nodded with a smile. I thought it would take you about 7 days to learn this rain summoning art, but you've mastered it in just 3 days. Truly remarkable. Even though the rain summoning art is a low-level first-stage spell, judging by the speed at which Chen Qingyuan learned it, his talent in spellcraft must be considerable. The speaker was Chen Qingyuan. With his 5-element spiritual root and mediocre comprehension, he had only reached the 5th layer of qi refining at over 90 years of age. Thus his aging was so pronounced that he had no choice but to retire. In response to his praise, Chen Qingyuan remained modest. Qingyuan was merely fortunate, it's nothing worth mentioning. Chen Qingyuan shook his head and explained, you needn't be so humble. Mastering this rain summoning art so quickly shows that you at least have talent in the way of spells. Generally speaking, spiritual root talent and one's comprehension should be considered separately. Those with superior spiritual roots absorb qi efficiently, while those with high comprehension learn swiftly. It's not just spell talent of those with high comprehension often surpass cultivators of the same spiritual root talent in many aspects. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan suddenly understood. Thus the function of the Qingyuan pearl was akin to enhancing both his spiritual root talent and comprehension. Of course, even without the pearl's aid, Chen Qingyuan's comprehension was not low. Seeing that everything had been explained, Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh. It's time. I should be going back now. As he gazed at Chen Qingyuan's youthful appearance, he couldn't help but recall his own first visit to Qingyuan Mountain. He murmured unconsciously, I was just like you back then. At that time I was just a child from an ordinary family in Qingshi town. My family was poor and with many siblings, though we never starved, the food was far from good. We were lucky to have meat twice a year. Until that day, the immortal master from the mountain came to town to test the children's spiritual roots. For most it was merely a formality. Among the hundreds of children tested each year, only a handful would be found to have spiritual roots, at best around 10. How fortunate must a child with spiritual roots be? Yet unbelievably, I was that lucky one. When the immortal master said I had spiritual roots, I was nearly mad with joy. Back then I only knew that having spiritual roots meant I could go up the mountain to enjoy life and eat meat every day. Little did I understand the value of family, nor that cultivation required severing worldly ties and affections. As he spoke, tears streamed down Chen Qingyuan's cheeks, though he seemed unaware. Chen Qingyuan remained silent, letting the lonely old man continue. Once on the mountain, I realized my spiritual root was the worst, that cultivation was unbearably tedious, and that cultivators didn't eat mortal pork. I began to miss home, my parents, my siblings. The mountain was no fun at all. The elder said that once I reached the mid-stage of qi refining, I could descend to visit. I understood. I cultivated diligently, became a spirit farmer, and managed many spirit fields to earn extra income for purchasing pills to speed up my cultivation. At this point, Chen Qingyuan's emotions surged. But my talent was too poor. My comprehension was too poor. Too poor. 40 years. A full 40 years. It took me 40 years to reach the mid-stage of qi refining. By then my parents. Like a child, Chen Qingyuan wept bitterly, tears and mucus flowing uncontrollably. Chen Qingyuan nodded silently. Indeed, 40 years is an eternity for a mortal, long enough to separate life from death. Yet descending early was nearly impossible for the clan to permit. The clan's rules were established and strictly enforced to ensure its long-term survival. They could not be broken for a homesick child. As if exhausted from his lament, Chen Qingyuan took a moment to compose himself. He looked at Chen Qingyuan with some embarrassment. How old people love to reminisce. I hope I didn't make a fool of myself. Chen Qingyuan naturally wouldn't mock him. Uncle Qing knew what happened afterward. Rarely having a junior willing to listen to his story, Chen Qingyuan continued. Later I returned home. My brother said our parents had passed away over a decade ago. To avoid affecting my cultivation, they hadn't written to tell me. In truth, this is a major obstacle on a cultivator's path. The grief of losing loved ones, if harbored in the heart, can become a demonic barrier when breaking through to higher realms. Such was Chen Qingyuan's case. After returning, he barely broke through to the 5th layer of qi refining, but the threshold to the 6th layer remained insurmountable. My former siblings now had children and grandchildren of their own. To them, an outsider who had been away for 40 years, I was but a vague memory. I no longer had a home down the mountain. From the moment I came to Qingyuan Mountain, my cave dwelling became my home. To pursue cultivation, I never married. In the end, my most constant companion was the stone platform in my cave where I meditated. How ironic. I regret it. If only I had never been found to have spiritual roots, if only I had none at all. How wonderful that would be. Then I could have stayed with my family, had a house full of descendants. Life might have been poor, but at least I wouldn't be lonely. Suddenly struck by a thought, he spoke earnestly. Little Qingyuan, you have good talent and high comprehension. You have a chance at foundation establishment. You must not waste your gifts or you'll end up like me in old age. Cultivation is at its core the pursuit of immortality. As a child, Chen Qingyuan had no understanding of this, and as a result, he wasted 80 years of his life on the path. In his life, only the first 10 years were real, the remaining 80 were but a dream. Chen Qingyuan nodded firmly. Rest assured, Uncle Qingyu. For the sake of immortality, I will have no regrets even if I die old on this path of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan was different. He had long understood what he sought. Immortality. Immortality. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan nodded in relief. That's good, that's good. With that, as if his last spark of vitality had been spent, he slowly closed his eyes, his body drifting backward as if weightless. Perhaps this time Chen Qingyuan had finally returned home. Chen Qingyuan ultimately refrained from descending the mountain. Within the clan, several old acquaintances whom Chen Qingyuan knew arranged a funeral for him, after which the crowd dispersed. A few days later, the Grand Elder convened a clan meeting. The primary content of the meeting, however, left all clan members utterly astonished. Esteemed members, the clan leaders of the Su and Lu families have sent word. The Wu family's establishment of their clan in the southern region of the Eclipse Sun Mountains is all but a foregone conclusion. It turned out that in the eastern part of the Eclipse Sun Mountains resided the Qi refining Wu clan. Recently, they had somehow acquired a foundation establishment pill. Even more fortunate for them, that single foundation establishment pill had successfully elevated one of their elders to the foundation establishment stage. Of course, at this moment, that elder of the Wu family had already become the clan leader. With a foundation establishment ancestor in their clan, the family had thus become a foundation establishment clan. Consequently, a portion of the resources in the south would have to be allocated to the Wu family. The problem lay precisely here. The eastern part of the Eclipse Sun Mountains already hosted many foundation establishment clans, and the resources had already been fully distributed. Furthermore, the foundation establishment ancestors of those clans were mostly in their prime. How could they possibly cede resources to the newly risen Wu family? However, a foundation establishment ancestor ultimately required a second-order spirit vein for cultivation. So in the end, after consulting with the foundation establishment clans in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountains, the Wu family decided to establish their clan there. Bang! At that moment, Chen Qingyuan, who had just returned to the clan for the meeting, slammed her hand against the table in fury. Instantly, under her wrathful strike, the bluestone table was reduced to dust. This is utterly outrageous. What do you mean by after consulting? What do you mean by establish their clan here? How is it that we the Chen family know nothing of this? Are we not a foundation establishment clan? Is Uncle Daoxian not a foundation establishment ancestor? The Grand Elder Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow deeply. They must know that Uncle Daoxian has entered a death seclusion, which is why they hold us in such contempt. Strength is the foundation of a clan. Now, with only one foundation establishment ancestor, Chen Daoxian, in the Qingyuan Chen clan, and his lifespan nearly exhausted, naturally no one would regard them highly. The other two families, the Su and the Lu, precisely exploited this weakness, knowing that the Chun family would endure it no matter what, and thus acted so brazenly. Having experienced much, Chen Daoxian knew he could not let anger cloud his judgment. He turned to Chen Qingyuan and advised, speaking of this now is futile. The Wu family's entry into the south is an established fact. Let us all discuss our next course of action. With that, Chen Daoxian addressed the crowd below. Since the other elders of the clan are currently absent, if anyone has any thoughts, feel free to speak up. Chen Qingyuan also stood among the clan members. His work for the day was done, and since he hadn't yet returned to cultivate, he decided to stay and listen to the meeting. As the Grand Elder had said, Chen Qingyuan felt there was little left to discuss about this matter, nor was there a need for everyone to debate it. The only question was what additional losses the Chun family would incur in this affair. Seeing the silence, Chen Qingyuan said helplessly, with the Wu family's arrival, the shares of the market are bound to be redistributed. Chen Daoxian nodded. That is certain. The only unknown is how much of our share the Chen family will lose this time. The Tianqi market was a market jointly governed by the Chun Lu and Su families located near the central part of the Eclipse Sun Mountains. Originally, the market shares were divided into 10 parts. The Liu family with the most foundation establishment cultivators held 5 parts, while the Su and Chen families each held 2.5 parts. Over the years, as the strengths of the 3 families fluctuated, the market shares had also shifted. During the Chen family's most glorious period, they had completely suppressed the Liu family. Unfortunately, the Chen family later declined and had to cede their market shares. As the clan members learned of the impending events, murmurs of discussion finally arose. The market and the spirit veins are the lifeblood of our clan. Now that we are left with only one spirit vein, we must not concede any further on the market. Yes, Grand Elder. Once our market share is reduced, it will directly impact the clan's overall income. Currently, the clan's annual income was a mere 800 spirit stones. If this were reduced further, their stipends would inevitably decrease as well. Not everyone possessed Chen Qingyuan's talisman-making skills. Without the clan's annual stipend, their cultivation would inevitably suffer greatly. Chen Qingyuan lowered her head slightly. Her stance had always been one of firm opposition to external forces. Constant concessions would only lead to endless retreats. Yet the situation this time was indeed different. She looked at Chen Qingyuan. Little Qingyuan, tell us, how should we handle this crisis in the market? She knew that Uncle Daoxian intended to appoint Chen Qingyuan as the future clan leader and thus wished to train him early. Seeing his aunt Qingchan call upon him, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to step forward before the crowd. In response to Fifth Elder, although I do not fully understand the extent of the market's importance to our clan, since our strength is inferior to others, we must swallow this bitter pill ourselves. With that, Chen Qingyuan looked back at the crowd. I have only recently entered the world of immortal cultivation and am not well versed in the clan's power. But I ask, does the current Qingyuan Chen clan possess the qualifications and strength to reject the decisions of the other 2 families? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into utter silence. Did they have the qualifications? No. This was the iron law of the immortal cultivation world. With strength comes a voice. Without it, then step aside. Counting oneself lucky to survive is already a blessing. Currently, the Liu family openly boasted a full 5 foundation establishment ancestors, with their clan leader at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. With such power, if not for the Chen family's hidden trump cards, they would likely have been driven out of the southern eclipse sun mountains long ago. Chen Qingyuan was quite satisfied that Chen Qingyuan could so clearly see the essence of the matter. Little Qingyuan speaks truly. This time a reduction in market shares is inevitable. However, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. If they dare to go too far, they must understand that we, the Qingyuan Chen clan, are not to be trifled with. Indeed, Chen Daoxian knew that the clan members needed reassurance at this moment. If they truly overstep, we will have no choice but to bring out the clan's heirloom treasures. Clan heirloom treasures typically referred to the contingencies left behind by powerful clan members before their departure or death. When the clan faced a major crisis, it was time to unveil these treasures. Over the years, it was thanks to these heirloom treasures that the Chen clan had managed to hold onto their small piece of territory in the southern eclipse sun mountains. At the mention of clan heirloom treasures, the clan members' faces indeed showed more smiles and a boost in confidence. Very well. Chen Qingyuan nodded. It happens that the joint meeting of the 3 major clans is due to be hosted by our Chen family this time. Let us go and prepare. Chen Qingyuan was curious about what the heirloom treasures were, but seeing everyone leave one after another, he didn't ask further. After all, judging by the confident expressions of Aunt Qingchan and the Grand Elder, the deterrent power of these treasures was likely formidable. Meanwhile, seeing Chen Qingyuan about to leave with the others, Chen Daoxian said with a slight smile, "Little Qingyuan, stay behind. It is a good opportunity for you to observe how conflicts between clans are resolved." In the southern region of the Shiri Mountains, the Lu Su and Wu clans successively received an invitation from the Chen clan to discuss the allocation of market shares at Qingyuan Mountain. Lu clan. Clan leader, the great elder Chen Daoxian from the Chen clan, has sent an invitation. Humph. The clan leader of the Lu clan reached out and grasped the air, and the invitation appeared in his hand. It is an invitation initiated by Chen Daoxian of the Chen clan. It seems that the old fellow Chen Daoxian has indeed secluded himself, as rumored. Should we still send someone? Yes, of course. The Lu clan leader smiled slightly. Let's send the 4th son this time. He has just stabilized his realm. The 4th son of the Lu clan had just been promoted to a foundation establishment elder 2 years ago, making him suitable for this task. With Chen Daoxian, a 6th layer foundation establishment expert, absent, the negotiations were unlikely to be under much pressure. If the Chen clan is obedient, they can remain a stable foundation establishment family for several more decades. If they are not obedient, Su clan. The clan leader of the Su clan looked at the invitation in his hand, frowning, slightly, his expression not looking very good. In fact, the Chen clan's current situation was quite difficult, and the Su clan was not doing much better. Although their family had 2 foundation establishment elders, few of the younger generation showed promise. This year's spirit root assessment yielded only 1 junior with a 4 spirit root. If this continued in 70 or 80 years, they too would find themselves in the same predicament as the Chen clan. Moreover, with the Wu clan now involved in the market share redistribution, their interests were bound to be harmed. No, they cannot let the Chen clan fall so quickly. The Wu clan had effectively allied with the Lu clan to establish themselves in the south. If the Chen clan could not withstand the pressure, the Su clan would be next. With this in mind, the Su clan leader made a decision. A spirit talisman appeared in his hand, and after infusing it with mana, it immediately vanished into the air. Wu clan. After reviewing the invitation from the Chen clan, the clan leader of the Wu clan sneered, just a fallen clan thinking themselves an established foundation establishment family. How ridiculous. The Wu clan leader looked down on the Qingyuan Chen clan, believing its demise was only a matter of time. This was understandable. He was still under 60 years old with nearly 200 years of lifespan left to develop the clan. Allying with the Lu clan is merely a temporary measure. Once the Wu clan grows stronger, Today, Qingyuan Mountain was quite lively as 3 clans with 3 foundation establishment elders were visiting simultaneously. Chen Qingyuan was busy arranging various items in the hall with his recently returned second uncle. I never expected this, little Qingyuan. Chen Qingshu looked at Chen Qingyuan, who had grown taller over the past year, and said with genuine happiness, in just a year you have broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. It seems those dual spiritual geniuses are nothing special after all. Our Qingyuan Chen clan is truly going to turn around. Not at all, second uncle is overpraising me. Qingyuan is merely lucky. Chen Qingyuan remained humble. Oh, come on. Chen Qingshu smiled and patted him, not continuing on that topic. The surroundings gradually quieted down and the atmosphere in the discussion hall became solemn. Second uncle, can our clan overcome this crisis? This was a meeting with 3 foundation establishment elders. Yet the Chun clan's only foundation establishment elder was still in seclusion. Of course, if the situation became uncontrollable, the old clan leader would certainly emerge from seclusion. However, whether he could resolve the issues upon his return was uncertain, and it might even worsen the family's plight. However, Chen Qingshu was not as pessimistic as expected. Don't worry, little Qingyuan. His gaze sharpened. Our Qingyuan Chen clan has been rooted in Qingyuan Mountain for hundreds of years. This long-term foundation cannot be shaken by an ordinary newly established foundation establishment clan. The clan's heirlooms. Chen Qingyuan asked. Chen Qingshu looked at his nephew in surprise, then thought that perhaps some elder had mentioned it, and nodded. Indeed, it's the clan's heirlooms. Little Qingyuan, pay attention. Today's negotiations will certainly not be easy. The clan's heirlooms will likely be utilized, and when the time comes you will witness the depth of our Qingyuan Chen clan. I understand, second uncle. It seemed that the clan's heirlooms were indeed powerful even. Chen Qingyuan secretly speculated that these heirlooms might be even more formidable than the old clan leader's strength, otherwise they would not suffice to face the imposing 3 clans. At this point, Chen Qingyuan was genuinely looking forward to the clan's heirlooms. Meanwhile, Chen Qingshu looked at his mature nephew and felt a surge of emotion. Little Qingyuan, the clan's heirlooms are powerful, but they are merely external objects, and there are also usage restrictions. Ultimately, what determines the rise and fall of a clan are still its descendants. Chen Qingyuan's maturity beyond his peers made Chen Qingshu hold him in even higher regard. He had a premonition that one day Chen Qingyuan would become the backbone of the Qingyuan Chen clan, leading them toward revival. At that moment, a boy and a girl approached Chen Qingyuan. Greetings, 7th elder. Greetings, brother Qingyuan. Greetings, 7th elder. Greetings, brother Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan recognized them as 2 fellow clan members of the Qing generation. The boy was Chen Qingji. He remembered that Chen Qingji was a descendant of the old Dao Yu elder, boasting a 4 spirit root talent. The girl was likely named Chen Qingrong with a 5 spirit root talent. After the 4 greeted each other, Chen Qingshu as the elder asked, "You 2 little ones are here to witness the world, are you?" Chen Qingji replied. In response to 7th elder, the great elder sent us to listen in. I see. Then you 2 should stand behind me. He directed Chen Qingyuan. Qingyuan, make sure to take care of your younger brother and sister. Chen Qingyuan smiled gently. Rest assured, second uncle, it is only right that I look after my second brother and 4th sister. Outside Qingyuan Mountain, Su Xinwen halted, her figure 100 feet away from the mountain, and descended from her flying magic tool. As the first among the Su family's heart lineage, she had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement at just over 40 years of age, being hailed as the most promising seed for foundation establishment in the Su family. Of course, without a foundation establishment, her chances would be slim. Today she came as the representative of the Su family to discuss the market shares. This was definitely not a matter of the Su family looking down on the Chen family. Rather, it was a show of goodwill, knowing that the Chen family's ancestor was in seclusion, and sending a foundation establishment elder was the real pressure. Gazing at the swirling mist outside Qingyuan Mountain, Su Xinwen felt a trace of shock. This was the renowned protective mountain formation of the Chen family, the moon-covering star formation. It is said that this formation was a second-tier superior formation 100 years ago, but was later used by the Chen family to fend off several latest-stage foundation establishment evil cultivators, inflicting heavy damage and dropping to a second-tier middle-grade formation. Nonetheless, even so, the current moon-covering star formation under the control of the foundation establishment elder could still easily eliminate mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Su Xinwen recalled the instructions given to her by the clan leader before her departure. When necessary, she needed to lend the Chen family a hand. Thus, she gathered her spiritual power and called out, "Su family, Su Xinwen has come to pay a visit." As she finished speaking, she waved her hand at the storage bag at her waist, and an invitation card flew out, soaring towards the formation. After a tumult of mist, it parted to reveal a woman in red standing behind it, who was none other than Chen Qingyuan, in charge of reception today. "So it is Taoist friend Xinwen, it has been many years, and you are well." Upon seeing that the Su family had sent Su Xinwen, Chen Qingyuan sighed in relief, clearly understanding the Su family's stance. Su Xinwen smiled and nodded at Chen Qingyuan, playfully saying, "After years apart, sister, you remain as elegant as ever. It truly makes one envious." "There's no need for such flattery. The first beauty of Shiri Mountain, I must say. When you achieve foundation establishment, perhaps I will have to address you as senior." Of course, the title of the first beauty was an exaggeration, but Su Xinwen's appearance was indeed superior in the overall high standards of the cultivation world. After some playful banter between the two, their expressions turned serious. Su Xinwen glanced around and quietly asked, "With the Lu family coming in full force, have you all devised a strategy?" "The clan leader instructed me before leaving that when necessary our two families can stand together." The words hinted at an alliance against the Lu family. Chen Qingyuan replied, "That would be best, preventing our two families from being taken out one by one. But the Lu family has 5 foundation establishment cultivators, and with the Wu family there are 6. Together our two families only have 3, including the old clan leader. In that case, please follow me into the mountain. The other 2 families are likely to arrive shortly as well." Chen Qingyuan pointed towards Qingyuan Mountain. "Very well." In the discussion hall, the representatives from the other 3 families had already gathered. Besides Su Xinwen from the Su family, the Lu family had sent their 4th elder Lu Xianzong, who was at the 1st level of foundation establishment, while the Wu family had directly brought their clan leader Wu Xian. Su Xinwen came alone, while both the Lu and Wu families brought younger members with them. Among them, especially the younger members of the Wu family chattered incessantly behind Wu Xian, appearing brazen and disregarding the several elders of the Chen family. Chen Qingyuan, Chen Qingji, and Chen Qingrong stood behind Chen Qingshu, with Chen Qingji glaring at the younger members of the Wu family. However, he remained silent due to the presence of elders. Once everyone was seated, Lu Xianzong took the initiative to begin, smilingly saying, "By the way, why isn't Elder Chen Daoxian here today?" Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian raised his white eyebrows. This question was clearly a provocation, indicating that a confrontation might be unavoidable today. As the Grand Elder and today's representative of the Chen family, Chen Daoxian smiled and explained, "It is Lu Xianzong, my apologies. Elder Daoxian has made some breakthroughs in his cultivation and is in seclusion." With this one sentence, Chen Daoxian at the 9th level of Qi refinement put Lu Xianzong at the 1st level of foundation establishment, a rank lower. In the cultivation world, ranks are determined by cultivation level rather than age. Although Chen Daoxian was older, he should have referred to Lu Xianzong as senior. However, due to the relationship of family cultivators, he equated his rank with that of Chen Daoxian, which was reasonable. Lu Xianzong's smile clearly stiffened upon hearing this, but as he could not discern the truth behind Chen Daoxian's words, he did not immediately get angry. In that case, when Elder Daoxian emerges from seclusion, the Lu family should prepare a congratulatory gift. Lu Xianzong said ominously. If Chen Daoxian truly broke through to the 7th level of foundation establishment, he would be a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and sending a congratulatory gift would be appropriate. Of course, Lu Xianzong's true intention was to see whether Chen Daoxian had genuinely made a breakthrough. Besides, even if he really breaks through, what of it? his lifespan wouldn't increase much. Could it be that he would reach golden core in the last few decades? Absolutely impossible. Beside him, Wu Xian stroked his beard and spoke with ulterior motives. Elder Lu is right. If Elder Chen really breaks through, my Wu family should also prepare a congratulatory gift. This put Chen Daoxian in a rather awkward position. Elder Daoxian was in closed-door cultivation, not preparing for a breakthrough. Fortunately, Su Xinwen intervened, saying, "Everyone, let us not forget the purpose of today. We should hastily discuss the market shares." As her voice fell, accompanied by Chen Daoxian's grateful gaze, Lu Xianzong and Wu Xian looked at her with barely concealed malice. Lu Xianzong said, "Niece Xinwen has made quite the progress. I imagine you are not far from achieving foundation establishment." Su Xinwen, due to her rank and strength, was regarded as a junior. Wu Xian even more brazenly swept his greedy gaze over her, saying, "I will have not yet married for the sake of my cultivation. I wonder." Such overt flirtation made Su Xinwen's expression darken, and she coldly retorted, "Such words should be directed to my two elders from the clan." This Wu Xian, merely a first-level foundation establishment cultivator, was so audacious, showing no regard for her two foundation establishment elders. Wu Xian also realized that the Su family seemed much stronger than the Chun family, having two foundation establishment cultivators. I merely spoke offhandedly. Come, let us quickly discuss the market shares. Sensing the changing winds, he knew how to navigate the situation, playing it smartly. Seeing that Su Xinwen seemed genuinely angered, Lu Xianzong stepped in to mediate, saying, "Niece Xinwen, fellow Taoist, Wu was only joking, wasn't he?" Wu Xian quickly nodded. "Fellow Taoist, Lu speaks the truth." Though Su Xinwen was quite displeased with Wu Xian as a qi refining cultivator facing a foundation establishment, one she knew she lacked the leverage to be obstinate, so she let the matter drop. Seeing this, Lu Xianzong continued, "In that case, let us discuss the allocation quotas for the Tianqi market. As you all know, Brother Wu has officially settled in the southern part of our Eclipse Sun Mountain range. As a foundation establishment clan, we ought to offer him some support." He swept his gaze around the room and offered a suggestion. "I propose that based on the current strength of the three major clans, each clan contribute a portion of its shares to the Wu clan. What do you think?" Dividing according to strength seemed fair enough. Chen Qingyuan looked at the grim expressions of his elders and sighed inwardly. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak, and it was only natural for the powerful to obtain more resources. "Then may I ask, how exactly would this division by strength work?" Chen Daoxian quickly regained his composure. Su Xinwen remained impassive, neither agreeing nor opposing, waiting to hear what Lu Xianzong would say next. Lu Xianzong chuckled lightly. "It's actually quite simple. I think we should follow the current ranking: Lu, Su, and Chen. The Su clan will give up half a share, and the Chen clan, being the weakest, will give up one full share." The implication was clear: the Lu clan would not contribute any shares at all, leaving the Su and Chen clans to bear the entire burden. Especially for the Chen clan, which only held a 2.5 share stake in the market, giving up one full share would be a crippling blow. And if the Wu clan received this only and a half share allocation, they would be on par with the Chen clan. Senior Lu, since you mentioned dividing according to clan strength, I do not believe the Wu clan can be compared to our Qingyuan Chen clan. Chen Qingshu, unable to bear it any longer, spoke out in rebuttal. He was never one to suffer fools gladly, and with his clan being humiliated like this, how could he possibly hold his tongue? Wu Xian had been quite satisfied with the allocation, but now that a member of the Chen clan had objected, his face darkened. Since when do juniors get a say at the table? It seems that centuries of management haven't taught the Chen clan's disciples proper respect for hierarchy. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes, his fists clenched tightly under the conference table. I really want to just break ties. But he knew that open conflict was a last resort. If they could negotiate, it was best to resolve things peacefully. So Chen Daoxian said coldly, "Since clan leader Wu disagrees, may I ask what brilliant suggestion you have?" "Brilliant suggestion?" Wu Xian sneered. "In my view, Brother Liu's proposal is perfectly sound. Dividing by strength leaves no room for complaint. Since the Chen clan disagrees, why not have your clan leader come out and face me in a duel?" He deliberately omitted the Su clan, not wanting to give Su Xinwen an excuse to side with the Chen clan. At the same time, he had been forewarned by the Lu clan that the Chen clan's foundation establishment ancestor had little lifespan left and was mostly in secluded meditation. Thus his proposal struck precisely at the Chen clan's weak point. "You know full well that our clan leader is in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. How can he emerge early to duel you?" Chen Qingshu suppressed his fury as he spoke. "Tch." Upon hearing Chen Qing's explanation, several younger members of the Wu clan behind Wu Xian snickered openly. Even Chen Qingyuan could barely contain his rage. As the saying goes, when a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. Their old clan leader wasn't even dead yet, and the Wu clan was already so eager to jump out. Wu Xian stubbornly insisted on the division by strength. In short, either we go with Brother Liu's plan, or we settle this with a fight. By this point for the Chen clan, the matter had long ceased to be merely about market shares. Chen Daojian and the others finally understood the Wu clan was nothing more than a vanguard sent by the Liu clan to probe the true strength of the Chen clan, this ailing tiger. If the Chen clan backed down today, they would be forced into endless concessions gradually eroded until they were utterly consumed, losing all hope of revival. Very well. Chen Qingyuan raised his head, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Since you insist on settling this through combat, allow this junior to learn from your esteemed self. A Qi refining 9th layer cultivator against a foundation establishment 1st layer 1. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Without a second thought, it was certain defeat. Chen Qingyuan watched his second uncle with a worried gaze. All he could do now was hope that the clan's heirloom treasure would truly enable his uncle to fight above his level. Wu Xian was not one to be courteous, nor did he feel any compunction about bullying his junior. He merely pretended to be magnanimous, saying, "Or the three of you Qi refining 9th layer juniors can come at me together, so no one can say I'm taking advantage of you." As if that wasn't taking advantage. A flicker of contempt passed through Su Xinwen's eyes, yet despite this, there was little she could do to improve the situation. She could sense Lu Xianzong watching her like a hawk. If she made any move to support the Chen clan again, he would certainly intervene, making things even worse for them. So she could only offer a silent apology in her heart, lowering her head and saying nothing more. Chen Qingyuan pressed a hand down to stop Chen Qingyuan, who was about to rise beside him, and slowly shook his head. One person or three makes little difference. I can handle this alone. With that, he stood up to leave the assembly hall. Second uncle. Chen Qingyuan wanted to say something, but what could he say? He was merely a low-level Qi refining 2nd layer cultivator, utterly useless in such a situation. Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong also stepped forward, their faces etched with worry. Don't worry. Chen Qingyuan laughed heartily. Let me show you the true foundation of our Chen clan. He gestured toward the outside of the hall. Senior, after you. Humph. Wu Xian smiled slightly, sweeping his hand through the air. A crimson longsword flew out, hovering before him. Stepping onto the sword, he soared gracefully out of the hall, his hair and beard flowing, exuding an air of immortal elegance. A spiritual artifact. Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth as he spat out the words. A spiritual artifact. Is that the weapon used by Foundation establishment cultivators? Chen Qingyuan asked in a low voice. Chen Qingyuan nodded, then glanced at Lu Xianzong, who simply stood there with a knowing smile, saying nothing. For an ordinary Qi refining cultivator to break through to Foundation establishment is already a blessing from heaven. Where would they find the spirit stones to purchase a 2nd-grade spiritual artifact? A 2nd-grade spiritual artifact was standard equipment for Foundation establishment cultivators. Only with such an artifact could one fully unleash their Foundation establishment strength. Oh well, what's one more thing to worry about now? Outside the council hall, Chen Qingyuan and Wu Xian stood facing each other. One with a stern expression, the other nonchalant, forming a stark contrast. Wu Xian still retained the pride of a Foundation establishment elder and did not strike first, which gave Chen Qingyuan an opportunity. Rain illusion sword array. Unleash. As his words fell, a full 12 azure blue flying swords materialized behind him. With a point of his finger, the 12 swords soared into the sky, then multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In an instant, hundreds of flying swords coalesced in the air, circling above Wu Xian's head. Impressive, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in genuine admiration. To master this rain illusion sword array, Qingyuan specially forged 12 top-grade magical artifacts. With this array unleashed, he is nearly unrivaled among his peers. Chen Qingqian's eye sparkled. Wu Xian gazed at the sword array hovering above, knowing that only 12 swords were real, while the rest were feints. But so what? A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he pointed his crimson longsword skyward with one hand, making no move to dodge. Oomph. Seeing his opponent's disdain, Chen Qingyuan found it suited his plans. Descend. Instantly, the sword array in the sky came to life, raining down like a storm of blades. Ha ha ha. Wu Xian laughed heartily. If he were still in the Qi refining stage, he might have fled from this move, but now. Behold my crimson fire sword. As he channeled his spiritual power, the crimson fire sword swelled like a massive shield, blocking all the descending sword rain. When the sword rain receded, everyone saw Wu Xian and scathed. In contrast of the 12 rain illusion swords, Chen Qingyuan retrieved 6, had lost their luster, severely damaged. If not promptly nurtured and repaired, they might even drop in grade. Yet Chen Qingyuan had no time to dwell on that. For ahead of him, Wu Xian was already charging with his sword. Such formidable momentum. Standing aside, Chen Qingyuan felt a mix of worry and a deeper understanding of what a Foundation establishment cultivator truly was. Even from such a distance, even though he was not the target, he could still feel the soul-shaking aura of the longsword in Wu Xian's hand. One day in the future, he too would command a sky full of flying swords with a mere wave of his hand. On the other side, as Wu Xian's crimson fire sword descended, Chen Qingyuan remained motionless, neither dodging nor blocking, as if frozen by the overwhelming aura. A sneer of mockery crossed Wu Xian's face as he swung his sword even faster. Just as the blade was about to cleave, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes moved. Here it comes. Chen Qingyuan shuddered, and a small cyan sword materialized before his chest in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the small sword expanded into a giant blade wreathed in cyan flames, its aura completely overshadowing Wu Xian's crimson fire sword. A second-grade, mid-grade talisman treasure, the Azure Mystic Evil-Repelling Sword Talisman. Lu Xianzong shot an enigmatic glance at the Chen family members before falling silent. A talisman treasure forged by a golden core cultivator from their life-bound artifact and essence possessed immense power. When activated by a chi-refining ninth-layer cultivator like Chen Qingyuan, it could even severely wound or kill an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Legend had it that this Azure Mystic Evil-Repelling Sword Talisman was left by a golden core ancestor of the Chen family centuries ago, serving as their hidden legacy. Yet powerful as it was, how many more times could they use it? Besides, Wu Xian stared at the cyan giant sword hurtling toward him, a premonition of death gripping his heart. He swiftly halted his advance, retreating while reaching for his waist. In his hand appeared a gleaming golden talisman shaped like a small mountain. Another talisman treasure. Someone in the crowd gasped. Then Chen Qingyuan explained the origin and power of talisman treasures to Chen Qingyuan and the others. In that brief moment, the golden talisman transformed into a golden mountain shielding Wu Xian. The two talisman treasures clashed, erupting in a dazzling display of cyan and golden light. Though the Azure Mystic Evil-Repelling Sword Talisman was clearly superior in power, Chen Qingyuan's spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain the battle to the end. In the end, both talisman treasures dimmed and reverted to their original forms, flying back to their masters. Cough, cough. Chen Qingyuan coughed violently. Activating that talisman treasure had nearly drained all his spiritual power. Yet Wu Xian smirked sinisterly and reactivated his golden mountain talisman. A talisman treasure could typically be used 3 to 6 times, and his golden mountain talisman clearly had only one use left. Even so, Wu Xian showed no hesitation deploying the talisman treasure despite being a full realm above Chen Qingyuan. It was clear he intended to take Chen Qingyuan's life. Everyone watched intently. Was this sword prodigy trapped in the chi-refining stage about to meet his end? Alas! Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh. In the end, he would have to resort to the family's hidden treasure. Everyone assumed the Chen family's legacy was this talisman, but they gravely underestimated the Qingyuan Chen clan. A few miles away at the ancestral shrine beneath the foremost spirit tablet, a piercing cyan light blazed. A broken cyan longsword flew out from under the spirit tablet, its radiance shooting straight into the sky. What is that? Wu Xian felt his skin prickling, as if locked onto by a tremendous killing intent. He looked around in panic, finally spotting the source of his terror. A broken cyan sword in the sky. Is this a Dharma artifact? This time it was Lu Xianzong's turn to be shocked. The aura emanating from that broken cyan sword was unmistakably that of a Dharma artifact. Moreover, didn't that broken sword look exactly like the Azure Mystic Evil-Repelling Sword Talisman Chen Qingyuan had used? Could it be that the Chen family was indeed a golden core clan centuries ago? Lu Xianzong realized this was a grave situation. A declining Foundation establishment clan and a declining golden core clan were two entirely different concepts. No one knew what legacy a golden core cultivator might leave for their family. Just looking at that broken cyan sword, Lu Xianzong knew that even their own clan leader at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment would be at a disadvantage. At the sight of the Azure Mystic Evil-Repelling broken sword, Chen Daozhen's eyes welled up. He was one of only 2 in the family besides the clan leader Chen Daoshuan who knew of this hidden treasure. Even Chen Qingyuan only knew that the family's hidden treasure would manifest when his life was in danger, but he had no idea what it was. So it was this, eh? Chen Qingyuan murmured. He recalled that when he broke through to the 9th layer of chi refining and was granted the position of family elder at the ancestral shrine, this broken sword had once appeared. But back then it had only flashed with cyan light and never appeared again. Though the Azure Exorcism Remnant sword was damaged, its spiritual nature as a magical artifact had not been entirely lost. Compared to a mere talisman treasure of superficial form, the true body of the Azure Exorcism Remnant Sword was far, far more powerful. With a sharp clang, in the blink of an eye, the azure radiance from several li away was already before them. At this moment, everyone finally discerned the true form beneath the azure glow. It was a broken sword, its body wreathed in illusory azure flames, while faint golden light crackled along its edge, emitting a sound like rolling thunder. Chen Daojian, with excitement and pride, introduced it to Chen Qingyuan, Chen Qingyuan, and the other four. This is the ancestral heirloom of our Qingyuan Qin clan, the Azure Exorcism Remnant Sword. The Azure Exorcism Sword was originally the life-bound magic artifact of our clan's Golden Core ancestor, and its rank was 3rd grade superior. Although it is now severely damaged, it still retains the power of 3rd grade medium. The sword's main material comes from our clan's 3rd grade Azure Yuan bamboo. For the Azure Yuan bamboo to break through to the 3rd grade, it had to endure both a fire tribulation and a thunder tribulation. Thus, after 1,000 years, the 3rd grade Azure Yuan bamboo acquired 2 abilities, the Azure Mystic True Fire and the Evil Repelling Divine Thunder. That is the origin of the name Azure Exorcism Sword. The Azure Mystic True Fire burned spiritual energy, while the Evil Repelling Divine Thunder subdued all demonic and malevolent forces under heaven. Both were rare treasures in the world, yet the Azure Exorcism Sword possessed them both. Perhaps this was one of the reasons it had become a broken sword. Regardless of its broken state, Wu Xian was now struck with mortal terror. Sensing the overwhelming sword aura locking onto him from the sky, he desperately raised the Golden Mountain Talisman treasure to shield himself. Then came his spiritual tool, the Crimson Fire Sword. Still not reassured, he pulled out all the Suprema-grade, high-grade, and even mid-grade magical artifacts from his storage pouch, all in a desperate bid to block this single strike. As the Azure Exorcism Sword descended upon him, Wu Xian felt a wave of deathly despair. He twisted his head and cried out in a wretched, urgent plea to Lu Xianzong, "Brother Lu, save me." Save him? How could I save him? With my own life. Lu Xianzong waved his hand and even retreated far back, terrified that the Azure Exorcism Sword might cut him down as well. Seeing that his plea for help was futile, Wu Xian could only pray that his many layers of defense would prove effective. Above his head, the moment the Azure Exorcism Sword struck the Golden Mountain Talisman treasure, the Azure Mystic True Fire ignited the spiritual power connected to Wu Xian, and then several bolts of golden lightning lashed out. With a thunderous roar, in less than a second, the Golden Mountain Talisman treasure was reduced to powder under the might of the Evil Repelling Divine Thunder scattering into the air. Then came the Crimson Fire Sword. Under the attack of the magic artifact, this spiritual tool was utterly suppressed and turned to ashes. As for those magical artifacts, they failed to even delay the strike for a single moment. In the end, Wu Xian felt as though everything he saw was filled with azure light. Within this expanse of azure, a thread of golden radiance shot toward him. If only I hadn't heeded the Lu clan's words and come to provoke the Qin clan. With a cataclysmic boom, that day the Azure Yuan mountain shook violently, and even the distant azure stone town at its foot felt the tremors. Lu Xianzong stared intently ahead, searching for any trace of Wu Xian after that strike. But alas, aside from a deep gash in the ground, nothing remained. Wu Xian's aura had vanished without a trace. A Foundation establishment cultivator had died just like that. This was a Foundation establishment elder, one who had endured nearly 60 years of arduous cultivation to reach this realm. Lu Xianzong felt his legs go weak. Gazing at the remnant sword that had vanished back into the sky after a single strike, he was overcome with a sense of having narrowly escaped death. The Chen clan possessed the ability to instantly slay a Foundation establishment cultivator. This was something he must report to the clan leader immediately. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Lu Xianzong forced a smile onto his lips. He wanted to say something such as questioning why the Chen family had been so ruthless as to kill Wu Xian. After all, the Wu clan's settlement in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountain range had been registered with the Purple Cloud sect. Moreover, the Golden Mountain Talisman treasure and the Crimson Fire Sword that Wu Xian had used were both borrowed from the Lu family. Now that Wu Xian had been reduced to ashes by a single sword strike, all of the Lu clan's investments in him had gone down the drain. Yet the words of reproach died on his lips, turning into nothing but awkward, hollow laughter. With the might of the Azure Exorcism Sword on display, how dared he say anything more? Chen Daojian knew that the slaying of Wu Xian would have significant repercussions, at the very least, they would face questioning from the Purple Cloud sect. Nevertheless, he had already prepared himself mentally. Killing a Foundation establishment cultivator to deter the covetous eyes of other families was a net gain for the Chen clan. Su Xinwen let out a long breath. That flash of azure had truly captivated her. She had originally thought to lend a hand to the Chen family in their time of need, but now it seemed the clan leader had worried needlessly. With such a formidable weapon, the Chen clan was more than capable of defending itself. As for the several Wu clan disciples who had accompanied Wu Xian, they were now utterly lost and panicked. Before coming, they had been told it would be a chance to broaden their horizons and witness their ancestors' prowess. But now they could not see their ancestors' prowess. In fact, their ancestor was no more. The sky of the Wu clan had collapsed. They could already foresee what kind of situation would await their family upon their return. The Chen family's open killing of a native Foundation establishment cultivator from the Eclipse Sun Mountain range would certainly invite the Purple Cloud sect's censure. But so what? Would the Purple Cloud sect impose severe penalties on the Chen clan for the sake of a family that had lost its future? Don't be ridiculous. The Purple Cloud sect's prestige rested on their golden core cultivator, but to say they were particularly bound by rules, that was far from certain. And now, having lost their sole Foundation establishment ancestor, and having just sold off all their assets to move south en masse, it could be said that the Wu clan, now laden with resources, had become a piece of fresh meat surrounded by a pack of wolves. Everyone wanted to tear off a bite. At this thought, several Wu clan disciples, all in their 30s, broke down in tears, wailing as they ran to the spot where Wu Xian had vanished. This is the world of immortal cultivation. Rise and fall happen in the blink of an eye. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a sigh. Chen Qingyuan added, it's just that their clan leader was too rash. If he had been willing to spend more time building the family's foundation, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state of utter ruin. Chen Qingyuan looked down at Chen Qingyuan. She was clearly astonished that such a young junior from the family, barely 11 years old, could articulate such a profound truth. But Brother Qingyuan, Chen Qingrong asked innocently, doesn't everyone say that for us cultivators the most important thing is to contend and strive? Chen Qingyuan watched Chen Qingyuan with keen interest, eager to hear his answer. His response would also define the principles by which he would navigate the world of immortal cultivation. Contending is certainly necessary, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged this. But for us cultivators, especially those from families preserving ourselves and our clan, is the foundation. If you want to contend, you must be prepared. Someone like Wu Xian, who knew nothing about our Chen clan, yet willingly acted as the Lu family's pawn, deserved his death. In Chen Qingyuan's view, cultivators should avoid getting involved in disputes unless absolutely necessary. Of course, he also understood that as a member of the family, cultivators obtaining resources was much easier than for smaller families and scattered practitioners, and with the Qingyuan Baozhu in hand, he felt assured to cultivate steadily. Little Qingyuan, if you have such awareness, perhaps you can go further on the path of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan acknowledged Chen Qingyuan's thoughts, then looked at the two little ones, Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong, and said, you must also remember, when moving outside in the future, your first priority is to ensure your own safety. Everything else can wait. In fact, there was no need for Chen Qingyuan to remind them. The death of Foundation establishment cultivator Wu Xian had already shocked the two immensely. After all, if such a powerful being could die just like that, how fragile must the qi refining stage be? At that moment, Chen Qingxi returned and overheard their conversation. He smiled and said, there's no need to completely heed what your Aunt Qingchan says. When it's time to fight, one must still fight for what they deserve. Otherwise, without resources, when the time comes for lifespan to run out, one will still regret it. In fact, Chen Qingxi's words were primarily directed at Chen Qingyuan. For a cultivator with mixed or false spiritual roots, if they lack a firm resolve to pursue Foundation establishment, it is indeed possible for them to survive in the cultivation world while avoiding conflicts. On the contrary, for someone like Chen Qingyuan, who has innate talent in their spiritual roots, the pursuit of breakthroughs often necessitates engaging in competition and seizing opportunities. It's like being presented with a Foundation establishment pill, which qi refining stage cultivator wouldn't feel tempted. Even knowing it might be a trap, they would be unable to resist the urge to leap into it. At this point, Lu Xinzong and Su Xinwen walked over, feeling that it was time to conclude today's discussion. Lu Xinzong spoke first. Since Wu Xian is dead, the Wu family has lost its qualifications to share the interests of the market with our three families. Why not in today's matter here? Then let it be over. Chen Daozhen and Su Xinwen both expressed their agreement. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lu Xinzong, somewhat fearful of the Chen family's depth, wished to leave quickly. Su Xinwen had initially thought that their family would at least gain half of the market's profits, but with Wu Xian's death at the Chen family, maintaining the status quo was naturally the best outcome. As for Chen Daozhen, despite the Qingxian exorcism, sword having slain Wu Xian and intimidated Lu Xinzong, those within the family understood their own circumstances. If the Qingxian exorcism sword could always be employed, would the Chen family have fallen to such depths? Thus he readily accepted Lu Xianzong's proposal. As for the several disciples of the Wu family who cared, they could be sent away from the mountain gate to fend for themselves. Such a family, which became aggressive upon gaining power, would not be missed even if they were destroyed. Soon Lu Xianzong and Su Xinwen bid farewell and left, and Qingyuan Mountain seemed to return to its previous tranquility. Uncle Daojian, you have been keeping secrets from everyone. Chen Qingyuan pretended to be angry and said, if I had known our family's treasured heirloom was this formidable, I wouldn't have worried so much earlier. Sigh. Chen Daojian, however, had restrained his smile, saying, the Qingxian exorcism sword. During the Beast Tide invasion, the family would rather let the protective mountain array drop in grade than use it. I never expected that today, for just a mere foundation establishment level, I would consume its spiritual energy cultivated over several decades. Originally, this matter was only known to the family head, but at this point it is no harm in telling everyone. Chen Daojian said solemnly, let me inform you that after the Qingxian exorcism sword is used, it cannot be employed again for at least a decade. Moreover, even if it can be used again after a decade, its spiritual sense will be considerably weakened. By that time, it may very well be the sword's destruction. In other words, the greatest effect of the Qingxian exorcism sword this time was to deter other families and some scattered practitioners, leading them to misjudge the Chun family's strength and dare not act against them. However, without true foundation establishment ancestors to support them, all of this was merely an illusion easily shattered by outsiders. From now on, everyone must work harder on their cultivation. Chen Daojian, now quite old, gazed deeply at Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan. These two, without a doubt, were the most gifted members of the family's next 2 generations. Chen Qingyuan was still young with a long road ahead, but Chen Qingyuan was already at the 9th level of qi refining and was nearing 60. He knew that Chen Qingyuan had always harbored the ambition to break through to foundation establishment, pursuing the path of longevity, a desire that could not be dissuaded by anyone. Upon hearing Chen Daojian's explanation, everyone realized that the family situation had not improved after today's battle. On the contrary, they had exhausted their last trump card, and the future was bound to be even more perilous. I understand. Chen Qingyuan said, after returning from the market, I intend to remain within the family. Now I feel that I am not far from completing the 9th level of qi refining. In the short term, 2 to 3 years, or at most 4 to 5 years, I will certainly have an opportunity to break through to foundation establishment. You haven't given up on the idea of foundation establishment. Chen Qingyuan looked at Chen Qingyuan with an undeniable gaze filled with surprise and sorrow. Chen Qingyuan didn't quite understand why Aunt Qingyuan was sad, but he distinctly remembered, but second uncle, didn't you say that without the help of foundation establishment pills, breaking through to foundation establishment is very difficult? Difficult doesn't even begin to describe it. Chen Qingyuan nearly gritted her teeth. Foundation establishment pills not only enhance the probability of a cultivator's breakthrough by 20%, but they also serve a significant purpose to protect the cultivator's meridians during a failed breakthrough, preventing the violent spiritual energy from exploding their bodies. This is what makes foundation establishment pills so precious. If one attempts to forcefully break through and fails, the resulting spiritual energy backlash could truly lead to death. Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked at Chen Qingyuan, speaking in a voice that was almost pleading, if not for yourself, you must consider the family if you fail to break through. Chen Qingyuan, however, waved his hand nonchalantly and jokingly said, after all these years, I've contributed a lot to the family. It's time for me to be selfish for once. A failed breakthrough would mean the family would lose a qi refining stage cultivator with another decade of lifespan, which would be a significant loss for the Chen family at present. Moreover, who knows, perhaps I will succeed in my breakthrough, and that would be the Tianyuan Foundation establishment. Chen Qingxi's eyes sparkled with limitless longing. Tianyuan Foundation establishment. What is that? This was the first time Chen Qingyuan had heard of this term. It's a distinction between 3 methods of foundation establishment. Chen Daojian took over the conversation and explained, generally cultivators break through using foundation establishment pills, which is the safest and most stable method, known as human pill foundation establishment. The human pill foundation establishment method was the most stable among the 3 approaches, which is why foundation establishment pills were highly sought after by the majority of cultivators. The second is called the earthly treasure foundation establishment. Certain rare spiritual herbs over 1,500 years old also possess the effect of increasing the breakthrough success rate, ranging from 5% to 20%. However, while this method enhances the probability of success, failure still results in a violent death from the explosion of one's body. It can be said that those who establish their foundation through earthly treasures will have an additional 5% chance when breaking through to the golden core stage in the future. Chen Qingyuan knew that even obtaining a foundation establishment pill was difficult for the clan, let alone a specific rare spiritual herb aged over 1,500 years. Chen Daozhen then proceeded to describe the final method of foundation establishment, heavenly origin foundation establishment. To put it plainly, it means relying solely on one's own strength to endure the violent surges of spiritual energy without the aid of any pills or earthly treasures, thus successfully establishing the foundation. Theoretically, Qingshu, with your 4 spiritual roots, you have a 10% chance of success. Your Yuan constitution adds another 5%, making a total of 15%. 15%. This probability was not actually low, considering that once one succeeded in establishing the foundation, they would instantly gain an additional 2 centuries of lifespan. Yet the vast majority of cultivators who chose the heavenly origin foundation establishment failed, with the success rate being far lower than 15% or even 10%. This was because during the breakthrough, the conversion of mist-like spiritual power into liquid form inflicted an excruciating pain that nearly burst the dantian and meridians, causing one to lose their sanity and ultimately leading to failure. Of course, those who successfully achieved heavenly origin foundation establishment would have their meridians and dantian greatly strengthened, and their future probability of breaking through to the golden core stage would be a full 10% higher than those who used the human pill method. These are the 3 methods of foundation establishment. Chen Daozhen shook his head with a hint of nostalgia. Back in the day, I once had a chance to establish my foundation, but Daya's talent far surpassed mine, so the foundation establishment pill rightfully went to her. And I lacked the courage to attempt the heavenly origin foundation establishment, thus wasting away until this very day. Once the opportunity was missed, there would be no further chance to break through to foundation establishment. After the age of 60, the success rate plummeted sharply. It was not exactly 0, but it was close enough. In truth, Chen Daozhen actually supported Chen Qingyuan's desire to establish his foundation. If one could not achieve immortality, then the extra years of life might become a torment each day. Chen Daozhen's voice was filled with regret. I often wonder, if I had fought with all my might back then, would things have turned out differently? Could I have become a foundation establishment cultivator? Chen Qingyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. She understood that Daozhen's demeanor would only strengthen Chen Qingyuan's resolve to forcefully attempt the heavenly origin foundation establishment. As expected, Chen Qingyuan patted Chen Daozhen's shoulder and comforted him. Uncle Daozhen, I know that back then you chose not to pursue foundation establishment for the sake of the clan. At that time, the clan could not afford to lose another qi refining 9th layer cultivator. If I succeed in this breakthrough, perhaps I can find a way to purchase a foundation establishment pill so that our descendants won't have to take such risks. Chen Qingyuan noticed that when Chen Qingyuan mentioned the foundation establishment pill, his gaze shifted toward him, and he immediately understood his uncle's intentions. Apart from Chen Qinghao, who had been sent to the sect, anyone in the clan seeking to break through to foundation establishment would inevitably have to face the heavenly origin foundation establishment. Rather than leaving the problem for future generations, it was better to start with oneself. Success would bring a smooth path forward, while failure would at least serve as accumulated experience for the younger generation. Chen Qingyuan knew that Chen Qingyuan had made up his mind. In that case, starting today, I will take charge of the heavenly pawn market until you succeed in your breakthrough. Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan looked at her with a hint of guilt in his eyes. He understood her feelings, but could only say in his heart, if I succeed in my breakthrough, I will marry you. As for failure, if he failed, he would perish and cease to be a burden to her. In truth, Chen Qingyuan failed to see that whether he succeeded or failed, Chen Qingyuan would never set her heart on another man for the rest of her life. Chen Qingyuan. Hearing his aunt Qingyuan suddenly call his name, Chen Qingyuan, who had been lost in thought, reacted a moment too late. Aunt Qingyuan, didn't you say you wanted to learn talisman crafting from me? They'll be heading to the market soon, so why don't we take this time for me to teach you the basics? Follow me. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned and walked away without another word to Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan looked at his second uncle. Go on, your Aunt Qingyuan's talisman crafting skills are something many clan members wish to learn. Chen Qingyuan gave a bitter smile and could only offer this advice. Then, watching the 2 figures depart, Chen Qingyuan also bid farewell to Chen Daozhen. Uncle Daozhen, I will now go into seclusion. I may not emerge until I have reached the 9th layer perfection, which will likely take a few years. During this time, please allocate my clan allowance to my nephew Qingyuan. Chen Daozhen nodded, then shook his head. I understand. Rest assured and focus on your cultivation. I will keep your clan allowance for you. If you succeed in your breakthrough, you will need many resources. As for little Qingyuan, I will look after him. With that, I can be at ease. His greatest regret was bringing Chen Qingyuan up from the foot of the mountain but never having the time to personally guide his cultivation. Now that he was at a critical juncture in his own cultivation, the best he could do was to provide some support in terms of cultivation resources. However, since a respected elder like Uncle Daojian was willing to look after Chen Qingyuan, that was far more valuable than a mere supply of resources. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Qingyuan followed Chen Qingyuan to the clan's talisman hall. As a pseudo-tier low-grade talisman master, Chen Qingyuan naturally served as the hall's master. Qingyuan, time is limited. Shall we begin now? Chen Qingyuan's heart was heavy with sorrow, and she sought to keep herself busy to forget the grim possibilities. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt. Chen Qingyuan clasped his hands in salute. Good. Chen Qingyuan swept her hand across her waist, and a stack of green talisman paper along with 2 talisman brushes appeared in her hand. Both the talisman paper and brushes are made from Qingyuan bamboo. Given that you are just starting out, Tier 1 low-grade talisman paper will suffice for your practice. As for the brush, this is a Tier 1 mid-grade one, which will serve you well for a long time. She handed one of the brushes to Chen Qingyuan. Now I will first draw a complete spiritual talisman for you. With that, she swept her hand again, placing a jar of an unknown red liquid to the side. This is a specially prepared horned wolf blood. Chen Qingyuan dipped the talisman brush into the horned wolf blood, then drew out a sheet of talisman paper. With a swift movement of her wrist, she completed a Tier 1 low-grade spiritual talisman in an instant. So fast. Chen Qingyuan blinked. Had he not even seen it clearly? Naturally, talisman crafting requires a continuous flow of spiritual energy without interruption. Come, I will craft a few more for you. Chen Qingyuan naturally understood how difficult it was to craft a talisman for the first time, so she only intended for Chen Qingyuan to observe the complete process from start to finish. Over the next 3 days, from the proper way to hold the talisman brush to the method and quantity of mana output, Chen Qingyuan imparted all the fundamental knowledge of talisman crafting to Chen Qingyuan. As for how long it would take Chen Qingyuan to produce his first usable first-grade low-rank spirit talisman, perhaps a month, perhaps a year. This would depend entirely on his comprehension. Chen Qingyuan had set a time limit. If he could not successfully craft a spirit talisman within half a year, he would have to abandon the path of talisman arts. Having given these instructions, her trip to the market could no longer be delayed. She left behind only a copy of the Essentials of Talisman Crafting before departing. The Essentials of Talisman Crafting was a compilation of Chen Qingyuan's own experiences in talisman crafting, including the materials and methods for refining first-grade low, mid, and high-rank spirit talismans. One could say it was nearly a complete first-grade talisman art inheritance. Of course, Chen Qingyuan never imagined that the speed at which Chen Qingyuan would successfully refine his first spirit talisman would far exceed her expectations. 7 days after her departure, Chen Qingyuan was alone in his cave, dwelling engaged in talisman crafting. During these 7 days, aside from watering the Qingyuan bamboo, he had secluded himself in the cave to practice. Though he had yet to succeed, he felt himself growing increasingly proficient. On the blue stone table, a blank talisman paper lay spread before him. Chen Qingyuan took up the talisman brush, lightly dipped it in horned wolf blood, and began to draw. The spirit talisman he was drawing was called the Wood Armor Talisman, a relatively basic, first-grade low-rank defensive talisman. Its difficulty was comparatively low, making it suitable for beginners. As the brush moved steadily, Chen Qingyuan slowly channeled his mana according to a specific ratio. Limited by his Qi refinement layer 2 mana reserves, his daily mana only allowed him to craft 10 talismans before needing to meditate and recover. This was the 10th attempt. The depletion of mana and a slight drain of physical strength did not affect Chen Qingyuan. Instead, he felt his mind was exceptionally clear. Within his body, the Qingyuan pearl emitted a soft azure glow. The next moment, Chen Qingyuan completed the final stroke of the Wood Armor Talisman. A flash of fluorescence passed over the talisman, and mana surged within it. This time the mana lingered for a long while, without dispersing. Success, eh? It was then that Chen Qingyuan realized. After 7 days of effort, he had actually managed to craft his first spirit talisman. Though it was only first-grade low rank, it was sufficient proof that his talent in talisman crafting was exceptional. Of course, Chen Qingyuan knew that the Qingyuan pearl had once again played a crucial role. This 1 in 10 chance of breaking through limitations may seem unremarkable, but it always exerts a tremendous effect at critical moments. Its most extraordinary effect was that the probability boost could turn impossibility into possibility. In other words, as long as there was a 1 in 10 success rate, Chen Qingyuan could achieve success through repeated attempts. After crafting his first spirit talisman, he memorized that feeling and maintained his focus. With continued practice to raise his success rate to 50%, he would become a first-grade low-rank talisman master. Excellent. Continue. Chen Qingyuan had never expected talisman crafting to go so smoothly. For the following month, he devoted himself entirely to the art of refining spirit talismans. 1 month later, inside the cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan was still crafting talismans, and on one corner of the bluestone table lay a stack of wood armor talismans. After a month of repetitive practice, the success rate for crafting wood armor talismans enhanced by the Qingyuan pearl had reached an astonishing 60%. The typical profit from a wood armor talisman was twice the cost of its materials, meaning Chen Qingyuan could now generate profit by crafting them. Of course, if the materials were provided by the clan, the calculation of spirit stones would be more complex. At present, he was crafting first-grade low-rank Vajra talismans and had already raised his success rate to 40%. The Vajra talisman was a dual-element spirit talisman compatible with any 2 attributes. Though it was also first-grade low-rank, its defensive power far exceeded that of the wood armor talisman. With a final flash of spiritual light, the last Vajra talisman was successfully crafted. 12 wood armor talismans and 3 Vajra talismans. These are the fruits of my labor. If not for the Vajra talismans, there might have been even more wood armor ones. With this, the talisman materials left by Aunt Chen Qingyuan were completely exhausted. To continue crafting spirit talismans, Chen Qingyuan would need to spend his own spirit stones to purchase materials from the clan. Alternatively, he could accept clan tasks which would provide materials for free. He would then need to hand over talismans equivalent to a 50% success rate, keeping any surplus for his own use. Forget it. Talisman crafting is ultimately a tool to aid my cultivation. Improving my cultivation base is the foundation. Though crafting talismans had become somewhat addictive, Chen Qingyuan could clearly prioritize. Thus, he returned to his routine of watering the spirit fields and meditating to cultivate. Outside, with the death of Foundation establishment ancestor Wu Xian, the Wu clan had descended into chaos. As a minor clan, it lacked sufficient foundation and cohesion among its members. Even before any external threat emerged, internal discord had already torn them apart. Soon the entire Wu clan fractured. Some members took resources to establish a new Wu clan, while others stole precious materials and became rogue cultivators. Thus, the Foundation establishment Wu clan vanished from the eclipsed Sun Mountain range as quickly as it had appeared. This incident also incurred the displeasure of the Purple Cloud sect. However, Wu Xian had died so swiftly that none of the Purple Cloud sect's Foundation establishment elders had yet received any benefits from him. Consequently, although the Purple Cloud sect was dissatisfied with the Chun clan for killing Wu Xian, with the Golden Core sect master too lazy to intervene, none of the elders were willing to be the one to antagonize the Chen clan. After all, they had heard that Wu Xian, a Foundation establishment cultivator, had been utterly annihilated by the Chun clan, reduced to nothing but ashes. These elders were not foolish. Why would they willingly confront a Foundation establishment clan like the Chun clan, which offered no profit and was a tough nut to crack? In the end, the matter was simply dropped. Yet the Chun clan's fortunes did not improve. The core issue remained the clan's lack of spirit stone income. Until one day, a clan member who had been abroad returned to report to Grand Elder Chen Daojian. Are you certain you didn't mistake it? Is it truly a new second-grade spirit vein? Chen Daojian listened to the clansman's report, his expression nearly losing control. After all, a second-grade spirit vein was invaluable. For a Foundation establishment clan, its worth was enough to become a cornerstone of their heritage. Gazing upon this clan member with hair fully white, Chen Daojian recalled after a brief moment, remembering his name. I recall you are Chen Qinghe, are you not? Thank you for remembering me, Grand Elder. I am indeed your nephew Qinghe. Chen Qinghe nodded, deeply moved. Though the clan was not populous, many members, like himself who had spent years away, had not spoken with the Grand Elder in a long time. It was rare that the Grand Elder still recalled his name. Qinghe, you have done well. Chen Daojian knew that if Chen Qinghe wished, he could trade the news of a second-order spirit vein for a substantial amount of resources outside. After all, reporting it to the clan would earn him a great deal of clan contributions, but with the clan in decline, what precious rewards could they bestow? Yet he had come to inform him first. This was what truly satisfied Chen Daojian. It demonstrated that the clan's cohesion was quite strong. When a clan member rendered a significant service, he, as the Grand Elder and acting clan leader, had to make a gesture. Thus Chen Daojian said, Qinghe, let me go and investigate. If it is indeed a second-order spirit vein, I will record a substantial clan contribution for you. Then anything available in the clan's treasury you may choose first. This was the best condition Chen Daojian could offer Chen Qinghe. Yet Chen Qinghe smiled faintly and declined, saying, Grand Elder, your nephew is nearly 100 years old now. My talent is poor, thus my cultivation is low. I am merely at the 6th layer of qi refining and fear I will have little use for cultivation resources. In Qingstone Town, I still have 19 sons alive. Though none of them possess spiritual roots, if any of my grandchildren should be fortunate enough to embark on the path of immortality, your nephew wishes. Wishes? Chen Qingyuan suddenly became hesitant, as if the following words were difficult for him to utter. Chen Daozhen walked to his side. Qingyuan, though we are of uncle and nephew generations, we are actually of similar age. Speak your mind directly. Very well. Chen Qingyuan seemed to have finally made up his mind. Uncle Daozhen, if any of my grandchildren can embark on the path of immortality, I wish to request a foundation establishment pill for him in advance. So this was what Chen Qingyuan had in mind, exchanging the news of a second-order spirit vein for a foundation establishment pill. This request was truly not excessive. Though the Chen clan had once sold a second-order lower-grade spirit vein for a paltry 2,000 spirit stones, the value of a second-order spirit vein far exceeded that of a foundation establishment pill itself. The reason Chen Qingyuan found it hard to speak was the clan's dire circumstances. If there was indeed a first foundation establishment pill, it would undoubtedly go to Chen Qingyuan. There was no question about that. Chen Qingyuan was also gambling that the clan would revive in the future and obtain additional foundation establishment pills. Chen Daozhen nodded solemnly. Qingyuan, rest assured, if there is a foundation establishment pill in the future, it will certainly be reserved for your grandson first. However, if Chen Daozhen left a sentence unsaid, what if none of Chen Qing's grandchildren possessed spiritual roots? Rest easy, Chen Qingyuan said with great magnanimity. If they are truly fated to miss the immortal path, then so be it. Consider it my contribution to the clan. Then I understand. Qingyuan, I must still thank you on behalf of the clan. Chen Daozhen was deeply moved. Hey, Uncle Daoxuan, we are of the same clan. Why must we be so formal? You should go and investigate the spirit vein quickly. I will give you a hand-drawn map. Time passed, and a year went by. Within his cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan regulated the chaotic spiritual energy around him, slowly withdrawing from his meditative state. In a year, he had not broken through to the third layer of qi refining. The time was too short for that unrealistic. However, I am likely not far from the third layer of qi refining, at most a few more months. The early qi refining stage is the fastest period of cultivation, and with my continuous use of pills and the dual acceleration of the Azure Yuan Pearl, it will be even quicker. Over the past year, Chen Qingyuan had lived a routine of 3 points on a line, cycling through spirit bamboo cultivation, talisman refinement, and cultivation practice. Every day was immensely fulfilling. His greatest gains now, aside from his advancement in cultivation level, were his success rates in talisman refinement. Currently, his success rate for refining first-order lower-grade talismans had reached 70%, an incredibly formidable probability comparable to that of a first-order mid-grade talisman master. Additionally, he had refined 3 first-order mid-grade Vajra talismans. The power of a mid-grade talisman was 50% stronger than a lower-grade Vajra talisman, making it a quite practical defensive talisman. The only thing currently limiting Chen Qingyuan from refining more first-order mid-grade talismans was his cultivation level. Insufficient spiritual power reserves often caused him to run out of energy midway through talisman refinement, leading to failure. Taking stock of the year's harvest, excluding spirit stones and storage pouches, the spirit rice had all been consumed. First-order lower-grade talismans, 30 wood armor talismans, 15 lower-grade Vajra talismans, and 10 lower-grade earth escape talismans. First-order mid-grade talismans, 3 mid-grade Vajra talismans, and 3 mid-grade green barrier talismans. 1 first-order upper-grade magical artifact and upper-grade Azure Yuan sword. These were all of Chen Qingyuan's possessions now, with the main source being the talismans he had refined himself. After storing everything in his storage pouch, just as he was about to go out for some fresh air, Chen Qingyuan suddenly noticed activity from the formation outside his cave dwelling. Brother Qingyuan, sister Qingrong, and I have come to find you. Chen Qingrong's voice transmission sounded. Now the 3 of them were the only ones of the Qing generation in the clan, so Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong often came to find Chen Qingyuan, either to exchange cultivation insights or to spar. Among them, Chen Qingyuan was the oldest and the first to break through to the second layer of qi refining, naturally earning the admiration of the 2 youngsters. Chen Qingyuan took out his token, dispelled the mist outside the cave dwelling, and walked out. Seeing Chen Qingrong's barely suppressed excitement, he asked with some amusement, "What is it? Is there some happy occasion today? Why don't you take a guess, Brother Qingyuan?" Chen Qingrong circled around him, keeping him in suspense. In truth, Chen Qingyuan could tell at a glance that the aura around Chen Qingji beside him was unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. He had just broken through to the second layer of qi refining. After all, it had been over 2 years since he began cultivating. Though he possessed only 4 spiritual roots, if he cultivated diligently, it was indeed time for a breakthrough. Thus, Chen Qingyuan deliberately said to Chen Qingrong, I know. Sister Qingrong must have broken through to the second layer of qi refining. Chen Qingji couldn't hold it in and let out a soft laugh. When they first met Chen Qingrong, they thought she was a well-behaved and introverted girl, but only after getting to know her did they realize that was far from the truth. After initially feeling lost from leaving home as the bond among the three deepened, Chen Qingrong had also revealed the extroverted side of her personality. Given her nature of always wanting to go out and play, and with only 5 spiritual roots, how could she break through to the second layer of qi refining so quickly? Seeing Chen Qingrong's feigned anger, Chen Qingji quickly comforted her. Sister Qingrong has already been cultivating very diligently. I believe it won't be long before you break through to the second layer of qi refining. Besides, Qingrong and I are not as gifted as you, brother Qingyuan, so it's only natural that our breakthroughs are slower, Chen Qingji remarked. Upon hearing Chen Qingji's words, Chen Qingrong's expression improved slightly, though she still turned her head away, clearly waiting for Chen Qingyuan's consolation. However, Chen Qingyuan let out a helpless smile, but did not indulge her temperament. Instead, he spoke seriously. Qingji, by your logic, when our lifespans draw near, could we also claim that our talents are insufficient and that it's acceptable to delay foundation establishment? Or have you forgotten how the family was cornered last year? If a similar situation arises in the future, can we shirk responsibility with such excuses? His words left Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong speechless. Lifespan waits for no one, and even cultivators cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. The family's crisis had not passed either, and the scenario Chen Qingyuan described was highly likely to occur in the future. For a moment, Chen Qingrong's eyes reddened, wanting to admit her mistake, but unable to voice it. Enough, Chen Qingyuan said, seeing that they had recognized their errors. He decided not to press further as the family still had elders to support them, and it was not yet the juniors' turn to bear the burden. He swept his hand across his storage pouch and produced a first-grade mid-rank Vajra talisman, presenting it to Chen Qingrong. Here, don't be upset. A little gift for you. This was no small gift, especially for Chen Qingrong, who only received 2 basic spirit stones each month. Chen Qingrong, no longer acting petulant, quickly declined. No, brother Qingyuan, this is too precious. I can't accept it. She was unaware that Chen Qingyuan could already independently refine first-grade mid-rank talismans, albeit with a low success rate. Beside her, Chen Qingji exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, brother Qingyuan, you can't play favorites." No sooner had he spoken than another first-grade mid-rank Vajra talisman and 5 first-grade low-rank talismans appeared in Chen Qingyuan's hand. Congratulations on breaking through to the second layer of qi refining, Qingji. I was just joking, brother Qingyuan. These talismans are truly too valuable, Chen Qingji said, now feeling embarrassed. The combined value of these talismans was at least 10 spirit stones, and with Chen Qingrong's included it reached 15. He knew that while Chen Qingyuan was more talented, no one would ever have too many cultivation resources. Ignoring their protests, Chen Qingyuan forcefully pressed the talismans into their hands. Enough, take them when I give them. As the eldest of the Qing generation, are you 2 juniors rebelling against me? Chen Qingrong let out a soft giggle. Of course not, brother Qingyuan. With that, she reluctantly accepted the mid-rank Vajra talisman, and Chen Qingji followed suit, ceasing his objections. Afterward, the 3 began exchanging insights on their recent cultivation and sparring with one another. Primarily, it was Chen Qingyuan who shared his cultivation experiences. Although he had the highest cultivation level, he had not practiced any offensive spells, so the sparring was left to Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong. Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong exchanged basic spells like fireball until their spiritual power was half depleted. Honestly, Chen Qingyuan felt their sparring was more like child's play. Spells like fireball were typically used only by early qi refining cultivators. By the mid-stage with greater spiritual power, battles were decided by the strength and application of magical artifacts. Thus, Chen Qingyuan had no intention of cultivating these low-level spells during the early qi refining stage. Moreover, within the family, early qi refining cultivators rarely had many opportunities to fight. For cultivators, combat skills and practical experience were important, but they paled in comparison to the overwhelming advantage of superior cultivation. The gap in combat power between mid and early qi refining was immense, often insurmountable by skill alone, let alone the chasm between foundation establishment and qi refining. Chen Qingyuan decided that if he ever had to fight during the early qi refining stage, he would simply overwhelm his opponents with talismans. He had already amassed many defensive talismans and should start crafting offensive ones. Of course, Chen Qingyuan would not stop Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong from practicing spells, just as they had said earlier. Their spiritual root talents were poor. If they cultivated conventionally, their chances of reaching foundation establishment were slim, especially given the family's near inability to provide foundation establishment pills. Under these circumstances, if they became adept at combat, they might venture out in the future to seek opportunities and gamble on the possibility of foundation establishment. As dusk fell, the three parted ways. Chen Qingyuan returned to his cave dwelling to continue meditating and cultivating. The path of immortality demands perseverance. Chen Qingyuan knew this journey was arduous, so he resolved to improve himself as much as possible while the family was still at peace. Tianqi Market. The market was nestled in a valley boasting a second-grade low-rank spirit vein and two first-grade high-rank spirit veins. Though crowded with cultivators, it provided ample spiritual energy for daily cultivation. At the center of the market stood an auction house jointly controlled by three foundation establishment families. That day, a figure cloaked in black robes entered the market and emerged shortly after. From that day on, an astonishing rumor spread through the market. "You mean the man in black said that in 2 months a substandard foundation establishment pill will be auctioned here?" Chen Qingyuan, seated in the Chun family talisman shop, asked the messenger who had come to report in shock. "It's absolutely true, honored cultivator." The messenger swore earnestly. Chen Qingyuan knew this man was merely a mortal she had hired for errands and was unlikely to lie. To be safe, she personally sought out the family's representative at the auction house to verify the matter. The result confirmed that a substandard foundation establishment pill would indeed be auctioned, with the only issue being its unknown origin. Still, this was not a major problem. It was merely a substandard pill, not a complete foundation establishment pill. With the three foundation establishment families overseeing the event, no one would dare cause trouble, even if issues arose. That said, although the substandard pill only increased the chance of foundation establishment by 0.5% and left lingering ailments even upon success, it still protected the meridians. Such a pill could at least ensure that a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator survived, even if they failed. Thus, while it might be insignificant to a family like the Liu, which boasted 5 foundation establishment cultivators, the Chen family and various scattered cultivators greatly needed it. "I must hurry back to gather spirit stones." Chen Qingyuan made her decision immediately, feeling relieved that Chen Qingshu was on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps in a year, this substandard foundation establishment pill would be just what he needed. A single defective foundation establishment pill used to ensure Chen Qingshu survived a failed breakthrough was in every respect a worthwhile trade. For the clan, producing a few thousand spirit stones at once was still an affordable burden. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan herself had accumulated a great many spirit stones over the years. Never underestimate the earning power of a pseudo-second-stage lower-grade talismancer. Chen Qingyuan had long since abandoned thoughts of foundation establishment and had devoted herself entirely to talismancy, which made her pace of amassing spirit stones frighteningly swift. By now her fortunes had grown considerably. She still had 2,000 spirit stones, making her, aside from the venerable clan leader Chun Daoshuan, the wealthiest member of the family. With that thought, she gave instructions to her subordinates and immediately hurried back to the clan, not pausing for a single moment. The Fengshe market was not far from the clan. Within a few days she returned and reported the matter to Grand Elder Chen Daozhen. Chen Daozhen saw that this was a good opportunity. Chen Qingshu's breakthrough was imminent, and if he could succeed by means of that foundation pill, the clan's present predicament might be resolved. Only, Chen Daozhen looked at the expectant Chen Qingyuan and said helplessly, "This defective foundation pill's chief effect is to protect a cultivator's meridians after a failed attempt. The actual enhancement it grants to the breakthrough is only partial." Chen Qingyuan read his meaning and smiled wryly. "That may be true, but if this pill were not defective, it would never have come to us in the first place. A defective foundation pill is, after all, merely a failed product of pill refinement. Its toxicity is severe, and any cultivator who still has ambitions for the future would be unlikely to use it for a breakthrough." Chen Daozhen continued, "Very well. My decision is this: the clan will support Qingshu with 1,000 spirit stones. He must find the rest himself. Whether he succeeds or fails, those 1,000 spirit stones must be repaid within 20 years. To forestall misunderstanding, he added, "Qingyuan, you know the clan cannot spend everything on Qingshu alone. If we expend too many spirit stones, other clansmen will have complaints." There was a thought he left unsaid. Chen Qingshu had only 4 spirit roots, and with a defective foundation pill, the odds of success were slim. He could not, for the sake of one person, drag the entire clan to ruin. Chen Qingyuan, however, spoke with gratitude. "Grand Elder, for the clan to support 1,000 spirit stones is already much. On Qingshu's behalf, I thank you and the clan." "You always." Chen Daozhen sighed. He had wanted to tell her not to overexert herself, but it seemed impossible. For the sake of that defective pill, she had assumed a look of iron determination. At the treasury, after withdrawing the 1,000 spirit stones, Chen Qingling regarded them with concern. Qingchuan, once this 1,000 is spent, the clan's remaining spirit stones will be almost depleted. Chen Qingyuan could only reassure him if Qingshu can successfully complete foundation establishment, then this 1,000 spirit stones will be the clan's most worthwhile investment, if not. She paused, then continued, with me here, I will soon make up the deficit. With the spirit stones in hand, Chen Qingyuan returned to her cave abode and pulled out all at once every talisman she had refined over the years. She planned before the auction began to sell those talismans to convert them into spirit stones. They should fetch over 1,000. Together with the savings of herself and Chen Qingshu, they would amount to roughly 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. With that many spirit stones available to purchase a defective foundation pill, their funds could be deemed sufficient. It was testament to the clan's status as an old foundation family for a lone 9th-level Qi refinement wanderer to produce even a few hundred spirit stones at once would be remarkable, let alone thousands. Having settled everything, Chen Qingyuan intended to hurry back to Fengshe, but as she passed through a bamboo grove, she encountered Chen Qingyuan. Oh, Aunt Qingchuan. Chen Qingyuan had noticed her. Chen Qingyuan did not conceal herself within the clan. Aunt Qingchuan, what brings you back to the clan today? Chen Qingyuan knew that although Fengshe lay not far from the clan, she would rarely return unless there was a pressing matter. Chen Qingyuan briefly recounted the events at Fengshe. Besides the defective foundation pill, she only mentioned that a treasure would be auctioned in 2 months' time. Is that so? Chen Qingyuan's face showed a hint of longing. An auction within the cultivation world was indeed something he wished to witness. You want to go? Chen Qingyuan perceived his thoughts and smiled. Show me your recent cultivation progress. If you have not been idle, I can bring you along. Chen Qingyuan, of course, had not been idle. His diligence in cultivation was known throughout the clan. When Chen Qingyuan produced the last talisman he had forged, a first-rank mid-grade Vajra talisman, Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened. At his age, and at Qi refinement stage 2, to craft a first-rank mid-grade talisman was extraordinary. Even her younger self had hardly managed such a thing. Chen Qingyuan realized the clan had truly found a treasure. With proper cultivation, Chen Qingyuan could at least inherit her position and perhaps surpass her to become a genuine second-rank talismancer. Excellent, excellent, she exclaimed. Yet despite your gift for talismancy, do not neglect cultivation. Talismancraft is merely an external aid. The ultimate aim is to secure resources and break through to higher realms. Chen Qingyuan feared that Chen Qingyuan might become so absorbed in talismancy that his cultivation would slow. That would be to lose the essential for the trivial, wasting the natural advantage of his 3 spirit roots. Rest assured, Aunt Qingchuan, I know the measure. Chen Qingyuan nodded. For me, the pursuit of longevity is the ultimate goal. I will not let talismancy impede my cultivation. Longevity, huh? Seeing Chen Qingyuan's resolute gaze, Chen Qingyuan knew he did not speak lightly. She thought to herself that perhaps she had overworried. Young Qingyuan might not regard foundation establishment as his final destination. Longevity, 200-odd years of lifespan in the foundation establishment stage, scarcely equaled true immortality. Chen Qingyuan suppressed her astonishment and said, as long as you understand that in your heart. With her assistance, she temporarily entrusted the task of tending the bamboo grove to another mid-stage Qi refinement clansman, and the two then set out for the Tianqi Fengshe. After a few days, Chen Qingyuan followed Chen Qingyuan to Tianqi Square City. Keep this Square City token well. You will need it to pass through the formation outside the city. Otherwise, even I would get lost within it. Chen Qingyuan took out a token engraved with the words Tianqi and handed it to Chen Qingyuan. Additionally, although fighting is prohibited in the Square City, some loose cultivators may cause trouble from time to time, so you must be cautious. After listening to Aunt Qingchuan explain the rules of the Square City, Chen Qingyuan finally stepped into the city. Suddenly, a cacophony of conversations erupted around him, completely different from the tranquility of the valley outside, as if he had entered a new world. The outer part of the Square City is mostly filled with loose cultivators setting up stalls selling low-grade spiritual herbs and miscellaneous items related to cultivation, so you will hardly find anything of value here. Seeing Chen Qingyuan staring at the stalls around him, Chen Qingyuan explained. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan withdrew his gaze. It was indeed as she said. With just a glance he saw that there was hardly anything good, mostly common spiritual herbs and low-grade magical tools. However, this was quite normal. These loose cultivators were not fools. Before selling anything unusual, they would inspect it thoroughly. Things like finding bargains were almost impossible among these cultivators, who would rather divide a single spirit stone into 10 parts to spend. After walking for a while in the Square City, the stalls around him began to decrease, while houses started to increase. Finally arriving at the entrance of a shop with a plaque reading Chuan Family Spirit Talisman Shop, Chen Qingyuan introduced, "This spirit talisman shop is one of our Chen family's businesses, and I usually oversee it here. Chen Qingyuan noticed that the shop was quite deserted, and it seemed that business was not good. Aunt Qingchan, Chen Qingyuan asked quietly, "Are there many customers buying spirit talismans on normal days, or is it always as quiet as today?" Chen Qingchan sighed slightly. "It's basically always this quiet. Spirit talismans are quite valuable. Even a mid-grade first-tier spirit talisman costs about 5 spirit stones, which is difficult for ordinary cultivators to afford. Although spirit talismans are extremely useful in battles, they are indeed too expensive, especially for one important reason. For a low-grade first-tier spirit talisman, Qi refining stage cultivators in the early phase cannot afford it, while for those in the mid-phase, its effectiveness is slightly lower. As for the mid-grade first-tier spirit talisman, it becomes unaffordable for mid-phase cultivators, but is disregarded by late-phase cultivators. Only with a high-grade first-tier spirit talisman does it offer a relatively good cost-performance ratio. However, late-phase cultivators tend to prefer using magical tools in battles, making high-grade first-tier spirit talismans more of a hidden trump card. Considering all these reasons, spirit talismans are naturally not as easy to sell as one might imagine. Of course, compared to arrays that cost hundreds or thousands of spirit stones and magical tools worth dozens to hundreds, spirit talismans are still much easier to sell. Moreover, once a large-scale war breaks out, such as a beast tide or conflicts between factions, spirit talismans, which are quick to use and do not require much mana to activate, will suddenly become highly sought after. After saying all this, Chen Qingyuan sighed. When it comes to cultivation, only alchemists are truly wealthy and not lacking in spirit stones. Oh, unfortunately, our Chen family does not have any powerful alchemist heritage. Upon entering the shop, Chen Qingyuan noticed a young attendant without any magical power walking over. "Esteemed Immortal Master, you have returned." The attendant respectfully bowed to Chen Qingyuan, then turned to Chen Qingyuan and bowed. "I have met this esteemed Immortal Master." He appeared to be in his 20s, but showed utmost respect in front of the 12-year-old Chen Qingyuan. And this is the rule of the cultivation world. No matter what status a mortal has in the secular world, they are nothing but ants in front of cultivators. Being able to serve as a servant for a cultivator is already considered fortunate. Chen Qingyuan nodded. "Has everything been all right in the shop while I was gone for the past 2 days?" The attendant hurriedly replied, "Esteemed Immortal Master, rest assured, everything is well in the shop." Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. Does the shop still need to hire mortals? "Aunt Qingchan, do we have mortals managing the shop as well?" When he arrived, he saw that there were occasionally mortals serving as attendants for cultivators, but he did not expect there would be one in their own shop. Of course, Chen Qingyuan smiled. He is a mortal from our Chen family in Qingshi town, so he is quite trustworthy. As cultivators, we need to cultivate every day, and when we are temporarily unable to attend to things, we need mortals in the shop to receive guests for us. Moreover, these mortals are marked with a seal, and their lives and deaths are entirely at the whim of the cultivators, making them much safer than hiring low-grade cultivators. Of course, Chen Qingyuan did not mention this. "I see." Chen Qingyuan understood. While they were talking, a familiar figure suddenly walked into the shop, and Chen Qingyuan quickly recognized her. The newcomer was wearing a blue dress, her face as smooth as cream, and she was none other than Su Xinwen, the female cultivator of the 9th layer of Qi refining from the Su family, whom he had met a year ago. "I didn't expect her to come to the Square City to oversee things, just like Aunt Qingchan." Su Xinwen had just received a message talisman from Chen Qingyuan, which is why she came for the meeting. "Taoist Chen, may I ask why you have summoned me?" Su Xinwen asked, a bit puzzled. This time she did not refer to herself as a sister, as it was originally a title used to stand with the Chen family and express her attitude towards the Lu family. "Taoist Su." Chen Qingyuan gestured for her to enter the spirit talisman shop. "There are many people outside, so let's go inside to talk." This made Su Xinwen curious, and with a slight smile she replied, "All right." Then the 3 of them, along with the attendant, entered the shop. "You can go to the back to get busy." Chen Qingyuan first dismissed the attendant. The matters to be discussed next were not something a mortal servant could hear. "Qingyuan, find a place to sit. This is also a family matter, so it's fine for you to listen." After saying this, Chen Qingyuan turned to Su Xinwen. "Taoist Su, the reason I called you here is to discuss a transaction with your Su family." After saying this, she personally brewed a cup of spiritual tea for Su Xinwen, with the fragrance of the tea wafting in the air, creating a refreshing feeling. To acquire that inferior foundation establishment pill, Chen Qingyuan needed to quickly sell off a large number of spirit talismans. And during peacetime, only the Su family and the Lu family have the capability to handle such a large transaction of spirit stones. With the Lu family out of the question, the Su family became the only option. "Taoist Chen, you are too polite." Su Xinwen took the spiritual tea, but did not rush to agree. Instead, she asked in return, May I ask what kind of transaction you wish to conduct? If the amount of spirit stones is too large, I may not be able to make a decision. Having temporarily closed the shop's doors, Chen Qingyuan finally revealed her intention to sell a large quantity of talismans. Such a number of talismans. I can make the decision, but you must understand that with such a large volume, I cannot purchase them at market price. Su Xinwen was also startled by Chen Qingyuan's audacity, for among the talismans she intended to sell there were actually 3 second-grade lower-quality talismans. Although talismans of this level were not enough to form the foundation of a clan, they were indeed rare treasures for Qi cultivation cultivators. Thus, she understood the Chen family's goal nothing other than the flawed foundation establishment pill that would be auctioned in less than 2 months. However, for the Su family, this flawed foundation establishment pill was not an absolute necessity. Competing with the Chen family would only benefit the Liu family and the seller behind the scenes. Seeing that Su Xinwen was willing to take charge of purchasing the talismans, Chen Qingyuan gave a slight smile. Fellow Taoist Su, I am deeply grateful for your willingness to help. As for these talismans, I am willing to sell them all at 90% of the market price. What do you think? At 90% of the price, if these talismans were originally worth 2,000, they would now be worth only 1,800. That would be excellent. Su Xinwen nodded. Purchasing such a batch of talismans would certainly not incur a loss. In times of war, their value would soar, potentially yielding a substantial profit. Of course, Chen Qingyuan was not at a great disadvantage either, for apart from a foundation establishment clan, no one else could absorb such a large batch of talismans in so short a time. Chen Qingyuan observed closely, realizing that this batch of talismans was equivalent in value to the second-grade lower-quality spirit vein that the family had sold off at a low price. From this, it was clear just how great a loss the family had suffered at the hands of the Liu family. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. He knew that almost all the talismans Aunt Qingyuan was about to sell were those she had accumulated herself. After this, even this elder second only to the clan leader in wealth would face a period of hardship. He wondered what could be so important that Aunt Qingyuan would go to such great lengths and expense to acquire it. Yet there was no other choice. If the family were still prosperous, it would not have come to this. Everything was merely a matter of strength. After setting the time for the subsequent transaction, Chen Qingyuan and Su Xinwen began to chat. Fellow Taoist Qingyuan, is this your clan nephew? Su Xinwen pointed at Chen Qingyuan with a light laugh. Cultivators generally had good memories. During her visit to the Chen family last year, she vaguely recalled Chen Qingyuan and 2 other youngsters standing behind their elders. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Qingyuan is a junior of the Qing generation in our Chen family. He has some talent in talisman arts, so I keep him by my side. Chen Qingyuan calmly bowed slightly to Su Xinwen. Senior Su. Haha, Su Xinwen waved her hand. No need for such formalities. We are both Qi cultivation cultivators. I hardly deserve the title of senior. As she spoke, her gaze shifted. Who knows, if you break through to foundation establishment in the future, I might have to call you senior. In the world of cultivation, the division of seniority was quite straightforward. Generally, cultivators within the same major realm addressed each other as peers regardless of age or gender. Once one broke through to a higher realm, for instance between Qi cultivation and foundation establishment, Qi cultivation cultivators would uniformly address foundation establishment cultivators as seniors. This created a peculiar phenomenon in the cultivation world. If a genius broke through to foundation establishment at 30, even a white-haired centenarian would have to address him as senior. Of course, there was one exception to this rule: family cultivators. Family members generally addressed each other according to their generation names to signify blood ties. Strictly speaking, Chen Qingyuan did not need to call Su Xinwen senior, as they were not from the same family. They could simply address each other as peers. Chen Qingyuan knew that Su Xinwen was not being polite, but genuinely felt she did not deserve the title of senior. So she said, Qingyuan, the rules of the cultivation world are thus. We need not be exceptions. You and fellow Taoist Xinwen can address each other as peers. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Aunt Qingyuan, I understand. With that topic concluded, Su Xinwen soon finished her cup of spirit tea and rose to take her leave. As the shop fell silent, Chen Qingyuan looked at his aunt, who was resting with her eyes closed. And are you really short of spirit stones now? Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's question, Chen Qingyuan opened her eyes. Since we're at the market, I might as well tell you. In less than 2 months at the market auction, a flawed foundation establishment pill will be sold. So I need to raise a batch of spirit stones in preparation. Then Chen Qingyuan told Chen Qingyuan everything about the flawed foundation establishment pill and her preparations for Chen Qingxiu. So that's it. Chen Qingyuan finally understood why Aunt Qingyuan was in such a hurry to sell her talismans even at a loss. It was all for the flawed foundation establishment pill for second uncle. Thinking of how kind Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan had always been to him, Chen Qingyuan quickly took out his storage pouch. And I have some spirit stones here. I hope they can help. Chen Qingyuan looked at Chen Qingyuan's thoughtful demeanor and smiled with relief, but refused. You still have many uses for spirit stones on your cultivation path. How can I take yours? She thought the spirit stones Chen Qingyuan mentioned were those he had saved from his family stipend, which were essential resources for a cultivator's early stages. Seeing her refusal, Chen Qingyuan said nothing more, but firmly counted out 50 spirit stones from his storage pouch, and then took out the rest. Chen Qingyuan stared at the 283 spirit stones laid before her, asking in astonishment, "Little Qingyuan, where did you get so many spirit stones?" "Never mind, you don't have to tell me." She guessed they were likely a gift from the old clan leader whose care for the younger generation was well known throughout the family. With that thought, she looked at Chen Qingyuan with some embarrassment and said in a slightly apologetic tone, "Little Qingyuan, I didn't intend to use a junior spirit stones, but am still a bit short for purchasing the flawed foundation establishment pill. So your aunt will shamelessly accept them for now. Of course, consider this a loan from your aunt. Once I earn more spirit stones through talisman crafting, I will repay you first thing." Nearly 300 spirit stones might be the deciding factor in the auction, so Chen Qingyuan could not refuse this time. She could only plan to repay the debt by crafting talismans as soon as possible. "Aunt, just keep them. It's all for Uncle Qingshu, not for anyone else," Chen Qingyuan said as if it were only natural. Watching Aunt Qingchuan pocket the spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of satisfaction mingled with reluctance. These were nearly 300 spirit stones, ones he had been unwilling to use even for his own cultivation. Yet this concerned Uncle Kings's path of cultivation, so Chen Qingyuan felt no regret. Suddenly, he recalled the talismans he had refined. Perhaps he could sell some to recoup his losses. After consulting Aunt Qingchuan, her advice was, "You could sell the talismans to the clan. The clan will purchase them at a slightly lower price than the market rate." After all, the clan could not purchase talismans indefinitely, especially with its own talisman refiners. Hence, the price would be somewhat lower, but not by much. "I suggest you take the second path. Remember the stalls you saw when we first entered the market? You could sell there. Sporadic talismans might find buyers more easily there." This touched upon issues of reputation and value. In the market, items from shops came with a guarantee of credibility. Stalls, however, carried a slight risk as they were often run by itinerant cultivators of unknown origin. Although cultivators could discern the quality of talismans and other spiritual items, there was still a chance of being cheated. Therefore, items sold at stalls were generally a bit cheaper than those in shops, yet they could yield more spirit stones than selling directly to the clan. Moreover, the clan might not be eager to purchase many talismans now, so setting up a stall was a wiser choice. Of course, there are also merchant guilds in the market. If you have the inclination, you could try your luck there. The merchant guilds in the market were backed by high-ranking cultivators, but they usually refrained from interfering in conflicts among various factions, prioritizing profit instead. Thus, they might not necessarily want Chen Qingyuan's low-level talismans, but it was not impossible. Chen Qingyuan suggested he try his luck. So selling talismans involves so many intricacies. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. When you venture out into the world, you'll learn that everything requires careful thought and comparison. This is the way of cultivation. By now it was getting late. Chen Qingyuan closed the shop and they each returned to their rooms. Chen Qingyuan chose a room in the corner and settled in. Upon entering, he felt the fluctuation of a formation. Is this a small spirit gathering array? He could sense that the spiritual energy in the room was denser than outside, even superior to his previous cave dwelling in the clan. This is an excellent place for cultivation, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed with excitement. The concentration of spiritual energy might be only slightly higher than his cave, but it was still an improvement. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly sat cross-legged and began circulating the azure mystic transformation rain art. Immediately, the spiritual energy in the room converged toward his body. The next day, after greeting Aunt Qingchuan, Chen Qingyuan took his storage pouch and set out to explore other parts of the market, hoping to find an opportunity to sell some talismans. Along the way, he saw all manner of cultivators: an old man with white hair and a youthful face, a towering middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, and a seductive woman in revealing attire with a formidable aura. "Oh, what a handsome young man! From which family? Why not come and play with me?" The beautiful woman stopped Chen Qingyuan, assuming he was a disciple of some itinerant cultivator due to his youth and lack of an elder companion. Startled by the sudden appearance of the woman in red, Chen Qingyuan might have mistaken her for a courtesan, if not for her undisguised qi refining high-level aura. Passers-by reacted with amusement, envy, or indifference. Some lowered their heads and quietly moved away. Everyone knew that in the world of cultivation, three types of people were most troublesome: beautiful women, children, and the elderly. With two of them present who would invite trouble. Someone recognized the woman and called out, "Jade-faced lady, what fun is there with this dull boy? Come and play with me instead." Chen Qingyuan turned to see the sallow-faced, burly man from earlier, whose late chi-refining aura was even more imposing than the woman's. The jade-faced lady covered her smile with a hand, but her disdain was unmistakable. "Who would want to play with a stinking man like you?" She cast another flirtatious glance at Chen Qingyuan. "Right, little brother. I am Lu Yunyang. May I know your name?" Some onlookers continued to watch the spectacle, while those with higher cultivation openly discussed Lu Yunyang's background. "I heard she practices a charm art that allows her to change her appearance and beguile others, hence the name Jade-Faced Lady." Lu Yunyang shot a fierce glare at the speaker before turning back to Chen Qingyuan. "Little brother." Chen Qingyuan knew she would not cause trouble in the market, but since he would likely be staying here for a while, he could not afford to be underestimated. Thus he straightened his clothes and replied, "I am Chen Qingyuan of the Qingyuan Chen clan." The moment the name Qingyuan Chen was uttered, silence fell. Even Lu Yunyang's brow twitched. Though the Qingyuan Chen clan had declined among foundation establishment families, it remained a colossus in the eyes of these itinerant cultivators. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. Not only was the clan's foundation establishment ancestor still alive, but even if he were dead, these cultivators at most at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refining would not dare to covet it. Lu Yunyang quickly suppressed her seductive demeanor and put on a fawning smile. "So you are a young elite of the Qingyuan Chen clan. I have been rude, truly rude." With that, she hurriedly stepped aside and quickly departed. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan truly understood the weight carried by the name Qingyuan Chen in this region. For itinerant cultivators, just hearing the name was enough to make them flee in fear, daring not to show any disrespect. Of course, Chen Qingyuan also realized that such treatment was only possible within the market. If he were alone and revealed his identity outside, he would likely be devoured, bones and all. After Chen Qingyuan revealed his identity, no rogue cultivator dared to trouble him anymore. However, as Qin Chan Ant had said, the shops in this market held little interest in his meager collection of low-grade talismans. Even when a shop finally agreed to purchase them, they offered only 80% of the standard price. At this rate, it seemed more advantageous to simply sell them in bulk to the clan. This was only natural, as these shops needed to reserve room for profit after acquiring the talismans for resale. Selling to the merchant guild would likely follow the same principle, sacrificing immediate gains for other benefits. Fortunately for Chen Qingyuan, at this moment time was the one thing he had in abundance. Thus, after 7 days of street vending, he finally managed to sell most of his talismans, keeping only the 3 Qing barrier talismans left by Qingshu and a single first-grade mid-tier Vajra talisman. In the end, Chen Qingyuan tallied his earnings. All the talismans had sold for a total of 30 spirit stones. This was only possible because during the middle of those 7 days he had hastily refined some additional first-grade low-tier talismans to sell alongside the rest. This clearly illustrated how difficult it was to earn spirit stones in the cultivation world, yet how quickly they could be spent. Thus time passed swiftly in the market, and soon the day of the auction 2 months later arrived. The Tianqi auction, the sole auction house in Tianqi market, was jointly managed by 3 foundation establishment clans. On ordinary days the auction proceeded as usual, but the items on offer were generally unremarkable, mostly things used by chi refining cultivators. Occasionally, when a second-grade spiritual object or artifact appeared, it would spark fierce competition among cultivators. Today, however, the Tianqi auction had announced the sale of a second-grade pill, an inferior foundation establishment pill. Of course, the inferior foundation establishment pill could only be considered a pseudo-second-grade pill. Yet for a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refining, its importance surpassed even most second-grade artifacts. Consequently, an unusually large number of cultivators entered the auction grounds today. Even before entering the main gate, Chen Qingyuan spotted at least 2 individuals radiating the aura of the 9th level of chi refining. They swaggered into the auction house, without concealment, casting arrogant glances at other cultivators as if trying to intimidate potential competitors. However, as they passed Chen Qingyuan, they sensed Chen Qingchen's 9th level chi refining aura and caught sight of the identity plaque marking her as a member of the Qingyuan Chen clan. Instantly, their bravado dissipated. Chen Qingyuan understood that although both were at the 9th level of chi refining, a cultivator from a foundation establishment clan inherently held a higher status than a rogue cultivator. Chen Qingchan frowned, letting out a sigh. Alas, who could have leaked the news about the inferior foundation establishment pill? Now the entire Tianqi market knows. Once too many, no variables multiply. Chen Qingyuan's gaze turned sharp. But in the end, our real competitor remains the Lu clan. As for ordinary rogue cultivators, how many spirit stones could they possibly have? 2 of you wish to enter the auction hall. The entry fee is 2 spirit stones per person, so for both it amounts to 4 spirit stones. As Chen Qingyuan was about to follow his Aunt Qingchan into the venue, a strikingly young female cultivator spoke up. She appeared to be a staff member of the auction house. Wait. A middle-aged man beside the young woman hurried over, stopping her. 5th Elder, this is a newly hired cultivator who didn't recognize you. Judging by the man's address, he too was from the Qingyuan Chen clan. It's of no consequence. Is our Chen clan's celestial room prepared? Chen Qingyuan dismissed the matter. The young female cultivator, however, was startled. Though Chen Qingyuan said it was fine, who could predict the temperament of these clan cultivators? Were they sincere in public, but duplicitous in private? Thus she quickly bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, senior, I didn't know. To appease Chen Qingyuan, she voluntarily lowered her status, addressing the fellow Qi refining cultivator as a senior. Enough. Since the elder said she doesn't blame you, go attend to your other duties elsewhere. The middle-aged man dismissed the young woman and personally escorted Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan to the so-called celestial room within the auction hall. Despite its grand name, the celestial room was merely a private booth reserved for cultivators from the 3 major foundation establishment clans or visiting foundation establishment cultivators. Through the expansive platform at the front of the booth, Chen Qingyuan saw the 9th-level Qi refining cultivators from the Su and Lu clans in adjacent booths. The Su clan had sent Su Xinwen, while the Lu clan was represented by an elderly man he did not recognize. Soon Su Xinwen noticed them and nodded in greeting. After consulting with her clan, she had decided to forego competing for the inferior foundation establishment pill, choosing not to rival the Chen clan. The Lu clan, however, was different. The elderly Lu cultivator chuckled and directly addressed Chen Qingyuan. May I ask how many spirit stones fellow Taoist Chen has prepared for this auction? Would you like to borrow some from me? Haha. Since the 2 clans could not afford an outright feud, Chen Qingyuan responded with a forced smile. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If I truly lack spirit stones at the critical moment, I may indeed have to trouble you for assistance. Ahem. Hearing this, the Lu elder coughed dryly. He had only spoken casually. Nevertheless, before the auction began, he forced a smile again. Of course, of course. Then turning his gaze to Chen Qingyuan, he added, Is this your nephew? He certainly looks promising. Perhaps in the future he might become another Chen Daoxian. This remark was far too presumptuous. Though it seemed like praise for Chen Qingyuan, how dare a mere 9th-level Qi refining cultivator utter the name Chen Daoxian so flippantly in front of a Chen clan disciple. Instantly Chen Qingyuan's face darkened with barely suppressed anger. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan stepped forward, feigning ignorance, and spoke with a mix of jest and seriousness. Fellow Taoist Lu is right. I aspire to become a figure like the patriarch of our Qingyuan Chen clan. Otherwise, to languish in Qi refining, growing old, and awaiting death with white hair would be sheer torment, wouldn't it? The Lu elder was momentarily speechless. This was practically a pointed remark that he himself had no future and was merely waiting for death. Umph, what a sharp-tongued brat. The Lu elder abandoned all pretense, snorted coldly, and turned away, refusing to speak further. But Chen Qingyuan, fiercely protective, pressed on. Fellow Taoist Lu, mind your words. Qingyuan and you are both Qi refining cultivators. He is no brat. Regardless of the gap between their cultivation levels, a Qi refining 9th layer and a Qi refining 1st layer were still considered peers. The confrontation in the celestial chamber had temporarily concluded, with the Chen family gaining a slight upper hand. Returning to his seat, Chen Qingyuan asked with some concern, Aunt Qingchan, after all that taunting, when the auction begins they might target us for the purchase of the flawed foundation establishment pill. Chen Qingchan shook her head and said coldly, Even if we hadn't said those words, the Lu family would have found some way to obstruct our purchase of that flawed foundation establishment pill. The reason is simple. Resources in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountains are limited. Without us, the Chen family, the Lu family, would naturally claim more for themselves. So no matter what, they will certainly compete with us. Don't overthink it. I've already prepared 4,500 spirit stones for a flawed foundation establishment pill that exceeds its value, so acquiring it shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Qingyuan believed this, but Chen Qingyuan was less optimistic. Since the Lu family was buying the flawed pill to hinder the Chen family, they might be willing to take a loss to achieve that. A prosperous foundation establishment clan possessed resources far beyond what the current Chen family could muster. Of course, dwelling on it now was futile. 4,500 spirit stones was already a vast sum. Whether they could succeed in the purchase was left to fate. Perhaps his Aunt Qingchan thought the Lu family might not go to great lengths to compete with them. Soon as cultivators trickled in one after another, the auction hall grew lively, with many conversing and speculating about the items up for bid. Shortly after the auction commenced, presided over by an elderly man who appeared advanced in years. The first item presented was a strangely shaped weapon, pure white in color, with a full 18 serrated edges on the side, meant to be sharpened. The flowing cloud mother-child blades consist of a mother blade and child blades. Their main bodies are refined from high-grade flowing cloud ore. During combat, the child blades can detach from the mother blade into 18 separate pieces, achieving an unexpected effect. At that moment, the mother blade attacks normally while the child blades separate, transforming into drifting clouds. Hence the name flowing cloud mother-child blades. The elder introduced the blades. This is a top-grade, first-rank magical artifact. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 10 spirit stones. As the elder finished his introduction, the auction hall erupted in excitement. No one expected the first item to be a top-tier, first-rank magical artifact, a rarity, even in the heavenly pawn market. The flowing cloud mother-child blades were clearly described as a magical artifact designed for combat and ambush. The ingenious design of the child and mother blades would inevitably drive up its price. Soon the bid had reached 400 spirit stones, still within the range of an ordinary top-grade first-rank artifact. The latest Qi refining cultivators present were bidding with great enthusiasm. After several more rounds of bidding, the price of the flowing cloud mother-child blades rose to 550 spirit stones, at which point the pace of bidding slowed. Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but be astonished. Even as the pace slowed, each bid started at 10 spirit stones. For him, a first-rank mid-grade spirit talisman, he painstakingly crafted, sold for merely 5 spirit stones. An ordinary first-rank mid-grade magical artifact typically cost between 30 and 60 spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan noticed his expression and explained with a smile, "This type of mother-child artifact excels in both direct combat and ambushes, making it an extremely useful weapon for cultivators. A higher price is only natural. Moreover, 10 spirit talismans often equal the value of a same-grade artifact. Relying solely on talismans in combat is essentially burning through spirit stones." The advantage of using spirit talismans was clear. They required only activation with minimal subsequent mana consumption, allowing cultivators to quickly gain an edge in battle. But one must understand that combat among cultivators was rarely about sheer aggression, it was often about competing for resources. If too much was expended each time, the gains might not justify the cost. Ultimately, the flowing cloud mother-child blades were won by a cultivator cloaked entirely in black robes at a slightly high price of 670 spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan patiently continued explaining the basic rules of the cultivation world to Chen Qingyuan. "See that masked man? He's likely a rogue cultivator. Even after winning the artifact, he doesn't want his identity known to avoid being ambushed." Chen Qingyuan expressed some confusion. "Isn't combat between cultivators forbidden in the heavenly pawn market? If so, after winning the bid, I could hide in the market for 10 days or half a month before leaving. Could anyone still find me?" Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement with his approach, but still shook her head. "That can mitigate some risk, but you must know that a top-grade artifact worth several hundred spirit stones is enough to drive many rogue cultivators to stake out for extended periods. So if they're determined to act, even if you stay in the market for half a month or 3 to 4 months, you could still be targeted by those with ill intent." Chen Qingyuan then realized that his thinking was still influenced by his past life. Cultivators' patience for high-value treasures was far greater than he had imagined. Of course, there were tales in the cultivation world of bandit cultivators who specialized in murder and robbery, spending months or even years setting traps to slay their targets and seize all their possessions. At this thought, Chen Qingyuan's expression grew serious. He bowed respectfully to his aunt beside him. "Thank you for the guidance, aunt. Otherwise, if he let his guard down around other rogue cultivators in the future, he might well face the risk of being ambushed." Chen Qingyuan was pleased that he had taken her words to heart. "I'm glad you don't find me tedious. After all, you are the eldest of the Qing generation in our Qingyuan Qin clan. In the future, you may even set an example for your younger cousins." As their conversation continued, and the flowing cloud mother-child blades were successfully sold, the subsequent auction proceeded normally. However, after the top-grade artifacts served as an opening, the following items were mostly ordinary quality spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, or bundled pills to aid Qi refining cultivation. Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan refrained from bidding throughout. Chen Qingyuan needed to reserve all her spirit stones for the flawed foundation establishment pill, while Chen Qingyuan adhered to his strategy of avoiding combat until the late Qi refining stage, thus having no need for magical artifacts. As the elder continued his introductions, the auction quickly neared its end, and the truly grand finale items were about to appear. As a verdant jade bottle was presented at the front, the atmosphere of the entire auction reached its climax, with everyone unable to suppress their cheers. What's happening? Why is everyone so excited? Just watch and see. Many chi refining cultivators still had no idea what was occurring, merely staring blankly at the others. The final auction item is the most precious treasure our heavenly pond market has seen in nearly a year. I imagine many fellow cultivators have come specifically for it. Before the stage, the elder raised the jade bottle, his words whetting everyone's appetite. Enough, just start the auction. Stop being coy. Exactly, I've saved up my spirit stones just for this moment. Yet some also sense something amiss. How could a defective foundation establishment pill so precious have become known to all? Below the stage, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on the pill about to be auctioned, a strange light flickering in his eyes. The elder on stage wasted no more words. Very well, the final highlight of tonight's auction is a defective foundation establishment pill. Though it is a failed product of the foundation establishment pill, it retains the property of protecting the meridians and can also increase the breakthrough probability by 0.5%. Dear fellow cultivators. Saying this, the elder paused, smiling as he looked at the crowd below. You all know how arduous cultivation is. For us cultivators, besides talent, the most important thing is fortune. Perhaps at the final hurdle of breakthrough, it's precisely this 0.5% probability that makes all the difference. If that were the case, locked in a secret chamber during seclusion, with no recourse to heaven or earth, forced to watch your own meridians shatter and your physical form dissolve, recalling today's auction where you lack the audacity to seize this defective foundation establishment pill, how utterly despairing that would be. If this old man were not already too advanced in age, having lost the chance to strive for foundation establishment, I would certainly contend with you all for this pill. His words were not without reason. Even 0.5% probability for many despairing chi refining cultivators represented a leap from nothing to something. The elder's speech successfully ignited the desires of many. Below the stage, numerous cultivators began borrowing spirit stones from one another, preparing to compete. Then one defective foundation establishment pill starting bid at 3,000 spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 100 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. As the elder's voice fell, the entire auction entered its final climax. I bid 3,200 spirit stones. Let no one challenge me, a short, stocky, middle-aged man shouted loudly. Only 3,200 spirit stones, and you think you can snatch the defective foundation establishment pill? I bid 3,400. Clearly the others were no fools. Someone immediately raised the bid. The middle-aged man glared viciously at the cultivator who outbid him. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted again, 3,500 spirit stones. This time, however, his confidence was evidently waning, likely realizing that the current bids came only from scattered cultivators in the ordinary seats, while the heavenly word chambers at the rear had yet to make an offer. Finally, when the price reached 3,800 spirit stones, the bidding from the audience gradually slowed. After all, each increase of 100 spirit stones might drain a wandering cultivator's entire savings and burden them with significant debt. Of course, 3,800 spirit stones were far from the limit. Soon a silver-haired youth who appeared to be in his early 30s stood up from his seat. I bid 4,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the defective foundation establishment pill had surpassed 4,000. Inside the chamber, Chen Qingyuan noticed that Aunt Qingchen's complexion had visibly worsened, indicating that the fervor for the defective pill had exceeded her expectations. After making his bid, the silver-haired youth turned to the surrounding cultivators. Hear me out, everyone. My father is the 5 Elements Wanderer. I beseech you, fellow cultivators, to grant me this favor, and I shall be eternally grateful. Who is the 5 Elements Wanderer? I've never heard of him. I don't know either. Is there such a cultivator in the eclipsed sun mountain range? The cultivators in the audience whispered among themselves, puzzled by the identity of the 5 Elements Wanderer. However, a knowledgeable individual revealed his background. He's a foundation establishment cultivator from the neighboring Dashuan kingdom, the 5 Elements Wanderer. Though called 5 Elements, he's known as 5 Poisons. This wanderer is infamous for his mastery of poison arts, often slaying passing cultivators, and has earned quite a sinister reputation in Dashuan. Upon hearing this, many cultivators abandoned their intention to compete for the defective pill. To antagonize a powerful and ruthless foundation establishment expert over such an elusive elixir was hardly a rational choice. Yet some remained unimpressed. The 5 Elements Wanderer's reputation is indeed formidable, but this is not Dashuan. This is the eclipsed sun mountain range. Even if you were the 5 Elements Wanderer himself, you would not be allowed to act recklessly here. In the suddenly silent auction hall, this rebuke rang out sharply. The silver-haired youth's eyes instantly blazed with murderous intent as he sought the source. However, when he saw the speaker, it turned out to be a chi-refining ninth-layer cultivator from the Lu clan. As the largest Foundation establishment clan in the southern Eclipsed Sun Mountain range, the Lu clan naturally would not stand idly by when another Foundation establishment force acted arrogantly here. With 5 Foundation establishment elders backing them, they indeed feared no 5 elements wanderer. The Lu clan's chi-refining elder spoke up and then raised the bid. I bid 4,200 spirit stones. Thus the silver-haired youth's expression flickered with uncertainty. He had been traveling through the Eclipsed Sun Mountain range, and upon hearing of the defective pill auction, had killed many wandering cultivators to gather the necessary spirit stones. Though his deeds had yet to be discovered, since the local Foundation establishment clan also coveted the pill, it was unwise for him to continue bidding. With this thought, the silver-haired youth calmed down and slowly resumed his seat, though his gaze still frequently swept toward the jade bottle on the stage. Inside the chamber, Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan exchanged glances, after which the latter firmly declared, Our Qingyuan Chen clan bids 4,400 spirit stones. However, to Chen Qingyuan's surprise, her first bid had already approached the limit she had in mind, stirring a hint of anxiety within her. So the Chen clan has joined in too. It seems this defective Foundation establishment pill is beyond the reach of us wandering cultivators. Chen Qingyuan's entry became the final straw that broke the camel's back. From then on, only the Chun and Lu clans remained in the bidding, while Su Xinwen of the Su clan, under her ancestors' instruction, abstained from the auction. The Lu clan's chi-refining elder looked over with a smile tinged with smugness and a hint of provocation. A sense of foreboding rose in Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan's hearts. And indeed, this old man adds another 100 spirit stones, 4,500. Aunt. Chen Qingyuan looked at his Aunt Qingchan beside him. Her face was already extremely grim, but she did not seem to have given up hope. Facing the high price of 4,500 spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan knew this was not yet the Lu family's limit. Gritting her teeth, she said, 4,500 spirit stones plus a top-grade magic artifact, the Heavenly Gauze Net. It should be worth 500 spirit stones. With that, she looked at the old chi condensation cultivator from the Lu family next door, her gaze icy cold. The cultivators present cheered simultaneously. Although they could not purchase the flawed Foundation establishment pill, they had still witnessed a spectacle today. Bartering among cultivators was unlike that of mortals. Besides using spirit stones for purchase, various treasures imbued with spiritual energy could also serve as bargaining chips. Chen Qingyuan's Heavenly Gauze Net was quite famous in the southern part of the Eclipsed Sun Mountains. After all, it was the signature magic artifact of a 9th-layer chi condensation expert. Yet now, to auction this flawed Foundation establishment pill, she had no choice but to stake her protective artifact. The old Lu family cultivator's gaze wavered. He knew that 5,000 spirit stones far exceeded the value of the flawed Foundation establishment pill itself. Of course, he could continue if he wished, but butting heads with the Chun family like this would likely only benefit others. Thus, with a smile on his face, he clasped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, Chen truly has boldness. I am not your equal in this regard. I shall have to yield this flawed Foundation establishment pill to you. The audience erupted in uproar once more. The strength of a Foundation establishment family was once again laid bare before them. After repeated confirmation, the flawed Foundation establishment pill was ultimately secured by Chen Qingyuan for 4,500 spirit stones and a top-grade magic artifact. Thus the auction officially concluded. After handing over the spirit stones and the artifact in the back, Chen Qingyuan held the small verdant bottle in her hand, her gaze filled with complexity. For this flawed Foundation establishment pill, she had nearly exhausted everything. Yet Chen Qingyuan felt no regret. As long as it helped Chen Qingyuan succeed in Foundation establishment, it would all be worth it. On the way back to the talisman shop, Chen Qingyuan looked at his Aunt Qingchan, whose expression had relaxed, and asked, Aunt Qingchan, shall we return directly to Qingyuan Mountain? Chen Qingchan shook her head. Not yet. Your second uncle still needs time to reach the peak of the 9th layer of chi condensation. Now that we have just secured the flawed Foundation establishment pill, we are a target. Let's lay low until the heat passes. Although the Chun family was a Foundation establishment family, neither of them were Foundation establishment experts. If multiple 9th-layer chi condensation cultivators joined forces to ambush them on the road, it could indeed be dangerous. Chen Qingyuan fully agreed with his aunt's approach. Unlike some supporting characters in stories who flaunt their treasures and end up ambushed, this was wise. Cultivators sought immortality, thus patience was essential. In the long river of time, only those who could endure would go further. However, Chen Qingyuan did not expect this lay-low period to last a full 9 months. On this day, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes after meditation, the surrounding spiritual energy scattering chaotically. Letting out a long breath, he sensed the changes within his body. The mist of magical power in his dantian was much more abundant than 9 months ago. The only pity was that 2 years had passed since his last breakthrough to the second layer of qi condensation, and he was still stuck at the peak of the second layer, unable to break through to the third. But it won't be long now. At most half a month more, and the third layer of qi condensation will naturally come. Just then a cyan talisman paper in the room rustled without wind, and Aunt Qingshan's voice emerged from it. "Qingyuan, pack your things and come to the shop." Chen Qingyuan knew it was time to return to Qingyuan Mountain. He hadn't expected that leaving Qingyuan Mountain would keep him away for nearly a full year. Arriving at the shop, Chen Qingshan's attire was as usual, and her expression was normal. Seeing Chen Qingyuan arrive, she said softly, "It's been a long time since the auction. Those who were watching us should have given up by now. Since the shop isn't busy, let's quietly return to Qingyuan Mountain." Without even informing the mortal shop assistant, she immediately led Chen Qingyuan out through the market exit, planning to use a transmission talisman to explain matters once they returned to the clan. However, neither of them noticed that as they left the market, several figures also quietly set off. To avoid unforeseen complications, Chen Qingyuan urged the green leaf shuttle at full speed toward their clan. Yet a lingering sense of unease troubled Chen Qingyuan, as if something was about to happen. "Aunt Qingshan, for some reason, I have a bad feeling about this." Without hesitation, Chen Qingyuan voiced his feeling to Chen Qingshan. A bad feeling. Hearing this, Chen Qingshan furrowed her brows. Many cultivators experienced inexplicable premonitions, and they were often accurate. Thus, Chen Qingshan had to take it seriously. "I understand. But rest assured, although I sold the top-grade magic artifact, I still have a backup plan." Despite her words, Chen Qingshan slightly slowed their pace to ensure her magical power stayed around 70%, so she wouldn't be caught off guard in an emergency. 2 more days passed peacefully with nothing happening. Just as Chen Qingyuan thought the journey would end safely, several unfamiliar auras appeared around them. These auras made no attempt to conceal themselves, so even Chen Qingyuan at the peak of the second qi condensation layer quickly detected them. "Someone is chasing us." Chen Qingshan's gaze turned cold. She now regretted not leaving Chen Qingyuan in the market and returning to the clan alone. But it was too late for regrets. The pursuers were coming aggressively, clearly with ill intent. After a moment's thought, Chen Qingshan finally halted the green leaf shuttle. They were still some distance from Qingyuan Mountain, and with the enemy outnumbering them, if they waited until their magical power was depleted to stop, they would truly be at their mercy. "Aunt Qingshan, what do we do?" Facing a cultivator ambush for the first time, Chen Qingyuan found his heart was not as calm as he had imagined. He was even a little flustered. "Don't be afraid. There are no Foundation Establishment cultivators among them. With no Foundation Establishment experts, her trump card would not fear them." As several unfamiliar figures appeared one after another, the two recognized some of them. The first was the middle-aged man who had initially bid for the flawed Foundation Establishment pill at the auction. He now carried a large blade on his shoulder, his gaze maliciously fixed on his colleagues. A step behind him was the silver-haired youth who claimed to be the son of the 5 Yuan rogue cultivator. Behind them were 3 mid-stage qi condensation rogue cultivators. The pursuers totaled 5-2 at the 9th layer of qi condensation and 3 at the mid-stage. On their side, there was only Chen Qingshan at the 9th layer and Chen Qingyuan at the mere 2nd layer. It seemed the outcome was already decided. The middle-aged man and the silver-haired youth exchanged a glance, reaching an unspoken understanding through their eyes. "Let's capture the 2 of them first, then decide on the distribution of the inferior Foundation Establishment pill." Agreed. Subsequently, the silver-haired youth turned to the 3 mid-stage qi refining cultivators behind him and said, "We only need that inferior Foundation Establishment pill. The rest of their belongings are yours to divide." "Then we thank you, sir." The respondent's voice was exceedingly hoarse. The 3 mid-stage qi refining cultivators were all clad in black robes, their faces obscured. The 5 reached a consensus. The silver-haired youth sneered inwardly. "Distribution? What distribution? Once I eliminate everyone present, everything will be mine." On their side, Chen Qingshan's hand brushed across her storage pouch, and a high-grade green Yuan sword materialized in her grasp. Chen Qingyuan similarly swept his hands across his storage pouch, retrieving several talismans. During these 9 months, he had not only cultivated, but also refined a considerable number of talismans. Chen Qingshan was well aware of Chen Qingyuan's substantial wealth. Hence, with a sweep of her sword, she ensnared both latest-stage qi refining cultivators within her blade technique. "Arrogant. Feudal resistance." The middle-aged cultivator sneered, donning a pair of bone knuckles on his hands. The knuckles were studded with protruding spikes that emitted a faint, cold gleam, a rare close combat magical artifact that seemed somewhat incongruous with his short stature. Meanwhile, a jade-green gourd appeared in the silver-haired youth's hand. As he channeled his mana, a dense cloud of green smoke billowed forth. Chen Qingyuan averted his gaze, focusing on the 3 black-robed mid-stage chi-refining cultivators before him. He wondered what trump card Aunt Qingqian had up her sleeve and how quickly she could conclude her battle. Seeing that the other battle had already commenced, the 3 black-robed cultivators wasted no time. They drew their magical artifacts and launched an assault on Chen Qingyuan. In an instant, a dazzling array of light and shadow filled the air. Chen Qingyuan concentrated, not daring to be careless. With a flick of his finger, 3 talismans shot forth. The talismans ignited midair, transforming into 3 cyan shields, first-grade lower-class wood armor talismans. It was of course unrealistic to expect them to fully block 3 mid-stage chi-refining cultivators, but they sufficed to withstand a single attack from each. The recoil force from the wood armor talismans halted the trio's advance. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan explosively retreated. During his retreat, his hands repeatedly swept across his storage pouch, producing several more talismans. "Let's see how many talismans you can waste," the hoarse voice among the black-robed cultivators taunted Chen Qingyuan. "Ha, more than enough to hold you off," Chen Qingyuan retorted, refusing to admit defeat. As the 3 charged at him again, he sent another talisman flying. 3 wooden shields materialized once more. However, this time one of the black-robed cultivators suddenly hurled a flying dagger artifact. Upon contact with the shield, the dagger seemed to meet no resistance, while the shield instantly shattered into countless splinters. Watching the black-robed cultivator hurtling towards him, Chen Qingyuan found an unexpected calm settling over him in this critical moment. He flicked his finger again, and a golden talisman flew forth. With a whoosh, the talisman burned, and a golden halo emerged around Chen Qingyuan, forming a barrier of spiritual energy, a first-grade mid-tier Vajra talisman. Crack! The flying dagger artifact struck again, but this time the barrier formed by the Vajra talisman successfully repelled it. Tch, what a turtle shell! The foremost black-robed cultivator, indignant, drove the flying dagger to relentlessly assault the barrier. With the assistance of the other 2, the single Vajra talisman held for only a few breaths before dissolving into dust. Unfazed by the black-robed cultivator's mockery, Chen Qingyuan promptly replenished the defense with another Vajra talisman, continuing to dodge and block their attacks, without any intention of counterattacking. In truth, the 3 black-robed cultivators had grossly underestimated Chen Qingyuan's resources. Though he was only at the early stage of chi refining, Chen Qingyuan was a genuine 9th-layer chi refining cultivator. More importantly, she was a pseudo-second-grade lower-class talisman refiner. Over the past 9 months, while Chen Qingyuan had been cultivating and refining talismans, Chen Qingyuan had certainly not been idle. To prepare for a potential battle like this, she had already refined a vast number of talismans. Consequently, the defensive talismans Chen Qingyuan now carried far exceeded the trio's imagination. Before departing from the market, Chen Qingyuan had even entrusted him with 3 first-grade upper-class talismans. "What do we do? It looks like we won't be able to take down this kid anytime soon." The 3 black-robed cultivators communicated with glances as they continued their assault. They knew their own strength. As mid-stage chi-refining cultivators, they could never contend with latest-stage chi-refining cultivators. Hence their target had always been Chen Qingyuan, a scion of a Foundation establishment clan. "Hold on for one more incense sticks time. I don't believe he can keep this up forever. If it still doesn't work, we leave immediately," the hoarse voice, evidently the leader, declared. Unfortunately for them, Chen Qingyuan did exactly that. He maintained his defense. To guard against any surprise attacks, he even supplemented his mid-tier talismans with lower-grade ones between uses, ensuring an impenetrable defense. As the agreed-upon incense sticks time drew to a close, the hoarse-voiced leader spoke again. "Let's go. We can't delay any longer." He was acutely aware that the situation on their side hinged on the battle between the 9th-layer chi-refining cultivators. Regardless of whether Chen Qingyuan or the other 2 emerged victorious, once either side was free, they would surely devour all 3 of them as well. Chen Qingyuan, engrossed in defense, suddenly noticed the attack cease. When he looked up, the 3 black-robed cultivators were already swiftly fleeing into the distance. Without pausing to catch his breath, he hurriedly turned his attention to the other battlefield. Chen Qingyuan's battle was also at a stalemate. Though her 2 opponents each wielded top-grade magical artifacts, she managed to hold her own by employing the high-grade green Yuan sword in conjunction with talismans. "Those 3 ran away," the middle-aged cultivator remarked, coldly glancing at the fleeing trio. "Why bother with them? They're just 3 useless wretches. Let them go." The silver-haired youth was indifferent. He could sense that the female cultivator's mana was nearly depleted. It was only natural. Facing the combined assault of two ninth-layer Qi refining cultivators, it was a remarkable feat that she had lasted this long. Chen Qingyuan watched anxiously, but he could not intervene in a battle between three ninth-layer Qi refining cultivators. He could not even approach forced to keep a safe distance. All he could do now was pray that Aunt Qingchan would deploy her trump card soon. Seeing that Chen Qingyuan was momentarily out of danger, Chen Qingchan breathed a sigh of relief, yet noticed that her own spiritual power had nearly run dry. With this thought, she bit her lip, gently twirled the Qingyuan sword in her hand, and after deflecting the attacks of the two opponents, swiftly retreated. As the two advanced again, they found that Chen Qingchan now held a small cyan sword in her hand. The fluctuations emanating from it indicated it was a powerful talisman treasure. This was the trump card Chen Qingchan had mentioned. Although Grand Elder Chen Daojian had said the family could not lend many spirit stones, he had ultimately lent her the Qingxian Bixia sword talisman for protection, while carrying the inferior foundation establishment pill back to the family. The moment the middle-aged cultivator saw the Qingxian Bixia sword talisman appear, he immediately leaped back, distancing himself from Chen Qingchan. A talisman treasure. Fear filled his eyes. For a Qi cultivation rogue cultivator, owning a top-grade magic tool was already a stroke of immense fortune, and talisman treasures were something only heard of in legends. The silver-haired youth's expression also turned cold, but facing the talisman treasure in Chen Qingchan's hand, he showed no sign of retreat. He brushed his storage pouch, and a small mysterious mirror appeared in his hand. Seeing the mysterious mirror in the silver-haired youth's hand, Chen Qingchan frowned slightly. It was clearly another talisman treasure. Thus, the silver-haired youth's words were likely true. His father was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator, or he could never have afforded such a talisman treasure for protection. This is troublesome. Chen Qingchan had refrained from using the Qingxian Bixia sword talisman because its uses were limited and she wanted to conserve it. Now, not only could she not save the talisman, but with the opponent also wielding one, whether she and Chen Qingyuan could escape unscathed had become a question. Of course, Chen Qingchan was not yet in despair. With the power of the Qingxian Bixia sword talisman, she hoped at least to perish together with the two, allowing Chen Qingyuan to return safely to the family. Nearby, Chen Qingyuan, though unsure why the battle had suddenly halted, had already seen the Qingxian Bixia sword talisman in Aunt Qingchan's hand. Even with the talisman treasure, Aunt Qingchan's expression remained grim. Chen Qingyuan guessed that the situation on the battlefield had shifted somehow. Unfortunately, he was merely a minor cultivator at the early Qi refining stage, utterly unqualified to intervene in such a battle. He was still too weak, too slow. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. If he returned safely to Qingyuan Mountain this time, he would have to cultivate even more diligently. The silver-haired youth on the opposing side sneered and spoke. Is it necessary to fight to the death over an inferior foundation establishment pill? How about this: if you hand over the inferior foundation establishment pill, I'll let you and that junior of yours leave. Wouldn't that be a win-win? He spoke as if victory was already assured. A rogue cultivator might have wavered, but Chen Qingchan, a clan cultivator, had long placed life and death aside. Just as she was about to retort with a sneer, several sounds of wind breaking approached from the distance. Hearing the faintly familiar noise, a smile spread across Chen Qingchan's face. Who are you letting go? The voice arrived before the person, and with it came 1, 2, 3. 12 flying swords in unison. Second uncle. Chen Qingyuan looked joyfully toward the source of the flying swords. Chen Qing's face was stern as the 12 swords circled and danced before him, then transformed into a rain of blades. The illusory rain sword formation. The middle-aged cultivator and the silver-haired youth were instantly on high alert. The youth raised his talisman treasure, ready to activate the power of the mysterious mirror at any moment. Yet all 12 flying swords bypassed him, charging straight at the middle-aged cultivator. Having fought for so long, his spiritual power was also depleted. Caught off guard, the rain of swords dazzled his eyes. Ah! The middle-aged cultivator's screams echoed around them. Cultivators who could use sword formations as an attack method were usually formidable in combat, and Chen Qing's sudden strike was so fierce that several swords pierced the man's chest, leaving him on the brink of death. Unlike Chen Qingchan and Chen Qingyuan's joy, the silver-haired youth's face turned ashen at the sight. As a poison cultivator, he dreaded most those who fought with overwhelming aggressive techniques. No, I must flee. In an instant he made his decision. He threw away the gourd in his hand, and a massive cloud of tricolored poison mist erupted. Without looking back, the silver-haired youth summoned a small green boat, stepped onto it, and vanished into the sky as a streak of light. The tricolored poison mist, now uncontrolled, only blocked Chen Qingshu for a moment before dissipating entirely. Watching the silver-haired youth disappear beyond the horizon, Chen Qingyuan ultimately chose not to pursue. Glancing at Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan, Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh of relief and asked, "I came late. Are you both all right?" Chen Qingyuan shook her head and turned to Chen Qingyuan. "Qingyuan, you fought 3 alone. Were you injured?" "Alone against 3. Chen Qingyuan looked at his nephew in surprise. "Haha, I kept using spirit talismans for defense. They never even touched me." Chen Qingyuan laughed heartily. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression turned odd. "I wonder who taught you this fighting style. You battled those 3 mid-chi refining cultivators for so long without launching a single attack. Well, given my low cultivation level, any attack I made would have posed little threat to them. So I thought it better to focus solely on defense." Chen Qingyuan knew his own limits well. More importantly, he had barely crafted any useful offensive spirit talismans. What else could he do but defend? Chen Qingyuan nodded in approval. Defense is the right call. In battles among cultivators, ensuring one's own safety is paramount. Avoid conflict if possible, or flee if you can, defend when necessary. Only when there's no other choice or forced by circumstance should you attack, and when you do, strike with overwhelming force, leaving no chance for the enemy to counter. This was why Chen Qingyuan, upon arriving, had unleashed his deadliest technique, swiftly killing the middle-aged cultivator. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes lightly at Chen Qingyuan. "That makes me sound like the villain. I never said little Qingyuan did anything wrong. By the way, here is the inferior foundation establishment pill from this transaction. I can now hand it over to you." Saying this, she placed the small verdant bottle before Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was deeply moved. Only after emerging from seclusion did he learn the great price Chen Qingyuan had paid for this pill and the ambush by rogue cultivators on her return journey. Enough. Why the sentimental act? Shouldn't clan cultivators help one another? Chen Qingyuan waved dismissively, urging him to take the bottle. Since Chen Qingyuan had already arrived, Chen Qingyuan returned to the clan with him. Despite Chen Qing's attempts to dissuade her, Chen Qingyuan resolutely turned around and headed back to Tianqi Market. At Qingyuan Mountain, as Chen Qingyuan inquired, Chen Qingyuan recounted everything that had transpired over the past few months, including, without reservation, how Aunt Qingyuan had liquidated her assets for that flawed foundation establishment pill. After listening, Chen Qingyuan fell silent for a moment. His lips trembled slightly, yet he ultimately held his tongue and said nothing more. Chen Qingyuan then returned to his cave dwelling to resume his daily cultivation. This time he trained with even greater diligence, so much so that even Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong rarely saw him outside. Half a month later, within the cave dwelling, a ripple of spiritual energy emanated from Chen Qingyuan's body. Suddenly it felt as if a shackle within him had shattered. A surge of surrounding spiritual force rushed into his meridians, flowing through them and converging into his dantian, where it transformed into a mist of mana. As if something had broken open in the void, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes. The 3rd layer of qi refinement. It has finally been achieved. This breakthrough brought him little joy as it had occurred within the half-month he had anticipated. He could only say that now that he had broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he must begin preparing for the 4th layer, the mid-stage of qi refinement. This breakthrough had taken him a full 2 years. Now 13 years old, 3 years had transformed him from a mortal farm boy into a true cultivator. He had grown much taller than when he first arrived, and his features had become increasingly ethereal and handsome. This was only natural, for as spiritual energy continuously infused his body, cultivators rarely had unpleasing appearances. "I wonder how my parents are faring in the town. Are they still healthy?" For some reason, the home in his memory felt so distant, even though it had only been 3 short years. Forget it, dwelling on this is useless. It's a clan rule that disciples are forbidden from returning to mortal towns before the mid-stage of qi refinement. Chen Qingyuan shook his head and prepared to head to the spirit bamboo field to check on the growth of the Qingyuan bamboo. He had reclaimed the task of tending the spiritual fields shortly after returning to the clan. As he walked halfway, he noticed that Qingyuan Mountain was unusually lively today, a stark contrast to its usual quiet. Cultivators typically spent most of their time meditating, and the Chen clan of Qingyuan was not populous. So why was it so bustling today? Just as Chen Qingyuan was wondering, he spotted Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong chatting and laughing ahead. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly caught up to them. "Qingji, Qingrong." Chen Qingyuan called out to them from behind. "Oh, it's Brother Qingyuan. Have you finally emerged from seclusion?" Chen Qingrong teased with a giggle. "Nonsense. Brother Qingyuan's diligent cultivation is what we cultivators should all emulate," Chen Qingji said, genuinely admiring Chen Qingyuan's ability to endure solitude and train without cease. Chen Qingyuan smiled and voiced his confusion. "Why is Qingyuan Mountain so lively today? I see many elders I rarely encounter on ordinary days." Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile. Brother Qingyuan, you've been in secluded cultivation and don't know. Have you forgotten what day it is today? 3 years ago. 3 years ago today. Chen Qingyuan recalled. 3 years ago today was when he had first entered Qingyuan Mountain. So another 3 years had passed, and this year's spirit root testing was likely over. That meant the children with spirit roots from the mortal towns below should be brought to the mountain today, and the Chen clan of Qingyuan would gain new blood. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's beaming expression, Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. Even so, why do you look so happy? Chen Qingji took over the explanation. How could she not be happy? Currently, there are only 4 of us in the Qing generation, including Chen Qinghao, and Sister Qingrong is the youngest among us. With new junior members joining the clan, her seniority naturally rises. I see, Chen Qingyuan said, understanding. Before this, Chen Qingrong had held the lowest seniority in all of Qingyuan Mountain, with everyone theoretically being her elder. All right, enough of that. Chen Qingrong awkwardly changed the subject. Shall we go to the ancestral hall to meet the new clan brothers and sisters? After she spoke, both she and Chen Qingji looked expectantly at Chen Qingyuan. The ancestral hall was a place they couldn't casually enter on ordinary days, but today was different. As the eldest of the Qing generation, Chen Qingyuan leading them would put them at ease. You too. Chen Qingyuan nodded with a smile, not exposing their little schemes. The 3 then set off together for the ancestral hall, their blue robes fluttering in the wind, giving them an almost immortal bearing. Soon the ancestral hall came into view. Chen Qingyuan took the lead and greeted Grand Elder Chen Daojian, whom he saw from a distance. Come in, you 3 little ones. Why are you standing at the door? Chen Daojian was quite pleased with these 3 juniors, especially Chen Qingyuan. A disciple with high talent who could endure solitary cultivation and was rumored to have exceptional talent in talisman crafting. What elder wouldn't favor such a promising seedling? When the 3 entered the hall, they found no new clan disciples inside, only the Grand Elder. Seeing them looking around, Chen Daojian asked with amusement, "What brings you 3 little ones to the ancestral hall?" Chen Qingyuan suddenly recalled that when he first came to the mountain, only he and Chen Qinghao had entered the ancestral hall. Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong had not. That meant Chen Daojian seemed to realize something. Oh, I see. You've come to meet your new clan brothers and sisters. 6 new little ones came this year, but the best among them only have 4-element spirit roots. Each has been assigned a mid-stage Qi refinement master to guide them in their cultivation. As expected, Chen Qingyuan himself should have been assigned a guide, but with the alternating guidance from Chen Qingxiu and Chen Qingchan, that step had been skipped. Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong were still under the tutelage of a mid-stage Qi refinement elder. Without such oversight, Chen Qingrong's cultivation speed in particular would have been even slower. Now that Chen Qingyuan had broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, she was still stuck at the 1st layer. Though limited by her 5-element spirit root, it was indeed somewhat slow. Since the purpose of their visit was unattainable, the 3 had no choice but to bid farewell to Grand Elder Chen Daojian and leave together. Qingyuan Mountain was vast and sprawling. As Chen Qingyuan and his 2 companions strolled and chatted, several figures clad in white robes in the distance caught their attention. Drawing closer, they saw 7 white-haired elders dressed in mourning garments, carrying a coffin on their shoulders toward Qingshi town. "Oh, it's you 3 young ones," Chen Qingling said with a faint smile as he watched Chen Qingyuan and the others approach. Chen Qingyuan looked curiously at the elders bearing the coffin. He could sense no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from them. They were all mortals without spiritual roots. "Uncle Qingling, what is this?" Chen Qingyuan, as the eldest of the trio, asked. Following Chen Qingyuan's gaze, Chen Qingling looked at the coffin and sighed deeply. Just another clansman who has reached the end of his life. These 7 are all Qinghao sons preparing to carry him back to the old residence in Qingshi town. The 7 elders, somewhat out of breath, set down the coffin and respectfully bowed to Chen Qingyuan and his companions. "Greetings, esteemed immortal masters." Any one of the 7 appeared to be more than twice the combined age of the 3 youngsters. But such was the way of the cultivation world. Since Chen Qinghao had failed to break through to foundation establishment, his descendants without spiritual roots would forever be lower in seniority and status than those Chen clan members who possessed them. Qinghao cultivated diligently in his early years, but unfortunately his 5 spiritual roots talent was lacking. Even at the end of his life, he was still a step away from the late Qi refining stage, Chen Qingling said softly. Later he had children late in life, but none of them tested positive for spiritual roots. So before his death, he expressed his wish to be buried in Qingshi town. The eldest among the 7 coffin bearers stepped forward, speaking with shame. "We have brought shame upon our father and our clan. After parting from our father at the age of 10, more than 60 years passed without another meeting. Our mother also spoke of him constantly before her death. I never imagined that when we finally met again it would be. Alas, this was easy to understand. Around the age of 10 was when spiritual root testing occurred. If all 7 had no spiritual roots, it must have been a great disappointment to Chen Qingyuan. Thus in his disappointment, it was possible he had settled his mortal wife and children in Qingshi town and never visited them again. After all, cultivators lost track of time in their training. Even Chen Qingyuan himself had not returned home in 3 years. Please do not be so distressed. This must be Uncle Qingho, Chen Qingyuan said, looking at the translucent coffin. The clan uncle lying inside appeared even younger than the 7 men carrying him. From the tone of the eldest among the 7, Chen Qingyuan could detect a hint of resentment toward his father. After all, he had been abandoned along with his mother simply because he lacked spiritual roots. But Chen Qingyuan understood well. When a cultivator loses hope for the future, they often place their expectations on the next generation. If a child possesses spiritual roots, even after death, they will be remembered by their descendants, not completely vanishing from the world. Thus, in the early days of many clans, the elders would risk life and limb to earn spirit stones and resources, accumulating the efforts of several generations to nurture a single descendant to reach great heights. On this day at Qingyuan Mountain, the joy of new clansmen arriving was juxtaposed with the sorrow of a clansman's passing, a stark contrast that left a powerful impression on the 3. Chen Qingrong in particular looked at the deceased Chen Qingho and seemed to see a vision of her own future. Brother Qingyuan, I'm scared. She turned to Chen Qingyuan. Compared to Chen Qingji, Chen Qingyuan appeared more like an elder figure. Chen Qingyuan smiled helplessly. Spiritual root talent was innate. Even having 5 spiritual roots made one a lucky 1 in 10,000. Chen Qingrong feared dying of old age in the future, but what could be done about it? Nevertheless, he offered consolation. Then why don't you focus on your cultivation? Qingji tells me you're always playing around, which is why you haven't even broken through to Qi refining layer 2. His tone grew stern as he spoke, for it was true. If she kept slacking off, her chances of reaching foundation establishment would grow even slimmer. Chen Qingrong blinked and glared at Chen Qingji beside her, as if to say, who told you to tattle? Chen Qingji shrugged innocently. The fact that Chen Qingrong was fond of play was hardly a secret. Besides, with her 5 spiritual roots, her future was limited, which was why the elders weren't too strict with her. If it were Chen Qingyuan with his 3 spiritual roots who was lazy, he'd probably have had several Qingyuan bamboo canes broken over his back by now. Seeing that Chen Qingrong still had the energy to glare at Chen Qingji, Chen Qingyuan knew she hadn't taken his words to heart. Annoyed, he said, I know what you're thinking. You think that since your spiritual root talent is poor, no matter how hard you try, you'll never break through to foundation establishment. So you might as well just coast through life and have more fun, right? Hearing the seriousness in Chen Qingyuan's voice, Chen Qingrong pouted and muttered, that's basically how it is. Breaking through to foundation establishment with 5 spiritual roots. Only someone with truly great fortune can achieve that. Seeing Chen Qingrong's eyes begin to redden, Chen Qingji quickly intervened. Now, Brother Qingyuan, don't be angry. Sister Qingrong only goes out to play after completing her daily cultivation tasks. Chen Qingrong felt wronged. She had come seeking comfort from Brother Qingyuan only to be scolded instead. Tears began to well up and swirl in her eyes. But Chen Qingyuan was unmoved. If one sought immortality, the path could never be easy. It was bound to be arduous. Even he, with his 3 spiritual roots talent and the divine Qingyuan pearl within him, still cultivated diligently day and night without rest. Chen Qingling watched the 3 youngsters with a silent smile, though his gaze occasionally flickered with a sharp light when it rested on Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan pressed on. You yourself said that some with 5 spiritual roots have broken through to foundation establishment. Do you think their hard work and effort are all negated by your casual mention of great fortune? Do you believe their cultivation levels were raised solely by luck? Besides, how do you know you won't be the one with that great fortune in the future? When you encounter an opportunity for foundation establishment and are still just a small cultivator at the mid-Qi refining stage, won't you regret not having worked hard today, eh? And you, Qingji? Chen Qingyuan turned his sharp tone toward Chen Qingji. What do you mean by completing cultivation tasks? Do you see cultivation as merely a task? By the time he finished, tears were streaming down Chen Qingrong's face. She knew Chen Qingyuan was right. When she had learned that the hope of reaching foundation establishment with 5 spiritual roots was slim, she had indeed adopted a get-by attitude. Chen Qingji's face was also flushed. His own spiritual roots were slightly better, 4 spiritual roots, but his defense of Chen Qingrong was likely also an excuse for himself. Well said, Chen Qingling exclaimed in admiration. Chen Qingji stammered, Brother Qingyuan, this. He faltered for a long while, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Chen Qingyuan sighed. What I said earlier was merely an outpouring of heartfelt reflection. Every cultivator walks their own path. Spending one's entire life chasing immortality may not in truth be the wisest choice. A sudden memory surfaced the day he had assumed stewardship of the spirit fields from Uncle Qingyuan, whose emaciated, withered form remained vivid in his mind's eye. Perhaps he had been overly rigid. Expecting others to mirror his own resolve was neither fair nor reasonable. After all, cultivators bearing 5 or even 4 spiritual roots faced notorious difficulties in foundation establishment, a widely acknowledged truth across the entire cultivation world. Might it then be a sound and serene choice for Chen Qingyuan to relinquish the dream of foundation establishment entirely and instead embrace a carefree, tranquil existence as a wandering cultivator? I understand, Brother Qingyuan, Chen Qingyuan replied, her composure restored. You're right. I shall begin diligent cultivation from this very day onward. Watching her sudden, almost miraculous clarity, Chen Qingyuan could only offer a wry smile. What had come over him today? Why had he so readily slipped into the role of mentor? Yet if in years to come Chen Qingyuan exhausted her lifetime in futile striving, only to realize she had squandered her most precious years, would she one day blame him for his unsolicited counsel? Once a decision is made, do not waver, Chen Qingyuan affirmed, nodding solemnly. Chen Qingyuan bowed deeply to him. Understood, Brother Qingyuan. I shall return now to commence my cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Qingji hurriedly added, Brother Qingyuan, I shall do the same. Thereafter the two departed for their respective cavern residences. As Chen Qingyuan watched their retreating figures, a quiet melancholy settled upon his gaze. Beside him, Chen Qingling burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Chen Qingyuan. The young lady has already heeded your words and resolved to cultivate diligently. Yet why do you still wear such a somber expression, Qingyi? Chen Qingyuan exhaled deeply. Uncle Qingling, what if they someday realize no amount of effort can secure foundation establishment? Will they resent me for meddling today? Hearing his concern, Chen Qingling grew earnest. Each person chooses their own path. The opinions of others are but gentle suggestions, never binding decrees. Moreover, diligent cultivation is never in vain. Even should they fall short of foundation establishment, attaining the latest stage of qi refinement remains a worthy achievement. Though such advancement grants no extension of lifespan, it dramatically augments one's reservoir of spiritual energy and correspondingly one's combat prowess. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan murmured, realizing he had trapped himself in a narrow, self-fraught labyrinth. After all, his own cultivation level remained modest. Worrying over others' futures was merely inviting needless anxiety. For now, his sole imperative was to advance his own realm. At that moment, clarity dawned. Each soul treads its own destined road. Only by steadfastly walking his own path could he rightfully concern himself with another's. Otherwise, he would simply be burdening himself with hollow sorrow. With the triennial spirit testing ceremony concluded, Qingyuan Mountain sank once more into tranquil repose. Now that the Ziyun sect stood guard at the heart of the Rishu Mountains, evil cultivators dared not draw near, and the century-long beast tide remained distant by many decades, granting cultivators throughout the Rishu Mountains a rare era of steady growth. Half a year later, word spread within the Qingyuan Chen clan. Elder Chen Qinghua had discovered a Shuanta crystal mine, an invaluable new asset for the family. Shuanta crystal ore was predominantly first-tier, with only trace quantities of second-tier ore, making it perfectly suited for the Qingyuan Chen clan's current strength, substantial enough to exploit, yet unassuming enough to avoid attracting covetous eyes. If developed gradually, the mine would reliably yield 300 spirit stones annually, no small boon for the clan at present. Yet its security demanded the deployment of a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator from the clan, who otherwise petty thieves and opportunists might not be deterred. In the assembly hall, Chen Daojin gazed intently at Chen Qingxiu. Over 50 years old, yet still sharp-featured and commanding, his voice grave. I entrust this to you, Qingxiu. The responsibility of guarding this vein is immense. Within our clan, only you possess the capability. Chen Qingxiu's legendary feat, withstanding 2 exchanges against a foundation establishment elder using his illusory rain sword formation, had earned him renown across southern Rishu Mountains. Some even hailed him as the peerless sovereign beneath the foundation establishment realm. Yet the Shuanta crystal mine cited publicly was but a veil, a ruse to conceal the far more precious treasure beneath a second-tier spirit vein. Such a vein could only be safeguarded by a foundation establishment elder. Thus, even among kin, Elder Chen Daojin dared not place full trust, instead entrusting this clandestine duty to the clan's second-strongest warrior, Chen Qingxiu. When Chen Qingxiu first learned of this assignment after emerging from seclusion, he was genuinely startled, yet felt no resistance upon hearing Elder Chen Daojin's request. He understood clearly unless the clan abandoned the vein outright, no one else, not even within the clan, possessed the strength to guard it. Thus Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation, "Uncle Daojin, such formalities are unnecessary. As a clan elder serving the Qin clan is my solemn duty. Moreover, while guarding the second-tier spirit vein, I shall also benefit from its denser spiritual energy, perhaps even attain the peak of the 9th layer ahead of schedule." This was no idle boast. Heightened spiritual energy not only accelerated cultivation, but also lent subtle aid during breakthroughs. Chen Daojin let out a long, relieved breath. He had chiefly feared the guardianship would impede Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, for his ambition was unequivocally foundation establishment. Given his current age, he likely possessed only one final opportunity before reaching 60. Should the breakthrough fail, even with a substandard foundation establishment pill to preserve his life, he would still require several years to recover, inevitably surpassing the critical age threshold. "It pleases me that you grasp the clan's predicament," Chen Daojin admitted, a touch ashamed. "Were I not so advanced in years, I would undertake this duty myself." His vitality had already begun to wane. Though he retained the 9th layer of qi refinement, his actual combat efficacy had long since fallen far short of Chen Qingyuan's. By the way, Chen Daojin suddenly recalled, the journey to the spirit vein will take time. Take a mid-stage qi refinement clansman with you. Daily affairs, such as overseeing mundane laborers' mining operations, should not distract you. Though the Shuanta crystal mine serves as a public pretext, its excavation must proceed authentically to sustain the illusion. As a first-tier vein, it could indeed be mined by ordinary laborers wielding specialized tools. Since Chen Qingyuan could not break seclusion lightly, while pursuing peak 9th layer refinement, appointing a mid-stage qi refinement assistant was both prudent and necessary. Chen Qingyuan paused in brief contemplation. "Then let Qingyuan accompany me. He has reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, which suffices adequately." Sending Chen Qingyuan with him to the new second-rank spiritual vein was not an impulsive choice by Chen Qingyuan. As he put it himself, the spiritual energy concentration offered by a second-rank vein far surpasses that of a first-rank one. Although the clan possessed a second-rank vein, it was already committed to maintaining formations and supporting the cultivation of the elderly clan head, and thus could not be spared for other members. The newly discovered vein was different. There just the two of them, him and Chen Qingyuan, could cultivate, and their advancement would accelerate markedly. If that is so, then if you Qingxu deem it appropriate, inform Qingyuan and proceed. Chen Daojin expressed no objection. Before long, Chen Qingyuan learned he had been assigned to the mine. "Uncle Qingxu, since this is your arrangement, I naturally agree. When do we depart?" he asked. Chen Qingyuan answered his second uncle without hesitation. Yet Chen Qingyuan could see a trace of reluctance on his face that went unspoken. After all, the clan's rumor was that a vein had been discovered, and merely standing guard over a mine would inevitably impede one's cultivation. In truth, that was exactly what Chen Qingyuan was thinking. In principle, why would the clan need to employ the two of them just to guard a mine? One was the foremost of the Qing generation, the other the leader among the Qing-born. Could someone within the clan be targeting them? Perhaps the great elder. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's unsettled expression, Chen Qingyuan knew his nephew had misjudged matters. He laughed and reassured him, "Little Qingyuan, do not overthink it. There are other reasons for guarding the vein. In any case, you are coming with me. You will not be treated unfairly." Having announced they would soon depart for the vein, Chen Qingyuan proceeded to lay out the whole affair to Chen Qingyuan. So that was the truth. Chen Qingyuan listened to the explanation and felt his face warm with embarrassment. He had indeed judged with a petty heart. Fortunately, he had not voiced his suspicions, so Chen Qingyuan mistook the flush for excitement rather than distrust. Chen Qingyuan himself was not calm either. A second-rank spiritual vein was a treasure normally reserved for ancestors who had reached foundation establishment. At best, one might sample such a vein only when breaking certain limits. Who could say how many would envy them for this opportunity? He only spoke those words here. The other clan members were unaware. Having packed their things, Chen Qingyuan set off for the spiritual vein. Lu family. 4th elder people below have reported that the Chun family discovered a first-rank Shuanta crystal mine. They have dispatched Chen Qingyuan, who is at refining Qi 9th level, to garrison it. Shuanta crystal mine, Chen Qingyuan. Lu Xianzong repeated for a moment, then sneered with contempt. It is merely a first-rank vein, yet the Chun family has sent out their second-tier force. How embarrassing for us, the 3 great foundation establishment families. And us? The reporting clansman made a killing gesture. Lu Xianzong shook his head. No need. Chen Qingyuan is skilled with sword formations and is formidable among those at the refining qi stage. If he carries the news back to the Chen family, it will be trouble later. Let them have their small pleasure over one first-rank vein. Southern border of the Shiri Mountains. Gazing at an island in the lake ahead, Chen Qingyuan was somewhat astonished. So the spiritual vein is on this little island. I wonder how the clansmen who found it managed to locate it in the first place. Chen Qingshu smiled. However, it was found since our Chen family discovered it first. It rightfully belongs to us. At that moment, several low-ranked beasts were plainly active on the island. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan and the others on the shore, some of them immediately roared. Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingshu were untroubled by low-ranked beasts, but the 50 men and women standing behind them began to murmur with trepidation. They had been chosen from Qingshi town, mortals 50 in number with an equal gender ratio, meant to serve as miners for the Xuanta crystal and to settle and raise families here. Although it was an island, its extent seemed boundless at a glance. Chen Qingshu grinned at Chen Qingyuan. We will be living here for a long while. Shall we give it a name? Whether Chen Qingshu eventually succeeded in foundation establishment or not, if he did, this second-rank vein could become the place of his ascension, and he would remain here to cultivate. If he failed, he would still have to repay the 1,000 spirit stones the clan lent him and atone for the sacrifice Chen Qingyuan made on his behalf. That would all the more require him to stay on the island and redeem himself. Chen Qingyuan did not overthink the matter. The island's name should not be ostentatious so as not to attract undue attention. At that moment, a few snow-white Xuanbao foxes on the island glanced their way, and Chen Qingyuan said offhandedly, "Let us call it Baihu Zhou." "Baihu Zhou, is it?" Chen Qingshu chuckled. "You are practical. Very well, Baihu Zhou it shall be." By now, many low-ranked beasts had gathered on Baihu Zhou, most of them roaring toward the people on the shore. Chen Qingshu turned and saw the 50 mortals behind him, curious yet frightened, and offered reassurance. "Do not worry. The island is only populated by low-ranked beasts. Before you go ashore, I will clear them out." Among the 50, a mature man of about 30 stepped forward. "Thank you, master. Having chosen to follow you here, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves, if necessary." When they were recruited, they had been told plainly once they came to the island, they could not leave for 50 years without the master's consent regardless of circumstance. This was to prevent mortals from leaking news. The cohesion among Qingyuan Chen clan members was strong, but among over 50,000 mortals, it could not be guaranteed. Mortals were the easiest to be swayed by external forces, so the clan had no choice but to impose such strict terms. Chen Qingshu nodded. "Do not make it sound so dire. The clan will fulfill its promises. In the future, if your children possess spiritual roots, no matter their innate quality, they will receive preferential access to clan resources. Moreover, our Qingyuan Chen clan will establish a new branch here, and you will be recorded in the genealogy as the founding ancestors of that branch." This was the reason the 50 mortals agreed to settle on the island. They intended to produce many offspring in the hope of obtaining descendants with spiritual roots. For a mortal without a spiritual root, giving birth to a child who bears one is a cause of great honor for the family. Becoming the founding ancestor of a new branch and entering the clan genealogy was an extraordinary distinction. "All right," Chen Qingshu said, looking toward Baihu Zhou. "Qingyuan, remain here. I will deal with these low-ranked beasts." This would have been a prime opportunity to temper Chen Qingyuan's combat experience, but Chen Qingshu knew his nephew had never learned any battle spells or talismans, so he let the chance pass. Chen Qingshu sent forth 2 Qingyuan swords. One circled about 10 meters around him as his figure moved with effortless grace. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Baihu Zhou. Sensing Chen Qingshu's cultivation at refining Qi 9th level approaching completion, the low-ranked beasts felt both fear and a surge of ferocity. Roars and strange cries rose in waves as the beasts swarmed toward Chen Qingshu. On the shore, the mortals shrieked in alarm at the sight. No matter the beast's grade, even an early first-rank creature was an overwhelming terror to ordinary mortals. From where they stood, it looked as if the master on the island was beset by 30 or 40 fearsome beasts. How could they not be terrified? Chen Qingyuan was not worried for his second uncle. First-rank beasts were nothing of consequence. Had he not seen that his uncle had not yet deployed the Huanyu sword array? On Baihu Zhou, Chen Qingshu manipulated one flying sword to orbit him at about 10 meters while grasping the other in his hand. Under the twin blades' onslaught, azure light scattered and beast blood spattered. In less than the time of an incense stick, the ground was already strewn with carcasses. When the mortals on the shore regained their senses, Chen Qingshu had returned. In his hands, he held 2 white foxes squeaking softly. "How about it? I saw you take notice of these 2 earlier. Choose one," Chen Qingshu said with a faint smile. He had deliberately held back and spared the pair of Xuanbao foxes. Chen Qingyuan rejoiced and hastened to thank him. "Thank you, second uncle. You are formidable." The Xuanbao fox differs from ordinary beasts in that this species possesses an innate sensitivity to various spirit ores and medicinal materials. If properly raised, they can become excellent aids to a cultivator. The two treasure-seeking foxes were both as white as snow, almost indistinguishable from each other, so Chen Qingyuan picked the one closest to his hand. Xiao bai, Chen Qingyuan murmured, gazing at the treasure-seeking fox that lay still in his arms. He swiftly bestowed upon it the name Xiao bai. Chen Qing's face twisted with dismay. You little rascal, you've named your treasure-seeking fox Xiao bai. What am I supposed to name mine? Haha, second uncle, remember. Speed is the essence of war. Chen Qingyuan stroked Xiao Bai's sleek fur with satisfaction, finding the texture quite pleasing indeed. He could sense that Xiao Bai was currently at the early first rank. To break through to the mid-rank would require some time and nurturing. After Chen Qingshu summoned the green leaf shuttle and brought Chen Qingyuan to the island, he proceeded to transport all 50 mortals from the shore onto the island. The island was barren with only a mystic earth crystal mine and an underground spirit vein. No other necessities of life, so everyone had to build their own shelters. Chen Qingshu first set up a formation on the island, then handed a formation flag to Chen Qingyuan, saying, "This is the flag of the Lesser Moon-Shrouding Star-Veiling Grand Formation. Once activated, it can power this top-grade first-rank formation. With a second-rank spirit vein providing spiritual energy, it can withstand even a Foundation Establishment cultivator's attack for 2 or 3 breaths." Of course, this formation, a replica of the Qingyuan Mountain Protective Array, was primarily designed to repel ordinary qi refining cultivators. Against a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it would still be breached. Chen Qingyuan took the flag solemnly. "Second uncle, rest assured and go into seclusion. I will watch over this place." Chen Qingyuan knew that Qingshu was striving to perfect his mana, so the day-to-day affairs of White Fox would likely fall to him. There were both advantages and disadvantages. While he could cultivate using the second-rank spirit vein, these miscellaneous duties would inevitably reduce his cultivation time. White Fox was not close to Qingyuan Mountain. Any trouble would make it difficult for the clan to provide timely aid. However, it was even farther from the Liu and Su families, so as long as no Foundation Establishment clan caused trouble, major incidents were unlikely. This was why Chen Qingshu felt confident in trusting the isle to Chen Qingyuan, who was only at the 3rd layer of qi refining. As if struck by a thought, Chen Qingshu looked down at the 50 mortals awaiting his instructions. "Qingyuan, this place isn't like the clan where everything is prepared. Choose 2 people to help you with errands and such." "Oh, wouldn't that be?" Chen Qingyuan's brow twitched. "It's fine," Chen Qingshu said with a smile. "Make your cultivation your priority." In truth, becoming a servant to an immortal master was a great honor for mortals. Thus, when Chen Qingyuan announced he would select 2 people to assist him, everyone grew excited, each hoping to be chosen. Chen Qingyuan was startled by their enthusiasm. "It seems my mindset hasn't fully shifted from the mortal-immortal divide." In the end, he chose a young man and a young woman. "Thank you for your favor, immortal master." Both bowed their heads. "No need for that. On White Fox, with no one else around, you may call me Uncle Qingyuan." As he spoke those words, Chen Qingyuan felt a strange sensation. He was only 13, yet the two were clearly 18 or 19. Of course, all mortal members of the Chen clan were perpetually one generation below the Qingyuan Chen cultivators, a rule established by the clan's ancestor to signify the divide between immortals and mortals. Chen Yu and Chen Shui saw nothing wrong with it. They had come to the island merely to mine ore and bear offspring. Now, they had become servants to an immortal master. What more could they complain about? Within just 3 to 5 days, White Fox was running smoothly under the arrangements of Chen Qingshu and Chen Qingyuan, and the Mystic Earth Crystal Mine had begun preliminary extraction. Atop White Fox Mountain, the isle's only hill, sat Chen Qing's cave dwelling. Seeing everything in order, Chen Qingshu gave Chen Qingyuan his final instructions. "If anything happens, activate the formation without hesitation. I will sense the disturbance and emerge from seclusion." Chen Qingyuan nodded. "Understood, second uncle. Rest assured and go into seclusion." "Good." Chen Qingshu turned and entered the cave. With a rumbling sound as the formation activated, a mist shrouded the cave entrance, then spread to envelop the entire summit of White Fox Mountain. Chen Qingyuan did not linger and promptly returned to his own cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain. Since arriving here, he had yet to experience cultivation using a second-rank spirit vein, and he was eager to begin. At the cave entrance, a pure white fox lay dozing on a large boulder. Sensing its master's approach, it let out a couple of soft chirps, rolled over, and continued sleeping. Chen Qingyuan shook his head helplessly and entered the cave. "Uncle Qingyuan, you're back. Your lunch is ready." A gentle female voice suddenly echoed within the cave. Chen Qingyuan replied casually. Over the past 2 days, Chen Yu and Chen Shui had divided the work. Chen Yu recorded the mortals' mining activities, while Chen Shui prepared meals for Chen Qingyuan. Although fasting pills could stave off hunger, enjoying fine food during breaks from cultivation was undoubtedly a pleasure. All right, you may go about your business. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, already accustomed to his role as an elder. Yes, Shui takes her leave. Chen Shui bowed slightly and withdrew from the cave. Outside the cave, Chen Shui watched as mist gradually gathered, knowing it was the concealment formation being activated. A faint bitter smile touched her lips. Her family was a well-to-do household in Qingshi town, and when the immortals on the mountain called for people to mine, her family pulled strings to send her here. She could sense that although the immortal masters on the mountain seemed easygoing, they did not truly regard mortals as equals, even if they all bore the surname Chen. She had initially thought that this young immortal master, Uncle Qingyuan, was different from the others, but after 2 days of interaction, she realized there was no real difference. They all possessed a certain indifference. Yes, that was it, indifference. When cultivators encountered mortals, they did not look down on them. They simply did not regard them at all, for to cultivators mortals were no different from ants. Did people care about ants? So did cultivators care about mortals? The divide between immortals and mortals manifested in every aspect. Even Chen Qingyuan, who had only cultivated for 3 years, failed to realize that his thoughts had long since merged with those of this world's cultivators. Those with spiritual roots are 1 in 10,000. How many offspring must I bear to encounter one with spiritual roots? No, I refuse to let myself and my descendants continue like this generation after generation. Chen Shui gazed at Chen Qingyuan's cave, dwelling, a flicker of longing passing through her eyes before she quickly concealed it. Aside from bearing a child with spiritual roots, there was a quicker way to elevate her status, marrying a cultivator even as a concubine. Chen Shui touched her flawless face, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The output of mystic earth crystal or from white fox all had gradually accumulated, and it was planned to be shipped out for sale after a full year. The miscellaneous affairs on white fox all were not as numerous as Chen Qingyuan had imagined. With Chen Yu managing everything, Chen Qingyuan could almost spend every day cultivating in his cave dwelling. However, Chen Qingyuan naturally would not let his guard down due to comfort. Every so often he would emerge from seclusion and personally inspect the mine. One day, several uninvited guests intruded into the southern part of the eclipsed Sun Mountain range. Each of them had a bizarre appearance. Though they were cultivators, they did not possess the ethereal or handsome qualities of other cultivators. The leader appeared the youngest, with a full head of silver hair, yet a face that looked only in his 30s. Nevertheless, everyone else seemed to regard him as their master. Beside the silver-haired man, a middle-aged man whose face was etched with knife-like wrinkles stepped forward and said, "Master, the little junior brother's aura vanished right here." As he spoke, he raised a dark green spirit talisman. As the talisman burned, a wisp of grayish smoke drifted out. The drifting smoke condensed without dispersing. After circling in the air, it actually lingered in place, refusing to dissipate for a long time. This isn't no mistake. Yuan Sanren's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fiercely cutting through the surroundings. Over a year ago, his son heard that a substandard Foundation establishment pill was to be auctioned in the eclipsed Sun Mountain range. Ignoring his father's objections, he stole his talisman treasure and came here alone. Who would have thought that after coming here there would be no news of him at all? Release all the tracking poison insects. I want to see him alive or his corpse. Yuan Sanren's voice was cold and hoarse. Yes. His several disciples dared not say more. Whenever the master spoke in such a tone, it meant he was on the verge of being unable to suppress his murderous intent. At such times, even they as his disciples risked death if they angered him. Therefore, the few of them hastily took out their spirit beast pouches and released a sky-darkening swarm of black insects. Then the black insects rushed in all directions. It seemed that after the silver-haired youth abandoned his magical treasure and fled from Chen Qingyuan, he must have encountered something else leading to his disappearance to this day. White Fox All Cave Dwelling. Chen Qingyuan raised his hands to the sky, and spiritual energy driven by the azure mystic rain transformation art continuously surged into his body, circulated through his meridians, and finally transformed into mist of Dharma power that entered his dantian. He cycled this process repeatedly until a slight discomfort arose in his meridians. Only then did Chen Qingyuan slowly cease his practice, dispersing the excess spiritual energy. Slowly opening his eyes, he murmured to himself, "The spiritual energy concentration of a second-grade lower spiritual vein is even better than I imagined. I've only been in secluded cultivation for a few days, yet my spiritual veins already feel full." Before coming to White Fox, Chen Qingyuan had only thought that the cultivation effect of a second-grade spiritual vein would be better than a first-grade one, but he never expected it to be this much better. While continuous cultivation is indeed somewhat monotonous, I might as well go out for a walk, Chen Qingyuan thought as he waved his hand. With a fluctuation of Dharma power, the stone door of the cave dwelling slowly opened, and the mist that had been swirling around all day gradually dissipated. Outside the cave dwelling, little White was not around today. After getting familiar with it, Chen Qingyuan had adopted a free-range approach, so it often ran to the mountaintop to find another treasure-seeking fox outside his uncle's cave dwelling. Stepping out of the cave dwelling, the first thing that met Chen Qingyuan's eyes was a pure white gauze skirt and a pair of delicate feet adorned with bells. A ripple stirred in Chen Qingyuan's heart, but he quickly suppressed the inner turmoil. He had long known that preserving his primal yang could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to foundation establishment in the future. Therefore, for the sake of future foundation establishment, he would never break his primal yang. He could only look away, slightly avoiding Chen Shui's gaze. Chen Shui noticed Chen Qingyuan's subtle movement and felt joy in her heart, secretly pleased that her daily meticulous grooming had not been in vain. With the crisp sound of bells, Chen Shui's face lit up with surprise as she quickly walked up to Chen Qingyuan. "Uncle Qingyuan, you've emerged from seclusion. They'll go prepare dinner for you right away." White Fox lacked supplies, but food was not scarce. After Chen Qingshu had cleared away most of the dangerous demonic beasts, catching some ordinary wild animals or fishing here was not difficult. This was also thanks to the unique geographical location of White Fox Isle and the slight concealment provided by the mystic earth crystal, or which prevented high-level demonic beasts from discovering it, ultimately benefiting the Chen family. In response to Chen Shui's eagerness, Chen Qingyuan waved his hand. "No need. I took a fasting pill a few days ago, so you don't need to prepare anything for me for a while." With that, Chen Qingyuan prepared to head to the distant mine to check on the recent yields. Sensing Chen Qingyuan's coldness, Chen Shui bit her lip, slightly steeled her heart, and boldly stepped close to Chen Qingyuan's side. She gently tugged at Chen Qingyuan's sleeve deliberately, letting the gauzy garment slip off her shoulder, revealing a patch of snowy skin, and said in a slightly coquettish voice, "Uncle Qingyuan, since coming to the island you've done nothing but cultivate in seclusion. Since you've emerged early today, why not let Shui accompany you for a chat and a stroll around White Fox Isle?" Chen Shui tried her best to appear innocent, so that if she incurred Chen Qingyuan's displeasure, she would not face too severe a punishment. Feeling the warmth of Chen Shui's body transmitted to his arm, Chen Qingyuan felt a hint of helplessness. If he were a wealthy mortal, how could he possibly resist such a scene? Unfortunately, for the sake of future longevity, such matters were destined to be beyond his reach for now. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan gained a deeper understanding of the saying, "Women only hinder my path to strength." If he could not break through to foundation establishment by the age of 60, wouldn't his journey to this world have been in vain? With this thought, the stirring in Chen Qingyuan's heart calmed once more. When he looked at Chen Shui again, his eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. Chen Qingyuan spoke indifferently. "Shui, if you find every day too boring, you are welcome to join the others in mining." "What?" Chen Shui's heart jolted with shock. She released her grip on Chen Qingyuan's sleeve and stumbled back 2 steps in panic. Becoming Chen Qingyuan's servant was the only way she saw to possibly transcend her class. How could she afford to lose this? Chen Shui gritted her teeth tightly, then dropped to her knees straight onto the gravel-strewn ground. The sharp stones immediately pierced her knees, and crimson blood quickly stained her pristine white gauze skirt. Chen Qingyuan had not expected her to admit fault so decisively. He clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance at the mine, where people were constantly emerging from the cave with baskets on their backs, dumping the mine, or to one side. 50 people still seemed too few. Whether for mining or for reproduction, it was all too slow. Later on, he should discuss with his uncle and the Grand Elder about selecting another batch of mortals. As he was thinking this, Chen Shui, still kneeling on the ground, gradually lost color from her face, turning pale due to the continuous bleeding from her knees and the pain she endured. Only then did Chen Qingyuan seem to remember her. He looked down and offered her a way out. "Get up. If you ruin your knees, who will cook for me in the future?" Ignoring the trembling Chen Shui, Chen Qingyuan walked away towards the mine without looking back. Upon reaching the top of the Xuantu crystal mine, Chen Qingyuan could sense that the spiritual energy here was significantly more abundant than in other places. It was likely due to the extraction of the ore, which allowed the spiritual veins buried deep underground to release their qi. It seemed necessary to set up a spirit suppression array here. While pondering this, 2 chirping sounds suddenly rang in his ears, and it was Xiao Bei standing upright on a rock beside him. At this moment, Xiao Bei's mouth was bulging as if hiding something. It jumped into Chen Qingyuan's arms, and then opened its mouth. A fist-sized earth-colored stone rolled out, and was caught by Chen Qingyuan. "What is this?" Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened as he looked at the unusually heavy stone. It was clearly a second-tier Xuanta crystal. Chen Qingyuan recalled that his second uncle had briefly introduced the Xuanta crystal mine to him on the way. It is an auxiliary material used to enhance the quality of magical weapons. The Xuanta crystal has the attribute of heavy earth. When added to a magical weapon, it can greatly increase the weight of the weapon, which is significant for heavy swords and similar items. Moreover, second-tier Xuanta crystals can be directly used in spiritual tools meant for foundation establishment cultivators. A piece the size of half a fist is worth at least 300 spirit stones, more than the annual yield of the entire mine. And this was not the most critical part. Since Xiaobai had found this second-tier Xuanta crystal, there must be more. When the family initially explored, they only discovered first-tier ores, and the existence of a small amount of second-tier ores was merely a conjecture based on the entire mine. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyuan looked at Xiaobai with excitement, shaking the second-tier Xuanta crystal in his hand. Xiaobai, are there more such ores? Xiaobai was quite intelligent. Although it didn't understand Chen Qingyuan's words, it grasped the general meaning. After chirping twice, it jumped out of Chen Qingyuan's embrace and ran in a certain direction. Chen Qingyuan followed, bypassing the area where mortals were mining, passing through a grove, and finally arriving at a rocky area. In front of him, there was a gap 2 palms wide in the rock. Xiaobai kept making bowing gestures towards the inside, clearly indicating that the initial second-tier Xuanta crystal was discovered here. Chen Qingyuan nodded inwardly. So the Xuanta crystal mine stretches all the way here. He reached into his storage bag, and a blue flying sword appeared in his hand, the high-quality Qingyuan sword gifted by the former clan leader. Chen Qingyuan knew that with his current cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refining, it would be quite challenging to use the high-quality flying sword in battle. However, it was perfectly fine to use it for breaking stones. Soon, under the urging of his spiritual power, the Qingyuan sword emitted a brilliant blue light as it slashed at the gap, causing a large amount of rubble to explode out with a loud bang. When the gap transformed into a large opening large enough for an adult to enter, Chen Qingyuan finally stopped his movements. Looking around amidst the scattered first-tier Xuanta crystals, a human head-sized Xuanta crystal was clearly emitting a unique luster. What a large second-tier Xuanta crystal! Chen Qingyuan exclaimed. Such a large piece could surely serve as sufficient material for refining a second-tier spiritual tool. Although Chen Qingyuan was not knowledgeable about refining, he could imagine that if this entire second-tier Xuanta crystal were refined into a mountain seal-type spiritual tool, the sheer force it could exert in battle would be exhilarating. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan also turned his gaze to the small second-tier Xuanta crystal in his hand, and a battle of thoughts began in his mind. One voice said, "It's just a small piece of second-tier Xuanta crystal. No one will know if I secretly keep it. Spirit stones are so hard to earn. How many spiritual talismans could this or equate to in value?" But simultaneously another voice said, "Chen Qingyuan, the family has treated you well. Have you forgotten the Qingxian rain transformation technique you practiced, the Yuan pills you consumed, and the talismans you learned to refine? Now that the family is in trouble, how can you greedily take what rightfully belongs to the family?" The two voices were in constant conflict within Chen Qingyuan's heart. For a moment his eyes became dazed and his spiritual power became chaotic. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaobai, watching Chen Qingyuan's condition, anxiously darted around in place. Although it did not understand what had bewitched Chen Qingyuan, the chaotic spiritual power emanating from him was clearly alarming. Chen Qingyuan had been in the cultivation world for a short time and did not know that his current state was actually the inner demon tribulation that all cultivators dread. The inner demon tribulation is unique to cultivators with insufficient willpower. It typically arises during significant breakthroughs, such as foundation establishment. The method to avoid it is simple: just maintain a strong will. For example, if someone sees a person they killed in the past during their inner demon tribulation feeling guilt, they can easily fall into it. If they cannot overcome it, they are doomed to die. However, if a cultivator kills without remorse and does not feel they have done anything wrong, then the inner demon tribulation will not affect them at all and may even strengthen their Tao heart. No one had told Chen Qingyuan about these matters, not even Chen Qingshu, because he never anticipated that a mere 3rd layer qi refining cultivator like Chen Qingyuan would face such an issue. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan was experiencing the inner demon tribulation of greed. If he could not overcome it, he would become a wicked cultivator willing to go to any lengths for profit. Just then the Qingyuan pearl within Chen Qingyuan suddenly released a clear and pure energy. After exhaling a long breath, his eyes surprisingly regained clarity. I was indeed being petty. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, speaking to himself. It's just a second tier, or worth a few hundred spirit stones. How much help could it really provide me? It's better to allow it to serve its maximum purpose within the family. Now, with his cultivation in the second-tier spiritual veins, his progress was already quite good, and he would inevitably use flying swords in the future, making the heavy attribute of the Xuan to crystal unnecessary. Sensing the Qingyuan pearl in his body return to its dormant state, Chen Qingyuan understood that without it he could not have awakened so quickly. It seems that the dangers in the cultivation world are not mere words. A mere emotional fluctuation that would mean nothing to a mortal can actually trigger fluctuations in the spiritual power of a cultivator. How perilous! How perilous! The second-order Xian Earth crystal mine was exceedingly hard, making it quite difficult for Chen Qingyuan to extract with his current abilities. After some consideration, however, Chen Qingyuan directly struck repeatedly around the perimeter of the second-order Xian Earth crystal mine, removing the surrounding ring of first-order or as a whole block and storing it in his storage pouch. The second-order spirit mine was precious. He planned to bring it back to his cave dwelling first and hand it over together when his clan members arrived later. Just as Chen Qingyuan had finished packing up and was about to leave, Xiaobai, who had been lying quietly beside him, suddenly leaped out, every strand of its pure white fur standing on end. This was the first time Chen Qingyuan had seen Xiaobai in such a state. His heart tightened as he thought, could there be a high-level demon beast hidden beneath, causing Xiaobai to be so tense? His right hand tightened around the high-grade Qingyuan sword in his grip, while his left hand retrieved 3 first-order mid-grade Vajra talismans from his storage pouch. His body tensed, ready to hurl the talismans and flee at any moment. However, Xiaobai's next move took Chen Qingyuan by surprise. It leaped into the pit where Chen Qingyuan had extracted the second-order Xian Earth crystal mine, then began digging swiftly downward with its sharp claws. This peculiar behavior immediately caught Chen Qingyuan's attention. Given Xiaobai's current demeanor, it didn't seem to resemble how it would react upon encountering a high-level demon beast. Chen Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. Perhaps there is a treasure hidden further below, which is why Xiaobai is so excited. As Xiaobai continued to dig deeper, an increasingly dense spiritual energy began to emanate from the ground, further confirming his suspicions. After Xiaobai had been digging for nearly half an hour, Chen Qingyuan's ears twitched. He heard the sound of flowing water from underground. Had they dug down to an underground river? White Fox Isle was situated on a second-order spirit vein. The underground river here, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, was likely to nurture extraordinary spiritual treasures. No wonder Xiaobai was so agitated. It must have sensed it in advance. Well done, Xiaobai. Next time I leave the island, I'll bring you 2 bottles of beast origin pills. Chen Qingyuan rejoiced. Beast origin pills were elixirs that helped spirit beasts accelerate their cultivation speed, similar to the foundation nourishing pills Chen Qingyuan had taken before. Seeing that the underground space was very close, Chen Qingyuan summoned Xiaobai back. Then, channeling all his spiritual power, he concentrated it onto the blade of the Qingyuan sword and struck the ground. Break! Boom! With Chen Qingyuan's shout, the ground collapsed on cue, sending rubble flying, revealing a vast space beneath a meter-wide opening. Truly a hidden world. Even the ever-composed Chen Qingyuan couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips, his joy entirely unrestrained. At that moment, thoughts like cultivator's cave, dwelling, mysterious ancient ruins, and treasure-laden secret realm flooded his mind. Overwhelmed with eagerness, he could barely resist the urge to leap straight in. Yet just as he lifted his foot, he held back. The cave below was pitch black. Who knew what hidden dangers lurked within? In the cultivation world, there were tales of malicious cultivators setting traps in their own secluded caves to hunt treasure-seeking cultivators. Such incidents were not unheard of. After much deliberation, even though Xiaobai was growing impatient and eager to jump into the cave, Chen Qingyuan still restrained himself. No matter what treasures lie within White Fox Isle is now the property of my Chen family. There's no rush. I can report back to Uncle and decide later. Otherwise, if there is a slumbering demon beast in the cave, even if it's only at the first-order late stage, I would have no chance of survival if I entered. With this thought, Chen Qingyuan felt increasingly confident that curbing his desire was the right choice. Glancing around, he casually concealed the opening and swiftly made his way toward the summit of White Fox Mountain. At the peak, mist still swirled around his uncle's cave dwelling, but that posed no obstacle for Chen Qingyuan. The uncle and nephew had agreed that if anything came up, they could communicate using spirit talismans. Thus, after Chen Qingyuan ignited a talisman, Chen Qingshu inside the cave soon received the message and learned that his nephew had discovered an underground river. Chen Qingshu, far more experienced than Chen Qingyuan, knew that an underground river beneath a second-order spirit vein would inevitably produce spiritual treasures. At the very least, there would be no shortage of spirit fish. Therefore, Chen Qingshu slowly stabilized the spiritual power around him, concluded his seclusion, and lifted the restrictions on his cave dwelling. As the mist dissipated, Chen Qingyuan's spiritual power fluctuations were remarkably steady. Without careful inspection, one might almost mistake him for an ordinary mortal. Chen Qingyuan knew this was a sign that his uncle's spiritual power was nearly fully refined, on the verge of reaching the 9th layer perfection. He stepped forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, uncle, on your advancement." "Hey, you rascal." Chen Qingyuan pointed at him with a smile and teased, "I've only been in seclusion for a short while, and you say I've advanced. What about your cultivation? Seems like not much progress, eh?" Of course, this was merely a jest. Chen Qingyuan had only broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement a few months ago. Breaking through to the 4th layer, a minor bottleneck in the mid-stage of qi refinement, was hardly so simple. First, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer required painstaking effort. Aside from relying on elixirs or heavenly treasures, one could only grind it out with time. Due to the toxicity of elixirs, they could not be taken for extended periods. As for heavenly treasures, Chen Qingyuan smiled at Chen Qingyuan, who was feigning distress. "But don't worry, the underground river might just hold some heavenly treasure that can speed up cultivation. It could be a stroke of luck for both of us and the clan." Chen Qingyuan nodded. "Uncle is right. But that cave looks enormous, and the situation inside is unclear, so I have to trouble you, uncle." Saying this, Chen Qingyuan took out 2 pieces of 2nd-order Xian earth crystal mine, one large and one small, from his storage pouch. "Uncle, I found these 2 2nd-order spirit ores above the cave." "Oh." Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, drawing the 2 ores toward him through the air. 2nd-order Xian earth crystal mine, not a bad find." He then returned the smaller fist-sized piece to Chen Qingyuan's hand. "The larger one must be handed over to the clan. Only as for this smaller one, keep it for yourself." "Oh." Chen Qingyuan was somewhat surprised and asked, "But uncle, isn't this against the clan's rules?" He knew that his uncle had once served as the clan's enforcement elder and had always placed great importance on the clan's regulations. "If I say keep it, keep it. Why be so stubborn?" Chen Qingyuan said with an air of finality. "I've contributed so much to the clan. What's wrong with securing a little benefit for my nephew?" Had it been for himself, Chen Qingyuan would never have dreamed of taking advantage of the clan's interests. But for his nephew Chen Qingyuan, he felt it was acceptable to make an exception. "I understand, uncle." Chen Qingyuan was deeply moved. Enough, don't be so sentimental. Let's hurry and check out that cave you mentioned. There might be an even bigger harvest waiting." Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, urging him on. The 2 arrived at the cave entrance. Chen Qingyuan moved aside the camouflage, revealing the opening. Chen Qingyuan peered inside. Through the faint light, he could see that the cave's height was likely considerable. To be on the safe side, Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, crossed his index and middle fingers, and chanted a spell. Instantly, 12 azure origin swords were summoned. "Qingyuan, stay here for now. Let me go down and scout first," Chen Qingyuan instructed as he leaned down to descend. Chen Qingyuan knew his own strength was insufficient. Going down might only burden his uncle if danger arose. Thus he readily agreed. "I understand, uncle. Be careful." Chen Qingyuan nodded. The 12 azure origin swords spun around him as he charged into the cave. Then several talismans flew from Chen Qingyuan's storage pouch and embedded themselves into the surrounding stone walls. As his spiritual power connected, he commanded, "Ignite." Instantly, the talismans embedded in the stone burst into flame, illuminating everything around. What met his eyes was a dark, deep pool, emitting a chilling cold, not the underground river he had imagined. At that moment, as the talismans burned, a terrifying hissing sound echoed from above, clear even to Chen Qingyuan outside the cave. "Uncle, beware of the beast," Chen Qingyuan shouted in warning. However, Chen Qingyuan reacted faster, rapidly forming hand seals, as his spiritual power surged like a tidal wave into the 12 azure origin swords. Activating the phantom rain sword formation, Chen Qingyuan pointed upward without lifting his head. In an instant, sword lights rained down, filling the entire cave. Roar! The beast above clearly suffered greatly under the sword formation's assault, roaring in fury. As the azure origin swords were gradually recalled, torrents of foul, bloody water cascaded down. Only then did Chen Qingyuan recognize the creature lurking above, a massive python. The python was a dark green, but its body was covered in vivid crimson stripes that converged atop its head into a red crystalline crown. "It's a first-stage late-phase crimson crystal python." Chen Qingyuan identified it. At the cave entrance, Chen Qingyuan, seeing his uncle gaining the upper hand, felt a momentary relief. Soon after, fully provoking the python's ferocity, fierce sounds of battle erupted from the cave, with sword lights and flames blazing intensely. After roughly the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a mournful cry from the crimson crystal python signaled Chen Qingyuan's ultimate victory. "Cough, Qingyuan, you can come down now." Chen Qingyuan's voice rang out. Chen Qingyuan leaped down into the cave. Upon landing, the massive corpse of the crimson crystal python lay before him, with his uncle already dissecting its body. Noticing his uncle's somewhat weary expression, Chen Qingyuan asked worriedly, "Uncle, that battle just now, are you?" Chen Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, feigning ease. "No matter. That beast had its scales broken by my opening move and was no match for me afterward. It's just that the Phantom Rain sword formation requires controlling 12 high-grade Azure Origin swords, which is quite draining. This was also one reason none of Chen Qingyuan's 12 Azure Origin swords were of the supreme grade. Even with only high-grade swords, the consumption was immense. Swapping them for supreme-grade artifacts would be beyond his means and his spiritual power to sustain." As he removed the crimson crystal from the python's head, Chen Qingyuan instructed, "A mountain cannot harbor two tigers. Aside from this python, there shouldn't be other beasts here. Search the cave, there might be some rare treasures." Only then did Chen Qingyuan notice that the spiritual energy within the cave was far richer than outside. He immediately began exploring. Yet, even after Chen Qingyuan had finished dismantling the python's corpse, Chen Qingyuan had found nothing of note. The only notable sight was the occasional luminous fish swimming in the pool, seemingly some kind of spiritual creature. Chen Qingyuan approached the pool's edge. With a flick of his finger, he condensed his spiritual power and shot it toward one of the swimming fish. Splash! A palm-sized fish with a blue glow on its back landed in his hand. Its tail flapped continuously, giving it a lively, spirited appearance. A look of delight crossed Chen Qingyuan's face. He said to Chen Qingyuan, "I'm not sure what kind of fish this is, but it's a first-stage spiritual creature. Perhaps besides the Azure Bamboo, our Chen clan may gain another industry." For a clan, establishing a new industry was a momentous undertaking. The pool clearly housed a whole school of these spiritual fish. If the clan could breed them, they would yield a steady income of spirit stones for generations to come. In fact, the discovery of this fish school alone made the cave expedition worthwhile. Just then, Chen Qingyuan noticed a blue light point in the pool that had remained motionless for some time. At first, he thought it was the glow from another fish, but now it was clearly not. Even as the fish stirred the pool's calm surface, the blue light persisted. Certain he wasn't hallucinating, Chen Qingyuan looked up sharply. He could see that the crimson crystal python had long been nestled in a rough hollow in the upper corner of the cave wall, where he finally spotted the source of the blue light. "Qingyuan, what have you found?" Chen Qingyuan noticed the commotion and reluctantly tore his gaze from the fish. Chen Qingyuan shook his head without speaking. Channeling his spiritual power into the Azure Origin sword, he aimed at the blue light point. Crack, crack, crack. A shower of rubble fell, revealing the true form of the blue light. A droplet emitting a cerulean glow hovering in midair. It was its reflection that had shimmered on the pool's surface. "What is this?" Due to its tiny size, Chen Qingyuan couldn't identify it and was about to fly up to retrieve it. But the droplet descended slowly on its own. Chen Qingyuan reached out, letting it fall into his palm. Boom. In the instant it touched his skin, Chen Qingyuan felt the scene before him dramatically shift. The dim cave seemed to transform into a vast ocean. Qingyuan. After an unknown time, when Chen Qingyuan came to, he found his uncle standing before him, face flushed with excitement, shouting, "Incredible! Incredible! Uncle, what's incredible?" Chen Qingyuan asked, puzzled, having never seen his uncle so agitated. Looking at the droplet in his hand, the illusion had vanished, yet he could sense boundless aqueous energy within it, while his own body seemed to yearn for it endlessly. "Uncle, what exactly is this?" Chen Qingyuan swallowed hard and forced out the words through clenched teeth, "The primeval water essence." Chen Qingyuan gazed at the azure water droplet in his palm and remarked, "The essence of heavenly water. It sounds like a treasure indeed. I wonder what grade it belongs to." Chen Qingyuan let out a long, relieved sigh. The essence of heavenly water is a supreme aquatic treasure of heaven and earth beyond the measure of grades. Hence it is considered gradeless. Of course, I have only read about it in ancient texts. Legend holds that there are 12 drops of each elemental essence in the world. For a cultivator with a water spiritual root who practices water element techniques, this essence can increase cultivation speed by 10% and refine the purity of their spiritual power by 3%. A 10% boost in cultivation speed was already an irresistible temptation for many slow cultivating practitioners, let alone the additional refinement of spiritual power. If one began cultivation at the age of 10 by 60, they would have gained roughly 5 extra years of practice. For a cultivator of modest talent, this could mean the difference between qualifying for foundation establishment or not. Chen Qingyuan understood this. Watching his second uncle's excitement fade, he wrestled inwardly, uncertain whether he should yield this drop of essence of heavenly water to his uncle, who also practiced water element techniques. Such a cultivation treasure, if it fell into the hands of rogue cultivators, would be enough to drive father and son apart or set brother against brother. He already possessed the Azure Essence Orb. With this drop of essence of heavenly water, wouldn't his cultivation speed soar even higher, perhaps paving the way to the grand path of immortality? Yet he also saw everything his second uncle had done for him. Today his uncle had even broken his own principles to share a piece of second-grade mysterious earth crystal, or Chen Qingyuan's mind was in turmoil. Between familial bonds and the opportunity for enlightenment, he found it hard to choose. He even wished for a moment that it had been someone else who discovered this essence of heavenly water with him, so he wouldn't have to agonize over the decision. Just then Chen Qingyuan withdrew his reluctant gaze and spoke solemnly to Chen Qingyuan. Little Qingyuan, hide this treasure well. Never speak of it to anyone else, not even to clan members, lest word leak out and invite envy or greed. Faced with his uncle's earnest advice, Chen Qingyuan felt his face burn with shame. His uncle was so selfless while in the end, he sighed inwardly and held out the drop of essence of heavenly water to his second uncle. Uncle, you are gathering spiritual power to break through to Foundation establishment. This essence suits you better. After saying these words, Chen Qingyuan felt an immense relief. His uncle indeed needed it more, and besides, it was his uncle who had slain the crimson crystal python. The essence rightfully belonged partly to him. Chen Qingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he firmly shook his head. Qingyuan, I know this essence would greatly benefit me too. But you discovered it yourself. As the saying goes, heaven's gift, if not accepted, brings harm instead. It is yours by right. Clasping his hands behind his back, Chen Qingyuan revealed a confident smile and declared, besides, who do you take me for? In the future, I am destined to pursue the way of the sword. How could I tarnish my sword heart by contending with my own nephew over a mere cultivation treasure? As he spoke these words, his second uncle seemed to radiate a brilliant light, which only deepened Chen Qingyuan's shame. His uncle possessed such a noble state of mind, while he himself had struggled through a painful inner conflict before offering to yield the essence of heavenly water. Sensing his nephew's thoughts, Chen Qingyuan laughed heartily and patted Chen Qingyuan on the shoulder. What's wrong, Qingyuan? Do you think yourself too selfish for hesitating to give this treasure to your uncle? His thoughts exposed, Chen Qingyuan felt his face must be crimson. But Chen Qingyuan's smile faded as he spoke with firm conviction. Yet, little Qingyuan, you must understand that cultivation is inseparable from the principle of striving. If you yield this opportunity to me today, would you yield the next to your Aunt Qingchan, and the one after that to the old clan leader who has been kind to you? If you keep yielding like this, what becomes of your own path? Every cultivator has their own fortune, and when you encounter it, it is yours. Then, adopting a lighter tone, he joked, if it weren't for my dedication to the sword path and the need for a clear sword heart, I might truly have contested this essence of heavenly water with you. Chen Qingyuan knew his uncle was right. Often when cultivators encounter great opportunities, it is destiny at work. With this thought, his mind calmed. Uncle, your nephew has learned well. He understood that his uncle's words were also meant to ease his burden, allowing him to reclaim the essence with a clear conscience. Given their bond, no further words were needed. Thus the cave expedition came to an end. Chen Qingyuan had discovered a pool of first-grade spirit fish for the clan, obtained a piece of second-grade mysterious earth crystal, and most importantly, acquired a drop of the water element cultivation treasure, the essence of heavenly water. On the way back to the cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan suddenly slapped his forehead as something occurred to him, a look of lingering fear spreading across his face. Uncle! Chen Qingyuan called softly. Chen Qingyuan exhaled a turbid breath and retrieved the crimson crystal taken from the crimson crystal python's head from his storage pouch. I was wondering how such a small place as White Foxhole could harbor a treasure like the essence of heavenly water. Likely this python, blessed with immense fortune, brought it from elsewhere. Chen Qingyuan's analysis was simple but accurate. Chen Qingyuan also grasped the underlying danger and pointed out, if it had used the spirit vein and this essence to break through to Foundation establishment, we would be the ones dead. Chen Qingyuan nodded. This was precisely what had filled him with dread. Neither uncle nor nephew knew that snakes, pythons, and flood dragons, all sharing a common origin, mostly possessed water attributes. However, the crimson crystal python was an exception, having only fire and metal attributes. Thus, despite its fortune in obtaining this drop of essence of heavenly water and finding this second-grade low-quality spirit vein, it was utterly incapable of refining it. It could only guard the essence day and night until Chen Qingyuan slew it, and the essence passed to Chen Qingyuan. Returning to White Fox Mountain, Chen Qingyuan went back to his cave dwelling at the peak to continue his seclusion, but not before instructing Chen Qingyuan on how to handle the spirit fish in the cave pool. Afterward, Chen Qingyuan summoned Chen Shui and Chen Yu. I will be in seclusion for a while. You two must keep a close watch on the mines. If anything happens, light this spirit talisman, and I will know." Saying this, he handed 2 talismans faint with spiritual energy to them. These message talismans were simple to make and could be activated by ordinary fire. Chen Shui and Chen Yu respectfully accepted the talismans and nodded. "Rest assured, Uncle Qingyuan, we will manage the mines well." Chen Qingyuan was not worried about them or any other mortals causing trouble. All key locations on White Fox Isle were protected by formation arrays unshakable by mortals without spiritual power. Thus he dismissed the 2, waved his hand, and sealed the cave entrance. "This time my goal is to refine the essence of heavenly water." Months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the year-end for mortals has quietly arrived. After Chen Qingyuan's retreat, Baihu Island welcomed more than 200 new mortals, bringing the total to 300. Now the residences of the mortals have begun to take shape, with every household adorned with colorful lights preparing to welcome the arrival of the new year. One day at the foot of Baihu Mountain, a sudden wave of immense spiritual energy surged towards Chen Qingyuan's cave abode, dispersing the mist that shrouded it and revealing the tightly closed stone door. Outside the cave, a figure squatted in a daze, Chen Shui. Since being reprimanded by Chen Qingyuan, she seemed to have extinguished the impractical thoughts in her heart and no longer exhibited any outrageous behavior. Watching the mist outside the cave dissipate, it usually signified that Chen Qingyuan had temporarily finished his retreat and was about to emerge, but today seemed different. Chen Shui waited for a long time without seeing the stone door of the cave open. Instead, the commotion around her grew louder, accompanied by flying sand and rolling stones. "Chen Shui, has Uncle Qingyuan come out of his retreat?" Chen Yu's voice called from behind. Due to frequent visits to the mine and counting minerals, his skin had become quite rough. Chen Shui shook her head. In the past, whenever the mist dissipated, Uncle Qingyuan would come out, but today for some reason the stone door hasn't opened yet. As the two discussed whether something unusual might be happening inside the cave, Chen Qingyuan had reached a crucial moment in his retreat. A droplet of blue water was suspended at the dantian of his body, and the magical power mist in the dantian seemed to be stirred by it spinning rapidly. During this process, the spiritual energy from the cave rapidly entered Chen Qingyuan's body, where it was absorbed by the Ren water essence. The spiritual energy within the cave was limited, while the Ren water essence resembled a bottomless pit, actively absorbing the original magical power that Chen Qingyuan had painstakingly refined whenever the external spiritual energy was insufficient. Ugh! Chen Qingyuan was greatly alarmed. The original magical power was fundamental to maintaining his realm. If absorbed, he could suffer a decline in his realm or even damage his dantian meridians. No, at this moment I can't care about that much. I must release the cave's restrictions. The formation obscuring the cave was also blocking external spiritual energy from entering. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, dispersing the mist outside the cave. Instantly, the suction of the Ren water essence attracted the spiritual energy from outside the cave, drawing a large amount of it, in which then all flowed into his dantian, explaining the phenomenon that Chen Shui had initially seen outside the cave. Inside, supported by a vast amount of spiritual energy, the Ren water essence rotated even faster, and finally, at a critical point, it seemed to synchronize with the magical power mist coexisting within Chen Qingyuan's dantian, slowly rotating. It worked. Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes. After months of continuous refinement, this droplet of Ren water essence had finally been integrated into his dantian, becoming one with him. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan felt his body immensely light, and he discovered that even without actively cultivating, the Ren water essence would continuously draw in spiritual energy, converting it into magical power mist. This effect is astonishing. Chen Qingyuan was somewhat astonished. Although the speed of attracting spiritual energy could not compare to when he was actively cultivating it accumulated over time. He estimated that with the dual enhancement from the Qingyuan pearl and the Ren water essence, his cultivation speed was likely no different from that of a dual spiritual root. Just as he was filled with joy, the spiritual energy around Chen Qingyuan surged again, rushing into his dantian. It seemed the Qingyuan pearl sensed something slightly trembling and emitting a cool breeze. In that moment, Chen Qingyuan realized that although his magical power of the Qi refining third layer had not been completely polished, he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level of Qi refining. With both hands guiding his magical power to operate around his body, the excess spiritual energy was transformed into magical power at that moment. Despite the pain of his meridians being stretched to the limit, Chen Qingyuan remained silent, striving to absorb all of it into his dantian. Almost. Just a little more. Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that felt like being cut by knives. Crack. In a vague sensation, something broke through, and Chen Qingyuan suddenly felt a release throughout his body, with the magical power mist in his dantian increasing by more than 50%. Did it work? His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in just a few short months after nearly breaking through to the qi refining third layer, he achieved another breakthrough, this time to the mid-level of qi refining. Though there was only a layer separating the fourth and third layers of qi refining, the reserve of magical power differed by at least 50%. This was the distinction between the early and mid-level of qi refining. However, after a brief moment of excitement, Chen Qingyuan calmed down, thinking this breakthrough was still largely due to refining the Ren water essence, a stroke of luck. It will be unlikely to encounter such a fortunate event again next time. It's fortunate that the Ren water essence is the most accommodating and vibrant among all essence attributes, otherwise Chen Qingyuan's previous early stage qi refining realm would have been unable to refine it successfully. Rather than saying that Chen Qingyuan refined the Ren water essence, it would be more accurate to say that the Ren water essence chose Chen Qingyuan actively merging with the magical power mist in his dantian and conveniently helping him break through a realm. As everything around returned to calm, the cave opened and Chen Qingyuan walked out as ethereal as before. Congratulations, Uncle Qingyuan. Chen Shui and Chen Yu both bowed in congratulations. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, chuckling. I wonder what is so worthy of congratulations about my coming out this time. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's question, Chen Shui and Chen Yu reacted differently. Chen Shui looked somewhat stunned, as she had only agreed with Chen Yu to say some flattering words. Chen Yu smiled slightly and took a step forward, saying, Nephew and Shui observed that Uncle Qingyuan looked radiant upon your emergence, which surely indicates gains from your cultivation, thus we congratulated you with a Shui. In truth, Chen, you couldn't discern anything at all. Immortals could not see the state of cultivators, and he was merely making forced interpretations based on Chen Qingyuan's spirited appearance. However, since Chen Qingyuan had just successfully refined the Ren water essence and broken through to the mid-level of qi refining, a double happiness, he did not expose the truth. Instead, he reached into his storage bag, and 2 large gold ingots appeared in his hand. Looking at the 2 respectful figures, he said with a smile, since you both noticed, those who see shall be rewarded. Take these 2 gold ingots and share them. Thank you, Uncle Qingyuan. Chen Shui exclaimed in delight. She hadn't expected that by riding on Chen Yu's coattails, she would receive such a generous reward. Chen Yu, after accepting the gold ingots, remained bent at the waist and respectfully said, Thank you for your generosity, Uncle Qingyuan. Chen Yu only wishes to serve you, Uncle Qingyuan, and that would suffice. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, from not too far away on the mountain peak, a commotion suddenly arose. Looking from afar, the mist was dispersing. Has second uncle also come out of his retreat? Seeing that his second uncle had already emerged from seclusion, Chen Qingyuan instructed Chen Yu and Chen Shui before heading toward the mountaintop. Isn't it too embarrassing for a cultivator to travel on foot? It seems it's time to learn the art of sword flight. Soaring through the skies, Chen Qingyuan had long yearned for such freedom. In the past, his cultivation was insufficient, but now he could look forward to it. Upon breaking through to the mid-qi refining stage, a cultivator's mana reserves greatly increased. At this stage, one could already fly on a sword, though it consumed more mana than a flying artifact. Yet the sheer elegance of sword flight was irresistible. Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but think the same. Arriving at the peak of White Fox Mountain, Chen Qingshu had already emerged from seclusion. Unlike Chen Qingyuan's vibrant energy, he appeared much more reserved with almost no mana fluctuation. At first glance, he seemed no different from Immortal. This signified that Chen Qingshu had perfected his qi refining 9th layer mana, achieving perfect control over its flow. In his current state, he could enter seclusion at any moment to attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment. Moreover, at over 50 years old, nearing 60, he was at the final peak of his physical capabilities for a qi refining cultivator. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward. Congratulations, second uncle. With your mana now perfected, you will soon break through to foundation establishment and become the clan's new foundation establishment patriarch. He hadn't expected to receive congratulations at the foot of the mountain earlier, only to now offer them to his second uncle. Chen Qing's face beamed with joy, though he remained modest. Hey, it's merely a matter of time and effort, nothing worth mentioning. As for foundation establishment, it's no simple feat. As he spoke, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise, scrutinizing Chen Qingyuan from head to toe. In disbelief, he asked, Sigh, Qingyuan, have you broken through to qi refining 4th layer? Compared to his own perfected 9th layer, his nephew's breakthrough astonished him far more. Hadn't it only been a few months? And with the bottleneck from early to mid qi refining, how had he managed to break through so quickly? Chen Qingyuan couldn't recall anyone in his memory achieving a mid-chi refining breakthrough in such a short time. Though he had never seen a heavenly spirit root, single spirit root, a dual spirit root, certainly couldn't accomplish this. Chen Qingyuan explained with a smile, "Second uncle, have you forgotten? Your nephew refined the run water primordial essence, and leveraging its power broke through to chi refining fourth layer in one go." Chen Qingyuan shook his head slightly. "Regardless, Qingyuan, your talent is the highest our Qingyuan Chen clan has seen in nearly 100 years. Then his tone shifted with a sigh. "It's a pity our Chen clan is now in decline. In the past, we would have found a way to nurture you properly." Chen Qingyuan didn't feel troubled. Although the clan often spoke of decline and hardship, he had never lacked resources in his years of cultivation. Now his cave dwelling was connected to a second-grade spirit vein, a privilege countless rogue cultivators could only dream of. Today, both uncle and nephew had broken through a double blessing. It was best not to dwell on this somber topic. So Chen Qingyuan pointed to the mortal settlements below. "Another year has passed. Over 10 days ago, I knew my mana was nearing perfection, so I informed the clan to summon a late chi refining cultivator to temporarily replace me on the island. To break through to foundation establishment, I must return to Qingyuan Mountain. With the old patriarch watching over, it will be safer. He'll return after my seclusion. But since you've already broken through to mid-chi refining, would you like to return to Qingyuan Mountain with me?" Chen Qingyuan pondered. White Fox Mountain was fine, but it was too lonely. Now that he had just broken through, a period of rest would be pleasant. Thus he nodded. "Then I'll return to the clan with you, second uncle, for some time. I haven't seen Qingji and Qingrong in a while, and I miss them." In truth, he also thought of his home in Qingshi town. It had been several years since he left, and he wondered how his parents were doing. The clan forbade visits to mortal towns before mid-chi refining, but reaching that stage didn't automatically grant permission. Chen Qingyuan hadn't yet figured out how to broach the subject with the clan. As they awaited the arrival of the new late chi refining clansman, Chen Qingyuan recalled his earlier thoughts on sword flight and asked his second uncle, "Why do I rarely see you fly on a sword?" Chen Qingyuan gave him an amused look. "We'll want to learn. Just say so. Would I refuse to teach you?" Chen Qingyuan, unabashed at having his secret exposed, looked at his second uncle with anticipation. Chen Qingyuan then summoned a Qingyuan sword. "Sword flight isn't difficult to learn, but it consumes a lot of mana for us chi refining cultivators. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate first." Chen Qingyuan had a good aptitude for techniques. By the time the late chi refining clansman arrived at dusk, he could barely manage sword flight, though he still needed practice to fly properly. Chen Qingyuan temporarily lifted the small moon-shrouding star-obscuring array on White Fox Islet. The clansman flew over from the shore on his sword. "Qingyuan, I've been sent by the Grand Elder to take over the defense of White Fox Islet." The late chi refining clansman was Chen Qingyuan of average talent. With a 5-spirit root, he had barely broken through to chi refining 7th layer. But he had a good relationship with Chen Qingyuan, which is why Grand Elder Chen Daojian trusted him to guard White Fox Islet. Chen Qingyuan nodded. "I assume you already know about White Fox Islet. After I leave, be sure to be cautious in all matters. Never open the formation lightly to avoid unforeseen troubles." Chen Qingyuan nodded in understanding, then gazed at the distant White Fox Mountain. Who would have thought that beneath this mining island lies a second-grade, low-grade spirit vein? Turning to Chen Qingyuan, he smiled like the other elders. "So you're Chen Qingyuan, the eldest of the Qing generation in our Qingyuan Chen clan. Your second uncle is truly fortunate." Chen Qingyuan was married with children, but none of his offspring possessed spirit roots. They all lived in Qingshi town. Thus, he was quite envious of Chen Qingyuan for having such a close blood-related nephew. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Qingyuan interjected, "Qingyuan, I leave White Fox Islet to you. Qingyuan and I will return to Qingyuan Mountain now." Chen Qingyuan grew serious. "Then Qingyuan, I wish you abundant immortal fortune and success in breaking through to foundation establishment." He was one of the few in the clan who knew that Chen Qingyuan possessed an inferior foundation establishment pill, so his words carried no sorrow, only blessings. After all, with the help of an inferior foundation establishment pill, even if the breakthrough failed, his life would be spared. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On the green leaf shuttle, Chen Qingyuan narrowed his eyes as the green Yuan mountain came into view ahead, while beneath his feet lay the greenstone town. A trace of melancholy crept over Chen Qingyuan's expression. In his memories at this hour, his father would return from a day's labor, and his mother would have dinner ready. He recalled how at first he struggled with the daily plain fare. Only occasionally, when the family had a bit of spare money, would his mother buy some meat. Back then, his favorite was pork. Beef was too costly, and lean chicken had too little meat. Only pork, especially the fatty kind with more lard than lean, could half fill his empty, oil-starved stomach. Beside him, Chen Qingyuan seemed to sense his emotional shift. Looking down, he saw Greenstone Town receding beneath the green leaf shuttle. Understanding dawned on Chen Qingyuan. He formed a hand seal, slowing the green leaf shuttle until it hovered in midair. Qingyuan, since we're at Greenstone Town, why not go home and see your family? Chen Qingyuan looked up in surprise, asking uncertainly, but uncle, is that allowed by clan rules? Returning to Immortal Town requires reporting to the clan, doesn't it? I can't let you break the rules for me. Chen Qingyuan pointed a finger at himself and laughed heartily. Just report to me, won't that do? Don't forget your second uncle is also a clan elder. Besides, you're now at the midstage of chi refining. Visiting your family in Greenstone Town isn't out of line. It's settled then. Go home for 3 days. He'll return to Green Yuan Mountain first. After 3 days, you can come back on your own. Knowing he could indeed visit Greenstone Town, Chen Qingyuan couldn't suppress his excitement. Having fully mastered sword flight over the past few days, he eagerly summoned his Green Yuan sword. He looked at Chen Qingyuan inquiringly. Uncle, shall I go now? Go ahead, but don't forget the time. Return to the clan in 3 days. Chen Qingyuan nodded, still offering reminders. I understand, uncle. Rest assured. With that, Chen Qingyuan mounted his flying sword, diving straight toward the town below, heading in the direction of his home. Chen Qingyuan lingered, smiling knowingly. He too had once felt homesick. But little Qingyuan, you must understand. The moment you became a cultivator, you could never truly return to the past. Greenstone Town, home to over 50,000 mortals, sprawled across a vast area. It took Chen Qingyuan considerable time flying on his sword to reach the location he remembered as home. Along the way, many mortals cast envious glances his way. A free-spirited immortal master, young and inspiring, a sight that stirred longing in their hearts. Retracting his Green Yuan sword, Chen Qingyuan stepped onto the ground. Where the old weathered stone house once stood, there now rose a grand mansion with a towering gate. A massive plaque bearing the golden character Immortal hung above. Chen Qingyuan wasn't surprised. He knew that because he had been found to possess a spiritual root and entered Green Yuan Mountain, his family had received rewards from the Green Yuan Qin clan. The Immortal plaque signified that a descendant of this household had become a cultivator. Just as Chen Qingyuan was lost in thought, a crisp child's voice sounded behind him. Hey, who are you? Why are you staring at my front door? Chen Qingyuan turned to see a little boy about 4 or 5 years old, dressed in fine clothes with his small hands clasped behind his back. Though his speech was a bit unclear and he had a runny nose, his face beamed with self-importance. A guess formed in Chen Qingyuan's mind. From the boy's words, he understood that this must be the younger brother his parents had after he left. A smile spread across his face. What do you mean? This is clearly my home. The little boy protested, speaking slowly but clearly. You're lying. My parents only had me and my brother. Where did you come from trying to pretend you're my parents' son? The boy's words wiped the smile off Chen Qingyuan's face. How could his parents have only 2 sons? Then who was he? Doubt crept into Chen Qingyuan's mind. Perhaps this wasn't his home at all. Maybe his family had moved elsewhere. Just then the mansion's gate swung open, revealing a slightly plump woman. The little boy dashed into her arms, crying, "Mother!" Chen Qingyuan looked up and recognized his mother, Lu. Yet perhaps due to the nervousness of approaching home or some other reason, he felt a sudden discomfort. Lu lovingly stroked her younger son's head, then noticed Chen Qingyuan in his green robe. Failing to recognize him, she was startled and immediately moved to make her son kneel, saying, "Greetings, Immortal Master." In Greenstone Town, only Immortal Masters were permitted to wear green robes. So bowing promptly upon seeing someone in such attire was always the safe choice. After 4 years of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan had grown much taller than when he left, nearly reaching the height of an ordinary adult mortal. His skin had also become fairer, reasons why Lu hadn't recognized him at first. Nearby neighbors, spotting Chen Qingyuan's green robe, began to kneel from a distance to pay their respects. But Chen Qingyuan would never let his mother kneel to him. Hurrying to support her before she could, he said, "Mother, it's me, Qingyuan. Don't you recognize me?" Fearing his mother might not recognize the name Chen Qingyuan, he deliberately used his original name, Qingyuan. Lu was even more astonished. She timidly raised her head, scrutinizing him from all sides, until she finally confirmed that this was indeed her son Qingyuan, who had become an immortal master 4 years ago. With a hint of disbelief, she gently patted Chen Qingyuan's arm. "Son, is it really you?" How could Lu not miss Chen Qingyuan? But she had convinced herself that since he had become an immortal master, their stations in life were now different, and she forced herself to forget. Suddenly seeing Chen Qingyuan before her again, she burst into loud sobs. Chen Qingyuan's heart tightened. He was about to comfort her when Lu, as if struck by a thought, asked urgently, "But I've heard from the neighbors that once you go up the mountain, you can't come down for 10 or 20 years. Son, you didn't sneak down, did you?" Lu worried that Chen Qingyuan, missing home, had secretly descended the mountain, risking punishment from his immortal master elders. Nearby, seeing Chen Qingyuan and Lu embracing, the neighbors dared to rise, casting envious glances at Lu. Lu is so fortunate. Her family produced an immortal master, and now one has come to visit. Say, could he be the one from before? Shoo, are you worthy of discussing an immortal master? Chen Qingyuan felt warmth at his mother's concern. Don't worry, mother. This time I came down with the clan elder's permission. At that moment, the little boy clutching at Liu's garment also realized that the person before him was truly his never-before-seen older brother. But why had father and mother never mentioned him at home? Chen Zai's small mind could not yet comprehend, but he felt that this older brother of his seemed tall and formidable, as if he were quite impressive. He thought that now he and his second brother would no longer have to envy others. So in the third child in the family, now mother. Chen Zai's eyes widened as he looked at Chen. Huh. Well, Yuan, she, let's not stand at the doorstep. Let's go inside and talk. Liu's expression suddenly turned somewhat unnatural. Holding her youngest son Lu Shi and tugging at Chen Qingyuan's sleeve, she headed indoors. So your name is Sierra. How old are you this year? Chen Qingyuan looked at his younger brother Chen, she sensing a certain cleverness in him. This was a good thing. Typically, children with spiritual roots displayed unusual traits from a young age, such as innate intelligence like Chen Zai's, though it was not a certainty. Chen, she no longer as lively as before, replied obediently, so you're called Chen Yuan, right, big brother Chen Yuan? At this, Lu, who was holding him, gently tapped his hand and corrected, your eldest brother's name is Chen Qingyuan, not Chen Yuan. Don't get it wrong. Chen Yuan represented a mortal, while Chen Qingyuan, with his generational name, was an immortal master. Though only a single character differed, their statuses were worlds apart. The reason Lu had never told her two younger sons about having such an elder brother was precisely this: how could an immortal fraternize with mortals? Let me tell you, Madam Lu, I've heard that we can give birth to immortal masters only because they need to descend into the mortal world through reincarnation. Once their spiritual roots awaken, they sever all mortal ties with us. Lu had heard this from old Madame Wang, another woman who had borne an immortal master. It was said that after her son became an immortal master and ascended Mount Qingyuan, he returned only 15 years later. Now old Madame Wang was 85, her teeth all gone, and she had never seen her immortal master's son a second time. This was why Lu always wore a strange expression when facing Chen Qingyuan. First, because her son was indeed different. In just 4 short years when they met again, even his own mother had nearly failed to recognize him. Standing beside her was no longer the thin, dark-skinned Chen Yuan of before, but the immortal master Chen Qingyuan. Second, Lu feared she might end up like old Madame Wang, that this meeting with her eldest son might be their last. The vermilion gate closed, and the gathered neighbors finally dared to speak a little louder. I recognized him. That was little Chen Yuan. I can't believe he's grown so much in just a few years. Truly worthy of an immortal master. If only my son and daughter could become immortal masters. Keep dreaming. In our Qingshi town of over 50,000 people, we're lucky to produce a few immortal master seeds in 3 years. How could it be your turn? Crossing the front courtyard, Chen Qingyuan felt that everything around him gleamed with gold. All things that seemed highly valuable in the mortal world. Mistress, young master. Entering the main hall, 6 servants and 6 maids stood in 2 rows, bowing their heads in unison to Lu and Chen, even though Lu had merely stepped out. Lu nodded with satisfaction and said, this is the eldest young master. Come and pay your respects. Then, somewhat embarrassed, she explained to Chen Qingyuan, I did say 12 servants were too many, but our estate is indeed larger now, and with fewer people, it would be hard to manage. Chen Qingyuan, however, was delighted. You and father deserve to enjoy life. Let them handle everything. At that moment, the 12 servants, hearing their mistress' command, and seeing Chen Qingyuan in his green robe, understood that he was the immortal master from the mountain. They knelt in unison and said, Greetings, immortal master. Greetings, eldest young master. Rise, Chen Qingyuan said calmly. Today each of you shall receive a reward of 1 tael of gold. From now on serve with even greater diligence. Understood. He had intended to say silver, but the problem was that he carried no mortal silver ingots on him, though he had plenty of gold nuggets which served as auxiliary materials for refining artifacts. Thank you for your generosity, eldest young master. We shall remember. 1 tael of gold might be insignificant to Chen Qingyuan, but to mortals it was no small sum. Enough to buy each of them all over again. Lu winced inwardly at her son's generosity. That was 12 taels of gold gone in an instant. But recalling that mortal wealth was like dust to immortal masters, she felt somewhat comforted. Chen Qingyuan then noticed that his father and the second brother Chen she had mentioned were not at home. After sitting down with his mother, he asked, Mother, where is father? Lu replied with a smile, he's taken Lear to the private school to find a tutor. I reckon he'll be back soon. So his other younger brother was named Chen Lo. He had to admit both his little brothers had auspicious names. By the way, Yuan, how many days can you stay this time? Lu asked with hopeful anticipation. Chen Qingyuan recalled his agreement with Uncle Qingxiu and replied, I've arranged with the clan elder to return to the mountain in 3 days. 3 days. Liu's gaze dimmed. Her son was truly different now. Before he would only say return when coming home. Now saying return to the mountain made it seem as though coming home was merely a visit. But she had long prepared herself mentally, so she quickly emerged from her dejection. All right, Yuan, I'll have someone buy some pork. They'll cook for you today. Make your favorite braised pork from when you were little. Beside her, Chen Qingyuan's thoughts had drifted to the hardships of cultivation at the mention of his second uncle. For a flawed foundation establishment pill, Aunt Qinchan had nearly emptied the family coffers and had even been attacked by rogue cultivators on her way back to the clan. Yet this flawed pill only increased the chances of successful foundation establishment by a mere 5. If his second uncle failed, the best outcome would be survival, but all the resources expended would be wasted. From this perspective, it was understandable why many small clans never produced a foundation establishment cultivator. Generations of effort only bought a single chance, and if the one bearing the hope failed, the entire clan would be crippled. At least Aunt Qinchan had some reserves. Even if second uncle fails, the clan won't be utterly devastated. As these thoughts occupied him, Chen Qingyuan vaguely heard his mother say she would personally cook him braised pork. He replied instinctively, forget it, mother. Braised pork is too fatty. Lu Shi was evidently taken aback. How could it be too fatty? When her son was young, braised pork had been his favorite. Oh, I see. It is said that immortal masters subsist on dew and wind, so how could they partake in mortal food, let alone pork, such a coarse and worldly dish? In truth, subsisting on dew and wind was an exaggeration, but Chen Qingyuan had indeed eaten little meat of late. Even on white fox, all the fare Chen Shui prepared was mostly fruits and melons. Only Xiao Bai would eat some fish. However, since Chen Qingyuan did not yet possess a spirit beast pouch to store his companion, he had not brought it along when leaving the isle. Seeing the dejected look on his mother Lu Shi's face, Chen Qingyuan realized he had inadvertently misspoken. Yet the words were already out, and he could not take them back. He could only console her. Mother, you should be glad that your son has achieved success in cultivation. When I came, the clan elders even praised me. Is that so? Lu Shi's face brightened at the news that her son had received commendation from the elder immortal masters. Then, Yuan, you must cultivate diligently. When you attain immortality, your mother's heart will be at ease. Lu Shi was clearly unaware of what immortality truly meant for a cultivator. Even a nascent soul true lord who roamed freely between heaven and earth could only live for a few thousand years, far from true immortality. Yet Chen Qingyuan could feel his mother's simple pure love and expectations. So he smiled and replied with pleasing words, Your son today will be blessed by your auspicious words, mother. In the future, I shall surely live as long as heaven and earth and achieve immortality. Ha ha, wonderful, truly wonderful. Lu Shi was indeed amused, laughing heartily until her back ached. For a mother, praising her child was far more effective than praising her directly. Chen Qingyuan's words had struck a chord in Lu Shi's heart. Hearing this, she also began to laugh cheerfully. He shouted, Great, great. I want to live forever too. Mother, let's all live forever together. So spoke the innocence of a child. Chen Shi did not understand that without a spiritual root, a mortal's life was but a mayfly's day to a high-level cultivator, let alone achieving immortality. He merely thought that being an immortal master was wonderful. If he were immortal, he could play with his friends every day and never have to attend the village school again. Chen Shi knew that his second brother Chen Lu had been taken by their father to meet the private tutor that very day. It would surely be his turn soon. He did not want to go to school, he wanted to play. And if he became an immortal master, perhaps he could play all day. Lu Shi's smile gradually faltered. Her eldest son had become an immortal master, and she might never see him again. Was her youngest son destined to leave her as well to become an immortal master too? Yet in Qingshi town, every family wished for their descendants to possess a spiritual root and become immortal masters. Though Lu Shi was reluctant to part with her sons, if she also had a spiritual root, her heart would be filled with joy despite the sorrow of separation. So Lu Shi forced a smile again and coaxed Chen Shi, All right, Xia. In the future, you too shall be like your elder brother Qingyuan, immortal and free. Then she turned to Chen Qingyuan and asked, Yuan, why don't you take a look at your younger brother first? Can you tell if he has the potential to become an immortal master in the future? Lu Shi remembered that the spiritual root assessment was conducted by immortal masters every 3 years. Now that her son Chen Qingyuan was also an immortal master, perhaps he could test whether Sierra possessed a spiritual root. Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat helpless. Chen Qi had just turned 4 after the new year. At such a tender age, even if he had a spiritual root, it might not have manifested yet. How could he possibly tell? Moreover, the chance of a mortal bearing a child with a spiritual root was 1 in 10,000. The likelihood of Chen Qi having one was exceedingly slim. Yet seeing the hopeful yet reluctant expression on his mother's face, Chen Qingyuan's heart softened. He smiled and said, "Well, look at how clever Sierra is. I'd say the chances of him having a spiritual root are quite high." Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, Lu Shi's smile froze for an instant, though she continued to wear it. Chen Qi, however, was overjoyed, clapping his hands excitedly. Chen Qingyuan knew that his mother wished for his younger brother Chen Qi to become an immortal master, yet she could not bear the thought of parting with him as she had with her eldest son. So Chen Qingyuan changed his tone. "But that said, Chen Qi, don't get too excited. My judgment may not be accurate. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being immortal. In the future, you could become a wealthy landowner surrounded by children and grandchildren, living a happy and carefree life. Isn't that delightful?" Hearing this, Lu Shi quickly nodded, looking very much in agreement. Yes, your elder brother makes a lot of sense. What do you think, Sierra?" Chen Qi was still young. Though he thought his elder brother Chen Qingyuan, an immortal master, seemed quite dashing, his father's life also appeared rather pleasant. Sipping tea and playing with the dog every day seemed quite enjoyable. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, Chen Qi and Chen Lu had never known hardship since birth. Thus they found mortal life to be perfectly fine. Hearing these words, Lu Shi visibly relaxed. She lifted Chen Qi onto her lap and teased him. "Does Sierra not love his mother anymore? Do you really want to go up the mountain with your elder brother so badly?" Chen Qi quickly shook his head and declared loudly, "How could that be? Sierra loves mother the most. If mother doesn't want me to go, then Sierra won't become an immortal master." His childish voice and earnest expression made Lu Shi laugh even more heartily. This time her laughter was freer and more natural. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Once when he was at home, it had been the same. His mother's love was all for him. But to pursue immortality, one had to give up certain things. It was unavoidable. Now that his mother had his 2 younger brothers to keep her company, Chen Qingyuan felt content with this homecoming. He no longer worried that his parents would have no one to care for them in their old age. But then, "Master, second young master." Suddenly footsteps echoed from the front courtyard, accompanied by the voices of servants and maids. Chen Qingyuan knew that his father Chen Guang and his other younger brother Chen Lu had returned. Chen Guang looked at the bowing servants with confusion and a hint of displeasure. "What second young master? Can't you even tell Lear and Sierra apart?" "Husband, I told them to address him that way. Come in and you'll understand." Lu Shi quickly called out toward the front courtyard. Though still puzzled, Chen Guang had to take Chen Le's hand and head toward the main hall as his wife insisted. Frowning, he said to Chen Le, "Usually you and your brother seem quite clever. How could you behave so badly in front of the private tutor today?" Chen Guang was indeed angry. His son Chen Lu had actually fallen asleep during the meeting with the private tutor. The result was predictable. Without the tutor needing to say a word, Chen Guang himself had left in embarrassment, dragging Chen Lu along. He knew that both sons were overly spoiled by their mother, but it was understandable. The precocious Chen Lu had deliberately fallen asleep to make the tutor think poorly of him. Now he naturally acted perfectly obedient. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, Chen Guang saw Chen Qingyuan in his blue robe. He paused in disbelief until Chen Qingyuan spoke first. "Father." Chen Guang's hand trembled slightly, for Chen Qingyuan's return home had stirred unease in his heart. Yet Chen Guang, unlike Lady Lu, did not wear his emotions on his sleeve. He simply approached his son Chen Qingyuan and asked with feigned nonchalance, "How were things on the mountain? Have you been cultivating diligently? I thought once you became an immortal master you couldn't come down the mountain so easily." Although Chen Guang's intention was to ask if his son was doing well on the mountain, the words that came out seemed to carry a different tone. Chen Qingyuan could sense the concern in his father's words, as well as a faint sense of estrangement. After all, it had been 4 years since he last returned home. For his mortal parents, how many 4 years could they truly have? After Chen Qingyuan answered his father's questions one by one, the two seemed to rediscover the natural ease of their father-son bond. Following this, Chen Qingyuan spent a full 3 days idling at home. During this time, he did not practice any cultivation techniques, but simply accompanied Chen Lu and Chen Qi on leisurely strolls around the house or chatted with his parents. The night before his departure, the family gathered around a table laden with fruits. Chen Qingyuan asked his father to dismiss the nearby servants and maids, then swept his hand over his storage pouch, producing several large gold ingots on the table. Chen Qingyuan instructed, "Father, mother, keep this gold. Don't bother with polite refusals. To us cultivators, a little gold means nothing." Stopping his parents' protests before they could begin, Chen Qingyuan turned to his younger brothers Chen Lu and Chen Qi. Now that our family is well off, Lear and Sierra need not study too many books. Just learning to read and understand propriety is enough. Father Chen Guang glanced at the two beaming brothers, but held a different opinion. I know you care for your brothers, but if they don't learn any skills, how can they simply drift through life? Even the greatest fortune can be squandered one day. Chen Qingyuan knew his father had endured much hardship, but the mortals under a cultivation clan were different from those in ordinary towns. The sole purpose of mortals in Qingshi town was to bear children with spiritual roots for the Qingyuan Qin clan. Thus, Chen Qingyuan explained, it doesn't matter. As long as I am here, our family will never lack for anything. I can guarantee that as long as I live, our house will always be one of wealth and honor. Hearing his son's assurance, Chen Guang fell silent. Having toiled all his life, even after 4 years of good living, he still struggled to adapt to this lifestyle of waiting for death and idleness. Mother Lu, however, was delighted and gave Chen Guang a shove. Hey, you old fool. Are you so used to the good life that you have to seek out hardship? Beside them, Chen Lu and Chen, she nodded vigorously in heartfelt agreement. Their elder brother's words had struck a chord deep within them. Chen Qingyuan turned his head and cast a resigned glance at the two rascals, his tone growing heavier. Though I say this, if you two ever dare to commit any wrongdoing and our parents are too soft-hearted to act, I will not let you off lightly. Do you hear me? Don't worry, big brother. Chen Lu and Chen, she replied in unison. And so the family talked late into the night. 3 days were far too short. At dawn, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes in bed. Because of the flow of mana within him, he did not truly need sleep to restore his energy. Thus, sleeping was merely a pastime for him to reminisce about his former life. Yet sadly, he could no longer capture that feeling of exhaustion that once came with sleep. He walked alone into the courtyard. His father and mother had not yet risen. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Qingyuan's mouth. This was indeed a life of comfort. In the past, his father would have already left for work by this hour. Just then, Chen Qingyuan spotted a small figure by the rockery in the yard. It was Chun Shi, who had risen early. He wondered how the boy, after 2 days of wild play and a late night, still had the energy to wake so early. During these 3 days, Chun Shi had grown genuinely fond of his elder brother. After all, with big brother around, father hadn't been nagging him to study his characters. Big brother. Chun Shi called out, unusually subdued, suppressing his voice as he asked, Qingyuan, go, are you going back to the mountain? Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help asking, so you woke up this early just to tell me this? Chen Shi thought to himself that he had already guessed big brother would leave during the day because last night Chen Qingyuan had given so many instructions to their parents to him and a second brother and had taken out so much gold. Understanding dawned on Chen Qingyuan. He slowly crouched down in front of Chun. She patted him on the shoulder and said, Sierra, do you remember what I taught you a couple of days ago? All feasts must end and everyone has their own path to walk. Now I must set out on mine. Chun Shi pouted, looking as if he might cry, but held back. I still don't understand, Qingyuan, go. They'll miss you. Chen Qingyuan sighed. It's all right. You'll understand when you grow up. He stood up and glanced back. There was still no sound from his parents' room. Only a few servants and maids were waiting in the distance. Perhaps it was for the best. All feasts must end after all. Once he had set foot on this path of cultivation, today's outcome was inevitable. He had to walk a narrow, dim trail until most of the people around him gradually faded away until he could walk no further. Chen Qingyuan said this to himself, then ruffled Chen Zai's hair and said with a smile, yeah, how about big brother shows you a spell? At the mention of a spell, Chen Zai's face lit up with a big grin. Yes, Qingyuan, go. Chen Qingyuan stepped back a few paces to an open space, swept his hand, and summoned the Qingyuan sword. Then Sierra, big brother is off now. Remember to tell mother, father, and your second brother for me. Everything that needed to be said had already been said the night before. Rather than a reluctant farewell, Chen Qingyuan preferred to leave quietly. He chanted the sword-flying incantation, channeling his mana into the Qingyuan sword. With a flash of azure light, Chen Qingyuan soared into the sky on his sword, flying toward Mount Qingyuan without looking back. Watching Chen Qingyuan disappear into the distance, Chen Shi slowly rubbed his eyes and cheeks with his small hands, as if tired from smiling. From the room came faint sounds. Yuan has left. What talk is this? Left? How unlucky. My mistake. My mistake. Stop moving. Go back to sleep and don't fidget. At Qingyuan Mountain, as the year's end approached, many cultivators who were rarely seen during the year returned to the mountain, save for a few who remained stationed elsewhere and could not come back. Elder Chen Qingchan, for instance, needed to bring back the year's earnings from the market. Yet despite the market's considerable profits after deducting various costs, it amounted to only 359 spirit stones, not even reaching 400. In the council hall, Grand Elder Chen Daojian spoke helplessly. the family's spirit stone income this year will likely be even lower than last year. The first-grade Qingyuan bamboo hasn't grown well this year, so I estimate that all of you together can sell only about 200 spirit stones at most. And these are already the two main sources of the family's income. Chen Qingyuan sighed upon hearing this, but there was nothing she could do. The true value of the market was actually implicit. For instance, learning in advance about the auction of inferior foundation establishment pills was precisely why the three major foundation establishment families valued the market. Yet now, with priorities reversed, they regarded the annual collection of stall fees, entry fees, and other settlement spirit stones from the market as the main income. How many spirit stones could that possibly yield? Beside her, Chen Qingyuan, listening to the Grand Elder's analysis of the family's situation this year, let out a long sigh. He knew another reason for the reduced family income this year was that Chen Qingyuan could no longer subsidize the family. Many of the wealthier elders among them often refrained from drawing their family stipends and instead subsidized the family during times of hardship. However, to purchase the inferior foundation establishment pill for himself, Chen Qingyuan had emptied her savings and even borrowed 1,000 spirit stones on his behalf. This had driven her to spend much of her recent time crafting talismans to repay the debt. Of course, he was fully aware of this and had made plans for the future. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyuan said, "It is I who have burdened the family. Unfortunately, aside from the way of the sword, I have learned no other skill." Chen Qingyuan had been obsessed with the way of the sword since youth. Though he had once worked as a spirit planter, he later abandoned that craft. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's self-reproach, Chen Daoxian quickly said, "Please don't say that, Qingyuan. If you speak thus, where shall we elders place our faces?" "Indeed, Qingyuan, the contributions you have made to the family over the years are evident to all. They are no less and perhaps even more than the rest of us." "Exactly, old seventh. Though you have not studied the myriad arts of cultivation, all the family's external affairs have been handled by you over the years. Who dares to speak ill of you?" The other elders also chimed in to console him. The family needed Chen Qingyuan, a ninth-layer qi refining cultivator skilled in combat, to deal with troublesome rogue cultivators and heretics. Chen Qingyuan had also intended to console Chen Qingyuan, but seeing that everyone had already offered their words, she swallowed her initial thoughts and rephrased, "For now, the main issue is to discuss how the family's spirit stones should be allocated next year." As the Grand Elder and acting clan leader, Chen Daoxian made the first decision. First and foremost, the annual allocation to Qinghao must not be stopped. The sect is not like the family. If we cease, all the spirit stones we have invested so far will be wasted. Instead, Chen Qinghao will face discrimination from the sect elders, and his path in the sect will become exceedingly difficult. Chen Qingyuan added, "The spirit stones and various subsidies for the Qing generation cannot be reduced any further. They are the foundation of the family's future. If we cut their resources and cause the younger generation to be weak, we would have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife." The other elders nodded in agreement. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward and said, "Given the family's current situation, if there is any way to save more spirit stones, it would likely have to come from us elders." Though these words might offend some, the elders had all weathered hardships together and knew that Chen Qingyuan's proposal was the only feasible option at present. For ordinary clan members, below the annual family stipend was crucial. Although the family's cohesion was strong now, if they could not benefit from the family in the long run, or worse, were burdened by it, it would ultimately lead to instability among the clan. Chen Qingyuan added, "Then let each of us decide how many spirit stones to forego according to our own circumstances. There's no need to demand uniformity." Subsequently, he said with a hint of regret, "It's a pity that the spirit fish discovered at White Fox Isle cannot yet generate income. Otherwise, they could have alleviated the family's pressing needs." He had already reported the matter of the spirit fish at White Fox Isle to the family, but establishing a new industrial venture was not simple. It required thorough consideration of stable sales channels, confidentiality measures, and personnel arrangements. Well, this year will have to do. Let us hope for a better year for the family next year. Chen Daoxian concluded, bringing the elders' meeting to an end. Chen Qingyuan returned to Qingyuan Mountain. As his eyes swept over the area, the mountain was noticeably livelier than before he left. However, cultivators did not observe mortal festivals, so Qingyuan Mountain was not festively decorated like Bluestone Town. It remained quite plain and unadorned. Brother Qingyuan, below Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong stared in astonishment at Chen Qingyuan, who was flying on his sword. Both knew that only cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refining or above possessed enough spiritual power to fly on a sword. This meant that during his absence, Brother Qingyuan had actually broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Hearing their calls, Chen Qingyuan smiled slightly, formed a hand seal, and descended his flying sword, landing before the two of them. Chen Qingji circled Chen Qingyuan in amazement, examining him repeatedly and exclaimed, "Brother Qingyuan, it's been a while. Have you broken through to the fourth layer of qi refining?" Chen Qingyuan knew that his breakthrough was entirely due to the Ren water essence, so he humbly replied, "It was just luck. A small adventure I had with second uncle this time." "No way, Brother Qingyuan. We're both of the Qing generation. How can the gap be so huge?" Chen Qingji deliberately put on a comical expression of disbelief. Chen Qingyuan's eyes shimmered with longing as she pressed, "Brother Qingyuan, are there many opportunities out there like in the books? Ancient cultivator secret realms, inheritances, and such?" Chen Qingyuan smiled and tapped her gently on the head. "How many secret realms do you think one can encounter? Haven't you read in the books that our cultivation world is fraught with dangers? Many so-called secret realms are actually traps set by other cultivators. In the wilderness of the cultivation world, almost any valuable spiritual object is guarded by demonic beasts. Take the Rune water essence, for instance. It was guarded by a latest-stage first-grade crimson crystal python. If the crimson crystal python's attribute had not clashed with the Rune water essence white fox, I would already be its territory." Chen Qingyuan let out an "oh," clearly disappointed by Chen Qingyuan's description of the outside world. Then, as if seeking praise, she said to him, "Brother Qingyuan, let me tell you. After you left, I practiced diligently, and now I've reached the second layer of qi refining." It took Chen Qingyuan 4 years to break through to the second layer of qi refining, which wasn't particularly slow, given she possessed a 5-element spiritual root. Yet without extraordinary fortune in the future, the late stage of qi refining would likely be her limit. Of course, Chen Qingyuan refrained from discouraging her at this moment. Instead, he offered encouragement, nodding and saying, "That is excellent. It seems you have indeed devoted yourself to cultivation this time." Chen Qingyuan beamed with joy upon receiving Chen Qingyuan's affirmation. Chen Qingji, standing nearby, asked, "Brother Qingyuan, during your trip to White Fox, did you encounter any formidable demonic beasts? I've heard that such mining veins are often guarded by demonic beasts." As Chen Qingji posed this question, Chen Qingyuan's eyes also lit up with curiosity. After centuries of development by the Chen family, demonic beasts had become a rare sight on Qingyuan Mountain. She asked with intrigue, "Yes, Brother Qingyuan, with your current mid-stage qi refining strength, slaying some low-tier demonic beasts must be effortless, right?" Having never left the mountain since their arrival, both of them were far less traveled than Chen Qingyuan, who had ventured to several places. Their curiosity about demonic beasts was quite understandable. However, although Chen Qingyuan had encountered demonic beasts, he knew his own limitations. He had mastered no combat techniques. His only offensive methods were a few talismans and hacking with his Qingyuan sword. Every beast he had faced was dealt with entirely by Uncle Qingxiu. Yet Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. He smiled and said, "As you know, I only recently broke through to mid-stage qi refining. I have little interest in combat magic and am not skilled at it. All the demonic beasts on the island were handled by Uncle Qingxiu." Honestly, Chen Qingyuan believed that combat magic was the greatest hindrance to a cultivator's progress. A single injury could ruin one's entire path to Tao in this life. Yet unfortunately, most conflicts arose from competition for resources, which were always beneficial for cultivators. There was little one could do about it. If Chen Qingyuan had possessed the combative nature of Chen Qingji and recklessly charged into that cave, he would likely have been devoured by the late first-tier crimson crystal python. I see. The two were slightly disappointed not to hear any extraordinary tales, but their spirits soon lifted as they eagerly pulled Chen Qingyuan into a discussion about their recent cultivation experiences. After taking leave of them, Chen Qingyuan pondered briefly before heading to the clan to purchase some talisman paper made from Qingyuan bamboo, leaves both mid and high first tier. Qingyuan bamboo leaves served as an excellent medium for crafting talismans capable of channeling all elemental energies except fire, metal, wood, water, and earth. He chose to spend spirit stones on the purchase rather than taking on clan tasks to obtain the leaves for free, confident that his success rate in crafting talismans would soar after breaking through to mid-stage qi refining. With a high success rate, it was evidently more economical to buy the leaves directly from the clan, craft talismans himself, and then sell them. Though the clan faces difficulties, I must prioritize my own needs first before considering others. Chen Qingyuan knew his chances of reaching foundation establishment were not insignificant. If he delayed his cultivation to support the clan now, it would ultimately harm both himself and the clan in the long run. This was a calculation Chen Qingyuan could clearly make. Returning to his cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain, nothing seemed to have changed during his absence except that the small spirit gathering array had been deactivated, leaving a thin layer of dust. As night fell, Chen Qingyuan sensed the thin, spiritual energy within his cave, feeling it was worlds apart from the rich qi in his white fox abode. It was hard to revert from luxury to simplicity. Chen Qingyuan sighed. Well, in my current state and mindset, cultivation won't yield good results. I might as well focus on talisman crafting. Without further ado, he set out all the necessary materials, beginning with the mid-first tier Vajra talisman, the one he was most familiar with. After some time, a faint yellow light flashed from Chen Qingyuan's talisman brush as spiritual energy steadily infused the paper. A mid-first tier Vajra talisman was successfully crafted. Not bad. I haven't lost my touch. Succeeding on the first try with the once challenging mid-first tier Vajra talisman greatly encouraged him. Thus he pressed on, attempting to craft talismans of other elements. By the time the first rays of dawn appeared inside the cave, Chen Qingyuan, sweat beading on his forehead and eyes bloodshot, struggled to keep his brush hand steady. He was now attempting a high first-tier talisman, the Surging Waves Flying Sword Talisman. As a high first-tier water element talisman, once activated, the Surging Waves Flying Sword Talisman could conjure 3 flying swords imbued with the overlapping force of surging waves, packing considerable power. However, after a night of crafting, Chen Qingyuan's remaining spiritual power was low, and crafting high first-tier talismans was already a stretch for him. Ultimately, after a flicker of hesitation, he chose to cease the output of his spiritual power. This attempt had ended in failure. With a dull thud, the spiritual energy traces, only a third completed on the talisman paper, collapsed into chaos and burst apart. This was precisely why Chen Qingyuan had chosen not to persist. If he exhausted his spiritual power only to fail, the backlash from the talisman's explosion would cause him considerable suffering, a loss not worth the gain. Gazing at the chaotic cave, Chen Qingyuan shook his head helplessly. I was too impatient. My talisman brush is only mid-first tier, and my spiritual power reserves are severely lacking. Otherwise, I might have actually succeeded this time. Murmuring to himself, his eyes gradually lit up with excitement, for the overall results of this crafting session were quite satisfying. Aside from one mid-first tier Vajra talisman and one mid-first tier water escape talisman, Chen Qingyuan noticed he was slightly more adept at crafting water element talismans. Regarding this, Chen Qingyuan speculated that among his 3 spiritual roots, his affinity for the water root was the highest, and the refined Ren water essence within him had further enhanced this affinity. It's a pity that talisman crafting consumes too much spiritual power. If I spend too much time on it, it will severely hinder my cultivation progress. Chen Qingyuan smiled wryly as he felt his exhausted body. Even when he had fought 3 mid-stage chi refining cultivators alone, he hadn't felt this drained. Just as he was about to sit in meditation to recover some spiritual power, the voice of his second uncle Chen Qingshu came from outside the cave. After tidying up the cave a bit, Chen Qingyuan opened the barrier and stepped out. Outside, Chen Qingshu looked at his somewhat disheveled nephew and asked with surprise, "Qingyuan, have you been sparring with someone in your dreams? How did you end up in such a state? As second uncle, since when did you learn to tease people?" Chen Qingyuan replied with an awkward smile. "By the way, second uncle, when do you plan to go into seclusion?" Chen Qingyuan changed the subject and asked. Chen Qingshu did not expose his intentions, but merely smiled faintly. "There's no rush. Breaking through to foundation establishment is not something to be taken lightly. I must adjust my condition to its peak." Many chi refining cultivators, having painstakingly cultivated to the peak of chi refining, often attempt foundation establishment immediately due to the pressure of their lifespan. This is actually a very erroneous choice. Chen Qingshu paused here as if struck by a thought, then continued. Regardless of whether one has a foundation establishment pill for cultivators with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, breaking through to foundation establishment is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, it is all the more necessary to polish one's mana to perfection and nurture the physical body before seclusion, and finally enter seclusion with the conviction of succeed or perish. I see. But when one knows they have a foundation establishment pill as a safety net, can they still possess such a conviction of succeed or perish? Chen Qingyuan was somewhat puzzled. With the foundation establishment pill as a guarantee, one could generally withstand the backlash of a failed breakthrough. In such a situation, could a cultivator truly maintain such unwavering faith? Chen Qing's expression remained unchanged as he gently patted Chen Qingyuan's shoulder. Of course, I was merely speaking of the best-case scenario. Faith is somewhat ethereal, and even a slight lack of it does not significantly affect the foundation establishment process. With that, Chen Qingshu seemed unwilling to continue discussing faith and redirected the conversation back to Chen Qingyuan. Yesterday, the elders held a meeting. I informed them of your breakthrough to the mid-stage of chi refining. However, regarding the reason, I said you happened to consume an unknown second-grade water-attributed spiritual fruit, leading to your early breakthrough. Remember not to contradict this story. The reason Chen Qingshu had Chen Qingyuan conceal the matter of the Ren water essence, not even telling the other elders of the clan, was not due to a lack of trust. He simply feared that too many people would lead to loose lips, and an accidental leak would cause trouble. Chen Qingyuan naturally had no objections, understanding that his second uncle meant well for him. He nodded. I understand, second uncle. Chen Qingshu nodded. He felt very reassured about Chen Qingyuan, whether in cultivation or other matters. He was always worry-free. By the way, the Grand Elder mentioned today that everyone might have misjudged. If we had sent you to the sect back, then your future achievements might have surpassed King Haas. Although the decision to keep Chen Qingyuan in the clan and send Chen Qinghao to the sect was originally based on the attributes of their spiritual roots, if one's talent was exceptional, the attribute of the spiritual root mattered less. But Chen Qingyuan knew himself well. He shook his head with a wry smile. The Grand Elder flatters me too much. My rapid progress in cultivation is half due to my own efforts, and half due to fortuitous encounters. Going to the sect might have been worse than staying in the clan. Chen Qingyuan's words were half true and half false. After all, who could say the Azure Essence Pearl was not his own fortuitous encounter? Hearing Chen Qingyuan's self-deprecating remarks, Chen Qingshu deliberately nodded in agreement with a playful expression. You are quite self-aware. After your Aunt Qingshan recounted your only duel to everyone, they widely spread that your combat style is the turtle style. How could such a style survive in a competitive Golden Core sect like Purple Cloud sect? As he spoke, even Chen Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Qingshan had even blamed herself. What a grave injustice. He had always been one to turn defense into offense. Upon hearing the term turtle style, Chen Qingyuan's mouth twitched. Second uncle, is it really appropriate for you elders to tease a junior like this? Chen Qingshu could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter. Turtle style may not sound pleasant, but it is indeed a reputation you earned yourself. Then Chen Qing's expression turned serious. Qingyuan, I know you dislike combat. But in our cultivation world, many times, even if you do not harm others, there will always be those who wish to harm you. Now that you are at the mid-stage of chi refining, you should start practicing some offensive techniques. Without means of attack, one is forever limited to passive defense and escape in combat, inherently at a disadvantage. I understand the importance, second uncle. You saw how disheveled I was just now. It was because I failed in refining a first-grade superior Songlong flying sword talisman. Chen Qingshu nodded slightly, then his eyes widened abruptly. What did you say? You were attempting to refine a first-grade superior talisman. It failed, Chen Qingyuan quickly reminded his excited second uncle. Chen Qingshu shook his head regretfully. Oh, that is indeed a pity. If you had succeeded in refining a first-grade superior talisman right after breaking through to the fourth layer of chi, refining your talisman refining talent would have been extraordinary. But next time, with adequate preparation, I am confident I can succeed, Chen Qingyuan said to himself. Chen Qingshu seemed unusually talkative today. He continued, if talismans are not working out, have you considered the spell inherent to your cultivation technique, the Azure Wood Evasion art? I once saw the old clan leader use this technique. When combined with the Azure Origin Sword, he could manifest up to 9 clones. It is truly a powerful killing move. Chen Qingyuan knew that if he did not agree to learn an offensive spell today, his second uncle would not let him off. However, the Azure Wood Evasion art was indeed exceptionally powerful at the chi refining stage. By channeling a large amount of mana, one could conjure up to 9 clones, each indistinguishable from the original and possessing 30% of its strength as described in the technique. This was likely one of the reasons why the Azure Mystic Transformation Rain art was more difficult to cultivate than other techniques. Without sufficient mana, it was hard to support the consumption of its inherent spells. So Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement once more. Rest assured, second uncle. Since I will be staying in the clan for a while, I will devote some time to the Azure Wood Evasion art. Chen Qingshu smiled with satisfaction. You must be wondering why I insist on you focusing on learning offensive spells. With that, Chen Qingshu turned around with his hands behind his back. If the clan truly declines in the future, you will become a rogue cultivator. And for a rogue cultivator to survive, the most crucial abilities are combat and escape. Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. Why had his second uncle suddenly become so pessimistic about the clan? Just a while ago, when they discovered the spirit fish at White Fox, he had thought the clan was about to encounter good fortune. He decided to ask, isn't Qinghao training at the Purple Cloud sect? And perhaps soon, second uncle, you will succeed in seclusion. When our Chen family has 2 foundation establishment cultivators, won't our difficulties be resolved? Chen Qing's lips trembled, but he quickly smiled. You have a point. Perhaps I will directly break through to foundation establishment, and everything will fall into place. After that, Chen Qingshu gave Chen Qingyuan some miscellaneous advice on cultivation and then departed on his flying sword. Watching his second uncle's retreating figure, Chen Qingyuan murmured, Second uncle, what exactly are you worried about? 3 days later, the old patriarch of the Qingyuan Chen clan emerged from seclusion. This time, Chen Daoxuan's emergence was not due to a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, but rather at the personal request of Chen Qingyuan. Thus, aside from Chen Qingyuan, no one knew of the old patriarch's return. The patriarch's cave dwelling, as the location with the densest spiritual energy on Qingyuan Mountain, was equipped with a second-grade spirit gathering array. This array converged most of the spiritual energy from the mountain's only second-grade lower-class spirit vein to this spot. This was not out of selfishness on Chen Daoxuan's part. With his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment middle stage, the second-grade lower-class spirit vein could barely support his own training. If he were to share it with other clan members, even maintaining his current realm would become unstable. At this moment, Chen Daoxian and Chen Qingyuan sat facing each other. They were respectively the foremost figures of the Dao generation and the Qing generation within the Qingyuan Chen clan, sharing a certain unspoken understanding between them. Sensing Chen Qingyuan's perfected qi, refining ninth-layer aura, Chen Daoxian spoke, "First, Qingxu, I perceive that your mana aura is perfectly rounded. You must have endured great hardship in your recent cultivation. The clan has held you back. Otherwise, with your diligence, you would have reached this realm long ago." As he spoke, Chen Daoxian let out a sigh. Although Chen Qingyuan possessed only 4 spiritual roots, he had encountered considerable fortune in his youth. Coupled with his relentless dedication to cultivation, his speed of breakthrough was not far behind those with 3 spiritual roots. Unfortunately, due to the clan's decline, Chen Qingyuan later became consumed with dealing with various external emergencies, thus delaying his cultivation. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand with a carefree demeanor. "It was all for the clan. Everyone has made sacrifices. Compared to the fallen clansmen, I consider myself fortunate. The reason I disturbed your seclusion is to ask you to examine this inferior foundation establishment pill. I feel there is something amiss with it, but I cannot pinpoint the issue." Regarding this pill of unknown origin, although the alchemist at the market square had inspected it and concluded it was harmless, Chen Qingyuan still sensed something was off after his own examination. Sometimes a cultivator's premonition can be exceedingly accurate, especially when it concerns their own Dao path. It can possess astonishing precision. Though Chen Daoxian had been in seclusion, he was not entirely cut off from clan affairs. Thus, he was aware of the inferior foundation establishment pill Chen Qingyuan had obtained. Chen Daoxian took the green bottle, channeling mana in his palm to gently envelop the inferior foundation establishment pill, preventing its medicinal power from leaking, and began to scrutinize it closely. As he looked, his expression shifted slightly. He said in a deep voice, "This inferior foundation establishment pill was crafted by a second-grade alchemist of the Purple Cloud sect. The reason using a foundation establishment pill to break through is called the Human Dao Foundation Establishment is that every such pill must incorporate a sliver of the alchemist's foundation establishment essence." Chen Daoxuan's conclusion was based on the faint trace of foundation establishment essence within this inferior pill. Chen Qingyuan was not overly surprised that the inferior pill originated from the Purple Cloud sect. "I suspected as much. In the Eclipse Sun Mountain range, only a few are capable of refining foundation establishment pills. The question is whether it has other issues because..." He trailed off, recalling how the clan had seemingly been deceived by the Purple Cloud sect before. Clansmen who had used the sect's compensation pills to break through had died, clearly indicating the pills were flawed. Yet lacking evidence and fearing the might of a golden core cultivator, the Chen clan could only swallow their anger. Chen Daoxian examined the inferior foundation establishment pill more intently, his brow furrowing deeper. Chen Qingyuan's heart sank. If this pill were defective, it would mark the second time the Purple Cloud sect had betrayed them. Moreover, this time the seller had clearly prepared for discovery. Even if Chen Qingyuan confronted the sect with the pill, the Purple Cloud sect could easily shift the blame onto a rogue disciple or some such scapegoat. Chen Daoxian gently placed the pill back into the bottle. Overall, this inferior foundation establishment pill still retains its essential effects, including protecting the meridians and increasing the chance of breakthrough by 0.5%. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. As long as it has that effect, it is enough. For Chen Qingyuan, the most crucial aspect of this pill was not its life-preserving property, but that 0.5% increase in breakthrough probability. Regardless, the foundation establishment essence within the inferior pill would allow him to glimpse the mysteries of the foundation establishment realm in advance, which was vital for his breakthrough. Chen Qingyuan said confidently, "My priority is to achieve foundation establishment. As for the pill toxins affecting my future cultivation, I will deal with that later." However, if it were that simple, Chen Daoxian would not have looked so grave. He shook his head and said in a heavy tone, "Qingyuan, do not be hasty. The greatest problem with this inferior foundation establishment pill is that its pill toxin content is severely excessive. This may even hinder your breakthrough. and I estimate this reduction will be no less than 1%. A 1% reduction. Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The pill was supposed to increase his chance by 0.5%, but with a 1% reduction wouldn't taking it actually lower his breakthrough probability by 0.5%. Chen Qingyuan knew his worst fears had come true. With his low spiritual root talent, using this inferior foundation establishment pill would be equivalent to signing his death warrant for foundation establishment. Yet without the aid of a foundation establishment pill, attempting a breakthrough would be a gamble with his life, and the outcome was almost predetermined. Chen Daoxuan's heart ached as he watched Chen Qingyuan's expression fluctuate between gloom and uncertainty. He wanted to offer comfort, but did not know where to begin. He could only shake his head in sorrow. Qingyuan, perhaps you should give up on this path in this lifetime. It is only a pity that you were born at the wrong time into our already declining Chen family. Alas, Chen Qingyuan's eyes gradually turned red. He stared fiercely at the inferior foundation establishment pill before him, the one that had drained Chen Qingyuan's entire savings. Old patriarch, you know me. I am not afraid of death. I am only afraid that after I die the clan will face even greater hardship. Chen Qingyuan had never been a man who feared death. Over the years, countless cultivators had fallen to his phantom rain sword array, including several evil cultivators. Chen Daoxian certainly did not doubt Chen Qingyuan's courage, having watched him grow up. However, breaking through without a foundation establishment pill meant attempting the heavenly Yuan foundation establishment. Throughout history, only two types of people had succeeded in this: those with immense talent and those with immense fortune. They fell into a wordless silence. Chen Qingyuan placed the green bottle containing the inferior foundation establishment pill back into his storage pouch. Since the facts were already set, lamenting was futile. Yet at that moment the seed of hatred for the Purple Cloud sect was deeply planted in Chen Qingyuan's heart. He ground his teeth and declared, "This debt, Chen Qingyuan will one day settle with the Purple Cloud sect." Rumble. Thunder roared over Qingyuan Mountain as dark clouds gathered, heralding the onset of a violent storm. After bidding farewell to the old clan leader, Chen Qingyuan found himself caught in a dilemma. The question of whether to establish his foundation was no longer solely his own concern, but also tied to the fate of the entire clan. At this stage, losing any Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator was a devastating blow to the clan, let alone a consummate cultivator like Chen Qingyuan, who excelled in combat. Before Chen Qingyuan could dwell on it further, a messenger talisman from White Fox Owl pulled him back to reality. White Fox Owl is in peril. Several Qi refining Layer 9 cultivators are attacking skilled in using toxic magical artifacts. Chen Qingyuan's message was brief but sufficient. Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh. Perhaps this is fate. It seems I am destined to stop here in this life. Yet there was no time for lamentation. Though White Fox Owl boasted a second-grade low-grade spirit vein, its protective formation was merely a first-grade high-grade one. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan, already over 70 years old and only at Qi refining Layer 7, would be in mortal danger if Chen Qingyuan did not return promptly. Without further hesitation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to set off immediately. However, the coming battle was perilous, and while he himself feared nothing, he worried that Chen Qingyuan might face danger if he followed. Thus, after instructing the others, Chen Qingyuan embarked alone, leaving Chen Qingyuan behind at Qingyuan Mountain until the threat was resolved. Chen Qingyuan had no objections to remaining at Qingyuan Mountain, as he was naturally prudent by nature. Yet recalling Uncle Qingyuan's mention of skilled in using toxic magical artifacts, Chen Qingyuan's mind began to stir with connections. It seemed that when he and Aunt Qingshan had returned with the inferior foundation establishment pill, they had encountered a silver-haired youth adept at toxic magical artifacts who claimed to be the son of the rogue cultivator Yuan Sanren. But that fellow was driven off by Uncle Qingyuan back then. Seeking revenge would be utterly unjustified. After all, it was the silver-haired youth who had harbored ill intentions, and he had lost nothing more than a top-grade magical artifact gored as a rearguard. For an ordinary Qi refining Layer 9 cultivator, a top-grade magical artifact might be a treasure of life and death importance, but for the son of a foundation establishment cultivator, such a loss was trivial. Thus more than 10 days passed. One day, without warning, a fierce gale arose outside the old clan leader's cave dwelling on Qingyuan Mountain, drawing vast amounts of spiritual energy and channeling it into the cave in a torrent. Soon this phenomenon drew the attention of many clan members who gathered from afar to gaze at the cave in hushed discussion. Is this the old clan leader breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage? Chen Qingyuan, who had yet to leave, watched in stunned amazement. Such a massive fluctuation of spiritual energy could only mean that the old clan leader was indeed undergoing a breakthrough. Chen Qingyuan arrived nearby, feeling the spiritual energy around him become 10 times denser than before, only to be rapidly absorbed by the cave, where the old clan leader was in seclusion. He marveled inwardly at this ability to absorb spiritual energy, truly worthy of a foundation establishment cultivator. If he himself were to attempt such absorption, his dantian would surely burst. Excellent! Chen Daoxian exclaimed with excitement. And it seems Brother Daoxian has successfully broken through the bottleneck, and is now in the final stage of absorbing spiritual energy. Being in the final absorption phase signified that the breakthrough was nearly complete. Only sufficient spiritual energy was needed to stabilize the realm. This meant that once Chen Daoxian emerged from seclusion, he would be a late foundation establishment cultivator. Although breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage would not extend a cultivator's lifespan, it would at least allow Chen Daoxian to temporarily shed his aged state and restore his strength to its peak. Suddenly, Chen Daoxian's expression shifted. No, the spiritual energy density of the second-grade low-grade spirit vein is insufficient. The spiritual energy for miles around the cave had been heavily mobilized, yet it could not keep up with the consumption. The surrounding spiritual energy density was visibly thinning. Meanwhile, the suction from the cave showed no sign of weakening. If insufficient spiritual energy were absorbed, Chen Daoxian's breakthrough might fail, and the backlash could be dire. There's no time to worry about that. Chen Daoxian steeled his resolve. Several formation flags appeared in his hands, items normally reserved for the clan leader capable of channeling the spiritual energy from Qingyuan Mountain's spirit veins, including the first-grade ones. I must prioritize supplying Brother Daoxian with spiritual energy. If any clan members in seclusion are affected, I will compensate them later. With that thought, Chen Daoxian cast all the formation flags. Guided by the flags, the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyuan Mountain surged violently, rushing madly toward Chen Daoxian's cave. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, a thought suddenly struck Chen Qingyuan. Thank goodness Uncle Qingshu went to handle the white fox on matter, otherwise if his seclusion and the old clan leader's breakthrough clashed, it would have been a real mess. In that case, either halting the old clan leader's breakthrough or disrupting Uncle Kings's seclusion would have been an agonizing choice. With the support of several spirit veins, the suction within the cave gradually subsided, replaced by an immensely powerful pressure emanating from within. As the surrounding spiritual energy grew calmer, the aura within the cave became ever more formidable until, boom, the stone door of the cave shattered and a figure flew out, none other than the old clan leader Chen Daoxian. At that moment, Chen Daoxian's spiritual energy surged around him. The onlookers saw his complexion ruddy, as if he had grown decades younger. Congratulations to the clan leader for breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, making you the foremost foundation establishment cultivator in the Southern Eclipse Sun Mountains. Chen Qingyuan was the first to offer her congratulations. Her words were true. Among the 3 foundation establishment clans in the Southern Eclipse Sun Mountains, it was Chen Daoxian, the over 1200-year-old elder, who had first achieved the late foundation establishment stage, a truly remarkable feat. Chen Daoxian's face beamed with joy. By announcing his breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage, he could ensure that for the next few decades at least no petty troublemakers would dare covet their Qingyuan Chen clan. After all, for cultivators, the higher the realm, the greater the improvement between minor stages. Especially between the late and middle foundation establishment stages, the difference in actual combat strength could be more than double. Just as Chen Daoxian was about to speak, a specially crafted messenger talisman on his person suddenly flew out and ignited on its own. Chen Daoxian stared at the burning talisman, which belonged to Chen Qingyuan. Yet it emitted no sound. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had no time to speak, indicating an extremely dire situation. Qingyuan. Chen Daoxian let out a long cry. A fiery red longsword materialized out of thin air, and surrounded by endless flames, he soared into the sky. Over a dozen days ago, upon receiving Chen Qingyuan's emergency talisman requesting aid, Chen Qingyuan immediately rushed toward Baihu Isle at top speed. At that moment, Baihu Isle was already surrounded by 5 Qi condensation cultivators at the 9th layer, none of whom made any effort to conceal their presence. Leading them stood a man whose face bore deep knife-carved wrinkles. Gazing upon the Shaobim Yu Fu Xing Grand Formation shielding Baihu Isle, he sneered coldly and instructed the others behind him. Our master has declared that the Chun family's foundation establishment elder cannot intervene. Only one 9th layer cultivator from the Chun clan guards this place. We shall launch the assault first. Master will join us once he finishes handling matters at the Su family's spirit vein. Humph. One of the men behind him scoffed derisively. Senior brother Jean, our master sends us to shoulder such grueling labor for the sake of his beloved junior brother. A mere Tier 1 spirit vein. What real gain could we possibly reap from seizing it? Dare we even question our master's decisions? The middle-aged man glanced back sharply. Since our junior brother has vanished without trace in the southern reaches of the Shuri mountain range, only one of these 3 Foundation establishment families could be responsible. Yet his own eyes betrayed simmering resentment. Clearly he too chafed deeply at having been dispatched here by his master, the 5-element hermit. Indeed, all 5 cultivators owed their entire cultivation to the 5-element hermit, who had named them after the 5 elements, Jin E Mu'er Tu San. The 5-element hermit was no righteous cultivator. Consumed by vengeance for his missing son, he had descended into madness. His investigation had traced the origins of his son's disappearance directly to the Su and Chen families. Hence his decision to send his disciples to Baihu, while he personally confronted the Su family at their spirit vein. By then the 5 had made no attempt to mask their approach, so Chen Qingyuan, the elder stationed at Baihu, quickly detected them. Esteemed cultivators, he called out calmly, this is the sovereign territory of the Qingyuan Chen clan. May I ask your purpose here? Though Chen Qingyuan's heart chilled at their hostile demeanor, he steadied himself, slightly recalling the formidable Xiao Bim, Yu Fu Xing Grand Formation protecting the isle. Jin Yi's eyes flickered with surprise upon sensing Chen Qingyuan's spiritual fluctuation. Wasn't it said the guardian here was a young 9th-layer cultivator named Chen Qingyuan? Who cares, senior brother Genie? This dazed old fellow is even more convenient. We'll slay him before master arrives and earn ourselves some favor. Tu Wu bellowed arrogantly, utterly dismissing Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan knew full well they had come for Baihu, and that battle was now inevitable. As the final moment of calm dissolved, both sides struck simultaneously. The 5 Qi condensation cultivators, Jin Mu Shui Hua and Tu, each unleashed their artifacts. Though none were peerless treasures, all were of superior quality. Instantly 5 dazzling multicolored assaults hurtled toward Chen Qingyuan. His gaze turned icy, yet his hands moved without pause. Xiao Bim Yu Fu Xing Grand Formation, activate. Spiritual energy surged violently as array flags resonated across Baihu, all channeling power from the hidden flags buried beneath its soil, until the central flag anchored atop the Tier 2 inferior spirit vein at the formation's heart blazed with radiant brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. The owl trembled violently. Miners fled in terror, convinced the world itself was ending. Mu'er charged first at the formation, only for dozens of spirit energy arrows to erupt from its surface, converging on him and detonating midair. Fall back, Mu'er cried in alarm. The spiritual resonance radiating from those arrows told him plainly a direct hit would leave him gravely wounded, if not dead. Fortunately, a bell-shaped artifact flared to life in his grasp, instantly expanding into a colossal shield that barely deflected the first wave. Within the formation, Chen Qingyuan watched the assault fail and knew his window had closed. His sole remaining recourse was to summon reinforcements from the clan. No need to worry. Such a formation must consume immense energy. Let's see how long he can endure. Jin Yi ordered. The 5 then began alternating attacks against the formation. Alone in sustaining the formation, Chen Qingyuan suffered excruciating strain, yet the abundant qi of the Tier 2 inferior spirit vein granted him far greater endurance. Thus, when Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at Baihu, it had already been besieged for several days. From afar, Chen Qingyuan saw that Chen Qingyuan, the man who had once stood tall and resolute within the formation, had vanished. In his place stood an elderly figure, hair and beard brittle and gray, his entire body pulsing with turbulent blood energy. Qingyuan, Chen Qingyuan roared in anguish. The elder's ghastly state revealed the truth. He had exhausted every drop of spiritual energy, and now sustained the formation solely by forcibly burning his own vital blood essence. Behind him, hundreds of commoners huddled trembling. They understood. Once this ancestral sect's immortal cultivator collapsed, their own lives would end as well. At that instant, Chen Qingyuan seemed to sense his arrival. He lifted his hollow gaze slowly. At last, you've come, cough cough. Then, without hesitation, illusory rain sword array. 12 superior-grade Qingyuan swords erupted from Chen Qingyuan's back, weaving instantly into the illusory rain sword array. Startled, the 5 attackers turned, only to behold a sky filled with azure light swords descending like a lethal rainstorm. Their intelligence was outdated. They still believed Chen Qingyuan remained at the 9th layer of Qi condensation, unaware he had already perfected his spiritual foundation. Huasi's face paled. Such overwhelming, killing intent. Tu Wu's eyes glazed over, murmuring dreamily, so beautiful, this rain of light. FWSH. 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 Hundreds of light swords pierced through Huasi and Tu Wu, turning their bodies into sieves, spilling torrents of crimson. What? Jin Yi deflected the onslaught, but his expression twisted in shock. In the very first exchange, 2 of their brother disciples had fallen, but they were all 9th-layer Qi condensation cultivators. Senior brother Jin Yi, what do we do? Shuai-san, barely holding his ground under Chen Qingyuan's barrage, cried out, utterly lost. What do we do? How should I know? I can barely save myself. Jin Yi's gaze darted wildly as he faced Chen Qingyuan's unstoppable advance. Then decisively a plan formed in his mind. Mu Air Shuai-san. Retreating means certain death. We must unite and fight together. Only then might we snatch a sliver of survival. Jin Yi shouted through the storm of blades, his voice fierce, his resolve seemingly unbreakable. Senior brother Jin Yi, we follow your lead. Both Mu Air and Shuai-san answered in unison. To Chen Qingyuan's astonishment, their faces hardened into grim, sacrificial resolve. Then, didn't we agree to charge together? Why are you fleeing? Jin Yi exploded in fury and disbelief. Then don't run, senior brother Jin Yi. Mu Air and Shuai-san shouted back as they fled. As disciples of the 5-element hermit, all 3 were cowards, selfish, craven, and utterly devoid of true courage to die for one another. Mu Air and Shuai-san had long known what kind of person Jin Yi was, so, at his command, the 3 of them decisively turned and fled. Jin Yi's gaze turned icy. The rain of swords behind him was about to strike. If all 3 fled together, the only outcome would be their collective death. With this thought, Jin Yi hesitated no longer. His hand swept across his storage pouch, and he summoned 2 crescent-shaped golden wheels radiating dazzling golden light, which he hurled behind him. However, the golden wheels were not aimed at Chen Qingyuan, but at Mu Air and Shuai-san. Better you than me, fellow disciples. This senior brother will take his leave first. After casting the golden wheels, Jin Yi fled into the distance without looking back. Blocked by the wheels, Mu Air and Shuai-san's escape slowed instantly. Jin Yi. Before the 2 could finish their curses, the blue sword light arrived, descending upon them and severing their heads cleanly. One got away. Chen Qingyuan wanted to pursue, but considering Chen Qingyuan's condition, he had to abandon the idea. He collected the storage pouches and remains of the other 4 and returned to White Fox Isle. At White Fox Isle, seeing Chen Qingyuan emerge victorious from the battle, Chen Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He opened a gap in the small moon-obscuring, star-shrouding array to let Chen Qingyuan in. Standing before Chen Qingyuan and seeing his extremely aged appearance, Chen Qingyuan's expression turned grim. Had he not asked for his help, Chen Qingyuan would not have suffered this calamity. Moreover, burning one's blood essence was irreversible. Even if he wished to heal the wounds, there was no way to do so. Chen Qingyuan seemed to have slightly recovered. Looking at Chen Qingyuan's expression, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, it's just a loss of blood essence. I won't die anytime soon." Pausing, fearing Chen Qingyuan might doubt him, Chen Qingyuan added casually, "Besides, my cultivation path has long been cut off. Every day now is merely waiting for my lifespan to end. So there's no need for you to blame yourself." Chen Qingyuan's meaning was clear. Without the possibility of reaching foundation establishment, what difference did a few more or fewer years of qi refining life make? Though Chen Qingyuan knew these were words of comfort, his heart still churned. A single phrase had awakened him from his stupor. If he could not break through to foundation establishment and witness the broader world of cultivation, what was the point of becoming a cultivator? Was it merely to gain a few extra decades of life compared to mortals? Looking at Chen Qingyuan's aged form, Chen Qingyuan felt fear for the first time, not of death, but of watching himself wither away helplessly. On one side was his family, on the other his own path. Was giving up the chance at foundation establishment for safety truly the right choice? Chen Qingyuan quietly watched Chen Qingyuan's shifting expression, not daring to interrupt. He sat down cross-legged in meditation. As cousins and close friends, he knew his companion was wrestling with a difficult decision. After a long while, Chen Qingyuan came to his senses and said in a low voice, "Qingyuan, do you think I should take the risk and attempt foundation establishment? It's not that I fear failure. I fear that if I fail, it will worsen the family situation." Chen Qingyuan laughed, his hoarse voice tinged with mockery. "This isn't the Chen Qingyuan I know. The one I remember was always fearless, never knowing retreat, the foremost among all our siblings." But Chen Qingyuan tried to speak, but Chen Qingyuan interrupted him. "Qingyuan, you think too much of the family. Sometimes being too concerned for the family means losing yourself. But if I gamble and lose?" Chen Qingyuan didn't know why he was so hesitant today. But we live in this cruel cultivation world. Winning and losing is a matter of life and death. It has always been so, hasn't it always been? And now at least you still have the chance to gamble. If you don't seize it, will you spend the next 60 years living in regret? Chen Qingyuan and Chen Daoxuan's advice to Chen Qingyuan was diametrically opposed simply because they stood from different perspectives. Chen Daoxian did not want Chen Qingyuan to risk that slim chance, as attempting Heavenly Foundation establishment as an ordinary cultivator was likely suicide. He did not want Chen Qingyuan to die. But Chen Qingyuan knew the pain of losing hope. Since Chen Qingyuan already had hope, giving up without grasping it would only lead to greater despair. I understand. Chen Qingyuan looked at Chen Qingyuan with deep gratitude, his gaze now clear. It seems I must be selfish this once and let the family down. Seeing Chen Qingyuan had made his decision, Chen Qingyuan smiled. Nonsense. You don't owe the family anything. Everyone knows it's the family that owes you. With that, Chen Qingyuan did not offer blessings for a successful foundation establishment. Instead, he joked, I don't have many years left anyway. If you fail your breakthrough, you might even precede me in death. When you enter the reincarnation hall, you'll have to scout the path for me and wait. Chen Qingyuan's gloom was dispelled by these words. He laughed boldly. Qingyuan, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Why can't I succeed in Heavenly Foundation establishment, break through all obstacles, and roam the cultivation world freely? Ha ha ha! Chen Qingyuan roared with laughter. Even better, we cultivators believe in cause and effect. If you change your mind because of my words today, and attain the Tao in the future, remember my kindness. When I reincarnate, lead me into the immortal sect once more. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand. Easily said. When that time comes, I will surely find you and take you as my disciple. Even if you have 5 spiritual roots, I'll pile up heavenly treasures to push you to foundation establishment. Should I call you master now, so you won't be too harsh on me later? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chen Qingyuan's laughter gradually faded until it ceased entirely, his eyes growing vacant. To maintain a first-grade superior formation against 5 Qi refining 9th layer cultivators, he had long exhausted his mana and burned through his blood essence. Chen Qingyuan knew it, and Chen Qingyuan knew it too. Qingyuan, if you truly reincarnate one day, I will find you and lead you into the immortal sect again. I promise. Legends in the cultivation world often spoke of nascent soul cultivators reincarnating and upon reaching a certain realm breaking through the mystery of the womb to recall their past lives. Thus most cultivators believed in reincarnation, that the dead entered the reincarnation hall and after rebirth might remember their former lives upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Just as Chen Qingyuan was still immersed in his grief, a sudden, inexplicable palpitation seized him, as if something had locked onto him. Chen Qingyuan quickly recalled the recent battle, the 5 Qi refining cultivators, named after the 5 elements, all wielding poisonous artifacts. He instantly remembered the silver-haired Qi refining cultivator he had scared off back then, and his heart trembled with doubt. Could it be that his foundation establishment father has come looking for me? This sensation of being locked onto never faded, and Chen Qingyuan became increasingly certain that his premonition was correct. I must flee. I must leave now. Chen Qingyuan made a swift decision in his heart. Qingyuan, I must trouble you to endure for now. Hastily burying Chen Qingyuan's corpse in place underground, he immediately summoned the green leaf shuttle and flew toward his clan. As for the hundreds of mortals on White Fox, he could no longer spare them a thought. Besides, if the 5-element hermit truly pursued him, he would likely track Chen Qingyuan instead. At Green Yuan Mountain, Chen Daoxian, who had just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, had little time to savor his joy before Chen Qingyuan's specially crafted transmission talisman ignited on its own. According to the fluctuations from the special talisman, Chen Qingyuan was now very close to Green Yuan Mountain. Summoning his second-grade spirit artifact that had accompanied him for over a century, the blazing sun crimson sword, Green Yuan Mountain was instantly engulfed in endless flames, which then surged skyward. The entire Green Yuan Mountain was stirred by this commotion, especially Chen Qingyuan, who had clearly heard the old clan leader's cry of Qingxiu. Thus she summoned her flying sword and followed the nearly vanishing trail of flames. Meanwhile, the appearance of an external enemy at Green Yuan Mountain and the disturbance of the old clan leader prompted a large number of the clan's cultivators to also summon their flying swords and give chase. In an instant, dozens of sword lights of various colors streaked across Green Yuan Mountain, soaring past Greenstone Town and flying outward. Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong looked up at the many clansmen flying on their swords, their envy almost palpable. What a pity we're still only at the early Qi refining stage and can't learn the art of sword flight. Just as the two stood frozen in place, a cyan flying sword shot out, making them envy to the point of reedy jealousy. Brother Qingyuan. So enviable. Oh. In Greenstone Town, many mortals noticed the streaks of light racing across the sky and rushed out of their homes to watch. Father, mother, brother, la. Come quick. So many immortal masters are descending from the mountain. This was Chen Zai's first time seeing so many cultivators. Before this, he had only witnessed his eldest brother Chen Qingyuan flying on his sword. Hey, Isn't that the eldest? Chen Guang rubbed his eyes after running out. Oh, Dad, you're just bragging. We can only see a speck of light from here. How can you possibly recognize Big Brother? Chen Qingyuan was frantically channeling his spiritual power into the green leaf shuttle. His premonition had been correct days after leaving White Fox a presence as terrifying as an abyss had appeared 2 li behind him. Fortunately, Green Yuan Mountain was not far off, so Chen Qingyuan hadn't given in to despair. But now seeing the enemy closing in, he knew that fleeing blindly would only lead to certain death. Illusory rain sword formation. Seizing the last remnants of his spiritual power, Chen Qingyuan halted the green leaf shuttle and raised his hand to summon 12 superior-grade green yuan swords. As Chen Qingyuan himself had said, his combat style was to attack as a means of defense even against a foundation establishment cultivator. A rain of swords pierced toward the 5-element hermit, but by now his hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and he seemed utterly deranged. You will pay for my son's life with your own. The 5-element hermit made no mention of his 4 dead disciples, but roared, demanding that Chen Qingyuan atone for his son's death. Soul-slaying banner. With a flick of his hand, a bone-made banner spirit artifact the length of an arm appeared in his grasp. The emergence of the soul-slaying banner made Chen Qingyuan frown deeply. A demonic cultivator. Items like the soul-slaying banner had become standard equipment for both low and high-level demonic cultivators in the cultivation world, ranging from first-grade magic tools to third-grade treasures. This practice of killing and imprisoning souls was reviled throughout the cultivation world. After all, if a cultivator's physical body perished, they could still hope for reincarnation, but with the soul trapped, there would be no escape from eternal damnation. Yet despite facing such a notorious demonic cultivator, Chen Qingyuan's gaze grew fiercer. With the heart of a sword cultivator, he dared to draw his blade, even in the face of certain death. Billows of black smoke surged from the soul-slaying banner, coalescing into several humanoid forms upon which one could faintly discern the remnants of the cultivator's former appearances. Clang, clang, clang. The illusory rain sword formation, which had often proven effective, lost its edge against the soul-slaying banner. In a single exchange, all the swords were stripped of their spirituality by the corrosive black smoke. When the 12 green yuan swords returned to Chen Qingyuan's hands, they had all become dull and lusterless, with most of their blades covered in dense cracks. Still, to have withstood a blow from a foundation establishment cultivator wielding a spirit artifact, Chen Qingyuan was already an extraordinary figure among qi refining cultivators. With no time to mourn his damaged artifacts, Chen Qingyuan's heart sounded a loud alarm as the black smoke from the soul-slaying banner closed in. This black smoke can corrode one's soul. Being drawn into the soul-slaying banner would be a fate worse than death. Left with no choice, Chen Qingyuan produced a fiery red talisman. Blazing Sky Escape Talisman, it's all up to you. A second-grade lower-rank escape talisman. The Blazing Sky Escape Talisman, crafted by Chen Qingyuan. When activated with spiritual power, it could teleport the user dozens of li away in an instant. Of course, at first glance, the Blazing Sky Escape Talisman might seem unworthy of its second-grade lower-rank title, but besides escape, it would also. Boom. The moment the talisman was activated, Chen Qingyuan's figure had already appeared dozens of li away, while a massive explosion erupted at the original spot. So powerful that even the early Foundation Establishment 5-element hermit had to steer clear. Oh! Piercing, agonized wails came from the soul-slaying banner as the explosion had shattered some low-level souls caught in the blast. Sensing the distant figure, the 5-element hermit snorted coldly. With my blood toad tracking you, you'll find no escape above or below. The 5-element hermit knew that ahead lay the territory of the local power, the Green Yuan Qin clan, but what did that matter? The clan's Foundation Establishment patriarch was already on his last legs. His only son was dead, and he himself had no hope of breaking through to the Golden Core stage, so what did he have to fear? A distance of dozens of li was not far for a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and with Chen Qingyuan's spiritual power nearly depleted, he was soon caught up again. Ha ha ha! The 5-element hermit laughed like a madman. He'll flay you alive. Vast clouds of black smoke surged once more from the soul-slaying banner, rushing toward Chen Qingyuan as if he were a delicious morsel. Countless phantom mouths materialized, tearing at him with savage fury. Under the soul-tearing assault from the soul-slaying banner, Chen Qingyuan desperately activated his defensive talismans. Yet the protective power of a first-tier talisman proved far too feeble against the black smoke, collapsing after merely a few breaths. As the dark mist tore into his flesh, blood streamed from every part of Chen Qingyuan's body, only to be swallowed into the swirling black smoke. Ugh! Chen Qingyuan let out a muffled groan, yet he continued flying relentlessly toward Qingyuan Mountain, ignoring the agony. As his blood drained away, a wave of dizziness washed over his mind. He could only channel the meager spiritual energy remaining in his dantian to shield the vital acupoints across his body. When the world began to spin, Chen Qingyuan seemed to glimpse a blaze of fire ahead of him. And Uncle Daoxian, Qingyuan. Spotting Chen Qingyuan drenched in blood from afar, Chen Daoxian's eyes flew wide open. With a furious roar, he unleashed the Crimson Sun sword from his grasp. Slash. Driven by the mana of the late Foundation establishment stage, the Crimson Sun sword erupted with blinding radiance, transforming into a fiery blade several zhang long that arced toward the pursuing Yuan hermit. Immersed in the thrill of the chase, the hermit was caught off guard by the sudden attack, nearly scared out of his wits. In panic, he commanded the soul-slaying banner to unleash 10 times the previous volume of black smoke. Block it! A sizzling sound like melting ice arose as the black smoke began to dissolve upon contact with the Crimson Sun sword, vanishing like snow in flames. My soul-slaying banner. Watching the vast black smoke dissipate, Yuan hermit felt his heart bleed. It had taken nearly 100 years to gather those souls. Over that century, others knew him only as a poison cultivator, unaware that every cultivator who had witnessed his soul-slaying banner had become its nourishment. Chen Daoxian's eyes reddened at the sight of the familiar black smoke. Refining such an evil artifact was not overly complex. The true difficulty lay in hunting cultivators to devour their souls and empower the banner. For the soul-slaying banner to have ascended to a spiritual artifact, no fewer than several hundred cultivators must have perished at this man's hands. Moreover, his own clan brother Chen Daohu had fallen to a dark cultivator back, then plunging their family into a prolonged decline. Chen Daoxian's hatred for dark cultivators surpassed all imagination. Yet he first used his mana to gently bring Chen Qingyuan before him, administering healing pills to stabilize his external wounds. Only then did he realize that while Chen Qingyuan had fallen unconscious, the primary cause was the depletion of his internal mana reserves. Though the injuries appeared severe, a period of recuperation would leave no lasting damage. Relieved, Chen Daoxian lifted his head and fixed a cold glare on Yuan hermit. Who might you be? Are you unaware that this territory belongs to the Qingyuan Chen clan? Yuan hermit, now recovered from his initial panic, sneered. My son died because of you. Is it not right for a father to avenge his child? In truth, Yuan hermit did not know who had slain his son, but after extensive investigation, he had learned that Chen Qingyuan had once crossed blades with him. Chen Daoxian had not known of this connection when the pursuit began. Now enlightened, he burst into laughter, then his smile vanished into a chilling glare. Then he was well slain. Don't rush. They'll soon send you to reunite with him. To any righteous cultivator, dark practitioners were to be destroyed on sight, let alone one who had become a personal enemy. As Chen Daoxian finished speaking, the others arrived one after another. To avoid interfering with the elder patriarch's duel, and to keep from becoming a vulnerability, they all halted at a distance. Chen Qingyuan stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the old patriarch. Such a high-level battle was a rare spectacle indeed. With Chen Daoxian's words, mana surged, and the Crimson Sun sword blazed once more with fiery glory. After a century of nurturing, this spiritual artifact had nearly begun to develop a faint consciousness. Sensing Chen Daoxian's fury, the sword's flames flared even brighter, as if determined to reduce Yuan hermit to ashes. Beside Chen Qingyuan, the murmurs of his clansmen drifted into his ears. I never thought I'd see the patriarch wield the Crimson Sun sword again after so long. Indeed, with the patriarch having refrained from action for so many years, the southern Eclipse Sun Mountains must have forgotten his former renown. Who could forget? I grew up hearing tales of the old patriarch. He is the Blood Sun divine sword, the god of slaughter of our Qingyuan Chen clan. That he had become the last Foundation establishment cultivator of the clan after so many losses did not mean Chen Daoxian was weak in combat or timid. Quite the opposite, he was a master of battle. Though he cultivated the Azure Transformation Rain art, his primary sword technique was fire-attributed. While this hindered his cultivation advancement, it made his combat prowess ferocious beyond measure. Every duel ended with his foes torn to shreds, their blood staining the earth. Hence the title, Blood Sun Divine Sword. Now having broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, Chen Daoxian's eyes gradually reddened as memories of his past battles surged back. Too long. Since the clan's Foundation establishment cultivators had fallen in battle one after another, he had not fought in ages. Today he would kill. At that moment, facing Chen Daoxian's overwhelming killing intent, Yuan hermit was terrified. He had thought that losing his son had made him fearless, but he had clearly overestimated himself. Flee. The hermit turned and flew away on his sword. Confronted by the descending Crimson Sun sword, he lost all will to resist, unleashing every soul within the soul-slaying banner, including 8 perfected 9th-layer Qi, refining cultivators' souls. These had been reserved for refining the artifact to the half-dharma treasure level, but now they were all expended as mere consumables to block Chen Daoxian. Normally, battles between high-level cultivators were easy to decide, but hard to end in death. Unfortunately for Yuan Hermit, he faced Chen Daoxian, who had just broken through the Blood Sun Divine, sword of the Qingyuan Chen clan. With the first strike, the soul-slaying banner shattered and fell to the ground, its spirit lost. The second strike severed both of Yuan Hermit's legs. The third strike turned his nurtured spirit beast, the Blood Toad, into a mist of gore. The fourth strike incinerated his remaining 4 venomous beasts and his arms into ashes. The fifth strike ended Yuan Hermit's life. In truth, Chen Daoxian could have slain him with the second blow, but he chose to deliver 5 before finishing him. The Blood Sun Divine Sword. What kind of sun would it be without blood? On this day, the majesty of the Blood Sun Divine Sword was once again revealed in the southern region of the Eclipse Sun Mountain Range, and it was built upon the life of a Foundation establishment evil cultivator. The clansmen who arrived cheered and rejoiced loudly, shouting the name of the Blood Sun Divine Sword. Perhaps many of the younger clansmen had never seen Chen Daoxian take action since entering the mountains, but today they finally witnessed the magical combat of their family's old patriarch. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the bloody scene ahead, his heart unable to remain calm. Was this still the same gentle and approachable old patriarch he knew? The decisiveness and ferocity he displayed in combat. It was clear that the old patriarch's strength played a huge role in allowing the family to navigate among the 3 great clans during its weakest period. Chen Qingyuan even harbored a suspicion. The Liu clan has always only schemed in the shadows, never daring to confront our Qingyuan Chen clan directly. Perhaps it's precisely because of the old patriarch's deterrence. The 5 elemental scatterer never imagined that for a low-grade Foundation establishment pill worth a few thousand spirit stones, and a highly toxic one at that, he and his son would both meet their end in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountain Range. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Daoxian's breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment stage and his swift execution of a Foundation establishment evil cultivator spread like wildfire across the southern Eclipse Sun Mountain Range and even reached the Violet Cloud sect. At the Liu clan's territory, of the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators in the Liu family, only the mid-stage Foundation establishment clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the 4th Elder were gathered, as the 2nd and 3rd Elders were away on missions. The Liu clan leader glanced at the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "You should all know the news about Chen Daoxian's breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment stage. Tell me, what are your thoughts?" The strength of the 3 Foundation establishment clans was crucial to the distribution of resources in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountain Range. This was no trivial matter. 4th Elder Lu Xianzong asked with a hint of doubt, "I heard he killed a Foundation establishment evil cultivator right after leaving seclusion. But when I met him before, he seemed like an old man who had cultivated his character for years. Could it be that he used that sword of their clan again?" Because Lu Xianzong was the youngest and lacked experience in Foundation establishment combat, he had such doubts after witnessing the power of the Azure Yuan exorcising evil divine sword on Azure Yuan Mountain. The Lu Grand Elder shook his head and explained to Lu Xianzong, "Xianzong, you are young and have only recently reached Foundation establishment, so you wouldn't know. 6 decades ago, Chen Daoxian's name as the Blood Sun Divine Sword was at its zenith in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountain Range. He was renowned for his merciless strikes, leaving no survivors." The Liu clan leader nodded in agreement. Although they were rivals with the Qingyuan Chen clan, he had to admit that Chen Daoxian once overshadowed all other Foundation establishment cultivators in the southern Eclipse Sun Mountain Range. With a touch of mixed emotions, the Liu clan leader sighed. That Chen Daoxian possesses wood, water, and fire spiritual roots. Water and fire are inherently incompatible, yet he cultivates a waterwood technique while specializing in fire-based spells. He paused and continued, "I wonder if it's addled his mind. Whenever he faces an enemy, he won't stop until he's chopped them into pieces. He's more vicious than an evil cultivator. If he hadn't been bogged down by family matters and the bottleneck of late Foundation establishment due to conflicting techniques and spell attributes, our Liu clan would still be under his thumb." No matter how maddening Chen Daoxian was in combat, his magical power was ultimately limited. As other Foundation establishment members of his clan gradually fell, he stood alone and aged. He had to temper his temper and stop acting rashly to avoid making more enemies. Now that he had broken through to late Foundation establishment, his combat prowess had returned to its peak. Slaying the 5 elemental scatterer was a high-profile declaration. As long as the Blood Sun Divine Sword lived, no one should think of coveting the Qingyuan Chen clan. After hearing the clan leader and Grand Elder's description of Chun Daoshuan, Lu Xianzong grew panicked. So if he decides to target us, it would be easy for him. Evil cultivators are usually stronger than orthodox cultivators of the same rank. Having just broken through to Foundation establishment, wouldn't it be easier for him to kill me than that evil cultivator? The Lu clan leader was more pragmatic. At worst, we can temporarily return the spirit vein we bought from his family back then. Years ago, the Lu clan had taken advantage of the Chun clan's weakness to seize a second-grade lower spirit vein. Now that Qin Daoxian had broken through, they would have to rush to return it on their own. Lu Xianzong was reluctant. Although our Lu clan has many Foundation establishment cultivators, we also consume a lot of resources. If we give away this spirit vein, there will be even less for our own people. The Lu clan leader shot him a glance, annoyed by his short-sightedness. Chen Daoxian has broken through to late Foundation establishment, but he only has a few decades of lifespan left. What harm is there in giving him some leeway? If we push him too far, who knows what he might do? With anyone else, the Lu clan leader would trust that they'd be restrained by family concerns. But Chen Daoxian was a madman, who knew if in his old age he might lose his mind and come after the Lu clan with everything he had. At the Violet Cloud sect, Han Yu found Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother Qinghao master summons you. Chen Qingyuan, who had just finished his cultivation and was about to head to the spirit fields, was slightly startled. It had been a long time since Elder Yao had taken the initiative to call for him. So he asked Han Yu ingratiatingly, "Senior brother, do you know why Elder Yao is calling me?" Han Yu was meticulous and had learned that this junior brother's clan leader had broken through to late Foundation establishment and killed a Foundation establishment evil cultivator. Cautious as always, he replied, "I don't know the reason, but judging by Master's demeanor, he seems to be in a good mood." Chen Qinghao felt relieved and thanked him. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I am deeply grateful." Han Yu smiled slightly. "It's nothing. Don't keep Master waiting. You should go now." When Chen Qinghao arrived at Elder Yao's cave dwelling, the elder indeed appeared to be in a good mood, just as Han Yu had said. Noticing Chen Qinghao's arrival, Elder Yao said with a beaming smile, "Qinghao, you've been working for me for some time now. I've seen your diligence in work and cultivation. Keep it up. Once you break through to the mid-chi refining stage, I will accept you as my disciple." Chen Qinghao was delighted by this sudden promise. Though he didn't know what had prompted it, he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Yao. This disciple will not disappoint your expectations." Good. Elder Yao was all smiles. He hadn't expected the other's family patriarch to break through to late Foundation establishment at such an advanced age. Now he couldn't afford to be too lax with this disciple's clansman. So Qingyuan has already died on Baihu continent. Chen Daoxuan's tone was tinged with sorrow. Before him, the clan members' spirits also sank, for Chen Qingyuan was one of the older members in the Qing generation, and many had once received his care. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan realized that the Chen Qingyuan he had only met once had already perished in battle. He couldn't help but think, how despairing must he have felt guarding Baihu continent alone, while facing multiple cultivators stronger than himself. Then images of the old patriarch slaying the evil cultivator and his second uncle Chen Qingshu injured and unconscious appeared simultaneously in his mind. Although Chen Qing's combat strength was already unmatched among his peers, he had no room to resist against the early Foundation establishment cultivator known as the Yuan Sanren, only able to flee desperately. And while the Yuan Sanren overwhelmingly crushed his second uncle when facing the old patriarch, he was nothing more than reduced to pieces, unable to escape. Ultimately, Chen Qingyuan concluded that in the battles among cultivators, the higher-ranked ones held absolute advantages. No matter how strong one's combat abilities or how refined one's techniques, I simply suppressed them with my realm. Moreover, even seemingly sure victories could still reverse unexpectedly. Thus, once an advantage is gained, one must strike quickly and decisively, preferably killing the opponent and immediately fleeing without leaving any traces. Just as Chen Qingyuan was pondering, a visit from Lu Xianzong of the Lu clan, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was announced outside the mountain gate. This time, entering Qingyuan Mountain, Lu Xianzong was no longer as spirited as when he first came. Instead, he perceived everything around him as if they were plotting against him. He continuously thought about whether he had offended the Chen family excessively during his last visit. After pondering for a long time and finding no mistakes, he finally managed to set his mind at ease. Soon Lu Xianzong was received in the council hall, but this time he was welcomed not by the ninth-layer Qi refinement Chen Daoxian, but by the old patriarch Chen Daoshuan, now in the late Foundation establishment stage. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's now youthful appearance despite his white hair, Lu Xianzhong was surprised even though he had mentally prepared himself. Trying to sound more assertive, Lu Xianzhong nonetheless spoke honestly, "Friend Chen, it has been a long time since we last met, and you have indeed surpassed all of us, which truly earns my admiration." Chen Daoxian did not respond warmly, merely giving a nonchalant before asking, "What brings you to Qingyuan Mountain, my friend?" Now that his reputation had been re-established, Chen Daoxian was curious about what scheme the Lu family had coming to visit so soon. Lu Xianzhong, however, was not angry, nor did he dare to be. He smiled and said, "I heard that you broke through to late Foundation establishment and slew an evil cultivator, truly a boon for us righteous cultivators. Therefore our Lu family decided to come to your esteemed mountain to congratulate you, to show our unity among the 3 Foundation establishment families of the Shiri mountain range." One must say, as expected of the Lu family, they celebrate, while subtly pointing out the absence of the Su family, indicating that the Lu family values the Chen family more in their absence. However, Chen Daoxian had already received news from the Su family, who had expressed their congratulations. Due to their family business being attacked by the Yuan Sanren, they were still busy dealing with the aftermath. Chen Daoxian looked at Lu Xianzhong with a smile that held no warmth. "What did you come empty-handed to congratulate me?" This glance, though not menacing, nonetheless frightened Lu Xianzhong. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Haha, how could that be? This time, to celebrate your breakthrough to late Foundation establishment, my Lu family has specially presented you with 2 second-tier low-grade Lingyuan crystals as a gift. Lingyuan crystals, which are the core of spirit veins, when buried underground will soon gather the corresponding tier spirit veins nearby. Moreover, Lingyuan crystals are essential for enhancing the grade of spirit veins. Using 2 Lingyuan crystals is sufficient to elevate the second-tier low-grade spirit vein on Qingyuan Mountain to mid-grade. Lingyuan crystals, then I must thank you, my friend." Chen Daoxian replied with a dry acknowledgement. The Lu family was indeed aware of the times, knowing that if they did not take the initiative to present the Lingyuan crystals, he would likely seek them out himself. After all, the Chen family of Qingyuan had nothing left to fear now. If a clan member could break through to Foundation establishment before his enlightenment, everything would be negotiable. If not, it would merely prove that the Chen family was destined to face this calamity. There were only these 2 outcomes, so why not secure more benefits for the family while he still had the ability? Soon Lu Xianzhong, having presented the Lingyuan crystals, lingered a while in Qingyuan Mountain before finding an excuse to take his leave. Chen Daoxuan, understanding the unspoken agreement, did not try to keep him. As the Buf Fuxing Great Array of Qingyuan Mountain was reactivated, the clan members followed Chen Daoxian to the second-tier low-grade spirit vein. Taking out the 2 Lingyuan crystals radiating astonishing spiritual energy, Chen Daoxian sighed. Fortunately, upgrading the spirit veins grade only requires merging them into the original spirit vein, unlike refining Lingyuan crystals, which requires the effort of a golden core expert. As the 2 Lingyuan crystals merged into the core of the spirit vein below, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted, with a massive amount of spiritual energy gushing forth from the spirit vein, gradually subsiding only after nearly an incense stick's worth of time. Chen Qingyuan stood beside his second uncle Chen Qingshu, who had just barely recovered and couldn't help but ask, "Second uncle, did the Lu family really just give us 2 Lingyuan crystals?" At this moment, Chen Qings's eyes sparkled with gratification as he half-sighed. This is the way of the cultivation world. If it were scattered cultivators, it would be even more brutal. After all, there is still a semblance of camaraderie among clan cultivators, while scattered cultivators, if they harbor enmity, once one side breaks through the other, can only avoid them from afar. However, if the family cannot produce a second Foundation establishment cultivator when the old patriarch passes away, and the future Chen family will surely be completely devoured by the Lu family. Chen Qingshu pointed out to Chen Qingyuan that the current brief prosperity of the family was merely a fleeting moment, and only with new clan members breaking through to Foundation establishment, or even the patriarch achieving golden core. Unfortunately, Uncle Daoxian has been stuck at the late Foundation establishment stage for far too long. If he had broken through a few decades earlier, perhaps he would have had a real chance at achieving golden core. With a lifespan of only a few decades for Chen Daoxian to break through to golden core, he would need to pass through the 8th and 9th small realms of Foundation establishment, and then refine his power to perfection. This is simply impossible. Or rather, it may be that having 3 spirit roots is not feasible. Perhaps only cultivators with single spirit roots could achieve it. At this point, Chen Qingshu looked down at Chen Qingyuan. "Therefore, Qingyuan, for us cultivators to go further, we must not make mistakes from the very beginning of our cultivation. Just like the old patriarch, If he hadn't practiced fire-based techniques, how could he have caused a conflict of spirit root attributes being trapped at the 6th level of Foundation establishment for decades without a breakthrough eye? However, on the other hand, if it weren't for the old patriarch's exceptional combat skills, the Chen family of Qingyuan would not have achieved the current stability. One can only say that all things have their dual nature. The greatest enhancement Chen Daoxian achieved upon breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage was the ability to seal the loss of his blood and qi without the need for seclusion. A Foundation establishment elder who could only strike once, and one who could strike at any moment represented two entirely different realms. Outside the cave dwelling after a period of contemplation, Chen Qingyuan ultimately decided to begin cultivating the fire-finding spell associated with the Azure Mystery Rain transformation art, the Azure Wood Evasion Spirit technique. After all, this is a spell that can manifest doppelgangers. In this world of immortal cultivation, one can never avoid magical confrontations in the future. Moreover, if I ever find myself outmatched in a duel, it would be easier to use it to flee. Having made his decision, Chen Qingyuan retrieved the transcript of the Azure Wood Evasion Spirit technique. However, before practicing this spell, I must first select a magical artifact to aid in its cultivation. There was little to deliberate over. Though the cultivation world boasted a myriad of magical artifacts of various forms within the Qingyuan Shin clan, the Azure Yuan sword was the most universal choice. Moreover, the Azure Yuan sword was an imitation of the Azure Mystery Evil Repelling sword. Using it now would lay a solid foundation for mastering the Azure Mystery Evil Repelling sword in the future. Thus, Chen Qingyuan temporarily severed all ties with the outside world and began his solitary practice of the spell before his cave dwelling. 7 days later, Chen Qingyuan stood with his sword in hand, a vast torrent of mana flowing from his dantian through his entire body, then condensing outward from his limbs. Gradually, an azure-green human silhouette formed before him. At a glance, the face of this azure silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qingyuan himself. Not daring to slacken, Chen Qingyuan focused his gaze more intently. A sword embryo began to coalesce in the silhouette's hand, and as mana outlined its form, an Azure Yuan sword started to take shape. As sweat beaded on Chen Qingyuan's forehead, the Azure Yuan sword woven from mana in the azure green phantom's hand finally solidified into existence. Whoosh! As Chen Qingyuan raised his sword, the azure green phantom mirrored the motion, swinging its own Azure Yuan sword, though its movements lagged a beat behind the original and appeared somewhat stiff. I can only say that the Azure Wood Evasion Spirit technique has been initially mastered, but for now I can only conjure a single doppelganger, and this soul clone is still rather ethereal. It cannot yet be considered a true Azure Wood doppelganger and is far from being practical in combat. Nevertheless, achieving initial mastery of the Azure Wood Evasion Spirit technique in just 7 days was remarkably swift. Chen Qingyuan simply had no one else to compare himself with, and so remained unaware of his own progress. Another 3 days passed, and Chen Qingyuan continued his daily routine of cultivating the Azure Wood Evasion Spirit technique and meditating to restore his mana. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan formed hand seals, stomped his left foot into the ground, and as his body leaned to the right, an Azure Wood doppelganger nearly identical to him materialized on the spot. Success! A surge of joy filled Chen Qingyuan's heart. At the same time, he swept his hand across his storage pouch, and a low-grade Azure Yuan sword appeared in the doppelganger's grasp. One of the difficulties of the Azure Wood Evasion Spirit technique lay in forming a magical artifact of comparable strength within the doppelganger, a factor that determined the clone's actual combat effectiveness. Chen Qingyuan, however, devised a simple solution, replacing the mana-condensed artifact with a real Azure Yuan sword. This not only allowed for rapid conjuration of the doppelganger, but also conserved a significant amount of mana. The only pity is that such an Azure Wood doppelganger would struggle to conceal the original's presence. Yet after personally experiencing the mysteries of the Azure Wood doppelganger, Chen Qingyuan realized that in direct confrontation, it was already difficult to hide the original using the clone. After all, an opponent was not blind. From this perspective, substituting a real magical artifact for one condensed from mana was an absolutely worthwhile trade. The only catch was that if he conjured more doppelgangers in the future, he might need to prepare additional Azure Yuan swords. After this period of recuperation, Chen Qingyuan had fully recovered his body. Chen Qingyuan, worried about him, had not yet returned to Tianqi Market. After all, with the old clan leader having broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, no one in the market would likely dare to cause trouble at the Chen family's shops. Inside the cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan dispersed the excess spiritual energy around him and opened his eyes. Now that Uncle Daoxian has advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage, the family will not face the threat of annihilation for decades to come. Perhaps I should consider my own path and attempt foundation establishment. If earlier Chen Qingyuan had felt that rashly attempting foundation establishment was too willful disregarding the family's current situation, he no longer bore that psychological burden. Even if he failed and his physical body perished, the family's overall strength would not decline significantly. However, although Chen Qingyuan had resolved to enter seclusion for foundation establishment in the past 2 days, he felt that his state of mind was still not perfectly complete. An incomplete state of mind was highly detrimental to breaking through major realms. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan knew exactly where his problem lay. He had devoted half his life to the family, his heart wholly obsessed with the way of the sword. Yet this did not mean he was oblivious to Chen Qingyuan's feelings. Chen Qingyuan had aided him immensely in his cultivation, especially the time she had exhausted her savings to procure a flawed foundation establishment pill for him. As for the problems caused by that flawed pill, that debt was owed to the Purple Cloud sect. Chen Qingyuan knew that once he entered seclusion, there was a 90% chance he would face dissolution. If he were to die like this, the person he would wrong the most, in all honesty, was Chen Qingyuan. She had given so much for him. He had not said much, but he could not remain indifferent in his heart. Thus, having made his decision, Chen Qingyuan went to the Talisman Hall. For now, while staying in the family, Chen Qingyuan was not idle. She spent most of her time here crafting talismans. After all, she still owed the family 1,000 spirit stones, and that debt had to be repaid first. As Chen Qingyuan approached, she completed the final stroke of her talisman brush. Mana flowed from her body like water, and a brand new second-grade low-grade talisman, the Blazing Sky Evasion Talisman, was finished. Chen Qingyuan swayed slightly. This single Blazing Sky Evasion Talisman had nearly drained her mana. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan quickly stepped to her side and supported her. At the same time, he said with some distress, "Why must you push yourself so hard? You know that over the years I have accumulated considerable family contributions, enough to repay the spirit stones borrowed from the clan." Of course, he also knew that the reason Chen Qingyuan had not used her family contributions to exchange for spirit stones in the first place was out of consideration for the clan. Every time Chen Qingyuan undertook missions for the family, such as slaying hostile cultivators, he earned substantial family contributions. Yet the 9 elders had a tacit understanding. None of them would casually use their contributions to exchange for spirit stones. After all, the family's spirit stone reserves were severely lacking. If the elders exchanged theirs, it might not even be enough to pay the stipends of other clan members. Chen Qingyuan shook her head and smiled. "What brings you to seek me out today?" Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but the usually decisive man suddenly blushed. At last, Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh and made the request to Chen Qingyuan to become his Tao companion. Hearing Chen Qingyuan utter those words himself, Chen Qingyuan was momentarily incredulous to the point of doubting her own ears. "Qingyuan, do you mean?" This time Chen Qingyuan's complexion had gradually returned to normal, though a faint trace of red still lingered. Only then did Chen Qingyuan confirm she had heard correctly. Joy quietly crept up to her brows, and in that moment, she felt as elated as a young maiden. "After all these years, you've actually taken the initiative to bring this up. If you hadn't, I was about to burst and tell you once your seclusion ended." Chen Qingyuan felt no shyness, for her feelings toward Chen Qingyuan were known to nearly all the clan members. Chen Qingyuan smiled bitterly inwardly. If the seclusion ended, he might not even have the chance to see her again. Of course, in this setting, he could not be so blunt. Instead, he spoke with a hint of apology. "Forgive me, Qingyuan. All these years my focus has been entirely on cultivation, and I have neglected your feelings." Apart from the old clan chief, Chen Qingyuan had not told anyone, including Chen Qingyuan, about the problem with the defective foundation establishment pill. Thus he said tactfully, "If my seclusion for foundation establishment goes poorly, I cannot bear to leave us with regrets, can I?" Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "Nonsense. You will surely succeed in establishing your foundation. Then I will be the Tao companion of a foundation establishment cultivator and experience being a senior among other qi refining cultivators." If Chen Qingyuan succeeded in foundation establishment, Chen Qingyuan, as his formal Tao companion, would automatically have her seniority elevated among other qi refining loose cultivators. Haha. Chen Qingyuan gently embraced Chen Qingyuan. "I was just speaking casually. Besides, I, Chen Qingyuan, am destined to become a golden core true person and a nascent soul true lord. How could I stop at mere foundation establishment?" However, Chen Qingyuan was truly poor at concealing his emotions. Chen Qingyuan detected a forced tone in his words. At that moment, she connected this with his insistence on becoming Tao companions right before seclusion for foundation establishment. She understood that something unknown must have happened to Chen Qingyuan. Yet Chen Qingyuan remained composed. She did not question him on the spot. but instead discussed the details of their Dao companion bond with Chen Qingyuan. Although cultivators did not require the elaborate rituals of mortals, as two clan elders they still needed to inform the clan. Thus word quickly spread across Qingyuan Mountain that the two clan elders Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan had become Dao companions. The entire mountain was adorned with festive red decorations to celebrate the couple. Before the buzz had even settled, 3 days later Chen Qingyuan announced once again that he would immediately begin his seclusion for Foundation establishment. Because preserving his primal yang would aid in breaking through to Foundation establishment, Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan, though now married in name, had not yet consummated their union. Outside the clan chief's cave dwelling, within Chen Daoxuan's cave was a secluded cultivation chamber, the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy on Qingyuan Mountain. Attempting to break through to Foundation establishment here meant no worry about insufficient qi. Chen Qingyuan bid his final farewell to Chen Qingyuan before seclusion. This seclusion would last at least a month, at most 3. If quick, he would emerge having successfully established his foundation. If slow, it would mean his physical body would dissolve in death. Thus Chen Qingyuan still had matters to arrange. He took out his storage pouch and placed it in Chen Qingyuan's hands, speaking softly. "My wife, this pouch holds nearly all of your husband's wealth. I entrust it to your care now. Except for essential spirit stones and some healing pills." Chen Qingyuan had given all his possessions to Chen Qingyuan. Even now, he still could not figure out how to tell Chen Qingyuan, his own wife, about the defective Foundation establishment pill, so he simply chose not to. Otherwise, if he told her, he feared she would beg him not to risk the seclusion, and he feared he might relent out of compassion. He loved the clan, which was why he had sacrificed life and limb for it over the years, even neglecting his own cultivation. He loved his wife, a complex tangle of romance, kinship, and gratitude, and so he did not want Chen Qingyuan to wait a lifetime. But similarly, before his death, Qingyuan had told him that being too devoted to the clan would cause him to lose himself. First and foremost, he was Chen Qingyuan himself. This time, Chen Qingyuan decided to be selfish and fight for his own Dao path. If he failed, in truth, Chen Qingyuan had never considered what would happen after failure. Death was never frightening. What was truly terrifying was living out the rest of his days in a daze without a future. So Chen Qingyuan did not bring the defective Foundation establishment pill. It might save his life, but it would minimize his chances of breaking through. As Chen Qingyuan took the large storage pouch from her husband, the uneasy feeling in her heart grew heavier. But to avoid affecting her husband, and because they had already said all they needed to before coming here as for what her husband was hiding, Chen Qingyuan simply nodded and asked no further questions. Beside them, Chen Daoxuan, knowing that Chen Qingyuan would not use the defective pill, could only ask obliquely, "Qingyuan, want you polish your spiritual power a bit more? Foundation establishment is no trivial matter. Failing a breakthrough can be very damaging." But Chen Qingyuan pretended not to understand Chen Daoxuan's implication and shook his head. "Uncle Daoxuan, my spiritual power is already at its peak. There's no need to polish it. It'll just trouble you to look after Qingyuan while I'm in seclusion." Now, before his seclusion, only 3 people accompanied him: his wife, Chen Qingyuan, the old clan chief, Chen Daoxuan, and his nephew, Chen Qingyuan. He had already given all his possessions to Chen Qingyuan, and if he failed his breakthrough, he had arranged with the old clan chief that most of his clan contributions would be transferred to Chen Qingyuan. This was the final safeguard Chen Qingyuan believed he could provide for his family before seclusion. Chen Qingyuan was still unaware of the defective Foundation establishment pill. Waving his hand, Chen Qingyuan said, "Second uncle, it's just a seclusion. Why are you talking as if? Hey, anyway, your nephew wishes you success in Foundation establishment and freedom to roam the world." Chen Qingyuan stopped mid-sentence and quickly changed his words, his heart filled with doubt. Why did his second uncle's seclusion sound like he was making final arrangements? The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Chen Daoxian knew everything, but could not speak of it in front of Chen Qingyuan. There was an unspoken understanding among the 4. "I know something is wrong with you, but to avoid stirring your emotions and hindering your seclusion, I will not speak of it." Chen Daoxian took over the conversation. "Qingyuan, you need not worry about Qingyuan or Qingyuan. This old bones can still live for a few more decades." Chen Qingyuan smiled and nodded. "Then wish me success in Foundation establishment." Once everything was settled, Chen Qingyuan unhesitatingly entered the old patriarch's cultivation chamber. Chen Daoxian raised his hand, and the stone door outside the cave dwelling closed with a clang. From that moment on, unless Chen Daoxian invoked the appropriate hand seals or Chen Qingyuan opened it from within, no one within Qingyuan Mountain could disturb Chen Qing's seclusion. Seeing that all had fallen into stillness, Chen Qingyuan suddenly turned to Chen Daoxuan, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. "Uncle Daoxuan, is Qingyuan hiding something from me?" Nearby, Chen Qingyuan pricked up his ears. From his second uncle's earlier behavior, something indeed seemed amiss. And at such a time of seclusion, any matter could hardly be trivial. Chen Daoxian opened his mouth, but could only manage a bitter smile. Qingshu, you refuse to speak of it yourself, yet you leave this old man with the burden. As Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan stared at him expectantly, Chen Daoxian sighed and pointed at the storage pouch in Chen Qingqian's hand. Perhaps the answer lies within the pouch. See for yourselves. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan immediately began rifling through the contents of the storage pouch. Soon a small vial that made her face turn pale with shock was pulled out. A defective Foundation establishment pill. Chen Qingyuan was also startled. Looking at the emerald green vial in Aunt Qingqian's hand, it was clearly the very one that had once held the defective Foundation establishment pill. Chen Qingyuan bit her lip tightly and said nothing. She clung to one last shred of hope. Her palm gently brushed across the mouth of the vial, erasing the faint seal that had been placed to prevent the potency from leaking. Then a pill marked with purple-black spiritual patterns appeared before the three of them. It was indeed the defective Foundation establishment pill. Chen Qingyuan fell silent. Second uncle. Why didn't he take this defective Foundation establishment pill inside? Chen Qingyuan finally understood why his second uncle's expression had seemed so unnatural earlier. But why? Actually, Chen Daoxian began seeing that Chen Qingshu had indeed left the defective Foundation establishment pill in the storage pouch, and so he had no choice but to reveal the whole truth. This defective Foundation establishment pill is too saturated with pill toxins, to the point where it would affect the establishment of the Foundation. Taking it could indeed save one's life, but it also means there would be no hope of Foundation establishment. Qingshu had originally given up on Foundation establishment for the sake of the clan. But now that I have broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, it may very well have become the crucial reason he resolved to enter seclusion for Foundation establishment. Chen Qingyuan finally realized that her efforts had not only failed to help, but had nearly harmed her husband. No wonder that blockhead of his actually brought it up to me of his own accord. No wonder. Chen Qingyuan seemed utterly lost. It was hard for anyone to accept that something bought with all one's savings had nearly produced a harmful effect. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the tightly shut stone door. Once Foundation establishment began, it could not be halted by external force, otherwise severe injury or even death would follow immediately. Perhaps second uncle is blessed by fortune and can successfully establish his foundation without relying on the pill. Chen Qingyuan said, not only to comfort Aunt Qingqian, but also to reassure himself. In theory, as long as one's blood and qi were sufficient, it was possible to succeed in Foundation establishment even without external aid, was it not? Hearing Chen Qingyuan's consolation, Chen Qingyuan nodded reluctantly. Since her husband was now in seclusion, it was too late to say anything else. She could only pray that he would be blessed with extraordinary luck and succeed in Foundation establishment on his own. It is all my fault for managing the clan poorly, reducing our Qingyuan Qin clan to such a state. Otherwise, with King's years of contributions to the clan, he would have earned enough to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill. Now instead, Qingshu must risk Foundation establishment on his own. I have failed the ancestors of our Qin clan. Chen Daoxian's face was filled with self-reproach. Among the current generation of Qin characters, not a single one had succeeded in Foundation establishment, which was indeed far behind the Dao generation. But this outcome was not the fault of the Qin generation. Chen Daoxian could only blame himself for being useless for not breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage sooner. Otherwise, he would not have set off this chain of problems back then. By now, Chen Qingyuan had recovered somewhat, and instead tried to comfort Chen Daoxian. Uncle Daoxuan, you have toiled for the clan for 100 years. How can the clan's decline be laid at your feet? Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Yes, old patriarch, though I have only recently joined the mountain, I know that in our cultivation world, all things follow the principle of fate. The rise and fall of a clan are preordained. Perhaps starting with second uncle, our Qingyuan Qin clan is about to turn decline into prosperity and misfortune into fortune. These words left Chen Daoxian and Chen Qingyuan momentarily stunned. Not because what Chen Qingyuan said was particularly profound. Rather, in both their eyes, Chen Qingyuan was still merely a child who had just entered the path of cultivation. That he could see through this at his age was truly remarkable. With this matter settled, Chen Qingyuan returned to his own cave dwelling and continued to hone his proficiency in the verdant wood evasion art. The next day, Chen Qingyuan remembered Xiao, by whom he had left behind at White Fox Isle. Realizing he had no spirit beast pouch to house him, he made his way to the clan's artifact forging hall. A spirit beast pouch was a type of magical artifact used to store spiritual pets on one's person. However, since the clan currently did not raise any spirit beast breeds, Chen Qingyuan could only go to the artifact forging hall to see if one could be crafted on the spot. Arriving outside the artifact forging hall, Chen Qingyuan noticed that there were slightly more clansmen here than at the talisman refining hall. But soon he understood the reason. Compared to talismans and pills, forging low-grade magical artifacts requires less talent. More importantly, artifacts are not consumables, yet they are easily damaged in combat. Once damaged, they must be replenished. With this thought, Chen Qingyuan entered the artifact forging hall. There he saw a man walking out of the forging chamber in the back, holding a brand new Qingyuan sword, a smile on his face. "Greetings, Ninth Elder." Chen Qingyuan bowed. The newcomer was none other than Chen Qinghai's grandfather, Chen Qingyuan. Seeing Chen Qingyuan arrive, Chen Qingyuan let out a soft sound of surprise, then asked with a smile, "Qingyuan, what brings you to my artifact forging hall today? Is there some magical artifact you need forged?" Chen Qingyuan then learned that the ninth elder Chen Qingyuan was the head of the clan's artifact forging hall. Although there had once been a competition between him and Chen Qinghai over who would enter the sect, there had actually been no conflict between them. Thus, Chen Qingyuan nodded. "To answer the ninth elder, it's like this. Through a series of fortuitous events, I have come to keep a first-grade spirit beast. So I came to the artifact forging hall to see if a spirit beast pouch could be made so I can carry it with me." As a treasure-seeking spirit beast, Xiao Bei's actual combat abilities were not strong. If he was to be taken along on a daily basis, storing him in a spirit beast pouch was the most appropriate. After hearing Chen Qingyuan's request, Chen Qingyuan laughed heartily. "Huh? And I thought it was something serious. So it's just a spirit beast pouch. Wait a moment." Saying this, Chen Qingyuan walked to the forging chamber behind him and soon emerged holding a green spirit beast pouch. "This is a first-grade mid-rank spirit beast pouch I crafted long ago. It can still be used perfectly well. If you don't mind, Qingyuan, just take it and use it. Why refuse a gift from an elder of the clan?" Chen Qingyuan quickly accepted it, with a smile, his address becoming more intimate. "Thank you very much, Uncle Qingyuan." After accepting the spirit beast pouch gifted by ninth elder Uncle Qingshu, Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. Thinking that his verdant wood clone might lack magical instruments in the future, he inquired, "Uncle Qingshu, does the artifact refinement hall still have any spare mid-grade Qingyuan swords?" "What is the price?" Chen Qingshu asked curiously. "What are you planning to learn the sword formation from your second uncle as well?" Typically, those who wield multiple magical swords do so to cultivate a sword formation, so Chen Qingshu's assumption was reasonable. Chen Qingyuan was about to shake his head, but then a thought struck him. If he could perfect the verdant wood escape art, both his main body and his clone could engage in battle simultaneously, each wielding a Qingyuan sword. Would that not be a unique form of sword formation? Thus Chen Qingyuan offered a faint smile. "Something like that, but my cultivation is still lacking. I'm only practicing casually for now." Chen Qingshu nodded in agreement. "Good, it's wise not to aim too high. That is commendable. The first step in mastering a sword formation requires a cultivator to have ample spiritual energy reserves. Even your second uncle only began to make a name for himself with the Phantom Rain sword formation after reaching the late Qi refining stage." Chen Qingyuan understood the concern behind his words. "Thank you for the advice, Uncle Qingshu. I prioritize my cultivation realm above all else, and will not lose sight of what matters." Although Chen Qingyuan cultivated the verdant wood escape art, he would not become obsessed with the way of the sword. As always, overwhelming one's opponent through cultivation realm superiority was the safest method of combat. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to return to his cave dwelling after purchasing several first-grade mid-quality Qingyuan swords from Chen Qingshu at a low price, a streak of sword light descended from the sky. "Qingyuan." Chen Daoxian halted his flying sword and landed before him. Since Chen Daoxian had emerged from seclusion, Chen Daoxian had relinquished the role of acting clan leader. However, due to his advanced age, he still remained stationed at Qingyuan Mountain. Seeing one of the two most promising juniors in the clan lifted his spirits. "Grand Elder, are you heading out on a mission?" Chen Qingyuan asked, noticing his demeanor. "Indeed," Chen Daoxian nodded. "The supplies for Qinghao have been delayed until today, though I need to deliver them promptly." Although this task was usually handled by Chen Qingchan, with Chen Qingshu in seclusion, it was only natural for his wife to stay by his side. Thus Chen Daoxian took on the duty himself, collecting the materials from the clan storehouse and preparing to depart. As he spoke, Chen Daoxian suddenly recalled something. "Qingyuan, would you like to come with me? Let Qinghao see the cultivation level of his senior brother in the Qing generation. It might inspire him to practice diligently." Chen Qingyuan's efforts in cultivation were visible to all in the clan. Chen Qinghao, however, was different. Enjoying the clan's support while at the Ziyun sect, he had no right to rest. He had to train twice as hard. This was the price he paid for his benefits. If his cultivation failed to keep pace with his talent, the clan would not tolerate it. After a moment of thought, Chen Qingyuan shook his head. Grand Elder, I am at a critical point in my cultivation of a certain technique, so I'm afraid. Of course, this was merely an excuse as he had already mastered the basics of the verdant wood escape art. Chen Qingyuan's main reason was simply his reluctance to travel far, especially to distant places like the Ziyun sect. It offered no real benefit and only exposed him to potential dangers along the way. Why bother? Chen Daojian had only made a casual suggestion and did not insist. He chuckled, cultivating in peace is a good thing. Many cultivators in their youth are overly combative. Even if they win every battle, it leaves hidden injuries that hinder their later progress. After exchanging farewells, they parted ways. Chen Daojian mounted his sword and flew toward the Ziyun sect, while Chen Qingyuan returned to his cave dwelling. Passing by a bamboo grove, his gaze was drawn to a spiritual field he had once tended. Beside the field stood two figures, an old man and a young girl. Chen Qingyuan did not recognize them, but the girl, who appeared to be around 10 years old, was meditating beside the elder. With each breath, was she cultivating a technique? Chen Qingyuan scratched his head. As the girl practiced some technique, there was no fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy. He could not even sense any spiritual energy emanating from her. Lost in thought, he unconsciously drew near the pair. Although Chen Qingyuan did not know them, the elder recognized him and beckoned. Me. Chen Qingyuan approached. Without waiting for a question, the elder introduced himself. I am Chen Qingxing, and this is your clan's sister Chen Qingshu. You must be Qingyuan. He then reminded the girl. Qingshu, this is your clan brother Chen Qingyuan. Greetings, brother Qingyuan. Chen Qingshu ended her meditation posture and greeted him softly. Chen Qingyuan quickly bowed to Chen Qingxing. So you are Uncle Qingxing and Sister Qingshu. The clan's form of address was simple. All members of the Qing generation were called uncle or aunt, with a few older elders addressed as uncle in a senior sense, while those of the Qing generation were all clan siblings. Yet Chen Qingshu's condition puzzled him further. Not only was she meditating in the open, but now that he was closer, he confirmed that there was indeed no fluctuation of spiritual energy or magical power around her. Chen Qingxing noticed Chen Qingyuan's confusion and said with a bitter smile, as you can see, Qingshu has been at Qingyuan Mountain for over a year, but has yet to reach the first layer of qi refining. She even struggles to sense spiritual energy. Chen Qingshu lowered her head, her small face growing sorrowful. Having failed to achieve qi refining after more than a year on the mountain, she was the slowest among that batch of siblings. Chen Qingyuan remained silent for a long time. What could he say? How could someone be stuck at the first layer of qi refining? This was utterly absurd. Chen Qingxing's face was equally grim. Chen Qingshu was the disciple assigned to him by the clan, and her prolonged inability to achieve qi refining had made them both a laughingstock among the clan members. By the way, Qingyuan, what cultivation level have you reached now? You should be at the third layer of qi refining, right? Chen Qingxing asked with a hint of envy. As a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation speed far surpassed those with 4 or 5 roots. As something like that, Chen Qingyuan replied, vaguely glancing at the dejected Chen Qingshu beside him. To avoid discouraging her further, he brushed off the topic. How fortunate! Chen Qingxing sighed, then looked at Chen Qingshu with a heavy heart. If Qingshu cannot succeed in qi refining this year, I'm afraid she will have to be sent back to Qingshu town. Chen Qingshu's condition was quite extraordinary even for the centuries-old Qingyuan Chen clan. Chen Qingyuan looked at Chen Qingshu, who was trembling slightly with her head lowered, and asked with a frown, now that the old patriarch has emerged from seclusion, have you consulted him about her situation? Chen Qingxing nodded, then shook his head. The patriarch has personally seen the child. He said that although Qingshu possesses 5 spiritual roots, their talents are unusually balanced, resulting in each attribute being very weak. Even the most basic cultivation techniques in the cultivation world, such as the spring longevity art, are difficult for her to practice. Typically, cultivators with a single spiritual root cultivate swiftly because they have only one root, maximizing its sensitivity. Multi-spiritual root cultivators differ. Their talents are diluted by the additional roots, so more roots often mean poorer aptitude. Generally, even among multiple roots, sensitivity varies. Thus, cultivators with 4 or 5 roots choose the one with the highest sensitivity as their primary root. But Chen Qingshu's case, where all 5 roots are evenly split and equally sensitive, is virtually unheard of in a millennium. Chen Qingyuan grasped the mystery and, pondering, advised Chen Qingxing, perhaps this unique distribution requires a special technique, like a 5-element method. In the cultivation world, some 5-root cultivators with great perseverance and fortune use 5-element techniques to advance, even reaching the nascent soul stage. Chen Qingxing nodded thoughtfully, but he held little hope for this suggestion. 5-element techniques are rare, and they often suit only their creators. He glanced down at Chen Qingshu, who looked at him pitifully and softened. Still, it's a path worth trying. Qingshu, let's go to the family treasure pavilion now. Hearing there might be a solution to her qi refinement difficulties, Chen Qingyuan immediately brightened. Thank you, master. Thank you, brother Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Cultivation is inherently difficult. It would be a pity to have spiritual roots, yet fail to enter the immortal path. He thought that given her situation, even if her balanced roots hindered qi refinement, she was still a clan member. Staying on Qingyuan Mountain and spending a few more years might eventually lead to success in qi refinement. But Chen Qingyuan knew that keeping a member unable to refine qi on the mountain violated clan rules, as she remained immortal without success. Having a cultivator constantly attend to a mortal was impractical and unfair to Chen Qingyuan. After bidding farewell, Chen Qingyuan felt a realization. Upon reflection, he knew it was time to cultivate. A cultivator's practice is like sailing against the current. Without progress, one regresses. He had fallen behind and was far from the fifth layer of qi refinement. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan led Chen Qingyuan to the treasure pavilion guarded by the old patriarch. They first paid respects to Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian looked at Chen Qingyuan, still devoid of any spiritual power, and said calmly, "Since Qingyuan suggested this method, it might work. Qingyuan, take Qingyuan to have a look." Harsh as it sounded, Chen Daoxian did not focus much on Chen Qingyuan. In nearly 2 centuries with the clan, he had seen too much. If Chen Qingyuan truly had no fate with the immortal path, so be it. Clan rules would not bend for one person, unless her potential was immense or she contributed greatly to the clan. Compared to the cultivation world, cultivation clans had more human warmth, but that required fair treatment for all. Seeing the patriarch approve their entry, Chen Qingyuan was deeply grateful and quickly pulled Chen Qingyuan to bow. "Thank you, patriarch." They then arrived at the technique section of the treasure pavilion. The clan's inherited techniques were specially preserved, so only techniques up to the early foundation establishment stage were available, acquired as spoils over the years. After searching, they found 3 techniques that cultivated all 5 elements. However, 2 required exceptional comprehension for even a slim chance of success, and were thus dismissed. Now Chen Qingyuan tightly held the last 5-element technique, her eyes filled with hope, as it might be her final chance to stay on the mountain. Chen Qingyuan dared not imagine how happy her parents were when she was found to have spiritual roots and brought up the mountain only to be sent back down. Before Chen Qingyuan, she opened the technique. 5 elements spirit rotation art record. Blood spider entrusts the metal spiritual root. Blood toad entrusts the wood spiritual root. Blood snake entrusts the water spiritual root. Blood scorpion entrusts the fire spiritual root. Blood centipede entrusts the earth spiritual root. Refine the 5 poisons as your lifeblood, entrust your spiritual roots to them. Cultivate all 5 elements equally, neither lacking nor advancing alone, and perhaps achieve the golden core Tao in the future. Alas, this old man only realized this truth when his lifespan was short. The blood toad had already advanced prematurely. What cruel fate! The immortal path has been unkind to me. 5 elements hermit, no. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. If anyone else saw the name 5 Elements Hermit, they would know this was the cultivator slain by the old patriarch Chen Daoxian. Chen Qingyuan, who disliked crowds, had been in secluded cultivation during the patriarch's breakthrough and was slightly injured by the spiritual vein fluctuations. Thus, he only knew the patriarch killed a foundation establishment evil cultivator unaware it was the author of the technique in hand. Of course, though the 5 Elements Hermit was an evil cultivator, the 5-element spirit rotation art was at most a poison technique, not an evil method. Chen Qingyuan sighed, "It's a pity. No matter who this cultivator was, since this technique is in our Chen family's treasure pavilion, he must have fallen. But once this technique was cultivated, one would have to live with poisonous creatures for life." He wondered if Qingyuan could endure it. Chen Qingyuan, however, didn't think that far. This technique, as brother Qingyuan had said, cultivated all 5 elements together and suited her perfectly. What was there to hesitate about? Chen Qingyuan said firmly, "Master, I want to try." No one could refuse the chance to become an immortal, especially when the path was already in sight. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Good. Perhaps this was fate, he thought. Within the Purple Cloud Sect's 6 foundation establishment cultivators, each radiating formidable auras, sat in a semicircle. In their midst was a cute child appearing to be only 5 or 6 years old. Unlike ordinary children, however, he wore a robe that trailed to the floor. His 2 eyebrows were entirely purple, and a flicker of purple light danced within his eyes. The purple-browed child suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "I have gained some insights during my recent seclusion, and I am not far from breaking through to the midstage." The 6 foundation establishment cultivators around him chorused, "In congratulations, the sect master's immortal fortune is flourishing." Few in the Eclipse Sun Mountain range would have imagined that the highest realm cultivator, here the golden core, True Man Purple Cloud, possessed the appearance of a child. True Man Purple Cloud remained impassive before the Foundation Establishment cultivator's praises. Without moving, he said, though it is but a single step away, breaking through will be difficult without the Purple Heart Pill. The cultivation method that True Man Purple Cloud practiced was the Purple Cloud Scripture, the orthodox technique of successive Purple Cloud sect masters, which had the effect of extending one's lifespan. However, it seemed that a problem had arisen during this generation's sect master's cultivation, causing his body to shrink continuously until upon reaching the golden core stage, he had become a child. The Purple Heart Pill was a third-grade mid-grade elixir he had commissioned at great cost to suppress the side effect of constant rejuvenation during his cultivation. Upon hearing that the sect master needed the Purple Heart Pill to break through, one of the 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators immediately said, "We would risk 10,000 deaths to serve the sect master. But may we ask how the sect master requires us to proceed?" True Man Purple Cloud glanced at the speaker and nodded slightly. The Purple Heart Pill requires 12 second-tier Demon Beast inner cores and 36 late first-tier Demon Beast inner cores as materials. Although I am a golden core true man, I have an agreement with the Flood Dragon King of the Cold Abyss Pool not to act lightly. Though the Eclipse Sun Mountain range was vast, it was merely a corner of the neighboring 10,000 demon mountains. Its greater purpose was to guard this place and prevent demon beasts from invading the human territories beyond. The Cold Abyss Pool was the territory of a third-tier flood dragon near the Eclipse Sun Mountain range. The two had also agreed that neither side would easily enter the fray. Therefore, though True Man Purple Cloud wished to hunt demon beasts, he dared not act personally, lest he provoke a conflict between the human and demon races that could escalate into a catastrophe. Gazing at the 6 before him, True Man Purple Cloud immediately decided, "Convey my order, command all the Foundation Establishment families in the east, southwest, and north of the Eclipse Sun Mountain range to exert their full strength and hunt demon beasts for me." "Yes, we obey the sect master's command." The 6 replied in unison. They were all late Foundation Establishment elders of the sect, their status even above that of ordinary elders. True Man Purple Cloud understood that 36 late first-tier demon beasts were manageable, but 12 second-tier demon beasts were truly troublesome. One misstep could prematurely trigger a beast tide. Thus, having the Foundation Establishment families of the Eclipse Sun Mountain range jointly send people to hunt was the simplest method for him, even a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Eclipse Sun Mountain range only needed 1 golden core true man. There was no need for a second, strengthening his own power while weakening the cultivation families. With this thought, True Man Purple Cloud continued his instructions for this hunt. A family with a single Foundation Establishment cultivator must send that one. Any family with 2 or more Foundation Establishment cultivators must send at least 2. For True Man Purple Cloud, he cared not for the lives of the cultivators in those Foundation Establishment families. In fact, fewer Foundation Establishment families would bring him greater peace of mind. In the southern part of the Eclipse Sun Mountain range, the Liu family. The Liu family patriarch, his face as dark as charcoal, stared at the transmission talisman from the Purple Cloud sect in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. The reason was simple: the Purple Cloud sect had issued a conscription requiring each family to send people to hunt demon beasts, and their Liu family was ordered to send a full 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Beside him, the 4th elder Liu Xianzong comforted him: "Patriarch, sending more people is also good. It makes our people safer. Unlike the other 2 families, if something happens to them while Upon hearing this, the Liu family patriarch's expression indeed improved significantly. He nodded and said, "Indeed, though our Liu family must send more people, it doesn't mean we have to exert more effort." The Su family. The Su family patriarch pointed at the transmission talisman in his hand with uncontrollable rage and shouted, "Our Su family has only the 2 of us as Foundation Establishment cultivators, and now we are both to be conscripted." The Grand Elder also looked helpless. What other choice is there? He is a golden core true man. Since he has issued the conscription, can we defy it? Although the southern part of the Eclipse Sun Mountain range was assigned to hunt 3 second-tier demon beasts, that did not mean they would encounter exactly 3 at the right time. With a demon king in command, these second-tier demon beasts could potentially live in packs. At Qingyuan Mountain, as the family with the fewest Foundation Establishment cultivators among the 3, Chen Qingyuan was the calmest. Because he was the only Foundation Establishment cultivator in the entire Chen family, he was the only one conscripted at the Foundation Establishment level. True Man Purple Cloud had not specified the required grade of the second-tier demon beasts. Therefore, hunting an early second-tier demon beast would not be too difficult for Chen Daoshuan, who was now at the late Foundation Establishment stage. Of course, although he was not worried about this conscription, Chen Daoxian still felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't happened to break through to the late foundation establishment stage, this would have been truly difficult for him. As for now, there was still the troublesome matter of which Qi refining clansmen to bring along. The conscription for the Chen family required not only one foundation establishment cultivator, but also 20 Qi refining clansmen. He himself was easy to manage, but the entire Qingyuan Chen family had just over 100 people. Having a fifth of the clan conscripted was indeed somewhat troublesome. Finally, after 3 days of selection, the list of 20 was finalized. All were mid or late Qi refining clansmen. As for early Qi refining cultivators, they were out of the question. Chen Qingyuan, being of the Qing generation and the one with the highest talent remaining in the family, was not on the list. Because the Purple Cloud sect was pressing urgently, Chen Daoxian urgently reassigned personnel to the family's various businesses and prepared to set out. Before leaving, a large crowd of clansmen gathered. Chen Daoxian addressed Chen Qingyuan, who was staying behind at Qingyuan Mountain. I am now leading the clansmen to the 10,000 Demon Mountains. It will take at least 2 or 3 months, at most half a year. You must be careful while staying in the family, especially regarding Qingstone Town down below. Qingyuan Mountain is at least protected by the moon-shrouding star-veiling Grand Formation, but Qingstone Town's defenses are now weak. You must be wary of evil cultivators taking advantage of the situation. Chen Qingyuan nodded and said, "Rest assured, Patriarch, I will be careful." Chen Daoxian knew that Chen Qingyuan had a steady temperament. Moreover, because Chen Qingyuan was in seclusion attempting foundation establishment, she would not be spending long periods in secluded cultivation for the time being. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the several Qing generation members present. "You youngsters must not slack off just because the elders are away. Qingyuan, I trust you the most. If you have time, make sure to supervise their cultivation." Chen Qingyuan stepped forward. "Patriarch, I understand." Chen Daoxian nodded with satisfaction. "With that I can be at ease." Immediately, he summoned his fire-red sun sword, which shot straight into the sky. "Everyone follow me." With a large number of the clan's experts departing from the mountain, especially the absence of the Soul Foundation establishment, Elder Chen Qingyuan took her post at the eye of the Bua Fuxing Grand Array on Qingyuan Mountain from that day onward, ready to activate the formation at a moment's notice should any situation arise. Thus time slipped by day after day until a month had passed. For cultivators, even Qi refinement practitioners, it was entirely normal to seclude themselves for a month or two. After ending his month-long seclusion, Chen Qingyuan wandered idly, and before he knew it found himself near the clan leader's cave dwelling, where his second uncle Chen Qingxiu was in seclusion. Gazing at the cave dwelling shrouded in mist, Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly. It's been over a month since second uncle entered seclusion. Going by the usual time for a breakthrough, if successful, he should emerge around now. But if he didn't, the outcome went without saying. Moreover, no one could assist a cultivator in breaking through a realm. His second uncle had to rely solely on himself. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to leave, a transmission talisman on his person suddenly floated up and ignited on its own. It was from his aunt Chen Qingyuan. Soon after they met, and Chen Qingyuan briefed him on the clan mission at the foot of the mountain in Qingshi Town. "Qingyuan, I wouldn't normally trouble you with this, but there's been an issue in Qingshi Town below, and we're severely short-handed on the mountain. So I have to send you to investigate." Nearly half the clan was already away from Qingyuan Mountain, and Chen Daoxian had taken most of the clan's skilled members with him. Of the few Qi refinement mid and latest-stage cultivators left at the clan, each held critical responsibilities and could not easily leave the mountain. With that, she handed a talisman to Chen Qingyuan. "This is a first-grade superior earth escape talisman. If the situation down the mountain turns dangerous, Qingyuan, prioritize your own safety and activate it immediately." Chen Qingyuan accepted the earth escape talisman and nodded. "I understand the stakes." Though he possessed first-grade superior talismans, he indeed had none of the escape variety. This single earth escape talisman was enough to let him flee back to Qingyuan Mountain even when facing a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. And once back on Qingyuan Mountain with the Bua Fuxing Grand Array activated, it could hold off not only Qi refinement cultivators, but even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators for a time. Still uneasy, Chen Qingyuan gave a few more instructions before finally revealing the destination of this clan mission. Chen Qingyuan flew down the mountain on his sword, and after half a day arrived at the home of the mortal who had sought help. Immortal Master, please this way. Dai Fu, dressed in fine silk, wore a fawning expression as he bowed and scraped, leading Chen Qingyuan into his courtyard. He had no choice but to grovel. This was Qingshi Town, a mortal settlement under the Qingyuan Chen clan, a foundation establishment family. And Dai Fu was merely a son-in-law who had married into the family here. Even when encountering a mortal surnamed Chen, he felt inferior, let alone an immortal master from the Chen clan itself. Chen Qingyuan nodded casually, then scrutinized his surroundings. There was a rockery and a stream, but the water looked murky. The courtyard was planted with many ornamental greens, most of which were withering. The maids and servants standing nearby showed him respect, but also unmistakable fear. Chen Qingyuan asked, "Tell me what exactly is going on in your household. You reported to the clan citing a plague." Chen Qingyuan doubted it was a plague as the scope was too limited, unless a rogue cultivator was at work. Even if, so it would likely be a novice rogue cultivator, hardly a threat. Otherwise, any rogue cultivator of even modest power would have caused a disturbance far greater than this affecting only Dai Fu's household. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's question, Dai Fu immediately put on a pained expression and began to pour out his woes. "Reporting to the Immortal Master, your humble servant has truly suffered. Just 2 years after I married and my wife died of illness. But thankfully she left me a son. Enough, get to the point." Chen Qingyuan frowned. Who had time to listen to his family affairs? Dai Fu let out an, "Oh," and continued, "Lately, I don't know what curse has befallen this house. The maids and servants have started falling ill for no reason, and it's a strange illness. Once it strikes, their bodies burn up, their eyes turn bloodshot, and they bite anyone they see." Chen Qingyuan interrupted him. "So how many of your maids and servants have been affected so far?" Dai Fu held up 5 fingers. 3 of them died of the illness days ago, and I had them cremated. The other 2 are barely hanging on." "Already cremated? Then why didn't you notify the clan elders or the main family sooner?" Though Chen Qingyuan didn't yet know what this so-called illness was, and the death of 3 mortals was no major affair for the clan's stability, Dai Fu should have reported it earlier. Dai Fu nodded frantically, his fat jiggling as he replied, Yes, the Immortal Master is right. I was too careless, thinking it was just a minor ailment." Chen Qingyuan had no intention of holding him accountable, simply asking, "Have you summoned a clan elder to inspect the situation?" The clan elder here referred not to cultivators on Qingyuan Mountain, but to elderly Chen family members who managed Qingshi town. Most had worked for the clan's cultivators in their youth and were knowledgeable. Dai Fu replied, I did. The clan elder is currently in the reception hall. Immortal Master, please follow me." With that, Dai Fu led the way, and Chen Qingyuan continued to observe his surroundings. It was clear Dai Fu was badly shaken. Though his home looked grand, dust lay everywhere, a sign it hadn't been properly cleaned in a long time due to a lack of hands. Still, the man was evidently wealthy among mortals, so Chen Qingyuan remarked offhandedly, "Your family has no descendants on Qingyuan Mountain, but you're not short on money." Dai Fu responded with a hint of pride. To be honest with you, Immortal Master, before I married into this family, I was a wealthy merchant who traveled far and wide. Then why did you bother marrying into the Chen family? Wouldn't it have been better to live out your days in comfort?" Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. "Since you've already confirmed you have no spiritual root, why not just enjoy life as a rich man?" Dai Fu shook his head. "Reporting to the Immortal Master, this old man has no hope left in this life, but my children might. If I can father a child with a spiritual seed, then I won't have lived this life in vain." That explanation made sense. Though mortals of the Chen clan lacked spiritual roots, most had ancestors who were cultivators a century ago, so the chance of bearing offspring with spiritual roots was higher than among ordinary people. "All right." Chen Qingyuan nodded. Just then, as he stepped into the reception hall, an ancient man who could barely move caught sight of Chen Qingyuan's robe and immediately recognized him as an Immortal Master from the main family. He trembled as he tried to rise from his chair, calling out, "Your old servant Chen, she pays respects to the Immortal Master of the main family." This was how most mortal elders of the Chen clan addressed their clan's cultivators. Having served the cultivators in their youth, they saw themselves as lifelong servants to the Immortal Masters. Though somewhat unsettled by the elderly man addressing him thus, Chen Qingyuan made no effort to correct him. Perhaps in their eyes, serving as an immortal cultivator's retainer was a distinction that set them apart from ordinary mortals, a source of quiet pride. Chen Qingyuan murmured thoughtfully, then asked, "So it was you who petitioned the clan for aid?" Chen Qi finally rose to his feet. Yet seeing the man's advanced age, Chen Qingyuan waved the formal bow and proceeded directly to inquire about the matter concerning the Dai family. Chen Qi trembled violently, but replied with utmost effort, "Indeed, this humble servant reported it. Lately the Dai household has suffered an affliction resembling a plague. Though confined solely to their residence and non-contagious, it defies all mundane herbal remedies. Thus I urgently informed the master branch." Chen Qingyuan nodded solemnly, but without first-hand observation of the symptoms, he could render no definitive judgment. "Take me to see the 2 still alive." "Yes, sir." Thereupon Dai Fu supported Chen Qi, and the 3 approached a dilapidated woodshed. From within the shed rose two anguished cries, strangely paradoxical, robust, and resonant, yet laced with unmistakable frailty. Chen Qingyuan pointed to the wooden door and commanded, "Open it." Dai Fu flinched, his voice quavering, "Esteemed immortal master, this plague, it may be contagious." Fearing he had offended Chen Qingyuan, he hastily added with obsequious deference, "Of course this lowly servant fears no death, but what if this unknown malady impedes the master's cultivation?" With a sudden thud, Dai Fu felt a sharp pain strike his temple. Turning, he saw Chen Shi clenching his bony fist, nearly fleshless, and strike him squarely. Chen Shi glared furiously. "Dare you defy the immortal master's command?" In Qingshi town, the cultivators of Qingyuan mountain were heaven itself. If they ordered mortals to die on the spot, none would hesitate to obey. And Dai Fu, having entered the family by marriage, possessed even less autonomy than most. Chen Qingyuan stroked his chin and gestured dismissively, "No matter. It is only natural to fear an unknown plague." Yet even as he spoke, he quietly wove arcane hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body as protective warding. For cultivators, mortal plagues constituted one form of the mundane tribulation. Caution, however, minute was always warranted. Then with a flick of his wrist, the shed's heavy door swung open. The interior was unlit, shrouded in gloom, but to Chen Qingyuan darkness posed no hindrance. He observed two young servants lying beside a pile of firewood, their faces contorted in agony, their entire bodies pulsing with violent, turbulent kiblood. Such dense, surging kiblood. At a glance, Chen Qingyuan discerned the abnormal abundance coursing through them, far exceeding mortal capacity. Hence their paradoxical state, outwardly vigorous, inwardly collapsing. Yet how could ordinary mortals manifest such symptoms? Had they consumed some potent tonic? No, that defied reason. What elixir could so violently amplify kiblood in two men simultaneously? Moreover, judging by their condition, they would not last more than a few days. Chen Qingyuan was no physician. Cultivators rarely fell ill, and so he simply closed the shed door and stepped back outside. Dai Fu now dared approach, feigning concern. "Esteemed immortal master, what plague have these servants contracted?" "None." Chen Qingyuan shook his head. "They are not afflicted. Rather." He studied Dai Fu with quiet suspicion. "This condition shows no contagion. Why then have 5 individuals fallen ill in succession? Even granting that one might accidentally ingest a spirit fruit, where then were 5 such fruits for them to consume?" Dai Fu looked utterly bewildered. This humble servant truly does not know. Perhaps his aunt Qingshan feared a demonic cultivator had infiltrated Qingshi town, but even such malevolent practitioners acted with purpose. Their deeds must serve some tangible advantage. To risk grave danger entering Qingyuan Chen clan's domain merely to slay a few servants and maidservants would betray sheer folly. One more thing. Chen Qingyuan turned to Dai Fu. "Did these 5 exhibit symptoms simultaneously or individually? If individually, how many days elapsed between each case?" Dai Fu lowered his head, thinking. "Individually, roughly 2 or 3 days apart. The 2 still living fell ill just 2 days ago." "I see." Chen Qingyuan nodded, then declared, "In that case, I shall remain in your household for 3 more days to observe how this unfolds." In truth, Chen Qingyuan already harbored quiet suspicion toward Dai Fu. As master of the house, he held the greatest opportunity and convenience to orchestrate such harm. Yet no evidence pointed to him, nor was any clear motive apparent. So Chen Qingyuan resolved to stay and watch closely. Dai Fu, unaware of these thoughts, beamed with relief. How splendid! With the immortal master's presence, this humble servant may finally sleep soundly. Chen Qingyuan suddenly asked, "Since entering your home, I have yet to meet your son." Dai Fu's expression stiffened. He stammered, "My son's appearance is rather unusual. He fears offending the immortal master, and thus remains confined to his chamber." "No matter. Having come to your home, I must meet him." Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly. Very well, very well." Dai Fu chuckled nervously, then signaled a distant maid, "Go summon the young master to pay homage to the immortal master." Moments later, a youth of 15 or 16 emerged, towering over 180 centimeters, his arms corded with muscle, appearing even larger than Chen Qingyuan himself. Yet Chen Qingyuan found it curious. The boy seemed merely precocious, not grotesquely malformed as Dai Fu had implied. Noticing Chen Qingyuan's puzzlement, Dai Fu hurried to explain. "He has grown unusually fast since childhood. Though only 7 years old, he already stands thus. Ha ha." As he spoke, he patted his son's shoulder, urging, "Afu, bow before the immortal master." 7. Chen Qingyuan was genuinely startled. The boy's stature at such an age truly qualified as extraordinary. The youth bowed deeply. "This humble servant Chen Fu greets the immortal master." Chen Fu. Once again, Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. Why would Dai Fu name his son identically to himself? Dai Fu chuckled sheepishly, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. I wish you to inherit my deepest aspiration, to one day become an immortal master like yourself. Only then shall my life Dai Fu's have borne true meaning. The ideology passed down through generations was quite widespread, even among ordinary people. Chen Qingyuan then temporarily settled in Dai Fu's home to observe the transmission method of the so-called plague. Of course, he did not believe this was a simple plague. Many inexplicable phenomena in the cultivation world that defied surface explanations might be manipulated behind the scenes. Thus the first night passed peacefully. Chen Qingyuan's keen ears caught the wailing of the two in the woodshed gradually weakening. The second day brought no incidents. From morning, Dai Fu urged his son to practice martial arts. Or perhaps it was martial arts. Chen Qingyuan stepped out of his room to find Chen Fu under his father Dai Fu's guidance, contorting his body into a peculiar posture, seemingly cultivating. Spotting Chen Qingyuan, Dai Fu immediately said apologetically, I am truly sorry, immortal master. Did the commotion wake you? Chen Qingyuan waved his hand. He had long abandoned the habit of sleeping, and he had not come here for leisure. Thus he had merely been meditating in his room the previous night. Chen Qingyuan looked at Chen Fu. As the latter continuously assumed various bizarre stances, one could clearly sense his blood and qi churning and surging within. To have honed his body to such a degree at this age could hardly be explained by mere talent alone. After all, no matter how much one could grow, one still needed to replenish ample blood and qi to sustain it. This was somewhat similar to the two in the woodshed. Both had boiling blood and qi. However, Chen Fu could control it while the other two could not. He felt there seemed to be some connection between these events, yet upon deeper thought, nothing concrete could be grasped. At that moment, Dai Fu approached and said, Immortal Master, what flavor do you prefer for breakfast? I will send someone to buy some. No need for trouble. I have already achieved abstinence from grains, Chen Qingyuan replied briefly. And so the second day passed. By nightfall, Chen Qingyuan noticed the sounds from the woodshed had nearly vanished. There's movement. A third person's footsteps approached the woodshed. Though the steps were muffled, they did not escape Chen Qingyuan's notice. The weather was poor that night, casting the outside into deep gloom. But because Chen Qingyuan had been watching the woodshed, he immediately rose and looked toward it upon hearing the noise. A somewhat bulky figure was walking step by step into the woodshed. It was clearly Dai Fu, who glanced back repeatedly, evidently wary of being watched. So the culprit behind all this is indeed Dai Fu. Chen Qingyuan mused, then directly formed a hand seal and followed. Inside the woodshed, the two lying figures were barely breathing, on the verge of death. Dai Fu pulled out a blood-red small flag from his loose robes and aimed it at them. A heretical cultivator. Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened. In the end, the true culprit was indeed Dai Fu. But that still didn't add up. Even heretical cultivators required spiritual roots. Dai Fu, an ordinary man without any, lacked even the qualifications to be one. At that moment, as the small flag waved, vast amounts of blood and qi tinged with black mist emerged from it. The blood and qi of the two on the ground also began to boil. Then their blood and qi started to drift away, absorbed by the flag, while the tainted blood and qi released by the flag simultaneously entered their bodies, completing a blood exchange. Moments later, the two lying on the woodpile had completely lost all signs of life, yet their blood and qi remained abundant. Had he not witnessed it himself, Chen Qingyuan would never have guessed that the cause of their illness was Dai Fu's blood exchange. So this man appeared respectful and honest, but it was merely a facade. He seemed to have underestimated a cultivator's senses. Having seen this, Chen Qingyuan still refrained from revealing himself. The strange nature of that small flag was not yet clear, and for his own safety, he decided to wait a little longer. Since Dai Fu lacked spiritual roots, the reason he could control the flag must either be due to someone behind him or the flag itself was peculiar. Dai Fu continued waving the flag. Instantly, a torrent of blood and qi surged from it once more, but this time it poured into Dai Fu's own body. As the blood and qi increased, Dai Fu's face flushed, and his already plump body swelled even larger. At that point, the blood-red flag seemed to lose its spirituality, falling from Dai Fu's hand with a thud and breaking into two pieces on the ground. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Dai Fu's mouth as he restored everything to its original state, preparing to leave. A soft hiss of wind whispered past his ear, and then a brilliant green light blazed above his head. The Qingyuan sword descended, striking down. Without any interrogation, Chen Qingyuan had already summoned the Qingyuan sword as Dai Fu prepared to open the door, and it slashed down at that very moment. Facing the sword descending upon his head, Dai Fu initially showed a flicker of panic, but quickly forced himself to calm down. His blood and qi surged as he raised both hands. with a cracked blood splattered as Dai Fu's arms were cut with 2 deep wounds, yet they were not severed. But for him this seemed a point of pride, for he was merely immortal. Such a formidable physique. Chen Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. The cultivation world indeed had the concept of body cultivation, but its practice had been extinct for millennia. What little remained was merely for mortals to temper their bodies. Dai Fu's blood and qi were now extremely vigorous, and he could even withstand one of his strikes. It was likely not just a matter of a strong physique. His blood must also be problematic. Discovered, what a pity. Dai Fu sighed, as if genuinely regretful that his secret had been exposed to Chen Qingyuan. His expression turned cold, no longer bearing the respectful and fawning demeanor from before. Instead, he said resentfully, "Why do you immortals born with immortal seeds, while we mortals, after a lifetime of arduous pursuit, still see no hope?" But Chen Qingyuan merely shook his head, the spiritual energy in his dantian slowly circulating through his body. "What does your inability to cultivate have to do with me?" Whatever Dai Fu's reasons, they were irrelevant to him. If every mortal acted like him, wouldn't the entire cultivation world descend into chaos? With that, the Qingyuan sword in Chen Qingyuan's hand flew forth. This time, under the control of the sword manipulation technique, Dai Fu could no longer keep up with its speed. With 3 consecutive strikes, despite Dai Fu's eerily formidable physique, his head was severed. Could one live without a head? Dai Fu's bulky body crashed to the ground. Having slain Dai Fu with ease, the strange feeling in Chen Qingyuan's heart only grew more pronounced. For Chen Qingyuan, the source of the strangeness lay in Dai Fu's utter lack of intelligence. He clearly should have known that cultivators and mortals were different, yet he still stirred up trouble before Chen Qingyuan left. Just as Chen Qingyuan was perplexed, footsteps suddenly came from behind. It was Dai Fu's son Chen Fu, along with several servants from the mansion. "Father." Despite Chen Fu's towering figure, his mind was not mature, yet he could naturally discern Dai Fu's death. The nearby maids and servants, upon seeing Dai Fu's corpse, cried out in alarm, seemingly terrified. On the 3rd day, under the fearful gazes of everyone, Chen Qingyuan continuously examined the broken banner in his hand. After Dai Fu had drained its blood essence one last time the previous night, it seemed to have lost all its efficacy. Looking at the grieving Chen Fu beside him, Chen Qingyuan fell into thought. After investigating the previous night, he had only found a nameless body tempering manual. The description in the manual was simple: by circulating blood essence to continuously strengthen the physical body, one could eventually wield the power of blood essence. Of course, cultivating this technique required a massive amount of medicinal herbs, and most of those that could replenish blood essence were graded, known as spiritual herbs, in the mouths of cultivators. Dai Fu was merely immortal. He might be able to purchase 1 or 2 of these herbs, but he could never afford them year after year. Thinking this, Chen Qingyuan seemed to understand a little. That fellow Dai Fu had essentially sought death right in front of him. Once he died and the blood-red banner was destroyed, there would be no evidence to prove that his son Chen Fu had used an extraordinary amount of blood essence. Although Chen Qingyuan knew that Chen Fu's physique at the age of 7 could not be explained by talent alone. But Dai Fu had counted on the Chen family's emphasis on rules, and after all, Chen Fu's surname was Chen. Perhaps Dai Fu also intended to use his own death to take all the blame upon himself. Chen Qingyuan felt this must be the truth. According to the nameless body tempering manual, if one laid a solid foundation in childhood, their future achievements would not fall too far behind those of true cultivators. He gave Chen Fu a deep look, momentarily hesitant. Since Dai Fu had chosen to die, he must have tied up all the loose ends. After all, throughout the entire Dai mansion, aside from the few remaining servants, all records of how many people had been employed and their contracts had vanished without a trace. Dai Fu, oh Dai Fu, you really are. Heh. Finally, Chen Qingyuan's expression darkened. If it had been someone else, they might have let Chen Fu off. But now that Dai Fu had died by his hand, who knew if Chen Fu might encounter a fortuitous opportunity in the future and seek revenge for his father? With this thought, Chen Qingyuan's gaze grew increasingly icy. This world is cruel, and you are not without fault. Blame your ill-fated birth. He summoned the Qingyuan sword. Chen Qingchan ended her meditation and looked at the returning Chen Qingyuan, asking, "Qingyuan, how did things go down the mountain?" That Dai Fu family had fallen into evil ways. I have slain them all, Chen Qingyuan said without changing his expression. Chen Qingchan did not dwell on it, instead showing a look of familiarity. Just a bunch of delusional mortals, always trying crooked methods. It's good that you've cut them down. Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement. His first kill in the cultivation world did not feel as uncomfortable as he had imagined. Perhaps he was more cold-blooded than he thought. Afterward, Chen Qingchan guided Chen Qingyuan on matters of cultivation. Neither mentioned Chen Qingshu, but both understood they were waiting for his seclusion to end. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan's foundation establishment process in the cave dwelling had reached its later stages. All his mana refined and condensed was continuously channeled to his dantian, the mist of mana having filled it completely. At this point, all preparations for foundation establishment were complete. Only the final step remained, compressing the mist-like mana into liquid form, breaking through the shackles to successfully establish the foundation. And this was the most difficult and dangerous part of the foundation establishment tribulation. The massive intake of spiritual energy could easily cause meridians to rupture, leading to the dissolution of the physical body. Even if the meridians could withstand such immense mana, the dantian would bear even greater pressure when compressing the mana mist. If the dantian shattered at this moment, the erupting mana would directly explode Chen Qingyuan, leaving not even a corpse. This was why, under normal circumstances, breaking through to foundation establishment required the use of foundation establishment pills. Even the offspring of great powers might need 2 or 3 pills if one was insufficient. This was because after taking a foundation establishment pill, it could temporarily enhance the resilience of the meridians and dantian, while also suppressing the violent mana and maintaining the cultivator's mental clarity. Thus, even if the breakthrough failed, one would have time to channel the mana out of the body and avoid death. Chen Qingyuan did not hesitate. As the technique circulated, the mana within his body began to compress, and with it came the excruciating pain of his meridians snapping. HNNG. Chen Qingyuan grunted. Though prepared, the intense pain still caused his mind to spin, nearly causing him to faint. He knew that the moment he lost consciousness, the refined mana would immediately backlash and kill him. Cough. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chen Qingyuan could only endure, but the ultimate agony of his body, feeling as if it were shattering, was beyond what his willpower could withstand. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted from the seclusion cave, and countless sword lights burst forth from Chen Qingyuan's body, waves of tangible sword chi. At this moment, the breakthrough in the true meaning of the sword path was not particularly useful for suppressing the chaotic mana, but it could greatly maintain the clarity of his mind. Although a clearer mind meant more intense physical pain, Chen Qingyuan suddenly opened his eyes and burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Numerous cracks appeared on his skin, a precursor to his physical bodhi's collapse. Yet Chen Qingyuan ignored it all and even began absorbing spiritual energy with greater intensity. He focused all his attention on his dantian. Broken meridians could be repaired, but if the dantian shattered, death would be immediate. Thus, Chen Qingyuan's appearance grew increasingly horrifying. The cracks on his body nearly merged into one, and pieces of flesh began to fall off, revealing the stark, white bones beneath. But now, bolstered by the powerful sword intent, Chen Qingyuan endured the dissolution of his flesh, stubbornly maintaining his consciousness. Though he looked like a vengeful spirit, he was still alive. Another month slipped by in the blink of an eye. It had now been nearly 3 months since Chen Qingyuan entered seclusion, an interval certainly not brief, even by the standards of cultivators historically known to establish their foundation during such retreats. Chen Qingyuan and Chen Qingyuan were deeply worried, especially the latter, who spent a portion of nearly every day visiting the secluded cave dwelling to check for any signs of progress. Alas, the cave showed no indication of opening. What troubled Chen Qingyuan most was the gnawing fear that Chen Qingyuan might have silently perished within without so much as a sound. 3 more days passed before news finally arrived from the old clan chief, who had journeyed to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yet the tidings were far from favorable. At the border of the mountain ranges, though the joint surprise attack by over a dozen foundation establishment families from all directions had swiftly accomplished the beast hunting mission, the act enraged the flood dragon king of the cold abyss pool. It must be understood that the original Eclipsing Sun mountain range was itself a part of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The humans' recent actions led the flood dragon king to mistakenly believe they coveted his territory, intending to provoke a great war. Adhering to the principle of striking first, the Flood Dragon King summoned beasts from thousands of li around, forming a beast tide poised to counterattack the entire Eclipsing Sun mountain range. Thus, the old clan chief and his companions, who should have been preparing to return, were compelled by Master Purple Cloud's command to remain in place and confront the beast tide. Of course, gathering beasts from 1,000 li, even if only a fraction, would take considerable time. Hence, the great battle between humans and beasts had yet to commence. Chen Qingyuan summoned all clan members above the mid-stage chi refining level who remained on Green Abyss Mountain and laid out the matter in complete detail. Master Purple Cloud has now rushed to the mountain border. If he can reach an accord with the Beast King, all may yet be well. But if war erupts, the Eclipsing Sun mountain range will know no peace. She spoke with a note of anxiety, knowing a beast tide would spell disaster for all cultivators. Especially when chaos reigned, it was also the time when heretical cultivators were most active. It has been less than 60 years since the last beast tide. The Cold Flood Dragon King is unlikely to rashly start another war. We humans need to recuperate, and so do the beast races. An older clan member analyzed the situation. The Cold Flood Dragon King was the Dragon King of the Cold Abyss Pool, possessing a trace of draconic bloodline and a unique ice attribute. As a third-tier beast, it was hailed as the Beast King by all. Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement. That stands to reason. Every beast tide erupts to relieve survival pressure. Since the last one was not so long ago, perhaps it may yet be averted. But regardless of whether this tide materializes, the next one is not many years away. Everyone must cultivate diligently to prepare for the calamity. With only Chen Qingyuan as an elder on Green Abyss Mountain besides the secluded Chen Qingyuan, the duty of guiding the clan fell upon her shoulders. The others nodded in agreement. Even without a beast tide, they knew they had to strive in cultivation. Indeed, each beast tide brings death, yet it also carries countless opportunities. In the records of centuries of beast tides, many cultivators have encountered fortunes and even broken through to foundation establishment. Alas, I've given up on reaching foundation establishment. In a year, I'll be 50, and am still nowhere near latest chi refining. Even if I had a foundation establishment pill, I couldn't use it. That's one way to see it, but whether we break through or not, we must at least strive to survive the beast tide. Chen Qingyuan, listening among the crowd, had never experienced a beast tide, so he refrained from commenting on the current disturbance at the border. Yet the matter stirred a deep sense of crisis within him. In the past, the clan boasted 3 foundation establishment cultivators, far stronger than now. But after a single beast tide and the calamity of heretical cultivators, only the old clan chief remained. Though the old chief has broken through to latest stage foundation establishment, his actual combat strength far exceeds. Before one man cannot be everywhere. If a beast tide erupts, the clan will suffer heavy losses again. As for me, Chen Qingyuan rubbed his brow. At merely the 4th layer of chi refining, he was barely above the lowest rung in the cultivation world. Still at the bottom. Truly unsettling. Pity there is no shortcut in cultivation. Save for falling to heresy and becoming a heretical cultivator using dark arts to rapidly advance. But that path despised by all was one he would never tread. Enough. Overthinking is futile. Better return to my cave and cultivate. Days later, the latest news arrived. Master Purple Cloud had reached the mountain border and negotiated with the Cold Flood Dragon King. The outcome was not the worst, but far from good. According to Master Purple Cloud himself, the Cold Flood Dragon King had withdrawn his beasts, but the beast tide would arrive early, in 10 to 12 years. No one knew how Master Purple Cloud had reached an agreement with the Dragon King, even pinning down the exact year of the beast tide. Yet as a human golden core cultivator, Master Purple Cloud would never speak falsely. That meant the cultivators of the Eclipsing Sun Mountain Range had only this final decade of peaceful cultivation. Upon hearing this news, the entire Eclipsing Sun Mountain Range descended into chaos. Master Purple Cloud's intention might have been to warn cultivators to prepare, urging them to cultivate well in the remaining 10 years. But who could have guessed that the news would prompt a massive exodus of rogue cultivators and small families from the Eclipsing Sun Mountain Range? Foundation establishment families and those of high-level chi refining cultivators had substantial assets in the range. Even knowing the beast tide would come, they had no choice but to stay. However, Master Purple Cloud was not overly angered. Every beast tide was a life-and-death crisis, but within extreme crisis lay equal opportunity. If he offered a few rare spiritual items, foundation establishment pills for instance, countless reckless rogue cultivators and families would dare to join. When the beast tide truly struck, perhaps even more cultivators would flock to the Eclipsing Sun Mountain Range. In the cultivation world, chaos always heralded opportunity, especially for heretical cultivators. On this day, while the foundation establishment cultivators and high-level members of various families had yet to return, 3 uninvited guests arrived in the southern part of the Eclipsing Sun Mountain Range. Among the trio, a man with a pale scholar's face spoke first. Elder brother, from what I see, the Liu family is too strong to take by force. The Chen family is too weak with little to gain. The Su family, however, is perfect. With the strength of us 3 brothers, we can surely. Third brother, you've grown too soft, turning your nose up at a foundation establishment family. In my view, let's plunder the Su family first, then the Chen family. Second brother speaks sense. Let's do it. It would take at least 10 or more days for the high-ranking members of the various clans to return, especially since the southern part of the Eclipse Sun Mountain Range was not adjacent to the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Consequently, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Chen Su and Lu families would take even longer to come back. At noon, Chen Qingyuan arrived, as usual, outside the cave, where Chen Qingyuan was in seclusion. She stood there silently, as if she could sense the beating of Chen Qing's heart through the formation and the stone door. Only here could she find a modicum of peace of mind. You? Chen Qingyuan murmured, wanting to say something, but when the words reached her lips her mind went blank, and she did not know what to say. If Chen Qingyuan were to pass away in seclusion within the cave, what would she do? She had not yet figured out such matters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as she was lost in thought, a transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Chen Qingyuan took it out and found it to be an earth-colored transmission talisman. All transmission talismans of the Qingyuan Chen clan were green, but this one was. After a moment of thought, Chen Qingyuan recalled that this was the talisman she had exchanged with Su Xinwen, a Qi Refinement Layer 9 cultivator from the Su family, over 2 years ago. At that time, because of the goodwill shown by the Su family, the two had wished to form a bond, so they exchanged transmission talismans, agreeing to contact each other if necessary. However, when Chen Qingyuan activated the talisman, what came through was Su Xinwen's urgent voice, "Fellow Taoist, save me." Just 4 words, nothing else. This indicated that Su Xinwen must have encountered some dire and dangerous situation. Chen Qingyuan immediately burned the transmission talisman in her hand, then sensed the general direction of Su Xinwen based on the fluctuations emitted. Moi. It's not far from Bluestone Town. Chen Qingyuan became immediately alert. It was not that she doubted Su Xinwen, but Su Xinwen herself was a Qi Refinement Layer 9 cultivator. If even she was this panicked and had come all the way to Qingyuan Mountain for help, then the danger she faced was likely beyond Chen Qingquan's ability to resolve as well. With this in mind, Chen Qingyuan quickly took out the banner flags for controlling the moon-shrouding, star-veiling grand formation, ensuring the formation could be fully activated at a moment's notice. Only then did she summon her flying sword, preparing to descend the mountain and investigate. By this time, Su Xinwen had lost all the elegance she had displayed when she first visited Qingyuan Mountain. Her white robes were stained with blood and grime, though she did not appear to be seriously injured. It was unclear whose blood she bore. A look of slight panic was on Su Xinwen's face, but sensing that she was about to reach Qingyuan Mountain, she felt somewhat relieved. At least with the Chen family's mountain protecting formation, those 3 behind me won't be able to break in. And not far behind her, 3 figures were indeed following closely, the distance between them continuing to shrink. Thinking of the second-rank spirit vein she had been guarding now, with only herself having escaped, the rest of her clan members having been cruelly murdered, and the spirit vein polluted and destroyed by the 3 heretic cultivators behind her, Su Xinwen was overwhelmed with grief. At the same time, her hatred for the heretic cultivators burned like a raging fire in her heart. A second-rank spirit vein was not easy to establish, but polluting it was far simpler. Those 3 heretic cultivators behind her had not only slaughtered all her clansmen and many mortals, but had also thrown some unknown blood into the spirit veins before leaving, contaminating the entire vein. The cost to repair it would be considerable. Behind Su Xinwen, Yuan, when the white-robed scholar was flying on his sword, and asked his elder and second brothers, "Ahead lies the territory of the Qingyuan Chen clan. Should we continue the pursuit?" The eldest brother, Duan Zhong, snorted, "What of the Qingyuan Chen clan? Not only were we planning to come here anyway, but as long as we don't enter their clan grounds, and just enjoy some mortals, what danger could there be?" The second brother, Duan Xiu, smirked lecherously. "Who knows, maybe after we catch that Su family's Qi Refinement Layer 9 young lady, we 3 brothers can have some fun with her first." The 3 had not decided to target the Chen family on a whim. They knew that the Chen family's mortal towns had no formation protection and no foundation establishment cultivators stationed there. They had no fear of the other Qi Refinement cultivators of the Chen family. Heretic cultivators were bound by no taboos. As long as a method could quickly enhance their power, they would do anything, even slaughtering cities, exterminating clans, or refining humans. Thus they were mostly insane and acted recklessly. In the chase, Su Xinwen finally saw Bluestone Town ahead, and a figure hovering in midair, Chen Qingyuan. "Fellow Taoist Qingyuan, beware of the 3 heretic cultivators at the peak of Qi Refinement Layer 9 behind me." Su Xinwen immediately informed Chen Qingyuan of the situation regarding her pursuers. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was startled. 3 at the peak of Qi Refinement Layer 9. Heretic cultivators. However, she had no time to ask Su Xinwen for details. She immediately assumed a combat stance, for in her field of vision, the 3 heretic cultivators had already arrived. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward holding her long sword and commanded, "Stop right there, you 3. This is the territory of the Qingyuan Chen clan." Qingyuan Mountain was right behind her. As long as she maintained proper distance, Chen Qingyuan was confident she could lead Su Xinwen back and activate the formation immediately. However, for the sake of the 50,000 mortals in Bluestone Town, she had to try to negotiate with the three, even if the hope was slim. Any chance, however faint, of persuading them to leave was worthwhile. As the three Duan brothers arrived, the second brother, Duan Xiao, chuckled, "Oh, another pretty little lady. What are all you Foundation establishment families left with only womenfolk?" Chen Qingyuan's expression was impassive. "Would you dare say that if our family's ancestor were present?" Duan Xiao's lips twitched. What a stupid question. If their ancestor were here, the three brothers wouldn't even dare to show their faces. The third brother, Duan Wen, chuckled lightly and said, "The young lady speaks truly, but may I ask where your family's ancestor is now?" The eldest brother, Duan Zhong, reached out to stop the other two from speaking further. "Enough chatter. Let's quickly enjoy some blood food and withdraw. After all, this is the Chun family's clan grounds. Oh, we should show them some face." Yet despite his words, Duan Zhong's demeanor showed no sign of respect as he spoke of blood food right in front of Chen Qingyuan, an elder of the Chen family. So there is no room for negotiation. Chen Qingyuan pondered countermeasures. But at present she had no spare offensive second-rank talismans, and the talisman treasure had been taken by the clan leader. For the moment, aside from retreating to Qingyuan Mountain, there seemed to be no other option. At Qingyuan Mountain, inside the clan leader's cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. He sighed softly. Really, can't a person get a little more rest? He was covered in blood and grime, his physical body appearing far from perfect. In fact, he looked even more disheveled than Su Xinwen, who was being hunted outside. Yet at the same time, an extremely powerful pressure emanated from within him. The pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. This signified that Chen Qingyuan had now become a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. Enduring the agony of physical dissolution, he had managed to hold on, guiding the spiritual energy within his body to liquefy and successfully establishing his foundation. Before the town of Qingshi, Duan Zhong let out a sinister laugh. "Ladies, there's no need for more words. Step aside obediently and let us brothers partake in some blood sacrifice, and we shall leave on our own accord. Or perhaps you two have taken a fancy to us brothers. Staying to play along would be agreeable as well." Duan Xiao stepped forward as well. Chen Qingyuan ignored his words, her heart growing heavy. Alone she and Su Xinwen, both at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, could never stop the three of them. The greatest difference between heretical cultivators and ordinary ones was their overwhelmingly formidable combat prowess, at the same level often allowing them to challenge those of higher ranks. Ordinary cultivators practicing techniques either gained immense combat power but advanced slowly, or cultivated swiftly but remained weak in battle. For instance, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation of the Azure Mystic Transformation Rain art granted a significant boost to combat power, yet it also slowed his cultivation speed. Chen Qingyuan turned to glance at Su Xinwen, blood-refining heretics. Su Xinwen nodded. Blood-refining heretics were a type of heretic cultivator, and typically even those treading the path of heresy often diverged into three branches. These were spirit-binding, blood-refining, and heresy worship. Spirit-binding was the path most heretics took, refining soul-slaying banners to gather cultivators' spirits for their own use. The greatest advantage of the spirit-binding path for heretics was its concealment. Like Yuan Sanren, who hid himself well until his death at Chen Daoxuan's hands, no one knew his identity as a heretic. As for blood refining, it involved refining the blood of living beings using special techniques to turn it into nourishment for oneself, thereby achieving rapid advancement in cultivation. Thus, the spiritual energy of blood refining heretics was already tainted by blood and baleful aura, giving them an advantage in conflicts with ordinary cultivators. Finally, heresy worship was a path only high-level heretics could tread, quite rare, so ordinary cultivators need not worry too much about them. Chen Qingyuan swiftly reviewed her memories of the three heretic paths, her heart growing heavier with each thought. If they were spirit-binding heretics, they might not covet the souls of mortals, for mortal souls were too feeble, difficult to bind, and offering little combat utility. But blood refining was different. Even mortal blood contained the unique spirituality of the human race, and blood-refining heretics would never refuse such a bounty. Seeing Chen Qingyuan and Su Xinwen blocking the mortal town for so long, without moving, the Duan brothers gradually lost their patience. By then, dozens of cultivators had gathered at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, but Chen Qingyuan had ordered them not to step out of the formation without her command, so they remained. "Brother Qingyuan, these three are so arrogant." Chen Qingyuan pointed at the image of the Duan brothers transmitted back by the reflection plate. "The old patriarch and the others are away. These heretics sure know how to pick their timing." Chen Qingyuan fumed inwardly. These fellows had no other skills but infighting. If all cultivators were like them, wouldn't the entire cultivation world turn into a hellish inferno? Oomph. Chen Qingyuan, standing beside him, snorted coldly. If you ask me, with so many cultivators from our Qingyuan clan, even without the old patriarch, why should we fear the three of them? Let's charge straight out and fight to the death. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's brutish demeanor, Chen Qingyuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. With so many of us most at the mid-layers of Qi refinement, what's the difference between charging at a perfected 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator and walking to our deaths? A perfected 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator already surpassed an ordinary 9th-layer in combat power, let alone those in the mid-layers. Then Chen Qingyuan sized up Chen Qingyuan and added, besides, what cultivation level are you at now? At the early layer of Qi refinement, what right do you have to fight them? For some reason, Chen Qingyuan always felt that this bloodline of the Chen clan carried a certain warlike trait. The old patriarch's second uncle, and now even Chen Qingyuan. Was it the same? Chen Qingyuan chuckled sheepishly. Haha, I suppose so. Facing three perfected 9th-layer Qi refinement heretics, their best move was to stay on Qingyuan Mountain, relying on the moon-shrouding, star-veiling grand formation to ensure their safety at least. At that moment, Duan Zhong, the eldest of the Duan brothers, stepped forward, first his spiritual energy surging as faint blood-colored mist began to emerge around him. Triple demon body. With his roar, Duan Xiao and Duan Wen simultaneously moved to his sides, pressing their palms against him. Vast quantities of blood-colored mist poured from the two of them, flowing through their palms into Duan Zhong's body, then channeled and released by him. In an instant, a massive blood-colored phantom began to take shape, its form growing clearer as the three continued to release their blood mist. The triple demon body was the Duan brothers' infamous heretic art, bearing some notoriety in other regions, and now it was revealed for the first time at Eclipse Sun Mountain. This technique consolidated the blood and qi of the three Duan brothers into a demonic form of immense power, which had once allowed them to escape from a foundation establishment cultivator. Though only at the early stage, it was still a feat worth boasting. That's the move. Su Xinwen's eyes flickered with terror. They used it to break through my clan's formation. Outside the second-order spiritual vein, Su Xinwen guarded the Su clan, had also set up a first-order superior formation reinforced by several cultivators, including her at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, yet it was still breached. Let's go. Chen Qingyuan sighed, inwardly knowing she had to make a choice. If they didn't leave, both of them would surely die here. Big brother, they're running. Should we chase? Chase your head. Chase after them to die. Duan Zhong scolded Duan Wen without turning back. Was the clan land of a foundation establishment family so easy to invade? Could they withstand a second-order formation? It was all talk. They cultivated heresy, but they hadn't lost their minds. Oh, Duan Wen's tone was dejected. Enough, third brother. Go enjoy the blood sacrifice quickly, lest their ancestor returns, and we three brothers face divine retribution today. Duan Xiao urged. They had already gained much from the Su clan's second-order spiritual vein. With over 50,000 mortals in the Chen clan, devouring a few thousand bodies was their limit. Chen Qingyuan led Su Xinwen flying back to the foot of Qingyuan Mountain. Looking back, she saw the three hadn't pursued, but instead descended their blood-colored Dharma body, preparing to attack the mortal town. Her heart sank. If they had given chase, it would have been to their advantage, but now directly attacking the mortals. Just as everyone was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them. What no one is cultivating today. All gathered here to watch the excitement. Chen Qingyuan turned around, and the person before her was her husband, Chen Qingyuan, whom she had longed for nearly 3 months. However, Chen Qingyuan's condition was far from good. His body was covered in blood and filth, and worse, his left arm was completely reduced to a skeletal state. For a cultivator, maintaining the bodhi's impermeability is quite necessary. Otherwise, during the moment of breakthrough, the difficulty of said breakthrough may increase significantly. Now that the flesh and blood of Chen Qingyuan's left hand had vanished, it signified that during his seclusion, he had been utterly unable to attend to his own physical condition. Anxiety breeds confusion. Chen Qingyuan, worried about Chen Qingyuan's injuries, failed to notice the aura of foundation establishment emanating from within him. The others naturally also saw Chen Qingyuan's left hand, but he was quite carefree. Striding towards Qingshi town, he said softly to Chen Qingyuan, "Though the damage to the flesh is troublesome, it is not beyond remedy in the future. Do not worry too much for me." Even as he said this, everyone knew that spiritual herbs capable of mending flesh were incomparably precious and hardly easy to obtain. Chen Qingyuan then shifted his tone. As for these fellows who took advantage of the chaos to attack our Qingyuan Chen clan, they must be slain as a warning to others. As the last word fell, Chen Qingyuan formed hand seals, and in an instant 12 Qingyuan swords were summoned. Though top-grade magical artifacts were now far beneath his realm, and the 12 swords remained unrepaired. Yet lacking a spiritual weapon for the moment, he had to make do. It was then that everyone perceived the pressure unique to Chen Qingyuan's foundation establishment level. What? The seventh elder. He established his foundation. What seventh elder? Call him patriarch now. Su Xinwen blinked, turning her head stiffly towards Chen Qingyuan. So there's a second foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Qingyuan was equally stirred, tears welled in her eyes, fearing it was an illusion. But the sound of her husband Chen Qingyuan's flying sword cleaving the sky told everyone that this was real. At that moment, the three Yuan brothers were about to attack the mortals of Qingshi town below when flying swords descended from the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. 12 flying swords struck in succession, and their triple demonic forms dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Who? Is it a Duan Zhong and his brothers looked up to investigate only to be assailed by a tremendous sword-intent-laden pressure. Big brother, it's a foundation establishment cultivator. Duan Xiu's heart tightened. Duan Wen remarked in confusion. That's not right. Where did a foundation establishment cultivator come from? Wasn't it said their patriarch hadn't returned yet? Abandoning his scholar decorum, he asked, urgently pondering whether their prior intelligence had been flawed. Don't panic. Duan Zhong the eldest was far more composed. It seems he's at most at the early foundation establishment stage. It's not like we three brothers haven't faced such opponents before. Regarding their demonic forms being instantly crushed, Duan Zhong assumed they had merely not infused enough mana and blood essence. Otherwise, not even a foundation establishment cultivator could break them so easily. Oh, Chen Qingyuan descended slowly from the sky, without any magical artifact or spiritual weapon. Soaring through the air was precisely the ability of a foundation establishment cultivator. He chuckled, asking with seeming curiosity, "You managed to escape from a foundation establishment cultivator before. It seems your strength is indeed not insignificant. Hey, you flatter us, you flatter us." Duan Wen rubbed his head, looking embarrassed. Duan Zhong shot him a speechless glance, then said gravely, "Since a senior presides over this place, we three brothers have been discourteous. We shall take our leave immediately." Seeing that Chen Qingyuan seemed amenable, Duan Zhong immediately grew eager to retreat. If they could avoid fighting a foundation establishment cultivator, it was for the best. "Fine, you may go." Chen Qingyuan still wore a smile, yet the palpable murderous intent in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Duan Zhong took a deep breath, pulling back Duan Wen, who was about to turn and leave, and said in a low voice, "Since the senior refuses to let us go, we have no choice but to fight. But I wonder, can the mortals here withstand our magical duel?" Duan Zhong was no fool. He had already discerned that Chen Qingyuan was toying with them with no intention of letting them go. Thus he pointed to the mortal houses with their doors tightly shut, hoping to bind Chen Qingyuan's hands and feet, preventing him from using his full strength. He also noted the anomaly of Chen Qingyuan's left hand gaining more confidence. This was not only a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator, but also one grievously injured. For an ordinary newly advanced, severely wounded foundation establishment cultivator, subduing the three Duan brothers might indeed be uncertain given their proven record of escaping from such a cultivator. However, they could never have known that Chen Qingyuan was a Tianyuan Foundation establishment cultivator, the most difficult to achieve among all foundation establishment cultivators. They simply could not be judged by common standards. Only those with great talent or immense fortune could succeed in Tianyuan Foundation establishment, a conclusion drawn by cultivators over thousands upon thousands of years. Chen Qingyuan finally dropped his smile. The rage within him had long been barely containable, especially since these three chi-refining evil cultivators dared to threaten him. Whooshed! Without a word, Chen Qingyuan did not manipulate his flying swords, but instead raised his skeletal left arm. What is second uncle planning to do? Chen Qingyuan wondered. Shouldn't he be more careful to protect his left hand? He was not alone in his confusion. The three Duan brothers facing Chen Qingyuan were equally puzzled. Could his skeletal arm be used like a flying sword? But soon they understood why. A mysterious sword intent radiated from Chen Qingyuan's body, then materialized into tangible sword chi coiling around his skeletal left arm. Phantom Rain. Sword formation. Murmuring softly, Chen Qingyuan manipulated the sword chi, unleashing a technique he knew all too well. At that moment, though no physical flying sword was in hand, the sky suddenly filled with azure, flying swords, their source being the sword chi entwined around Chen Qingyuan's skeletal left arm. Descend. Instantly, the rain of swords in the sky transformed into bone-scraping blades raining down densely upon the three. Condense. The three Duan brothers cried out in unison. A blood-colored phantom twice as large as before coalesced once more. Yet before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the sky-filling sword Qi descended. The blood-colored phantom capable of withstanding ordinary Foundation establishment attacks was pierced and shattered like tattered cloth. Duan Zhong had imagined their duel with Chen Qingyuan would be earth-shattering, but that was merely his own wishful thinking. Swish, swish, swish. The sky-filling sword Qi brought with it a sky-filling spray of blood. The three Duan brothers didn't even utter a final word before turning into pools of blood. The watching clan members naturally cheered, but Chen Qingyuan found it unremarkable, merely slaying 3 Qi refining evil cultivators. When Uncle Daoxian returns, I'll have a good talk with him. After all, I'm neither greatly talented nor greatly fortunate. Eclipse Sun Mountain Range. Chen Daoxian was hastening back to his clan with his kinsmen. Having been away for so long, he was deeply concerned about whether the clan had encountered any troubles, whether Qingxiu had emerged from seclusion, and other such matters. Though only a little over 2 months had passed without himself a Foundation establishment cultivator guarding the clan, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Glancing back at the clansmen behind him, he saw them all dejected without any joy of returning home. This was only natural. Although they had completed the mission for the Purple Cloud sect and would receive a decent reward, the cost had been heavy. However, this expedition to the 10,000 Beast Mountain border had still cost the lives of several clansmen. It wasn't that Chen Daoxian hadn't tried to protect them, but he himself had been assigned a mid-second-year beast, leaving him unable to lend a hand, which led to the casualties. He turned to look at Chen Daoxian beside him. Chen Daoxian was half leaning against the edge of the second-tier green leaf shuttle, appearing in a rather poor state. Chen Daoxian said with a pained heart, "Daoxian, hold on. We'll be home soon. I still have a returning true pill. Once you take it, you'll be fine." The returning true pill was a top-grade first-tier elixir akin to the stabilizing true pill, both being premier healing remedies for their respective cultivation levels and difficult to refine. Chen Daoxian shook his head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I'm old now. Why waste such a pill on me? A bit more rest back home will suffice." Chen Daoxian understood that for his age at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he was already a man with 1 foot in the grave. He didn't wish to consume the clan's precious resources. The clan had no one skilled in alchemy, so many valuable elixirs had to be bartered at the market or purchased at a high price directly from the Purple Cloud sect. Chen Daoxian naturally understood his thoughts. During this beast suppression, Chen Daoxian had been gravely wounded while trying to relieve the pressure on the Qing generation. Without the healing of the returning true pill, his remaining lifespan might be drastically shortened. Chen Daoxian, however, was quite philosophical. He had long put matters of life and death aside. The only thing he regretted was, "The sole pity is that I fear I won't live to see Qinghao or Qingyuan establish their foundations." Chen Qinghao has entered the sect to cultivate. Whether he can establish his foundation is up to fate. The clan has done all it can. As for Chen Qingyuan, Chen Daoxian knew him better than Chen Daoxian did. Perhaps even Chen Qingyuan himself didn't know that the Grand Elder Chen Daoxian had always been watching over him. As for Qingyuan, he is a child blessed with deep fortune, quietly walking ahead of everyone else. Daoxuan, if he ever has the chance, I implore you to find a way to procure a Foundation establishment pill for him. I understand, Daoxian. You should rest now. Chen Daoxuan's heart was heavy. His younger clan brother Chen Daoxian, though not in immediate danger, seemed to have little time left, perhaps 6 or 7 years at most. As he had said, even the returning true pill could not restore the years already lost. Chen Daoxian was simply too old. The second elder Chen Daowu also approached. He was the youngest of the Dao generation, yet he too was nearly 100 years old and no longer young. At this moment, the last 3 members of the Dao generation from the Qingyuan Chen clan were all present. Chen Daowu sighed with emotion. "I wonder after we depart how far the clan will go and whether it can reclaim its former glory." He turned to Chen Daoxian. "Daoxuan, it seems you'll have to see that for Daoxian and me. Why do you both come to me with such words? Are you trying to upset me on purpose?" Chen Daoxian feigned anger. "Haha, it's just a feeling. Daoxuan, you're the eldest, shouldn't you be more tolerant of your unaccomplished younger brothers?" Several days passed. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Eclipse Sun Mountain Range gradually returned to their clans. Among them, those from the southern part received 2 shocking pieces of news upon their return. "What? One of our second-tier spirit veins has been contaminated." The Su clan chief frowned, listening to Su Xinwen's report. Beside him, the Su clan's grand elder was clutching his head in pain. The spirit vein destroyed by the Duan brothers had been his cultivation site. Now not only was the vein contaminated, but all his clansmen there, save for Su Xinwen, had perished. How could this not cause him anguish? Coupled with the losses of some late Qi refinement clansmen during the expedition to the 10,000 Demon Mountain border, the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Su clan found it hard to bear. What happened afterward, the Su clan chief asked. He wanted to know how the Chen clan had helped after Su Xinwen sought their aid, especially since the Chen clan seemed weaker than the Su clan now. Later, the Chen clan's Chen Qingyuan successfully established his foundation and directly killed the three. Su Xinwen had initially wanted to describe it as chopped into mincemeat, but that seemed too bloody, so she settled on killed. The Su clan elder, who had been frowning in dejection, suddenly raised his head upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had established his foundation. Oh, at the Lu clan. What? The Chen clan's Chen Qingyuan has established his foundation. Where did he get a foundation establishment pill? That one from the Purple Cloud sect, cough. Lu clan chief Lu Changming had also learned of Chen Qingyuan's foundation establishment. Well, perhaps he succeeded with that defective foundation establishment pill, Lu Xinzong analyzed. Lu Changming's face darkened. The secret of that defective pill was a scheme he had concocted with a Purple Cloud sect elder to drain the Chen clan's resources and hinder their development. He had even paid a sum of spirit stones for it, all of which went to the elder, and now Chen Qingyuan had actually succeeded in establishing his foundation. Lu Changming believed the defective pill's toxicity wasn't strong enough, thus allowing Chen Qingyuan to succeed by chance. He was unaware that Chen Qingyuan had achieved a heavenly foundation establishment on his own. At Qingyuan Mountain, the gloom over the entire Chen clan had been swept away. Even Chen Daojian, still recovering from severe injuries, insisted on congratulating Chen Qingyuan before retreating to recuperate. Qingyuan, you've suffered a great deal during this seclusion. Chen Daoxian sat side by side with Chen Qingyuan, sighing as he looked at the skeletal arm. Yet whether it was an illusion, Chen Daoxian felt a faint sharp aura from the skeletal arm. A sword aura, as he was also skilled in the blade. In truth, the suffering Chen Qingyuan endured could not be captured by the word great. When his physical body dissolved, the excruciating pain that pierced his very soul was beyond human endurance. Chen Qingyuan had nearly ended his own life several times. Had it not been for his sword while keeping his mind clear, he would have long since fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Even so, his left arm had transformed into its current state. The Qingyuan sect. By the decree of the sect master, the internal selection begins today. The internal selection is a grand event that occurs once every 10 years in the Qingyuan sect. It signifies that the elders of the sect will soon accept disciples, and being taken under the wing of a foundation establishment elder means having a solid backing. However, this internal selection is taking place a few years earlier than expected, which comes as a thunderous shock to many. After all, for cultivators, time equates to cultivation level. Losing a few years of practice signifies a disparity in realms even between mid and late stages of qi refinement. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the announcement released by the sect, taking a deep breath. Why is it starting so soon? If it weren't for this sudden change, Chen Qingyuan would have been confident in reaching the mid-qi refinement stage, which would have allowed him to compete at a general level in the internal selection. With the benefits his family had provided to Elder Yao over the years, it was highly probable that he could enter the inner sect directly. But now, with his cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement, it would be extremely difficult to contend with those of the mid and late stages among his peers. Such misfortune! Such misfortune! Chen Qingyuan bit his lip tightly, blood seeping out. If he couldn't become a disciple of Elder Yao this time, he would have to continue as an outer sect disciple for another 10 years. 10 years. For a qi refinement cultivator, how many 10 years can one truly have? Missing this step could mean losing out on the chance to acquire a foundation establishment pill. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyuan felt increasingly frustrated, yet he found himself powerless, not even daring to blame anyone. Just then Han Yu approached. Junior brother Qingyuan, the master is looking for you. Understood, thank you, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan's heart trembled. What could Elder Yao want with him? Was it to discuss the internal selection? Han Yu, unaware of Chen Qingyuan's anxiety, felt a deeper sense of camaraderie this time. He walked to Chen Qingyuan's side and said, Qingyuan, the internal competition is about to begin, and there's not much I can do to help you. Take this spiritual talisman, or it might be of use. Before Chen Qingyuan could react, a talisman was already pressed into his hand. When he looked down, he saw it was a high-grade, first-level spiritual talisman. This? How can I accept this, senior brother? Chen Qingyuan declined in astonishment, knowing that Han Yu was a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator. But Han Yu himself had no family backing except for Elder Yao. A high-grade, first-level spiritual talisman was undoubtedly precious to him. How could he accept it? Yet Han Yu insisted, stating candidly, Junior brother Qingyuan, I won't hide it from you. Your family has recently produced another foundation establishment cultivator, now dubbed the White Bone Divine Sword, and news of this has spread through the Shitter Mountain range. I thought it wise to befriend you in advance. Hailing from humble beginnings, Han Yu had always been cautious since joining the sect. However, he possessed the talent of discerning people well, adeptly interacting with cultivators of various temperaments. He knew that Chen Qingyuan came from a foundation establishment family and had considerable talent. Logically, someone of such status would eventually join the inner sect, but this urgency must stem from the desire to maximize every moment of cultivation for sufficient contributions to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Thus, upon learning that the Chen family had produced another foundation establishment cultivator, Han Yu naturally felt more enthusiastic than before, even going as far as lowering his status to win over Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing the news from Han Yu, Chen Qingyuan was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. As an outer sect disciple, his sources of information were far less extensive than Han Yu's, so it was only now that he discovered someone from his family had indeed achieved foundation establishment. But Chen Qingyuan returned to his senses from his joy, still excitedly clutching Han Yu's sleeve, asking, "Senior brother, do you know which elder from my family successfully established their foundation?" Although he had been sent to the Qingyuan sect at a young age, he was still aware of the 9 elders in his family. However, he had not heard of any elder using the weapon White Bone. Han Yu replied with familiarity, "I don't know the specific name, but I heard they excel in swordsmanship. Otherwise, they wouldn't possess the title of Divine Sword." Unbeknownst to them, the title White Bone Divine Sword had initially emerged from the Su family, aimed at fostering a good relationship with the Chen family. Chen Qingyuan nodded. "Then I have a rough idea of which elder it is." He bowed to Han Yu, saying, "I must thank you, senior brother, for your guidance and today's generous gift. I will not forget it in the future." Regarding Han Yu's straightforward desire to befriend him, Chen Qingyuan felt no discomfort. Instead, he viewed Han Yu as a sincere person, one worthy of friendship. After all, in the world of cultivation, if you lack anything that attracts attention, who would pay you any mind? Seeing his objective achieved, Han Yu smiled and remarked, "It's just a small matter. You should go find the master, don't keep him waiting." Outside Elder Yao's cave residence, upon spotting Chen Qingyuan from afar, Elder Yao immediately put on a smiling face and stepped forward. "Qingyuan, how has your cultivation been lately? Is everything going smoothly?" Chen Qingyuan came to a halt, first bowing, then respectfully replying, "Elder, I have been diligent in my cultivation, but I am still a bit short of the 4th layer of qi refinement." Elder Yao, of course, knew what Chen Qingyuan was trying to say, as his purpose for summoning him today was precisely this. "Do you know that the internal competition is about to begin?" Chen Qingyuan's expression grew slightly bitter. He understood that the key to becoming an inner disciple did not solely rely on strength. It was the elders of the inner sect that mattered. "Elder, I am incompetent and unable to reach the mid-qi refinement stage. Oh, I fear this time." Although he said this, Chen Qingyuan gazed eagerly at Elder Yao. It was impossible for the elder to ignore all the benefits he had received from his family. Moreover, with another foundation establishment member emerging from his family, the family crisis had theoretically been resolved. It was time for them to think of a way forward. Elder Yao maintained his smile, then reached into his storage bag and pulled out a flying sword. "Qingyuan, I've seen your diligence here. I can't do much for you in this internal competition, but take this high-grade first-level flying sword, the Xiantian sword." Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, Chen Qingyuan felt a chill in his heart. Did the elder really want to reap the benefits without offering help? This Xiantian sword looked like the standard flying swords given to ordinary disciples in the sect, at best a rare high-grade first-level sword, and the material used for this one was unknown, appearing entirely azure. But what use would it be? Even if he could barely wield it, could he really rely on a high-grade flying sword to contend against cultivators at the mid or late stages of qi refinement? Elder Yao continued, "Oh, and remember to use this flying sword during the competition. Don't let down the good intentions of this elder." Ha! Moi. Chen Qingyuan seemed to understand something, and then he rejoiced. "Thank you for bestowing the sword, elder. Thank you for bestowing the sword." Qingyuan Mountain. Qingshu, there remain 3 spirit artifacts within the clan. Would you care to examine which suits you best? Chen Daoxian knew Chen Qingshu lacked a personal life-bound spirit artifact, and thus came to inquire. For a foundation establishment cultivator, the presence or absence of a second-rank spirit artifact could entail a vast disparity in combat prowess. Thus, many unaffiliated cultivators, who had exhausted their entire fortunes merely to achieve foundation establishment, were compelled afterward to amass spirit stones to purchase such an artifact. Chen Qingshu shook his head. "No need. I have already examined the 3 remaining spirit artifacts in the clan. They are all esoteric artifacts unsuited to my cultivation path. In truth, my own sword qi serves me far better." Chen Qingshu did not disdain esoteric artifacts, yet having trained with the sword since childhood, abandoning sword techniques might well diminish his martial efficacy. Chen Daoxian frowned and urged, Qingxiu, I know you now bear the title White-Bone Divine Sword, yet your physical body remains incomplete, a flaw that will inevitably hinder your future breakthroughs. To wield your left arm's humorous as a spirit blade, to channel sword intent through bone itself, is indeed a unique martial method exclusive to you. Yet each battle may well become a trial by fire for that very arm. Chen Qingyuan nodded solemnly, fully aware of the underlying truth. I shall wait a while. First accumulate some spirit stones, then commission a flying sword from a trusted artisan. Though he believed channeling sword intent directly through his left arm yielded greater destructive power, Chen Qingyuan accepted Chen Daoshuan's counsel and resolved to save spirit stones for a custom-forged flying sword. Alas, it is unlikely I shall ever have the chance to forge a full set of flying swords, Chen Qingyuan remarked with quiet resignation. A single second-rank spirit artifact commanded an exorbitant price, were he to replicate his chi refinementary ambition, forging 12 such flying swords. The required spirit stones would amount to an astronomical sum. Yet before that one matter remains, Chen Daoshuan said with a chuckle. What matter? Chen Qingyuan asked, puzzled by his uncle's enigmatic smile. What else could it be? You must hasten to join with Qingqian, and sow another seed of cultivation upon Qingyuan Mountain. Chen Daoshuan laughed, pointing playfully at him. The likelihood of cultivators producing offspring bearing spiritual roots vastly exceeded that of ordinary mortals, though the probability remained modest nonetheless. Chen Qingyuan nodded gravely. Indeed, indeed. Winter receded, spring arrived. A year passed like mist on wind. After returning to Qingyuan Mountain, Chen Qingyuan, delayed by myriad affairs, remained there indefinitely, never resuming his post on Baihu. Instead, he entrusted his second uncle Chen Qingxiu, who guarded the isle, to bring back Xiaobai. Originally only Chen Qingyuan and his second uncle Chen Qingxiu cultivated qi refinement on Baihu Isle. Now that his uncle had achieved foundation establishment, his daily demand for spiritual energy surged dramatically, rendering Chen Qingyuan's continued presence there unnecessary. Opening his eyes within his cave abode, Chen Qingyuan dissipated the surplus spiritual energy gathered around his body and rose from his stone meditation seat. After a brief internal inspection of his dantian, a faint smile curved his lips. In over a year, my qi refinement level 4 cultivation has progressed past the halfway mark. At this pace, breakthrough to level 5 may come in less than 2 years, perhaps even within another year. Refining one's qi was inherently a slow, meticulous art, yet his current progress rivaled that of dual spiritual prodigies. Between levels 4 and 5, and again between 5 and 6, the rate of advancement remains roughly comparable. Thus, attaining latest-stage qi refinement before the next beast tide arrives seems all but certain. Chen Qingyuan calculated inwardly, should he break through to level 5 next year, and then advance to level 6, in just over 3 more years, he would still possess 6 to 7 years before the beast tide struck. With such time at his disposal, he held unwavering confidence in shattering the barrier between mid-stage and latest-stage qi refinement, and perhaps advancing even further. Moreover, our clan's fortunes have markedly improved. Over this past year, my second uncle and the elder patriarch have been hailed together as the twin swords of Qingyuan. Even the Liu clan has signaled its willingness to foster amity. Among established foundation establishment clans, cultivating goodwill took many forms, the most common being intermarriage, typically practiced among ordinary families. Should trust deepen, marriages between cultivators themselves became plausible, yet such unions demanded profound mutual confidence. Just then, Chen Qingyuan sensed movement outside his cave abode. Opening the entrance, he beheld a small flying sword hovering midair, its aura unmistakably that of the elder patriarch. Qingyuan, come to the clan assembly hall. Upon receiving the summons, Chen Qingyuan swiftly tidied his abode and soared skyward on his flying sword toward the assembly hall. Before long, the assembly hall loomed into view. Chen Qingyuan noted guests had arrived today. The middle-aged man standing ahead radiated an awe-inspiring, palpable pressure, betraying immense power. Beside the elder patriarch stood Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong, already poised and smiling warmly at him. Chen Qingyuan offered a slight nod in greeting before descending from his flying sword. Qingyuan, come pay respects to Patriarch Liu of the Liu clan. Chen Daoshuan stepped forward beside him and gestured toward the middle-aged man. Chen Qingyuan's heart stirred. So this was Patriarch Liu Changming, whose overwhelming aura now made perfect sense. Though Qingyuan Chen and the Liu clan had long been antagonistic, surface decorum could not be neglected. Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Liu Changming stroked his long beard and smiled. Young one, no need for such formality. I have been friends with your clan's venerable ancestor for decades. Why stand on ceremony? Of course, these were mere pleasantries. Beside him, Chen Daoshuan wore a tight, humorless smile. while inwardly scoffing who the hell claims decades of friendship with you. Were it not for Purple Cloud sex influence, I'd have run you through with my sword long ago. Since breaking through to latest stage foundation establishment, and with Chen Qingyuan likewise achieving foundation establishment, Chen Daoshuan's temper had grown fiercely volatile, his reputation as the blood sun divine soared ever more fearsome. It was precisely this growing might that compelled Lu Changming, swallowing his pride, to dispatch repeated envoys seeking alliance with Qingyuan Chen. Now he had even come in person. Hearing Lu Changming's courteous words, Chen Qingyuan knew better than to take them at face value. He simply smiled, retreated behind the elder patriarch, and took his place beside Chen Qingji and Chen Qingrong. He also noticed that Lu Changming had brought several seemingly young clan members, whose purpose remained unclear. Could they be here for sparring? Yet upon closer sensing, none appeared particularly formidable. Though Lu Changming's oppressive aura clouded perception, Chen Qingyuan could still discern. None surpassed him significantly in cultivation level. As the assembly entered the hall, Chen Daoxian, as clan patriarch, took the floor first, speaking plainly. Brother Lu, what brings you to us this time? Privately chagrined at the subtle slight, Lu Changming's lips twitched, but meeting Chen Daoshuan's faint knowing smile, he reluctantly swallowed his indignation and replied with forced cheer, we've long neglected communication between our clans. I've brought several of our younger generation to spar and exchange insights with yours. I wonder how my younger brother intends to spar. Chen Daoxian knew that Lu Changming's visit was not merely to engage in friendly sparring with the younger generation, but since the other party was not in a hurry, he felt no need to rush either. In that case, Feng and Yuan, which of you will demonstrate first to clan leader Chen? Lu Changming gestured to the two clan members behind him, a man and a woman who appeared to be older than Chen Qingyuan and the others. Chen Daoxian nodded in tacit approval. This was not an issue. He believed that the two would not act recklessly in his presence. Moreover, a pain point for clan cultivators is that when their cultivation is low, they are overly protected, resulting in a lack of actual combat experience. There is no harm in having a spar with them. Even if he loses, it is not a significant matter. Thus, Lu Chongfeng stepped forward, his eyes shining as he looked at Chen Qingyuan. I am Lu Chongfeng, and I would like to ask for your guidance. Though he said this, his actual target was Chen Qingyuan. After all, the clan leader had instructed him before coming that this visit to the Chen family was not meant to create animosity. The young man who had arrived last seemed to possess the strength to fight him, so naturally he chose him. However, when Chen Qingyuan met his gaze, he appeared somewhat reluctant to take action. Even though he could skillfully separate a wood spirit clone, using his Qingmu escape technique, he had few other means to confront an opponent. What if he had to strike without retreating? Should he throw a spirit talisman at him? Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting spirit stones? Behind him, Chen Qingji had already noticed Chen Qingyuan's reluctance to step up, so he took a step forward and said, "I'll go." Chen Qingji was originally a combative person, but no one in the clan was willing to spar with him, and Chen Qingyuan was always in seclusion. As for Chen Qingrong, while her cultivation level was a bit too low, Lu Chongfeng observed that it was another person behind Chen Qingyuan, responding feeling somewhat disappointed. He frowned and glanced at Lu Chongyun beside him. However, Lu Chongyun was absorbed in brushing her long hair, seemingly indifferent to everything happening around her. Lu Chongfeng's eyes dimmed for a moment before he addressed Chen Qingji once more. I am Lu Chongfeng. I have been cultivating for over 7 years, and now am at the 4th layer of qi refinement. The implication was that he wished to intimidate Chen Qingji, as the advantage of being in the mid-qi refinement stage over the early stage was indeed significant. At the same time, by stating the length of his cultivation, he was also giving Chen Qingji an excuse to withdraw gracefully, since he had cultivated longer. However, Chen Qingji was not grateful. He simply formed hand seals and summoned a red flying sword of medium quality, the fire sword, and declared, I am Chen Qingji at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Thus, the sparring between the two became unavoidable. Under the watchful eyes of both clan leaders and their clansmen, the two stepped outside the hall. Lu Chongfeng also formed hand seals, and soon a glowing tiger leaped out from his spirit beast pouch, emitting a long roar. This is my beast, the Jinlu tiger. Be careful. The Lu family of the South Shiri mountain range is known in the outside world as the Beast Master Lu family, skilled in beast taming, often fighting 2 against 1 at the same cultivation level, gaining significant advantages. Chen Qingji's expression remained unchanged, but he was exceedingly cautious inside. Although he was combative, he was not foolish. Originally, fighting an opponent at the mid-qi refinement stage was already quite challenging, and now with the addition of a spirit beast, his chances of victory seemed even bleaker. However, Chen Qingji was not afraid, as this was merely a small challenge compared to the perilous situations cultivators encounter in the cultivation world. Chen Daoxian glanced at the Jinlu tiger. Even without it actively exerting its pressure, the aura of its late foundation establishment stage made the mid-stage Jin Lu tiger tremble in fear, causing it to whimper softly. Lu Changming couldn't help but twitch his lips in silence. Even the younger generation was taking advantage. Soon Chen Qingyuan charged forward first, wielding the fire sword. After a stick of incense, Chen Qingyuan was exhausted. Facing two opponents plus the gap in cultivation, there was ultimately no miracle. Although he was in a sorry state, Lu Chongfeng was not in a much better condition. At this point, his previously elegant appearance was completely gone, with his clothes scorched and tattered, and the Jinlu tiger had also lost a tuft of fur from its tail. Although he had won, Chen Qingyuan's reckless style of fighting had also caused him considerable trouble, and he couldn't afford to go all out. However, from this, he could see that the Chen family seemed to prefer this desperate fighting style from top to bottom. Watching his clan member win around, Lu Changming smiled slightly, but did not feel overly excited, as his purpose in coming was not merely this. He commented on Lu Chongfeng and Chen Qingyuan, mostly saying flattering things, focusing on their strengths. After finishing his remarks, Lu Chongyun, who had been brushing her hair, finally raised her head. In the eyes of everyone among the more attractive cultivators, Lu Chongyun's beauty was undoubtedly striking. I am Lu Chongyun at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Chongyun's voice was cold. After finishing, she looked toward Chen Qingyuan, as there were only 3 of them, and the only girl among them had a weaker aura than even the previous Chen Qingyuan. Surely the opponent wouldn't. I am Chen Qingrong at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Chen Qingrong stood confidently in front of Chen Qingyuan, her tone suggesting that she believed she was in the late stage of Qi refinement, leaving Lu Chongyun momentarily stunned. Ahem. Chen Daoxian felt a bit embarrassed as he glanced at the pretense of being dazed from Chen Qingyuan and decisively said, Qingyuan, you should take this match. Are you kidding? A 2nd layer against a 5th layer? What are we doing? I have a thick skin, but I didn't expect Qingyuan to have an even thicker skin. Can you hide behind your clan sister like this? Yes. Chen Qingyuan seemed to finally react and pulled Chen Qingrong behind him. He naturally knew he had to step up for this match, while inwardly he was complaining that he should have just gone earlier. I am Chen Qingyuan at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. After stating his name, Lu Chongyun's gaze turned to him, making Chen Qingyuan feel as though her eyes held something strange, a mix of hostility and complexity. Didn't we just meet today? Summoning the Qingyuan sword, Chen Qingyuan had already devised a strategy in his mind. After all, the opponent seemed older than him by a few years, so if he lost it wouldn't be a big deal. Just as he was thinking this, a loud roar came from the opposite side, and Lu Chongyun's cold voice rang out again, Qilian, a mid-tier spirit beast, be careful. Chen Qingyuan looked over to see a large snake, entirely crimson, which should be the opponent's spirit beast. Its style, however, seemed a bit mismatched. After considering the little white in his spirit beast pouch, Chen Qingyuan decided not to summon it, fearing it might backfire and frighten little white. Hiss! As the Qilian flicked its tongue, Lu Chongyun summoned her long sword, and both her and her beast attacked Chen Qingyuan from both sides. Not daring to be careless, Chen Qingyuan immediately retreated while forming hand seals to activate the Qingmu escape technique. Outside the arena, Lu Changming smiled at Chen Daoxian and said, Chen Daoyo, what do you think of this child's talent? Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow. This child has 3 spirit roots, which is quite impressive. This was the truth. Lu Chongyun appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, and to reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement, she may not be the strongest in the Lu family, but she was certainly among the top. At that moment, as the mana circulated within his body, a wooden spirit clone bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Qingyuan materialized. Thus the main body confronted Lu Tsongyun, while the clone engaged Qilian. However, maintaining the clone depended entirely on Chen Qingyuan's own mana output, placing considerable strain on him. Fortunately, although the Lu family excelled in beast taming, they consequently spent little time honing their own combat abilities. Thus, even though Chen Qingyuan was a level lower than Lu Tsongyun, his constant dodging left Lu Tsongyun with little recourse. Thus, a peculiar situation unfolded on the field. Lu Tsongyun and Qilian pursued, while Chen Qingyuan and his wooden spirit clone continuously evaded. What particularly irked Lu Tsongyun was that the clone could also wield sword control techniques, yet the mid-first stage Qilian could not fly. Outside the field, Lu Changming glanced at Chen Daoxian and couldn't help but remark, this style of combat is rarely seen among your clan fellow Taoist. The Qingyuan Chen clan was renowned for talismans and artifacts, thus most were skilled in direct combat. Chen Qingyuan's persistent evasion was indeed uncommon. Although Chen Daoxian's own combat style was aggressive, he highly approved of Chen Qingyuan's current approach. Thus he glanced sidelong at Lu Changming and said, Qingyuan has been cultivating for a short time. Reaching his current realm is no small feat. Besides, your young one wildly brandishing a sword is hardly any better. Lu Changming. This was not incorrect, Lu Tsongyun having reached the 5th layer of qi refining at such an age and nurtured her natal spirit beast to mid-first stage, could hardly be exceptionally skilled in combat herself. Thus, although both wielded flying swords, they were essentially merely testing their cultivation realms against each other. Finally, after a playful chase lasting quite some time, Chen Qingyuan remained impassive, but Lu Tsongyun, thin-skinned, could no longer endure the awkwardness. He must have specifically trained in escape techniques. Otherwise, dodging my attacks wouldn't be so smooth. At this thought, Lu Tsongyun could not help but rage Chen Qingyuan. Do you dare to take my sword strike, Hedon? Chen Qingyuan, who was darting around on his flying sword, felt himself increasingly entering a flow state. Initially, he had needed the clone to help restrain Qi Lian, but now he could evade the combined attacks of Lu Tsongyun and Qi Lian entirely on his own. Thus, he completely ignored Lu Congjian's clumsy provocation, merely asking with confusion, "Why should I take your sword strike? Are you joking? There's no benefit to winning this spar, and am at a lower realm. Why would I confront you, Hedon?" Lu Congjian's expression stiffened. Before coming, she had heard from her clan's ancestor that Chen clan cultivators excelled in combat, and Chen Qingyuan, as the eldest of the Qing generation, was quite talented. She hadn't expected this. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tsongyun calmed herself, and then said, "If you take one strike from me and withstand it, I concede defeat. How about it?" By now, Lu Tsongyun had forgotten the clan leader's instructions and only wished to land a blow on Chen Qingyuan. Just one strike. Chen Qingyuan pondered briefly and then slowly descended from the air. Lu Congjian's tone regained its coolness, though a hint of gritted teeth remained. "Yes, just one strike. That's acceptable." Chen Qingyuan nodded in agreement. The moment the word acceptable left his lips, Lu Tsongyun lunged with her sword. Layers of watery vapor coiled around the sword's tip, radiating considerable power. The power of this strike is nearly approaching the level of the late Qi refining stage, Chen Daoxian remarked, watching Lu Tsongyun fly through the air to stab at Chen Qingyuan. "Heh." Lu Changming chuckled and said without reservation, "This child, Tsongyun, only knows this one move and isn't even proficient in it. If your Chen Qingyuan dodges, it might be ineffective. I suppose my Tsongyun has a slight advantage." "Advantage? Heh." Chen Daoxian smiled silently. Given Chen Qingyuan's nature, if he had shed his pride, how could he fail to block a mere sword strike? Indeed, as Lu Tsongyun watched in puzzlement as Chen Qingyuan sheathed his flying sword, wondering what he was doing, she saw his right hand brush past his storage pouch and produce a talisman. Lu Tsongyun was once again shocked by Chen Qingyuan's actions. In theory, talismans were part of a cultivator's combat arsenal, but this was merely a spar between peers. And upon hearing she would only strike once, he immediately used a talisman to defend. What kind of spar was this? Chen Qingyuan, however, paid no heed, merely shouting with some reluctance, "Watch my Vajra talisman." How could he not be reluctant? This mid-first grade Vajra talisman was refined from materials he had painstakingly purchased and crafted himself. It wasn't picked up for free. With a sharp hiss, before she could think further, Lu Congjian's flying sword collided with the barrier formed by the Vajra talisman. The watery vapor on the sword immediately spiraled, striking at a single point. When the sword's power was more than half depleted, the barrier of the Vajra talisman finally shattered, somewhat countered by this focused attack. Yet before Lu Tsongyun could rejoice, she saw 2 more talismans appear in Chen Qingyuan's hand. Moreover, he shouted with great bravado, "Watch my wood armor talisman." In truth, he was just reluctant to use a mid-first grade talisman and switch to 2 low first grade ones, as low-grade talismans were hard to sell anyway. Using them now was akin to clearing inventory. "You're quite thrifty," Lu Tsongyun sneered, amused despite herself. As the watery vapor on the sword was nearly exhausted, the 2 wood armor talismans also burned away. Chen Qingyuan raised his high-grade Qingyuan sword and easily parried Lu Congjian's flying sword. Lu Tsongyun sighed. She had agreed to a single strike, and though he had cheated, she could not break her word. Looking at Chen Qingyuan, she said, "Impressive." It was unclear what she was impressed by. Chen Qingyuan sheathed his sword and waved his hand. "Not at all, not at all. Your swordsmanship is also formidable, fellow Taoist." "Huh? Did you think I was praising you?" Lu Tsongyun felt she would truly be laughed to death. She couldn't help but sneer. "Why didn't you use a second-grade talisman? Then I would have lost long ago." Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly. "Not at all, not at all. A mid-first-grade talisman was more than sufficient, ha." With that, ignoring Lu Congjian's reaction, he retreated behind the old clan leader and clasped his hands. "Mission accomplished." Mission accomplished? How could he say that with a straight face? Aside from the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, Chen Daoxian and Lu Changming, everyone stared at Chen Qingyuan in astonishment. Even Chen Qingrong couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chen Qingji remained in place, muttering, "Brother Qingyuan, that was truly Embarrassing. Chen Qingyuan still smiled. Why do you say that? Didn't I still win? Isn't that the law of the cultivation world?